He was supposed to perish in a great fire, but miraculously survived, becoming the childhood companion of the Granger family. Upon awakening memories of a future yet to unfold, Fel Hephis discovered an alternate reality. With an unprecedented affinity for flames, an unexpectedly acquired solar orb, and the lost sacred alchemy of ancient Egypt, he found himself endowed with the power to alter destiny. The world is vast, let us explore it. The damned have survived, while the innocent have perished. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This time, there shall be no regrets. Chapter 1. Fel Hephis. In 1991, on a street in London, the golden light of dusk enveloped the pedestrians. Hermione, hastening home from school, hurriedly trod the pavement in her small leather shoes, their rhythmic clatter echoing in the air. Her chestnut curls cascaded like waves with each step, framing a delicate visage that bore a frown upon her finely shaped nose and brows. Worry and urgency shone in her dark, glistening eyes. Clang! Oblivious to the scorched flowers at her doorstep, she forcefully swung open the door. Hermione cast off her small shoes, neglecting to change into slippers, her legs clad only in over-thinny black cotton socks. Her soft feet hurriedly ascended the staircase, the sound echoing, thud, thud, thud. "Mom, how is Fer? Has his fever subsided?" Entering a neat and tidy room adorned predominantly in red, the slightly breathless girl inquired of a middle-aged woman with dark hair seated by the bedside. "Hermione, you're home from school? Fer's fever has indeed lessened, but I cannot fathom why he remains unconscious. We shall wait for your father's return. If he does not awaken, we may have to take Fer to the hospital," Mrs. Granger replied, wiping beads of sweat from her brow. Her expression filled with concern as she spoke. The sound of the front door opening echoed from downstairs, prompting Mrs. Granger to rise. "Please watch over Fer. I will speak with John." With that, she exited, her footsteps descending the stairs, fading into the distance. Hermione gazed anxiously at the boy lying on the bed. His fair complexion appeared youthful, yet already bore distinct features. His dark, tousled hair was damp with perspiration, a strand clinging to his forehead. His handsome face was contorted in a frown, as if beset by nightmares. Hermione gently brushed aside the damp hair, her slightly cool hand inadvertently stirring the slumbering youth. In the next moment, his coal-black eyes flung open, locking onto Hermione's astonished visage. With a dry throat, Fer croaked Hermione. When the clock struck 7 in the evening, the family gathered around the square dining table, merrily enjoying freshly made apple pie and steak. Mr. John Granger, with a smile, inquired of Fer, "Fer, do you truly feel no discomfort whatsoever? I have some friends who are pediatricians. We can consult them anytime." "No need, Mr. Granger. I feel absolutely splendid, ravenous enough to devour an entire cow," Fer replied, as he stuffed a piece of cut beef into his mouth, his words slightly muffled. Mrs. Granger took a sip of orange juice and chimed in with a smile. "That's wonderful to hear. I prepared an extra steak for you. Do indulge." Hermione, with her rosy lips, delicately savored a piece of steak, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Fel, you were perfectly fine yesterday. How did you suddenly develop a high fever this morning? I recall you have never had a fever before." Fel stuffed another piece of beef into his mouth. "Who knows? But I feel perfectly well now. By the way, madam, are there any owls or similar birds in the vicinity today?" Mrs. Granger appeared puzzled. "Owls? No, I haven't seen any. Why do you ask?" Fel waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I watched a program about owls a few days ago and found them quite adorable. How wonderful it would be to have one as a pet." Mr. Granger chuckled. "Owls are not as obedient as cats or dogs. They are best admired from a distance. Tomorrow is a day off, and I think we could visit the zoo." "Hey, Hermione, don't indulge in too many sweets." Hermione set down her apple pie, raising her slender, fair hand, her excitement palpable. "I agree. Fel, I want to see the spotted deer and admire their patterns." Fel nodded. "And let's not forget to see Simba. I hope his mane remains as splendid as before." Since watching The Lion King, Hermione had named the lion at the zoo Simba, a name only recognized by the Granger family. However, Fel held a differing opinion regarding Simba's situation. The majestic lion of the savannah, the king of beasts, ought not to be confined to a zoo. His rightful place is in battle and glory. As night fell, Fel reclined against the headboard of his bed, freshly adorned with clean sheets and a duvet. Gazing at the silvery moonlight, his eyes held a distant look. Is this a dream? Or something else? I am Fel, yet I seem to be another person. No, it must merely be a fragment of memory. Am I awakening to ancestral wisdom? In a state of stupor, perhaps in slumber, Fel's mind unlocked a memory. He appeared to be another individual residing in a land of towering skyscrapers, yet most of his recollections eluded him. What lingered most vividly was a fantastical tale of magic he seemed to have encountered, akin to a fairy tale, replete with wondrous enchantments, nefarious villains, and protagonists destined to save the world. But most significantly, the heroine of this tale was named Hermione Granger. In that narrative, Hermione was a clever and astute young witch who, alongside the heroes, triumphed over the evil antagonist. During a fleeting glimpse of her family, Fel beheld Mr. and Mrs. Granger, identical in appearance to their real-life counterparts. All was the same, save for Fel Hephis. That story contained no mention of Fel Hephis. Fel reminisced about his own past. Mr. and Mrs. Hephis were good neighbors to Mr. Granger. Indeed, he had known Hermione since childhood, and their families shared a close bond. Yet, when he was 6 years old, a tragic fire claimed the lives of both parents. Why was Fel unharmed? He did not know. The details were hazy in fact. He struggled to recall anything prior to the age of 6, including the reasons behind the fire that consumed his home. Perhaps it was due to his tender age, or perhaps the coma had affected his mind. Fortunately, he retained a semblance of common sense and remembered the Granger family. Otherwise, even the prospect of adoption would have been fraught with difficulties. He certainly recalled the kindness of his parents, and the thought of this filled him with a touch of sorrow. In retrospect, Mr. Granger recounted how the fire had extinguished in an inexplicable manner. Ultimately, while lying in a state of unconsciousness, Fel emerged unscathed and was taken in by Mr. and Mrs. Granger. They did not insist on altering his surname or the way he addressed them. Mr. Granger, a dentist, belonged to the middle class, and raising 2 children posed no significant challenge for them, especially since they had long desired a son. If that story holds any truth, then I was meant to perish in the fire? Yet, in the myriad parallel dimensions, there exists a delightful serendipity that allowed me to survive. Fel pondered. The fire's strange extinguishment could it be that I suddenly wielded some form of magic. Young wizards often experience a surge of magical power, manifesting extraordinary phenomena. In the films, Harry could make the glass of the snake enclosure vanish. Perhaps, akin to my name, Fire, I have been reborn through flames. Fel shook his head, chuckling softly. It seems rather absurd to be so troubled by a dream, especially when reality has yet to provide anything to substantiate the authenticity of my memories. I haven't even seen an owl. With that thought, Fel curled up comfortably in bed and closed his eyes. Whatever, time for sleep. However, upon rising the next morning, Fel beheld an owl perched upon his window sill, clutching 2 letters in its beak. Chapter 2. The Letter from Hogwarts. Gathered around a solid wooden round table in the living room, the family sat together. On the table lay 2 yellowed parchment envelopes. The envelopes were addressed to Mr. Fel Hephis, 3, Cherry Road, Harrow, West London. The front bore a complex black emblem, adorned with a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake, with the word Hogwarts prominently inscribed at the top. The other envelope was identical, sealed with dark red wax. It had already been torn open. Mr. and Mrs. Granger furrowed their brows, each holding an envelope and carefully perusing its contents. The letter read, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Mr. Fel Hephis, we are delighted to inform you that you have been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed you will find a list of required books and equipment. The term commences on September 1st. We await your owl's reply by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. The 2 letters were essentially the same, differing only in the recipient's name. Hermione's letter began with Dear Ms. Hermione Jean Granger. Hermione appeared somewhat exhilarated, her little feet tapping rhythmically in her slippers as she gazed at Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Meanwhile, Fel was playfully teasing the owl perched on the table, whose beak curved down like a small hook, giving it a round and somewhat endearing appearance. It must be noted that the owl's plumpness was attributed to its feathers, as it possessed little flesh beneath. As a vital companion to wizards, serving them diligently and carrying their emotions, it was neither suitable for consumption nor desirable to eat. The owl, with its deep brown and black eyes, fixated on the little bear-shaped biscuit in Fel's hand, seemingly expressing a hint of disdain. Oh, I almost forgot. Owls prefer meat, Fel exclaimed, slapping his forehead and rising to head towards the refrigerator. Children, I suspect this may be a prank, Mr. Granger remarked, setting down the letters and addressing Hermione. A magical school seems rather absurd. True, I often recounted tales of magic as bedtime stories, but they were merely stories. Hearing this, Hermione's excitement waned, her rosy lips pouting in disappointment. I believe it's worth a try. No one plays such jokes on us, and this owl is remarkably clever. Fel returned, holding a small piece of chicken breast, which he placed before the owl. Only then did the owl shake its head with satisfaction and lower itself to peck at the food. What do you mean by worth a try? Mr. Granger chuckled. Let us write a reply and request a wizard to clarify things for us. Fel produced a sheet of stationery and a pen, as if he had been prepared for this moment, and began to write. Dear Professor McGonagall, we have received your letter, but we are uncertain of its authenticity, and we know nothing about enrollment or purchases. If possible, please send a teacher to address our queries. Sincerely, Fel Hephis. Mr. Granger glanced at the letter that had been shown to 3 people, and with a smile, remarked, "Well then, let me see if a wizard of true magic will indeed arrive." Though he held skepticism, he had no objection to indulging the children's playful imaginations. Hermione snatched the letter, carefully wrapped it, and tied it to the owl's leg, gently stroking its head. It felt wonderfully soft and furry. The owl soon took flight. Mr. Granger clapped his hands together and said, "All right, children, we are ready to depart for the zoo." Even if the letter were genuine, a response would not arrive so swiftly. By the time the family returned home, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Despite the added memories, both Fer and Hermione wore expressions of joy, for Fer was still a child at heart. Hermione's little mouth flitted like a typewriter, ceaselessly sharing the animal knowledge she had gleaned from encyclopedias. "All right, Hermione. I know you have learned a great deal, but you have been talking for an hour now. Aren't you tired?" Fer said, somewhat exasperated. "Humph. If you don't want to listen, that is fine. You've never been fond of studying." Hermione tossed her head defiantly, pouting. "In truth, your aptitude for learning is no less than mine, but you prefer sports and fighting instead. I only pursue knowledge that is useful, not merely to rank first in class, like a sponge absorbing every drop of information. Moreover, combat is the romance of a true man." While Mr. Granger had gone to the garage, Mrs. Granger had opened the door. Upon doing so, she spotted a letter lying on the ground, having been tossed through the mail slot. Hermione, filled with delight, quickly seized the letter and tore it open to read. Soon, she looked up, her large eyes sparkling with excitement, and announced to Mr. Granger, "The letter states that Professor McGonagall will arrive tomorrow morning at 8. The next morning, the family dressed neatly and sat on the living room sofa, awaiting their guest. Fer stared at the clock, and at 7:50, a gentle knock resonated from the door. Hermione instantly sprang up, running to open it. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, along with Fer, also stood. "Why you?" "Hello," Hermione stammered, her earlier excitement now replaced with a hint of shyness as she welcomed the visitor. Fer took a closer look, inhaled deeply, and felt his previously tense body relax, a smile emerging on his face. At that moment, he finally grasped that this was no jest. The memories from his dreams were indeed real. This was truly a world of magic. Before them stood an elderly lady, with high cheekbones and slightly gaunt cheeks, her nose prominent. It was evident she must have been quite beautiful in her youth. Adorning her head was a pointed wizard's hat, and she wore a long black robe that reached the ground. Her demeanor was somewhat serious, yet she clearly came in a spirit of friendliness, her face adorned with a smile. Most importantly, she bore a striking resemblance to the Professor McGonagall from Fer's memories. "You must be Professor McGonagall," Fer inquired with a smile. "Indeed, greetings to you all, Fer, Hermione, Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger," Professor McGonagall replied, her voice clear and resonant, tinged with an authentic old London accent. As she greeted each of them in turn, she deliberately nodded at Mr. Fer, her gaze profound, leaving him somewhat perplexed. The atmosphere gradually became more congenial as they settled on the sofa and began to converse. "Madam McGonagall, I must confess that I am somewhat skeptical about the existence of magic. If it truly exists, could you perhaps demonstrate it for us?" Mr. Granger, having warmed up to the conversation, made his request known. "Certainly, sir. In fact, this is an annual tradition during the enrollment of Muggle newcomers," Professor McGonagall replied with familiarity. Retrieving a slender wand from her sleeve, its handle adorned with several spherical protrusions while the shaft remained smooth. Mr. Fer recognized it as a wand but still inquired of Professor McGonagall. After all, others were unaware, and it served to clarify his curiosity. "Professor, what is this? A tool for casting spells?" Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging his intelligence, and hoped that Harry and Neville would be as astute as Mr. Fer. "Indeed, every wizard possesses one. It is an essential instrument for spellcasting. Soon, I shall take you to purchase your wands. You may inquire further from Mr. Ollivander, the wand shop owner." With that, she aimed her wand at a glass on the table and waved it gently, causing Mr. Fer to sense a peculiar ripple. Then, an unforgettable event unfolded for Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Another world was laid bare before them. Chapter 3, First Encounter with Transfiguration, Entering Diagon Alley. As Professor McGonagall lightly tapped the ordinary glass, it began to twist and contort. In the blink of an eye, Mr. Fer swore he kept his eyes wide open, yet was still taken aback. In an instant, the glass transformed into a diminutive yellow hamster, no larger than half a palm. Scuttling across the table, the onlookers gaped in astonishment. "Goodness!" Mr. Granger nearly leapt from his seat, utterly astonished at what he witnessed. Mr. Fer, with fervent eyes, grasped the hamster for a closer inspection. Its fur, warmth, and squeaks were indistinguishable from reality. This was magic, rendering the impossible possible. This was transfiguration, the most intricate and perilous course at Hogwarts. Most students, even upon graduation, struggle to master it. Professor McGonagall provided them with an explanation. Hermione took the hamster from Mr. Fer, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "I want to be as formidable as Professor McGonagall one day." Mr. Fer grinned, for if his memory served him correctly, Hermione would later earn the nickname Little McGonagall. Professor McGonagall? More like Big Hermione. After the initial shock, excitement bubbled among them as they eagerly pursued Professor McGonagall with inquiries about the magical world and Hogwarts. The professor patiently addressed each question until the clock struck 10. Professor, I believe we can prepare to procure the necessary items for school, Mr. Fair remarked, his gaze shifting towards Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Clearly, parental consent was essential for enrollment. Ah, quite right, Professor. Where shall we be going? Mr. Granger showed no inclination to decline. After a 2-hour conversation, he had gained a preliminary understanding of Hogwarts and the magical realm, realizing it was not a dark or bloody place. What more was there to contemplate? Only a fool would refuse to learn magic. However, by the time the family was ready to depart, it was already past lunchtime. Mr. Granger needed to visit the bank to withdraw money, thereby exchanging Muggle currency for that of the magical world at Gringotts. Hence, Faye specifically inquired with Professor McGonagall about any limits on the exchange. Professor McGonagall nodded, confirming that there was indeed a cap. Muggle currency could be exchanged for a maximum of 50 galleons per semester, even after deducting the expenses outlined in the shopping list. It was sufficient for a student's living needs. However, there was no limit on the exchange of gold. Oh, Muggles refer to those who cannot wield magic, and it bears no derogatory connotation. Noticing the puzzled expressions regarding the term Muggle, Professor McGonagall elaborated. Faye felt this was somewhat redundant. Surely, Gringotts could simply accept pounds and procure gold directly from the Muggle world? Was it merely a matter of convenience? Nonetheless, that was not within Faye's purview. What mattered was the ability to exchange currency. Professor McGonagall had intended to come later in the afternoon, but at the family's enthusiastic invitation, she partook in lunch at the Granger household. Although she wasn't particularly free, the day did not hold many obligations. For the conscientious Professor McGonagall, ensuring a smooth transition for the new students was of utmost importance, with all other matters taking a back seat. Furthermore, the number of new students each year was quite limited, usually only a few dozen. The number of Muggle families requiring guidance was even fewer. Across all 7 years at Hogwarts, the total student body was around 300 to 400. Ultimately, dedicating a day to the Granger family was entirely worthwhile, particularly as Professor McGonagall regarded Faye with a sense of satisfaction. The child was as intelligent and lovely as her mother. Given their location in London, Professor McGonagall was able to travel with the Granger family by car to their destination. She identified herself as a half-blood wizard with a Muggle father, thus possessing some understanding of the Muggle world. However, during her childhood, cars were not as prevalent, making this likely her first experience in one, a rather novel adventure. Faye observed that as she exited the vehicle, despite her attempts at nonchalance, the corners of her mouth betrayed her excitement. Professor, where is the leaky cauldron you mentioned? Mrs. Granger inquired, puzzled. Right there, Hermione exclaimed, pointing animatedly at the leaky cauldron visible in the center of the street. However, Mr. and Mrs. Granger appeared utterly bewildered, unable to see anything at all. The magical realm was under the influence of a Muggle-repelling charm, rendering Muggles incapable of perceiving it, even inducing a psychological impulse to leave if they ventured too close. Professor McGonagall tapped Mr. and Mrs. Granger lightly with her wand. To their astonishment, they suddenly found themselves facing a quaint tavern. As they approached the entrance, Faye took in the scene. It was nearly identical to its portrayal in the films, with a somewhat weathered faade constructed of black wood. Beside it hung a sign so grimy it was barely legible, inscribed with the name Leaky Cauldron. Upon pushing open the door, they were greeted by the soft, flickering light of candles, illuminating a vibrant gathering of oddly dressed men and women engaged in lively conversation, their laughter ringing through the air. I truly ought to acquire that exquisite dragon hide. Specimens of such remarkable quality are indeed rare. Ah, Professor McGonagall. It has been quite some time. Upon seeing her, people greeted Professor McGonagall with warmth. A middle-aged gentleman, sporting a somewhat Mediterranean hairstyle and clad in a bartender's suit, approached them. Good afternoon, Ms. McGonagall. Are you here to guide the new students? Professor McGonagall nodded, engaged in brief conversation, and made introductions. In truth, Faye recognized him. He resembled Tom, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, from his memories. Hermione mustered her courage to exchange a few words with Tom, while Mr. and Mrs. Granger appeared somewhat apprehensive, intimidated by the bizarrely dressed and rather alarming wizards around them. The couple spoke little, offering only polite greetings, as they discreetly observed their surroundings. This is Hermione, a young witch from a Muggle family. And this is Faye. Professor McGonagall paused momentarily, the child of Fel Hephis. Ah, children, welcome to the magical world. Tom's demeanor became notably more enthusiastic as he turned to Faye. Child, I am truly sorry about your mother. I believe you are quite resilient. Do visit the Leaky Cauldron for a glass of butterbeer sometime. It is a favorite among young witches and wizards, and it contains no alcohol. Faye was momentarily perplexed. How could they possibly know his mother? Was she a witch? He quickly deduced the truth. Wizards could not possibly know an ordinary muggle. Sensing Fair's and his family's confusion, Professor McGonagall clarified, Fair's mother was also a witch but encountered some unfortunate circumstances. Fair, once you enroll, I shall tell you more, or you may seek out Headmaster Dumbledore. Without wasting further time on this matter, McGonagall led them to the back door of the pub, leaving them little opportunity to ponder Fair's mother. The back door opened to a dilapidated brick wall, where several old, dark brown barrels and bottles were haphazardly placed in the corner. Fair, Hermione, pay close attention. This is how we access Diagon Alley. McGonagall approached a section of wall where several bricks were missing, creating a dent. With her wand, she traced the indentation, tapping it in a circular motion. Fair suppressed his curiosity regarding his mother and focused intently on McGonagall's actions, reminiscent of scenes from a film. As McGonagall's wand illuminated the wall, the bricks began to shift, expanding outward from the indentation. Ultimately, a doorway appeared before them, and their surroundings suddenly brightened. Welcome to Diagon Alley. Chapter 4, Gringotts and the Great Shopping Expedition. Before them lay a bustling alley filled with throngs of people, including numerous young witches and wizards alongside their parents. The pathway was rather narrow, measuring only 3 to 4 meters in width, composed of uneven cobblestones. On either side stood various uniquely shaped shops, most of which bore an air of antiquity. Hermione diligently reviewed the shopping list she had taken out. 3 plain work robes, a wand, a pair of dragon hide gloves, and a standard size 2 tin cauldron. Additionally, there were the required books for first-year students, a telescope, and an assortment of other items, totaling quite a considerable amount. At last, it was noted that students were permitted to bring a pet, which could be an owl, a cat, or a toad, while first-year students were expressly forbidden from bringing their own flying broomsticks. Hermione pondered, are we allowed to have pets? However, first-year students must learn a plethora of knowledge. Having a pet might squander valuable study time. Fair nodded in agreement, suggesting, perhaps we should acquire one later. Studying is of utmost importance. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall led the group to a magnificent 3-story edifice. The structure was adorned with 4 grand white marble columns that lent it an air of grandeur, and above the entrance was a sign proclaiming Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Gringotts, the sole bank operated by goblins in the magical realm, was also considered the safest place aside from Hogwarts itself. Professor McGonagall, imbued with a profound sense of pride for her school, could not resist mentioning Hogwarts. As they entered the grand hall, they observed rows of tables on either side, each equipped with brass scales and bright lamps. Dozens of diminutive, grotesque beings with elongated ears and noses busily attended to their tasks. Apart from Fair, the others, encountering such creatures for the first time, felt a twinge of trepidation. These beings were goblins, notoriously obsessed with wealth and treasure, relishing the intricate bookkeeping inherent in banking. Nonetheless, they were quite amicable towards humans, so there was no need for fear. Fair found it somewhat difficult to maintain composure. As he had to reassure Hermione and the Granger couple, goblins were not particularly amiable towards wizards. Greed and cunning were their defining traits, and they were far less obedient than house elves. In the ancient magical wars, humanity had thoroughly subdued house elves, yet it was evident that goblins remained unconquered. Fair mused that perhaps the ancient conflicts had not been fought with sufficient severity. Entrusting a bank to a horde of goblins was not a prudent choice, despite their commendable work ethic. Approaching one of the goblins, Professor McGonagall spoke softly. The new students of Hogwarts require the exchange of magical currency. The goblin exhibited no sign of disdain at the prospect of exchanging valuable galleons for worthless pounds, for they were in the banking profession and would never display a poor attitude in Professor McGonagall's presence. Goblins may be small in stature, but they were certainly not lacking in intellect. According to regulations, new students were permitted to exchange a maximum of 50 galleons. Mr. Granger opened his backpack and produced pounds and several gold bars. Upon seeing the gold ingots, the goblin's otherwise placid expression transformed into an unappealing grin, and it extended a hand resembling withered bark. There was no limit on the exchange of gold. Time was of the essence. Although Mr. Granger wished to prepare additional funds for Fair and Hermione, he could not locate substantial amounts of gold in a timely manner. Moreover, Professor McGonagall had assured them repeatedly that 50 galleons would be more than sufficient. While Mr. Granger haggled with the goblin, Professor McGonagall took the opportunity to enlighten Fair and Hermione about the currency system within the magical community. The currency utilized by wizards was based on 3 denominations: gold galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts. The conversion rates were as follows. 1 galleon equaled 17 sickles, and 1 sickle was equivalent to 29 nuts, thus making 1 galleon worth 493 nuts. Consequently, the purchasing power of a galleon was indeed quite substantial. Fair found himself somewhat bewildered by this peculiar system of conversion, pondering why they could not simply round to whole numbers. Professor McGonagall concurred wholeheartedly, yet it was evident that the currency system was not easily alterable, particularly when the current one posed no significant issues. Upon exiting Gringotts, The group commenced an extensive shopping spree. Professor McGonagall first led them to acquire 2 suitcases imbued with the undetectable extension charm. Although they appeared to measure merely 1 foot in length and width, their true capacity was thrice that size. The charm is technically prohibited for personal misuse. However, suitcases and family tents were evidently deemed permissible. Subsequently, they visited a clothing store known as Madame Malkin's to procure their school robes. Madame Malkin was a short and stout witch, beaming with a smile, adorned in a vibrant purple ensemble. As she measured Hermione, she enthusiastically promoted her latest designs, extolling the quality of the materials and the ingenuity of the designs. Mrs. Granger was almost persuaded to purchase a piece, but considering the lack of opportunities to don such classical attire in the Muggle world, she ultimately refrained. "No, madam, we are first-year students, and we have many items on our shopping list to attend to. Perhaps we will return for clothing at a later time." Hermione was not particularly fond of dressing up. Her urgency lay in finishing these trifles so she could head to the bookstore and the wand shop. The Granger family endured quite a flurry of activity before nearly completing their purchases, with only the most essential books and wands remaining. In fact, Flourish and Blots was conveniently situated adjacent to Madame Malkin's, deliberately positioned as the grand finale of their shopping excursion. The shelves were overwhelmed with books, reaching even to the ceiling. Among them were enormous tomes bound in leather, reminiscent of paving stones, diminutive silver-bound volumes resembling postage stamps, and texts adorned with a plethora of peculiar symbols. The shopkeeper adeptly gestured, revealing a table upon which lay a neatly arranged array of books. The first-year textbooks were already prepared in several sets. Feel free to select a bundle. It totals 13 galleons. Fleur and Hermione exchanged glances before stepping forward to each choose a bundle. Fleur unfastened the tie and began to cross-reference the selection with the first-year book list, Standard Spellbook for Beginners by Miranda Goshawk, and Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. Fleur merely skimmed through to confirm the quantities were correct. Meanwhile, Hermione animatedly conversed with the shopkeeper, eager to procure a few additional extracurricular books. The wonders of the magical realm fascinated her, yet they were accompanied by a lingering sense of unease. Fleur, the young witches and wizards from magical families must have already mastered numerous spells. Our academic performance may suffer as a result, thus we must strive to study diligently. Fleur wished to reassure her, recalling tales where Hermione's academic prowess was unparalleled. It would be a rarity for her to place anywhere but first. Fleur attempted to analyze the situation. Firstly, the magical abilities of young witches and wizards were often unstable prior to their enrollment, making spell learning potentially hazardous. Secondly, young wizards regarded magic as Muggle children regard ordinary tools. Such accessibility led to a lack of appreciation for the value of magic, and consequently, it was not cherished. Just as everyone acknowledges the importance of education, yet many Muggle schools still harbor a considerable number of underachievers, magical institutions were not exempt from this reality. Compared to the study of spells, the young wizard prefers engaging in wizard chess and collecting chocolate frog cards. The commonality of human nature far surpasses the distinctions between Muggles and magic. After some contemplation, Phayer suggested, "Hermione, we need not purchase 2 copies of the extracurricular books. Each of us can buy a portion, and we can exchange them for reading." Hermione nodded in agreement and joyfully ran off to select her books. Hogwarts, a history, he mused, is certainly a necessity. Upon exiting the leaky cauldron, Phayer displayed the brightest smile of the day. He was finally about to choose his wand. Chapter 5. The Wizard's Wand Selection. The magical realm boasts numerous wand shops, yet Ollivander's wand shop is regarded as the finest, at least in Britain. Professor McGonagall introduced the store to the group, adding, "Of course, the prices are rather steep." Coming to a halt, Phayer gazed at the dilapidated storefront before him. The black wooden Fa bore signs of wear, with the paint peeling in several places, revealing patches of the raw wood beneath. The glass in the windows was somewhat clouded, and above the arched door, a sign displayed the faded words Ollivander's Wand Shop. Above the window frame to the right, it read, "Since 382 B.C., expertly crafted wands." A sense of antiquity and gravitas enveloped him. Phayer did not doubt the veracity of time. If it were false, competitors would have long since exposed it. Perhaps it was merely embellished. Was it once just a humble stall? Professor McGonagall stepped forward and opened the door, causing the bell to chime crisply in response. As Phayer surveyed the interior, he noted that the shop was narrow in width but extended deeply. Shelves lined both sides, stretching into an unseen corner. Countless wands filled the shelves, reaching up to the ceiling. Phayer estimated that there were at least 10,000 wands here. At 7 galleons per wand, one could conclude that Ollivander was a hidden tycoon. A ladder slid around the corner, and a disheveled old man descended. His wild white hair framed a kindly face, and he wore a tattered gray formal coat. "Welcome, Madame McGonagall." "Ah, 2 young wizards at once. Greetings. You may call me Ollivander." The group exchanged pleasantries, and Professor McGonagall took a moment to introduce Phayer's mother, Fel Hephis. "Ah, Phayer. Your black hair is just like your mother's. I recall her visit here to purchase a wand as if it were yesterday. Ollivander said with certainty, red oak, phoenix feather, 12 inches, quite firm. Those ignorant souls often believe that owners of red oak wands are hot-tempered, yet in truth, they are merely quick to respond. And they often become inventors of unique spells. I believe red oak wands are the finest of all. Feyre felt increasingly perplexed. He had heard a third person speak of his mother with such precision. If his mother had indeed purchased a wand from Ollivander's, then she must be a witch. However, Professor McGonagall had already promised to reveal everything to Feyre upon his enrollment, so he decided to dwell no longer on the matter. Hermione gently touched Feyre's arm and then deliberately exclaimed, Feyre, I wish to be the first to select a wand. Feyre, startled, replied, that cannot be. I must go first for this one. In the midst of their conversation, Ollivander had already assessed Feyre's physique and retrieved a wand box from the corner, presenting it to Feyre. Try this one, a red oak wand, with a phoenix feather, an exquisite match, just like your mother's. Feyre accepted the box, drew out the wand, and held it in his hand, feeling a peculiar sensation, akin to a trickle of water barely escaping a narrow opening. Delicate, yet lacking the exhilarating flow he sought. He waved the wand through the air, but only a gentle breeze materialized. Oh, not this one. It is too sensitive. It does not favor you. Remember, Feyre, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Does the wand possess its own consciousness? Feyre pondered, unable to discern the distinction between the wizard selecting a wand and the wand selecting a wizard. Wands are not mere instruments. They are alive, Feyre. This is particularly evident in certain materials. For instance, the sycamore wand craves new experiences, and a monotonous existence can dull its brilliance. Even if it once matched its owner perfectly, when the owner, seeking stability in midlife, commands the wand to summon slippers, the wand ignites in rebellion. It is not the wand that betrays the owner, Feyre, it is the owner who betrays the wand. Typically, at such moments, the wizard must seek a new wand. Feyre finally grasped a realization. Since his arrival in the magical realm, he had encountered numerous questions, yet few answers had been forthcoming. He had tried several wands, none of which were quite suitable. Ollivander appeared both excited and solemn. I appreciate discerning clients, but Feyre. He struggled to articulate precisely, simply stating, you are likely to be sorted into Gryffindor, and I hope so. Otherwise, you may only find yourself in Slytherin. As he spoke, he withdrew another wand box. Try this one. Feyre opened the box to reveal a pitch-black wand, noticeably thicker than the average wand, nearly 1.5 fingers wide, adorned with charred markings. Upon grasping the wand, Feyre felt an exhilarating rush from within, as if a powerful force surged forth. A gust of wind encircled him, lifting papers from the ground. Instantly, a red glow enveloped him, but within a mere few seconds, tranquility returned. Ah, this is the one, Ollivander remarked gravely. A blackthorn wand, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 10 inches, remarkably resilient. Sir, could you elaborate on it? Feyre inquired, as memories flooded his mind, reminding him that the future of the magical realm was far from peaceful. Recognizing the importance of the wand in his hands, he resolved to gain a deeper understanding. He recalled the blackthorn wand. In the 7th film, Ron had given Harry a spare blackthorn wand. Harry's attempt to enlarge a candle flame had resulted in a transformation reminiscent of a gas stove morphing into a planetary engine, leaving a lasting impression. Very well. Let us first discuss the dragon heartstring core. Generally speaking, wands crafted from dragon nerves are the most powerful, producing the most dazzling spells. The wand, with its core derived from dragon heartstring, possesses a superior capacity for learning compared to its peers. Ollivander added, however, that it is the most prone to unpredictability among the 3 core types, which include unicorn hair and phoenix feather, rendering its performance the least stable. It is susceptible to the allure of dark magic. Feyre, you must exercise caution in your selection and strive to master it. Feyre nodded. Dragons have long been synonymous with power and ferocity, and to wield a dragon heartstring wand, one must possess even greater fortitude. Next came the blackthorn wood, an exceedingly rare wand material, particularly favored by warriors. Dark wizards also revel in its formidable strength. Ollivander fixed his gaze on Feyre, stating earnestly, a blackthorn wand either resides in the hands of an Auror or belongs to the denizens of Azkaban. Feyre felt a chill run down his spine. The most exquisite berries emerge from the most arduous thorns, suggesting that a wand forged from such wood must endure peril alongside its master to become a true companion. Ollivander expressed his apprehension. The combination of blackthorn and dragon heartstring creates a terrifyingly potent force, yet one that is exceedingly difficult to control. Feyre, your resolve must be unwavering. Think of those who love you and whom you cherish. Feyre cast a glance at Hermione and the Grangers beside him, solemnly nodding as he tightened his grip on the wand. Now it is my turn. Hermione, her slightly cherubic face alight with anticipation, exclaimed. Chapter 6, The Eve of Enrollment and Reflections on the Future. Proud little girl, give this one a try. Ollivander smiled as he extracted a wand box from the center of the shelf and presented it to Hermione. She eagerly opened it to reveal a slender, pointed brown wand, adorned with intricate vine-like patterns that spiraled around its length. Surprisingly, upon grasping the wand for the first time, a yellow glow enveloped Hermione. It appeared to be a fortuitous match, vine wood, dragon heartstring, 12 inches in length, with a balanced flexibility. Ollivander expressed his satisfaction, stating, "The vinewood wand is quite rare, and I have observed that its owners are invariably those wizards and witches with grand aspirations. Miss Granger, you will achieve remarkable feats." Hermione, evidently pleased with both the wand's aesthetic and Ollivander's endorsement, cast a disdainful glance at Fair's wand. "So dark and thick, it's truly unattractive." After Professor McGonagall escorted everyone to the Leaky Cauldron, they exchanged a few more words. After informing them about the enrollment date, King's Cross Station, and the particulars of Platform 9 3/4, she took her leave. Fair couldn't help but marvel at Professor McGonagall's diligence. Had Hagrid been in charge, the outcome might have been uncertain. Even Harry Potter had been neglected when it came to the instructions for reaching the platform. That night, lying in bed, Fair found himself restless. As the initial thrill of magic began to wane, troubling memories surfaced in his mind. He resolved to list his questions and devise answers. Otherwise, sleep would remain elusive. According to his recollections, a formidable antagonist, Voldemort, would rise again, unleashing chaos and bloodshed. What should he do? Transfer? Flee? Abandon the magical realm and live as a muggle? Fair firmly rejected the notion that he had no ties or qualifications to transfer schools, declaring that if he wished to learn magic, he could only attend Hogwarts. Knowing that magic was within his grasp, how could he possibly forsake it out of fear of an uncertain dark future, resigning himself to a mundane existence? He already shared a profound bond with Hermione and harbored deep affection for the Grangers, feeling indebted for their nurturing. Crucially, Fair's character was not one of cowardice. He had faced countless battles. Perhaps he was still young and unfamiliar with the fear of death, or perhaps he had those he felt compelled to protect. Some are simply born as lions, standing tall upon the savannah, undaunted by peril. In any case, Fair resolved to safeguard everything he currently possessed. Was it not merely Voldemort? A simple 2 lines and a stroke would suffice. Fair began to contemplate his future studies and the dangers he would encounter each semester. The spirit of a true hero began to manifest this very night. In the days that followed, Fair and Hermione seldom ventured out. Even when school friends called for Fair to join them for a game of football, a sorrowful barrier now lay between them. Fair lamented this distance. Yet the long hours spent playing sports with friends had indeed bestowed upon him a robust physique and quick reflexes. Though his birthday was nearly the same as Hermione's, and she, being a girl, had matured even earlier, he still stood half a head taller than her. A wizard also required physical prowess. Leaning against his large bed, he set aside his elementary spells and addressed Hermione, who was engrossed in Hogwarts, a history. "I didn't see anything in the spellbook stating that the release of magic requires physical fitness. A wizard's magical power is nearly limitless. The only distinction lies in the potency or the expenditure of stamina and energy, to the point of being too fatigued to raise a hand." Hermione, somewhat puzzled, had her hair tousled and unkempt due to neglect over the past few days. Consider this. During combat, wizards do not merely stand still, exchanging blows in a turn-based manner. They must dodge and evade. This demands agility. Moreover, even if struck by a spell, a physically strong individual might endure an additional hit and counterattack. Fair shared his insights. Upon hearing this, Hermione pouted indignantly. "Fair, you must stop fighting. The teachers have spoken to my mother several times about this. Have you ever considered why I fight?" Fair shrugged. Hermione's nature was inherently helpful, yet she struggled to articulate her thoughts effectively. Therefore, when advising others on their studies, her tone could be rather sharp and direct, akin to a miniature adult eager to instruct. This demeanor was not particularly endearing. Mischievous children often failed to recognize the value of a friend who could guide them for their own good. They preferred companions who would indulge in mischief alongside them, leading to her being nicknamed behind her back and facing mockery to her face. Fair tended to engage in fights less frequently, primarily to protect Hermione. Thanks to his vigilance, she had not been bullied much by the troublemakers and had even made several female friends. Of course, Hermione was aware of this. She merely worried that Fair's penchant for fighting might lead him into harm's way. Burying her head in her book, she mumbled something indistinctly, and Fair could not discern her words, though he noticed her ears had turned slightly red. The discussion about what to study next revealed some divergence in their opinions. Hermione, ever open to new experiences, had perused nearly every book prior to her enrollment, thanks to her extraordinary gift for memory. Her enthusiasm for literature knew no bounds. In contrast, Ferris harbored a singular interest in tomes pertaining to spells. Ever since that fateful night when he reflected upon his future, Ferris had meticulously charted his educational path. Subjects such as history of magic, astronomy, and divination, deemed irrelevant to the impending conflict, were deemed expendable. After all, he had not encountered any mention of grade retention at Hogwarts. Beyond attentive listening during lectures, he had no intention of engaging in any further study for non-magic-related subjects. He would take what he could obtain, though it mattered little to him. For herbology and potions, he would allocate a modicum of effort to ensure he could achieve at least a passing grade, as these subjects offered practical assistance in combat and survival. One need not excel, but must possess a foundational understanding. Moreover, he wished to avoid the humiliation of being mocked by a certain old bat for having a brain akin to that of a troll. Most crucial were the classes on charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts. Ferris intended to devote the majority of his academic energy to these disciplines. He aspired to attain the highest marks, with a minimum expectation of scoring a perfect 100, for the exam could yield no more than that. Thus, during this period, Ferris diligently reviewed basic spells for beginners, guide to introductory transfiguration, and defense against dark magic, a self-defense manual, multiple times, with a memory capacity rivaling that of Hermione. Ferris had not merely familiarized himself with these theoretical concepts, but had also gained a solid grasp of them. Hermione, I fail to comprehend why you concern yourself solely with the books for charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts. My heavens, do you aspire to achieve commendable grades in the other subjects? Hermione fretted, her most terrifying nightmare being her teacher brandishing her report card, marked with failures. Failing is of little consequence, Hermione. Much of the knowledge holds no utility for me. As you know, I am disinclined toward overly theoretical matters. Magic is far more captivating. Do you not agree? Ferris retorted, suppressing the urge to divulge to Hermione that he was a seer, privy to the dark resurrection of Voldemort, which posed a grave threat to their lives. Such revelations would likely lead Hermione to question his sanity, fearing he had succumbed to fever-induced delirium. Moreover, this knowledge constituted Ferris's most profound secret, and he feared that speaking it aloud could trigger unforeseen repercussions, akin to the butterfly effect. It was far wiser to adapt to circumstances and intervene only at pivotal moments, all while minimizing his presence during the formative year, lest he meet an untimely demise with no one to mourn him. Hermione found herself at an impasse with Ferris, understanding his nature all too well. Initially, she had attempted to alter his course, but she ultimately relinquished that endeavor. Rubbed his hands together, Ferris produced his blackthorn wand. It was time to practice spells. Chapter 7. Spell Practice and Enrollment. This constituted a minor infringement. Young wizards were prohibited from casting spells during holidays, yet prior to their first-year enrollment, they were permitted to do so. It seemed the Ministry of Magic presumed that first-year students, yet to be officially enrolled, would not cause significant disturbances. In truth, most young wizards were not adept at spellcasting at all. Their wands, like their minds before enrollment, were untouched and pristine. The spells recorded in basic charms included the levitation charm, the fire-making charm, the softening charm, the cutting charm, the unlocking charm, the locking charm, and the repairing charm. In the film, Hermione had already mastered several simple spells, including the repairing charm, prior to her admission, showcasing her skills on the train by mending Harry's glasses. Ferris decided to set aside the fire-making charm and the cutting charm for the time being. Both spells possessed destructive potential, and, in the event of any mishap, he was without a wizard nearby to intervene. The unlocking charm became Ferris's preferred choice for practice, as it was both straightforward and safe. He closed the room door, secured the lock, and aimed his wand at the keyhole, clearing his throat as he recalled the pronunciation from the book. Hermione, seemingly engrossed in her reading on the bed, had her eyes skewed, intently observing Ferris's movements out of the corner of her eye. Alohomora. As the words escaped his lips, Ferris immediately sensed a mistake. Nerves caused his pronunciation to tremble. Indeed, the lock quivered slightly, but nothing transpired. Regaining his composure, he focused intently on the lock, resolutely thinking of unlocking it. Alohomora. Ferris felt a surge of power coursing through him, converging into his wand, erupting with an intensity he had never experienced before. Yet, in reality, there was no grand spectacle. With a mere click, the locked door swung open. Elated, Ferris realized his magical aptitude was quite promising. This would serve as a solid foundation in his impending confrontation with Voldemort. Hermione could no longer contain her excitement. She set her book aside and approached, eager to try her hand as well. What need was there for reading? A wizard who lacked magic could hardly be called a wizard. In the blink of an eye, the day of enrollment arrived. During this interval, Ferris and Hermione had mastered several spells, aside from the fire-making and cutting charms. Ferris, in particular, practiced fervently each day, evolving from sporadic success to a remarkable proficiency, achieving a 100% success rate in his spellcasting, swift and effective. Early one morning, the family set out. Thanks to 2 magically enhanced suitcases, Ferris and Hermione were free from the burden of cumbersome luggage. Ferris speculated that in the original story, Hagrid must have forgotten to assist Harry in acquiring a magical suitcase, as such items would be as light as feathers to him. As for Ron, It seemed that the Weasley family simply lacked the means, as magical suitcases were not inexpensive. Upon arriving at King's Cross Station, the two dragged their suitcases toward the space between platforms 9 and 10. Along the way, they encountered numerous young wizards and parents, though Ferris paid little mind to them, choosing not to dwell on the details. At last, they reached a pillar made of brick, with signs displaying 9 and 10 on either side. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, under the influence of the muggle-repelling charm, remained oblivious to the actions of other young wizards colliding with the pillar. They simply embraced Ferris and Hermione tightly. "Children, take care of yourselves, and don't run off. Write to us once you arrive at school. Be sure to come back for Christmas. We will come to fetch you." Hermione's eyes glistened with unshed tears. This was her first departure from home, venturing into the unknown realm of magic. Would she be able to acquire the knowledge she sought? Would other wizards bully her and Ferris? Anticipation, excitement, anxiety, and uncertainty enveloped Hermione's flat chest. Farrell, though somewhat sentimental, possessed cherished memories that rendered him rather mature for his age. After bidding farewell to the couple, he and Hermione approached the platform. "I'll lead the way. You follow closely," Farrell declared, extending a hand to navigate the path as they dashed towards the platform. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, only to be replaced by a burst of light. A different scenery unfolded before their eyes, accompanied by Hermione's gasp of astonishment behind him. The platform was adorned with a crimson sign proclaiming platform 9 3/4. A red steam locomotive rested on the left track, its rounded front emblazoned with the Hogwarts Express insignia and the number 5972, alongside the vibrant crest of Hogwarts. Although they had arrived early, numerous students were already present. Farrell observed them, some with suitcases in hand, others pushing trolleys, gathering in small clusters. The air was filled with the cacophony of chatter and laughter. Smiling at Hermione, Farrell urged, "Let us hurry and secure a good seat." The two excitedly sprinted aboard the train, selecting a clean and bright compartment. "Let us don our robes first," Farrell suggested, as wearing wizarding attire in the Muggle world was rather conspicuous. Now was the perfect moment, given that the nearby compartments were unoccupied. Hermione dutifully stepped outside to keep watch, while Farrell swiftly changed his clothes and beckoned her inside to do the same. "Farrell, no peeking." Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. "Goodness, it's not as if you're undressing entirely. There are undergarments, after all, nothing to see," Farrell replied, rolling his eyes as he stepped outside to stand guard. Despite his words, the rustling sounds of her changing stirred an indescribable feeling within him. Years of childhood companionship, combined with their shared memories, made him acutely aware of their maturity. When Hermione called out to him, Farrell re-entered, and they appraised each other's appearances. He nodded in approval. "Very nice, quite handsome and adorable." Hermione wore a black robe over a long skirt, a gray sweater beneath, and a white shirt with a black tie. Her small feet were encased in black shoes, with deep gray knee-high socks adorning her legs. Today, she had tidied her hair. Although still curly, it was far from disheveled, framing her delicate face, which bore a hint of baby fat, reminiscent of a fluffy little kitten. Seated closely together, they engaged in light conversation as the chatter of young wizards grew increasingly boisterous. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" "Oh, there are no more available," came a cautious voice. Farrell looked up to see Neville Longbottom, the Sword of Gryffindor, who was plump and tall, matching Farrell's height but exuding a shy demeanor, hunched and lacking confidence. "Of course, come in and take a seat. The train will be departing soon," Hermione warmly encouraged, eager to make friends at Hogwarts. Farrell assisted with Neville's luggage, who expressed his gratitude profusely. Once settled across from Farrell and Hermione, the trio commenced their conversation. Hermione was delighted to learn that Neville hailed from a wizarding family, as she had numerous questions to ask him. Farrell was likewise affected. The recollection in his mind was exceedingly vague. The magical realm of reality was replete with details he was unaware of, presenting an opportune moment to delve deeper into the intricacies of the wizarding world. Upon observing the amiable interaction between the two, Neville let out a sigh of relief, a smile gradually gracing his face. When Hermione learned that Neville was incapable of casting even a single spell, her sensitive and proud heart finally eased, and she felt a slight sense of triumph. It appeared that the offspring of wizarding families were not as formidable as she had envisioned. After an indeterminate passage of time, Neville seemed to suddenly recall something. Hastily rising to search around, Fair surmised that it pertained to the original plot, where Neville's pet toad, Trevor, had gone missing. Indeed, Neville's voice trembled as he exclaimed, Trevor is gone." Chapter 8, the first encounter with the main characters, arrival at the station. Just as in the original narrative, Hermione proposed to assist Neville in the search for Trevor, albeit this time with Fair accompanying them. Neville ventured toward the rear of the train. Their compartment was not far from the end, and one person sufficed for the task. Hermione and Fair, on the other hand, moved toward the front. Upon spotting a red-haired boy and a dark-haired boy indulging in a copious assortment of snacks, Fair discerned the protagonists had finally made their entrance. Harry and Ron bore a striking resemblance to their cinematic counterparts, with Ron eagerly wielding his wand to experiment with a fictitious spell his brother had taught him. After inquiring about Trevor's whereabouts, Hermione noticed Ron preparing to cast a spell. She had harbored a touch of arrogance earlier, but now she was eager to witness another's magical prowess. To be frank, the only spells she had witnessed were those cast by herself and Fer, the latter of whom, due to his diligent practice, had attained a level of proficiency that surpassed her own. Ron cleared his throat, deliberately attempting to impress his friends and the girl before him, and waved his wand at his pet rat, Scabbers, proclaiming, "Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid fat rat yellow." Fer nearly erupted into laughter. Realizing that Ron had evidently not perused the spellbook at all, such an incantation bore no semblance to legitimate spells and was clearly a fabrication. However, even if the incantation were genuine, a fleeting glance at Scabbers led Fer to conclude that the spell would be ineffectual, for the rat was, in fact, a human. He had not intended to expose Scabbers' true identity so soon, especially not in this context. Doing so would not only fail to contribute to the narrative of the first and second years, but could also pose a danger. Do not be deceived by his comical antics in the film. He was a formidable Death Eater responsible for obliterating a street and causing the demise of numerous muggles. The awkward failure of Ron's spell only served to bolster Hermione's confidence, as she, still a young girl, desired to showcase her own abilities. She settled across from Harry, aiming her wand at his glasses, causing him to feel a twinge of anxiety. Repair. For novice spellcasters, it is customary to precede the repair charm with the name of the object to be mended. With practice, this can be omitted, as is true for many spells. Harry removed his newly repaired glasses for inspection, his mouth agape in astonishment, clearly unprepared for such a wondrous and convenient magic. This moment unveiled the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead, causing Hermione's mouth to drop in surprise. "My goodness, you are Harry Potter. I am Hermione Granger, and you are?" Hermione introduced herself, casting a subtly disdainful glance toward Ron. Ron, clad in disheveled attire, exhibited a voracious appetite, with a smudge of ash adorning his nose, presenting an utterly unreliable impression. Ron Weasley, with his mouth stuffed with snacks, mumbled incoherently, while Fer did not harbor any disdain for Ron. He regarded him as merely an ordinary young wizard, whose performance among peers could be deemed commendable, provided he did not provoke Hermione. Thus, Fer took a seat beside Hermione and introduced himself to the two. After exchanging a few pleasantries, noticing Fer's mild interest in magical treats, Harry encouraged them to indulge freely. Wealth affords one the liberty to indulge. Fer expressed his gratitude, though he was not overly gluttonous, merely inquisitive, and hence selected a box of chocolate frogs. Upon opening the box, a chocolate frog leapt forth. Fer, quick of reflex, deftly caught the frog midair. Mr. Granger, a dentist by profession, was particularly attentive to their dental health, forbidding excessive consumption of sweets, yet Hermione had a fondness for them. Fer bit off the legs of the chocolate frog, savoring its delightful sweetness, likely one of the most conventional snacks in the Wizarding World. He then handed the remaining chocolate frog to Hermione and retrieved the accompanying character card from the box. Much like the collectible cards featuring the 108 heroes of Water Margin, young wizards were also keen collectors. Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the founder of Gryffindor House. Gryffindor was the most outstanding duelist of his era. Cool. The founders of the four houses are rare cards. However, I already possess a Gryffindor card and those of the other founders, leaving only Slytherin to acquire, Ron exclaimed in wonder. Hermione, recalling her need to find Leaf, took her leave, reminding the two to don their robes and pointing out the ash on Ron's nose. However, the mischievous Ron perceived Hermione as somewhat haughty and condescending. This was truly a misunderstanding. Hermione, having gone through a series of encounters, was somewhat boastful, while Ron, being the youngest son of the Weasley family, had cultivated a sensitive and insecure disposition from a young age. Nevertheless, Fer found amusement in the situation. As he stepped out, his peripheral vision caught sight of a toad perched atop a nearby shelf. No wonder the original plot was so elusive. It seems to be taking an unconventional route. Fer brandished his wand, aimed it at the card in hand, and intoned, Wingardium Leviosa. The levitation charm could not be directly applied to living beings, at least not as Fer had learned in basic spellcasting. With a deft application of the levitation charm, the card soared upward, and Fer guided it towards the toad, gently dislodging it. With a swift motion, he caught the toad. Hermione, somewhat disdainful of the creature, insisted that Fer hold on to it. On their way back, she remarked, Your reflexes have always been remarkably swift. Your athletic prowess is indeed impressive. Yet, why would anyone choose a toad as a pet? Fer explained, I've seen numerous references in herbology texts about using toads for potion testing. That is likely the reason. As for owls, they could deliver messages, rendering cats rather useless. Fer mused, Cats are adorable, though. I shall acquire one in the future. Hermione retorted, Of course, I am not fond of toads, and as for owls, the school has communal ones. Even if we do eventually purchase it, We can simply share one, Fair nodded. After securing the character card, he returned to the carriage where Neville had already come back, his eyes red and clearly having cried. Fair handed the leaf to him, and Neville's face lit up with joy as he incessantly expressed his gratitude to both of them. If there were a favorability panel, Fair estimated Neville's favorability rating had risen to at least 60. Oh no, the train's whistle blew, indicating they were approaching their destination. The sky had already darkened, and Fair raised his mechanical watch to check the time. It was already 7 o'clock. Hermione learned from Hogwarts a history that electronic devices within Hogwarts grounds would cease to function. Thus, Fair had deliberately spent his pocket money on a mechanical watch to keep track of time, winding it daily. As the Hogwarts Express came to a stop, Fair and Hermione held hands while disembarking from the crowded train. They had previously been informed that they need not collect their luggage, as it would be delivered to the school in their dormitories. Fair suspected it was the house elves who would handle the delivery, as they were quite efficient. While apparition was not an option at Hogwarts, house elves were capable of it. Before them lay a quaint village reminiscent of the medieval era, with a signpost for Hogsmeade Station standing by the roadside and street lamps lining the path. Quickly, first-year students, follow me, boomed a voice like thunder. Fair turned to see a small giant, towering at nearly 3 meters tall, as if two individuals had been stacked upon one another. He was stout and robust, carrying a lantern, dressed in a worn green overcoat. His somewhat endearing face was framed by a thick mane of hair and a beard, resembling a small forest. However, his height alone was enough to instill a sense of awe. Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Chapter 9, The Sorting Ceremony. The young wizards gradually gathered in front of Hagrid, who reminded everyone to follow closely as he led the way, lantern held high, through a dark, narrow path. Eventually, they arrived at a vast, black lake. In the center of the lake stood a small hill, atop which loomed an ancient castle, ablaze with light. Fair could see the castle's conical towers piercing the night sky. This was Hogwarts. For to a boat, and don't lag behind, Hagrid called out. Fair and Hermione exchanged a glance and were the first to step into a small boat. Reaching out, Fair grasped Hermione's hand and pulled her aboard with a gentle but firm tug. Neville joined them, followed by a familiar face from the original storyline. Fair focused intently and recognized him, Seamus Finnegan. This was the lad known for his spells often resulting in explosions, despite being perplexed by it himself. Seamus had a rather round face, somewhat dazed but chatty, and he immediately struck up a conversation with the group. Once everyone was aboard, the enchanted boats glided forward, making their way toward Hogwarts. I see a path leading directly to the school. Why are we taking a boat? Seamus asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice as he glanced at the pitch-black lake, which seemed to conceal some unfathomable terror. Hermione, fearful of falling overboard, clutched the hem of Fair's garment and pondered aloud. In Hogwarts, a school history, it is stated that this is a traditional ceremony at Hogwarts, paying homage to the scenes of the four founders' arrival at the school. The title of Miss Know-It-All is beginning to take shape. As the boat docked, Hagrid led the group through the school gates and up the stairs. Phil and Hermione perked up, for there stood Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall solemnly announced, in a moment, as you pass through this door behind me, you will enter the Great Hall of the school. However, before you take your seats, you must first be sorted into your houses. She briefly introduced the 4 houses and the rules regarding the awarding and deducting of points, then turned to open the door, checking the preparations for the newcomers. It seemed that what they had said was true. Harry Potter had indeed arrived at Hogwarts. A somewhat affected tone caught Phil's attention, as a blond young man with slicked back hair smiled at Harry. Phil recognized him as Draco Malfoy, the notorious rival of Harry, often derisively referred to as Dude Malfoy. Ignoring their conversation, Phil reflected on his disdain for Draco, as well as for his father, Lucius. These two were certainly not virtuous individuals, unless viewed through a biased lens. Yet, to label Malfoy as irredeemably wicked would be excessive. The original narrative had shown some complexity, thus he was merely an annoying little brat, at least for the moment. After all, Draco was still just a child shaped by his family's influence. But Lucius was another matter entirely, a notorious Death Eater. Simultaneously, the wealth and connections of the Malfoy family were indeed formidable. The past was behind them, and the Ministry of Magic had chosen not to pursue old grievances, leaving Phil powerless to intervene. In short, their incompetence and cowardice had curbed their malevolence, preventing them from fully embracing darkness. There was still hope for Draco, but Phil was reluctant to involve himself. He was not a caretaker. If he or Hermione were provoked, Phil cast a glance at Hermione, who was frowning at Draco's pompous remarks. He would ensure that the mere mention of his name would send shivers down Draco's spine. Professor McGonagall returned to interrupt their conversation, guiding everyone through the door. The Great Hall was filled with a sea of heads, with 4 long tables stretching across the room, each occupied by members of the 4 houses. As they moved forward, countless candles and torches floated above, illuminating the hall with a bright glow. Looking up at the ceiling, one could see clouds and the moon seemingly within reach. Hermione could not help but share her knowledge with the young witch beside her, saying, "That night sky isn't real. It's enchanted. I read about it in Hogwarts, a school history." Phil smiled faintly. Hermione's tendency to show off her knowledge was quite typical, as other young witches and wizards would likely do the same. Why hadn't they? Perhaps because they had not read the same books and were unaware. Otherwise, who wouldn't want to showcase their knowledge in front of others? Upon reaching the end of the hall, Phil first noticed a chair adorned with a tattered pointed hat, the renowned sorting hat. Behind it, a row of high tables was occupied by the faculty, and Phil quickly scanned them, finding them much as he remembered. Before the ceremony commenced, Professor Dumbledore would address everyone with a few words. As Professor McGonagall's words faded, an elderly man seated at the center of the faculty's dais rose to his feet, clad in a deep crimson robe and adorned with a red pointed hat. His snow-white hair and beard were both fluffy and long, complemented by a pair of gold-framed spectacles that lent him a kindly demeanor. He resembled a Santa Claus, albeit less portly. First-year students, heed this warning. No student is permitted to enter the Forbidden Forest or the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Those are off-limits. If you wish to avoid a most dreadful fate, refrain from venturing there. Upon hearing this, Felix's interest was piqued. Now he simply had to explore. Professor McGonagall retrieved the list of new students. When a name was called, the respective student was to step forward and, after being sorted, take their place at the corresponding house table. Hannah Abbott. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, approached and seated herself. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon her head. Almost instantly, the hat's crumpled features contorted as it opened its mouth and exclaimed, "Hufflepuff." A cheer erupted from the Hufflepuff table, and Hannah joyfully made her way toward them. One by one, the young witches and wizards took their turns, and the sorting hat displayed remarkable efficiency. "Felix, what if we end up in different houses?" Hermione's anxiety escalated, her delicate fingers turning pale from her grip. "I'll likely be placed in Gryffindor. You know my disposition. You could end up in Gryffindor or perhaps Ravenclaw," Felix analyzed. "Be resolute. Express your thoughts to the sorting hat, and it will honor your wishes." He cast a glance at Dumbledore. A great wizard once proclaimed that what matters is the choices we make, and we can choose what kind of person to become. Hermione Granger. Upon hearing her name, Hermione took a deep breath and stepped forward. The wait seemed prolonged this time, the sorting hat appearing somewhat conflicted, while Hermione murmured to herself. Ultimately, the hat declared, "Gryffindor." Hermione gleefully bounced down, giving Felix a light tap as she made her way to the Gryffindor table. "Harry Potter." Felix noted that most were sitting upright, including Dumbledore, who also straightened. As expected, Harry was sorted into Gryffindor, and the hall erupted with cheers, Dumbledore himself clapping with delight. Fel Hephis. Felix observed that Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore remained poised and serious, with Dumbledore even winking at him. It seemed his mother truly was a figure of integrity, and Felix felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had no desire to be scrutinized due to his family's misdeeds. Calmly seated, Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat atop Felix's head. Chapter 10, A Night at Hogwarts. "Oh, your fervent enthusiasm is nearly igniting me." The sorting hat spoke within a second, declaring, "You shall become a lion, Gryffindor." Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore once again broke into smiles, applauding heartily. Felix confidently strode toward the Gryffindor table, taking a seat beside the exuberant Hermione. As the last student settled in, Dumbledore offered a few brief remarks before leading everyone in the Hogwarts school song. The Hogwarts school song is devoid of melody, allowing one to sing it in any manner they wish. Consequently, the great hall resonated with a cacophony of wails and howls. Fer was overwhelmed by the dissonant sounds, his head spinning. "No, I would rather disturb the world than let the world disturb me," Fer bellowed, joining in the raucous din, a mutual exchange of torment. As the song concluded in a sparse and scattered manner, Dumbledore waved his hand. "The feast begins." Fer vowed this was one of the scenes he had eagerly anticipated. A myriad of delectable dishes materialized upon the long table. Gleaming chicken legs glistened invitingly, while pumpkin pies emitted clouds of steam and sweet aromas. Famished after a day of anticipation, Fer seized a chicken leg and devoured it in mere moments. Across the table, Ron was even more voracious, transforming into a berserker, wielding 2 chicken legs and feasting with wild abandon. Hermione, in contrast, exhibited grace, delicately slicing the lamb chops on her plate and savoring them in small bites. "Harry, do you not fancy apple pie? Allow me to trade you for some pumpkin pie," Fer suggested to Harry. Harry readily acquiesced, and the group engaged in light-hearted banter, including the 2 older students beside them, exchanging inquiries and stories. Amidst the meal, there were interludes of ghosts startling the young wizards, yet overall, Fer relished the experience, forging initial bonds of friendship. After the feast, Percy Weasley, a tall and slender figure and Ron's brother, led the Gryffindor newcomers towards Gryffindor Tower, where their dormitories and common room awaited. The hallway was adorned with magical paintings, where characters conversed or greeted the young witches and wizards, while others appeared vacant. possibly visiting elsewhere. Beware of the staircases. They change direction unpredictably, Percy cautioned. Fair, somewhat directionally challenged, knew he would not memorize the route quickly, but fortunately, he had Hermione's map-like proficiency to rely on. Hermione, make sure to memorize the path. You shall guide me tomorrow, Fair said, standing carelessly. Hermione, gritting her teeth, replied, Fair, I intend to leave early tomorrow, so you shall be late. The two continued their playful banter until they arrived at a door-shaped portrait depicting a plump middle-aged woman. This is the fat lady, Percy introduced. The password? The fat lady adhered to the rules, recognizing only the password, not the individual. Dragon Dung. Percy turned to the group. Remember the password. It changes every Monday, and I shall inform everyone. The door swung open, and they all stepped inside, exclaiming in awe, Fair equally impressed. Upon entering, they found the common room, warmed by the crackling fireplace. The overall decor was dominated by shades of red, evoking a cozy atmosphere. The room was furnished with numerous tables and chairs, some adorned with wizard chess and others with various entertaining games. Welcome to the Gryffindor common room. The staircase to the left leads to the boys' dormitory, while the staircase to the right leads to the girls' dormitory. Boys should not attempt to access the girls' dormitory. The stairs will transform into a slide, sending you back down, Percy remarked, seemingly reminiscing about past experiences. It was evident that most boys had tried it, especially Gryffindors. Not out of a desire to enter the girls' dormitory, but out of curiosity to test the boundaries and experience the slide. There is no other way. This is how we Gryffindors are. Hermione deliberately averted her gaze from Fair, pouting as she ascended the staircase to the right. Fair chuckled softly, making his way to the left. Upon entering his dormitory, Fair nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed quite splendid. The room was spacious, albeit only 5 occupants resided within. The beds were not bunked. Each individual enjoyed their own single bed, adorned with a soft mattress, perfectly temperate. Fair shared this abode with Harry, Ron, Seamus, and Neville. The group engaged in animated conversation for quite some time, utterly unable to succumb to slumber. It was not until 11 o'clock that fatigue began to take its toll, prompting them to retreat to their beds. After all, they were mere children, their bodies in dire need of rest. Fair lay in bed, contemplating his future study plans. Turning to see Harry clad in pajamas, lost in thought at the window, with his owl Hedwig perched nearby. Can't sleep, Harry? Fair inquired, settling cross-legged beside him, gazing out at the luminous moon. Am I interrupting you? I sincerely apologize. Harry snapped back to reality, a hint of regret in his expression. No, not at all. I, too, am deep in thought. Fair shook his head. What occupies your mind? Harry pursed his lips. It feels surreal. I've made so many friends, acquired a pet, and I'm learning magic. Fair gazed at the radiant moon, the silhouette of Hogwarts castle shrouded in a dreamlike haze. I feel the same, Harry. But this is no dream. Fair placed his right hand over his heart. Feel your heartbeat. Harry, all of this is real. Relax. Harry mimicked Fair, placing his hand over his heart, feeling his heartbeat gradually steady, his entire being unwinding. Thank you, Fair. A well-regulated biological clock ensured Fair awoke punctually. Glancing at the mechanical clock on his bedside, it read 7 o'clock. He confirmed the time with the dormitory clock. Indeed, the mechanical clock functioned well at Hogwarts. After dressing, Fair wound the clock. Hey, Harry, Ron, Seamus, Neville, it's time to rise. Perhaps Harry had truly relaxed, for he remained blissfully asleep, while Ron struggled to open his eyes, casting a glance at the clock. Oh, Fair, it's only 7. Our class doesn't start until 9. He then buried his head back into the covers. Meanwhile, Neville dutifully sat up, albeit staring blankly into space, utterly bewildered. All right, just don't be late. The first class is Professor McGonagall's. Fair was not their caretaker. As a roommate, calling them to rise was sufficient. After freshening up, he descended the stairs with his backpack. Fair immediately spotted a petite figure nestled on the sofa in the common room. Her small frame was half sunken into the soft couch, with her fluffy brown hair spilling out, resembling a Garfield from the back. Clearly, Hermione's assertion that she would leave first was merely jest. She intended to wait for Fair to depart together. Let us go, Hermione, Fair called out, and Hermione lifted her head, striding forward. As for Miss Granger's little temper, Fair had his ways. Hermione, the first class is Transfiguration. Have you prepared? Hermione couldn't help but respond. Of course, and we'll head to the classroom after breakfast. We have an hour to review. As the conversation between the two resumed seemingly without a care, Fair found the moving staircases of Hogwarts to be his most detested aspect of the school. Once again, he had failed to memorize the route. Those infernal stairs were perpetually shifting. Led by Hermione, they entered the Great Hall, where a considerable number of upperclassmen were already partaking in breakfast. While the first-year students were still in slumber, they settled at the Gryffindor table, and in the blink of an eye, several platters of food appeared before them, featuring pumpkin pasties, milk, sausages, and more. They began to eat leisurely. Are you not going for a run today? Hermione inquired. as Fair typically engaged in morning jogs for exercise. Fair responded with a wry smile. I am still unfamiliar with Hogwarts. I fear I might get lost. Perhaps I shall try again in a few days when I am more acquainted. I would rather not be late and risk leaving a poor impression on Professor McGonagall. Hermione wholeheartedly agreed, harboring a hint of admiration for Professor McGonagall. After their meal, the two made their way to the Transfiguration classroom, as Hogwarts' first class was about to commence. Chapter 11. An Introduction to Transfiguration. Most classrooms at Hogwarts are located within the main castle. The Gryffindor Transfiguration class was shared with Slytherin, given the limited number of professors. However, upon their arrival, the classroom was entirely empty, evidently because the young wizards had been too excited the previous night to rise early. What an adorable little kitten! Hermione exclaimed upon spotting a small gray cat with black stripes on the podium, its facial markings resembling a pair of spectacles. The cat was fixated on the two. Remaining utterly still, Fair nudged Hermione, signaling her to disregard the feline. They chose seats in the front row, retrieving their Introduction to Transfiguration guide and notebooks to begin their preparations. Noticing Fair's unusually serious demeanor, Hermione inquired, Fair, what is the matter? This is not like you. Fair shielded his face with one hand, casting a glance at Hermione, indicating that there was something amiss with the cat. Hermione began to comprehend. Perhaps the cat was Professor McGonagall's pet? Could it be that Professor McGonagall was about to arrive? Fair provided no further explanation. Having only just begun his studies and not having read extensively, he logically should not possess knowledge of animagi. As time passed, the young wizards trickled into the classroom. Some nonchalantly took seats in the back row, while others approached the kitten in an attempt to play, only to be evaded by the agile creature. Fair felt a twinge of sympathy for them, hoping they wouldn't be frightened. At exactly 9 o'clock, the resounding chime of the clock silenced the room, and everyone awaited Professor McGonagall's entrance. The atmosphere remained hushed, and after 2 minutes, the door was suddenly flung open with vigor as Ron and Harry rushed in, breathless. Ron exclaimed in relief, "Thank goodness we made it. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall's expression would have been terrifying." Before he could finish, the cat on the podium leaped gracefully and transformed into none other than Professor McGonagall herself. The young wizards were left in astonishment. Hermione covered her mouth, having believed the creature to be merely Professor McGonagall's pet, only to discover it was the professor in her true form. Fair felt a pang of envy. This was a Nimmagus transformation, a highly advanced and perilous form of transfiguration. The process of mastering a Nimmagus transformation is exceedingly intricate and perilous, requiring a stroke of fortune. Otherwise, the passage of time may feel interminable. Amongst hundreds of wizards, it is rare to find even one capable of achieving this feat. However, once accomplished, it signifies that your transfiguration skills are undoubtedly of the highest caliber. This magical art feels a world away from Fair, and the moment for whimsical aspirations is not yet upon us. Nevertheless, Fair has set an ambitious goal to master it before the end of his 3rd year. As Harry's father did in his day, after reprimanding Ron and Harry, Professor McGonagall commenced her formal lecture. Transfiguration is the most complex and hazardous spell you will encounter in your Hogwarts curriculum. Anyone who dares to misbehave in my class shall be dismissed, never to return. I have warned you, McGonagall stated with utmost seriousness. Transfiguration allows one to alter an object into another, with the incantation's effects varying according to the nature of the transformation. The more challenging the transfiguration, the greater the magical power required. For instance, transforming a matchstick into a needle demands minimal effort, whereas changing a person into an animal necessitates immense magical force. Professor McGonagall devoted a full 30 minutes to elucidating the principles of transfiguration and its requisite incantations. Fair and Hermione listened intently, recognizing that this foundational knowledge must be solidified. Ultimately, McGonagall introduced Gamp's laws of elemental transfiguration. 1. Transfiguration cannot conjure genuine food. It can only enlarge pre-existing food items. Never attempt this. If any of you play a prank by transforming other objects into deceptive food and someone consumes it, you may find yourself imprisoned in Azkaban. Fair nodded, considering the potential for mischief, but concluded that only a fool would fall for such a trick. After all, transfiguration cannot replicate the aroma of food, and one would quickly realize the deception upon tasting it. 2. Inanimate objects and living beings cannot be permanently transformed. Once the magical energy dissipates, the object will revert to its original state. Hermione raised her hand. Professor, does the duration of this dissipation vary based on the strength of the magic? McGonagall was pleased with her inquisitive student. Indeed, if a novice wizard casts the spell, it may dissipate within a minute or two. However, if I perform the transfiguration and the spell remains unbroken, it can last for months or even many years. Following this, McGonagall elaborated on the remaining laws, such as the inability to create magical objects, the impossibility of altering quantity, and the prohibition against conjuring something from nothing. Of course, transfiguration is but one branch of magic. its limitations do not imply that other disciplines are similarly constrained. Magic is nearly omnipotent, capable of overcoming even death. The only exception is true love. In its absence, magic cannot prevail. This realization led Fair to comprehend why Dumbledore remarked in the original narrative that love is the most powerful magic, for it transcends mere magical prowess. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each student, initiating the most elementary practice of transfiguration. The task for this lesson was to transform the matchstick into a needle. It is imperative to comprehend the essence of transformation, as well as to possess unwavering conviction. Hesitation in the flick of the wand is to be avoided. Professor McGonagall diligently circled the room, offering guidance to the young sorcerers. Fair cast a glance and noted that he was quite distant from Simon and the others, several seats apart, which eased his anxiety, for he harbored a slight fear of this unpredictable explosive genius. Fortunately, even if one faltered in basic transfiguration, the worst outcome would be that the object remained unchanged, devoid of any additional effects. Hermione's aptitude for transfiguration was truly remarkable. Within a mere 20 minutes, she was able to transform a matchstick into a slender iron wire. Fair, on the other hand, could only manage to turn the matchstick into a thin iron rod, lacking a needle's point. Evidently, possessing memories of the future and an accelerated mental development does not guarantee unparalleled talent in all aspects. Nonetheless, Fair had already secured the position of second best in class, as the other students had yet to show any alteration in their matchsticks. Ron's wand movements left behind mere afterimages, and Fair felt as though he were slicing vegetables. The transfiguration class spanned 2 hours, from 9 to 11 o'clock, with a 20-minute break in between. Harry and Ron hastily ventured out in search of food, having awoken late. As soon as they had gathered their belongings, they dashed to the classroom, their stomachs growling in protest. Fair, however, took the opportunity to inquire about Hermione's insights into transfiguration. Hermione, brimming with a touch of pride, would have undoubtedly been puffing her chest had she possessed a tail. As Professor McGonagall advised, one must carefully recall the structure and material of the needle, remaining focused and harboring resolute belief. Your wand movements are actually more precise than mine, given your exceptional coordination, Hermione remarked. Consequently, when the clock struck 11, Hermione was the first to successfully transform the matchstick into a needle, executing the task with considerable finesse. Fair followed closely as the second student to achieve a successful transformation, managing to do so just before the class concluded with equal precision. Professor McGonagall, pleasantly surprised, awarded Gryffindor 10 points, not merely due to her position as head of the house, but owing to her well-known fairness, as the majority of students required 3 lessons or more to accomplish their initial transformation. Fair's talent in transfiguration was already prodigious, while Hermione was nearly indistinguishable from her youthful self. Chapter 12, Snape. As this was the inaugural lesson, and the next transfiguration class would cover the same material, Professor McGonagall assigned no homework. Fair and Hermione found themselves in agreement. The curriculum at Hogwarts resembled that of a university, with instructors imparting only a select few fundamental courses. For other knowledge, one must take the initiative to study independently. After all, without frequenting the library or proactively seeking assistance from teachers, relying solely on what is taught in class will not suffice for success in examinations. With some time remaining before lunch, Fair suggested to Hermione that they forego further review and instead explore the Hogwarts castle, familiarizing themselves with the various classrooms, routes, and staircases to avoid situations akin to Harry and Ron's tardiness due to getting lost. Hermione wholeheartedly concurred. If she were to be reprimanded for tardiness, it would likely leave her in tears for the entire night. As they traversed the halls, Fair and Hermione eagerly observed their surroundings and, by consulting upperclassmen, managed to commit the general layout of Hogwarts to memory. Felt inquired about Professor McGonagall's office and learned that there was only one potions class in the afternoon before a well-deserved respite. He intended to check on his mother, Fel Hephis. After the lesson, following the midday break, everyone appeared rejuvenated. The entire dormitory group, along with Hermione and her 2 roommates, Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown, made their way to the potions classroom in a lively throng. Parvati Patil, the girl who danced with Harry at the 4th-year ball in the original storyline, was of Indian descent, yet possessed an exquisite beauty. Her skin appeared significantly fairer than what was depicted in the films, clearly indicating her Brahmin heritage. Felt recalled a classmate from the original narrative remarking that she was the most beautiful girl in the year, a claim he found difficult to endorse. Perhaps the familiarity bred a certain filter, or perhaps their tastes diverged. In any case, Felt perceived Parvati as indeed lovely, albeit a notch below Hermione. Hermione, though lacking in adornment, with her thick, unruly hair and prominent front teeth, consistently raised her hand high during lessons, exuding an air of academic brilliance. Outsiders often overlooked her concealed beauty, mistaking her for merely an ordinary scholarly figure. In truth, it seemed that when Hermione attended the ball in the original story, Her thoughtful preparations rendered her so enchanting that even Malfoy could find no words to insult her, an apt testament to her allure. Lavender Brown, who would later become romantically involved with Ron, had not changed much, save for her infatuation, which was her only significant flaw. Hermione's dormitory housed only 3 individuals, and the camaraderie among these young women was quite pleasant. Upon arriving at the potions classroom, they all took their seats. Felt, Hermione, and Harry settled at the center of the second row's long table. They had just arranged their textbooks, notebooks, cauldrons, and other potion-making tools when Severus Snape entered the room precisely on time, silencing the chatter in an instant. His sharp, penetrating gaze seemed capable of unveiling the deepest secrets of anyone who met it. His hair was greasy, as though it had not been washed in a month, and he donned a long black wizard's robe with billowing sleeves, which fluttered dramatically as he walked, resembling 2 great black wings in flight, akin to a formidable bat. Felt clicked his tongue. Indeed, there are only misnamed individuals, not misnamed nicknames. This class required no clumsy wand-waving or nonsensical incantations. Snape's voice resonated with an odd inflection. Thus, most of you will fail to appreciate the profound science and intricate craftsmanship of potions, with some even dismissing it as mere magic. He continued, disdain dripping from his tone. I do not expect you to grasp the exquisite allure of the simmering cauldron, billowing with fragrant vapors, nor the enchanting liquid that courses through human veins, evoking rapture and a dizzying sense of wonder. His gaze shifted momentarily to Draco Malfoy, eliciting a flicker of delight within him. Could he be the chosen one? I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and perhaps even stave off death. Snape's attention then turned to Harry. Heaven bears witness. Harry listened with utmost seriousness, diligently recording Snape's recent nonsensical terminology with a quill in his notebook. Regrettably, the old bat was far from a competent instructor. He harbored a bias against Harry from the onset, presuming that Harry was disinterested in his lectures. Perhaps some of you arrived at Hogwarts already possessing enough fame and confidence to disregard my teachings, Snape remarked, fixing his gaze upon Harry. Ron nudged Harry with his elbow, prompting him to hastily set down his pen and direct his attention to Snape. Mr. Potter, tell me, what happens if you add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? The potion master, Hermione, immediately raised her hand high, yet Snape chose to ignore her, bombarding Harry with a series of 3 questions. Harry found himself utterly perplexed. How could he possibly know the answers? Unlike Hermione, who had preemptively absorbed the entire curriculum before arriving at Hogwarts, he was at a loss. What a pity. It appears that merely having a reputation is of no use. Snape remarked coolly. Even a mudman possesses a measure of indignation. Regardless of whether Snape's inquiries bore any underlying implications, it was evident that Harry, having just begun his journey at Hogwarts, truly did not know. This was clearly an attempt to challenge him. Hermione undoubtedly knew the answers, and it was a misfortune that she was not permitted to respond, Harry retorted, eliciting quiet laughter from the others. Snape's gaze bore into Harry's eyes, as if seeking to delve deeper into his soul. He descended from the platform and approached Harry's desk, casually admonishing Hermione. Put your hand down, you foolish girl. Fleur narrowed her eyes. It was evident that the potion's master, Snape, lacked the patience of a proper educator, cloaking his demeanor in sarcasm and disdain. Particularly in his treatment of Harry. On one hand, Harry was the child of Lily, with eyes reminiscent of hers, warranting Snape's instinct to protect him. Conversely, Harry bore a striking resemblance to his father, James Potter, which evoked Snape's contempt. Thus, Snape's attitude towards Harry was fraught with contradictions. He truly relished the idea of Harry's misfortune while simultaneously wishing to safeguard his life. As for the generational conflicts, particularly between Snape and James Potter, one should not assume Snape to be merely a victim of bullying. This individual was, after all, a genuine Death Eater, albeit one who later sought redemption. Given Snape's character, one could hardly believe he was a good person within the confines of Hogwarts. Were Dumbledore to claim such, his nose would surely grow longer. In summary, it was a case of dogs biting dogs, a tangle of fur where right and wrong became indistinguishable. Fleur gently patted Hermione's arm in a gesture of consolation. As Snape continued to stare into Harry's eyes, it seemed he was reminded of something, and his tone softened as he slowly articulated the answer to his previous question. Thereafter, he reverted to his usual demeanor, adopting his peculiar intonation and instructing the class to record the information. Given that someone has contradicted the teacher, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Chapter 13. The Old Bat's Venomous Spray and Inquiring About Parental Truths. With the brief interlude concluded, the formal lesson commenced. In the first potions class, Snape instructed on a simple elixir for treating scabies. The general procedure involved combining dried nettles and crushed snake fangs in a cauldron, simmering them together, and finally adding porcupine quills after extinguishing the flame. The intricacies of potion brewing hinge upon the timing, and in this regard, Severus Snape truly exemplifies his mastery of the art. He elucidates the process with remarkable clarity, Subsequently, the class transitions into the practical segment, showcasing Hermione's individual prowess. Her exceptional memory enables her to meticulously follow Snape's instructions in handling the ingredients and concocting the potion. As Snape patrols the classroom, he unleashes scornful remarks upon all students save for Slytherins, his words spewing forth like venom from a garden hose. The Gryffindor students, in particular, bear the brunt of his derision. As the class nears its conclusion, Hermione successfully produces a potion of commendable quality. Snape examines it closely, sniffing the contents, and without uttering a word, simply nods in approval. To elicit praise from him for Gryffindor is akin to extracting a tooth. Mr. Fair, perhaps your ears are obstructed by gillyweed. I distinctly stated that the flame must be extinguished when the potion turns a pale green. Fair performs adequately, managing to create a satisfactory potion after enduring 2 doses of Snape's vitriol. Blast it. Longbottom, I instructed you to add the porcupine quills after extinguishing the flame. Turning to observe, Fair witnesses Longbottom's potion erupting with enormous bubbles that burst, splattering his face and the clothing of nearby classmates. Countless red spots appear on Longbottom's face. Snape brandishes his wand. Cleanse it. Instantly, the potion that had splattered across the table and onto the nearby students vanishes without a trace. In a fit of exasperation, Snape instructs Seamus to accompany Longbottom to the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey resides. In light of the foolishness displayed by certain students, Gryffindor loses 5 points. By the end of the class, only a handful of students, including Harry, manage to complete their potions. Throughout the lesson, Harry feels as though he has been drenched in Snape's spittle, leaving him utterly bewildered, even though he produces a potion that barely meets the requirements. Snape is relentless in his mockery. Harry vows that this will become his least favorite class, and Snape his most detested professor. Do not take it to heart, Harry. Snape is the head of Slytherin. My brothers say he targets all other houses, deducting points incessantly to ensure Slytherin secures the house cup. Ron grumbles. We've nicknamed him Old Bat. Harry cannot suppress a laugh, his spirits lifting slightly. However, Fair feels somewhat disheartened. Thus far, in transfiguration and potions, he has indeed displayed a certain aptitude, yet he pales in comparison to Hermione. He constantly senses untapped potential within himself. After some contemplation, he dismisses the thought. Hermione's brilliance is, after all, merely an adjunct to his own ambitions. He never intended to diligently study every subject. As long as his spells are potent enough, he reassures himself, feeling the wand concealed within the left sleeve of his robe, easily accessible with his right hand. While my neighbors stockpile provisions, I shall stockpile my spells. My neighbors are my granary. Snape, unlike Professor McGonagall, is far less accommodating. He assigns a 4-inch parchment essay, demanding an analysis of the critical considerations in brewing the potion for scabies. After class, it was merely 4 o'clock, and Harry and Ron felt somewhat dazed as they made their way back to the dormitory to collect their thoughts. Ferris turned to Hermione and said, I intend to inquire with Professor McGonagall about the truth regarding my mother. Would you care to join me? As Hermione considered Ferris akin to family, she certainly had the right to know such matters. She pursed her lips and replied, No, Ferris. It's better if you go alone. If there is anything pertinent to share, you can tell me upon your return. Ferris nodded and suggested, Hermione, you might want to head to the library to complete your assignments and perhaps borrow some additional books. I've heard that the Hogwarts library boasts the most extensive collection in the magical realm. Mentioning books ignited Hermione's enthusiasm. She eagerly nodded, took Ferris's bag, and turned to leave. After running a few meters, she suddenly turned back, saying, Ferris, no matter what happens, you still have family, and you have me. A faint blush graced Hermione's cheeks as she hesitated before adding, You know, my parents consider you family. Ferris smiled and affirmed, Of course, we are family forever. The office of Professor McGonagall was situated on a rather high floor, and Ferris exerted some effort to locate it. He knocked firmly on the door. Come in. Came Professor McGonagall's voice from within. Ah, Ferris, have you come to inquire about your mother? Upon seeing Ferris enter, McGonagall set down her pen and rose to greet him. Yes, Professor, Ferris replied with a nod. This is a long story. Ferris, please have a seat. McGonagall gestured for Ferris to sit on the sofa against the wall, taking a seat beside him as well. After a moment of contemplation, McGonagall began. Ferris, you are not a muggle wizard. You are a half-blood wizard. Your mother, Isabella, was a witch. Of course, after graduating, she married your father and took on the surname Hephis. Ferris nodded. I understand. Wizards do not recognize an ordinary muggle. Mr. Ollivander mentioned he remembered her coming to purchase a wand. McGonagall sighed. She was one of my most accomplished students, but when you were 6 years old, she encountered a tragic fate. No, it cannot be termed an accident. It was murder. Ferris's eyes sharpened, his brow furrowing deeply, yet he refrained from interrupting McGonagall. You must understand one fundamental truth, Ferris. Not all wizards are benevolent. Several years ago, a profoundly malevolent and powerful dark wizard emerged, espousing the ideology of blood purity. Seeking to dominate the magical realm, and even to obliterate those of non-pure blood. Ferris nodded. You mean Voldemort? According to the original texts by Dumbledore, Voldemort is the mightiest and most dangerous dark wizard in history. Indeed, in terms of power, he surpasses the previous Dark Lord Grindelwald, but he lacks in charisma, McGonagall continued. Voldemort enchanted his name, and those who mention it are compelled to respond. Ferris instinctively chose to refer to him as the Dark Lord. McGonagall, visibly shaken, remarked. Those were dark times. Many dark wizards followed him, and countless individuals lost friends and family. Fortunately, he met with failure, though I am uncertain of the particulars surrounding his downfall. You may have heard of Harry's triumph over the Dark Lord. However, the details elude me. In any case, following that fateful night, the Dark Lord vanished. Yet, those who followed him, whom we refer to as Death Eaters, did not simply disappear. McGonagall's expression turned grave. Some Death Eaters feigned redemption, while others resisted to the bitter end. Capturing them consumed several years of our efforts. She fixed her gaze on Faye. Isla is not only my prized pupil, she is also our comrade in the fight against the Death Eaters. Albus and I had planned to integrate Isla into our organization, but prior to that. Chapter 14, The Library. Your mother was located by the Death Eaters at your family residence. They murdered your parents and incinerated your home with a fiendfire curse. By the time Albus and I arrived, the catastrophe had already unfolded. We eliminated those Death Eaters. Faye clenched his fists until they turned white. What about me? Why did I survive? Professor McGonagall replied, You were unconscious. They likely thought it sufficient to end your life by fire. Little did they anticipate that your magical abilities would awaken, triggering a surge of power. When we rushed into the house after the battle, the flames had already been extinguished. Faye finally grasped the truth. He had assumed it was merely an accidental fire, unaware that it was a conflict of wizards. He should have perished. Yet the hand of fate had shown him mercy, awakening his powers just in time to quell the flames. He owed a debt of gratitude to Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore for their timely arrival. Otherwise, the Death Eaters would have certainly returned to finish the job upon discovering the fire extinguished. Countless coincidences had conspired to grant him life. Emerging from the very flames that sought to consume him, he held no doubt about his worth, believing that Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore would not conspire against him, especially given his memories of their genuine goodness. Faye rose angrily, cursing vehemently, yet McGonagall remained unfazed by his outburst. Anyone would be enraged under such circumstances. She simply continued to offer him words of comfort. After a considerable time, Faye managed to calm himself, though his resolve had only strengthened. The direct perpetrators, the Death Eaters, had been vanquished, yet the root of the problem remained unresolved. Voldemort, this blood feud we have forged. Faye bowed slightly. Professor, I am grateful for the salvation bestowed upon me by you and Headmaster Dumbledore. McGonagall shook her head, sighing. Faye, that is all in the past. You must live well in honor of your parents' lives. Do you not agree? Faye nodded. I shall. After Faye departed, Dumbledore appeared in McGonagall's office. Albus, I have disclosed the truth to Faye. Dumbledore nodded. Faye must be aware of these matters. The future remains uncertain, and we require fresh strength. Professor McGonagall expressed her concern. Albus, is he truly still alive? Indeed, I can sense it. Tom lurks somewhere in this world, quietly biding his time, awaiting the restoration of his power. Furthermore, Dumbledore gazed out the window, watching Faye sprint toward the library. According to Trelawney's prophecy, perhaps Faye too will be a pivotal force in overcoming Tom and ushering in peace. Beyond the realm of fate, the vengeful spirit in the flames shall incinerate all evil. It has been a considerable time since the demise of his parents, yet Faye remains composed, not overwhelmed by grief. Revenge is imperative, yet life must persist, and he must strive to enhance his existence, meticulously planning for it to facilitate his retribution. The immediate priority is to augment his combat prowess, and the Hogwarts Library stands as the finest repository of knowledge. The librarian, Madame Pants, is almost always present in the library, cherishing the books as if they were her very life. If it were within her power, she would wish for all the young wizards to vacate the premises to safeguard her beloved tomes, but such wishes remain unfulfilled. Thus, in the library, not only is the destruction of books impermissible, but even speaking above a whisper is strictly forbidden. Nevertheless, she vigilantly observes the students like a hawk, her scrutiny extending even to those searching for books. She ranks as the third most detested figure among the students, surpassed only by Filch and Snape. Perhaps she could contend for the second position, as Slytherin students do not harbor disdain for Snape. Fair chooses to disregard her presence, his gaze shifting until it lands upon a small figure nestled in the corner by the window, and he stealthily approaches. Hermione is diligently engaged in her assignments, with a parchment beside her for potion homework and a borrowed volume titled Adverse Reactions of Basic Potions. As Fair approaches, Hermione seems to sense him, turning her head to scrutinize him closely, and upon realizing he bears no signs of sorrow, she exhales in relief. Come quickly, I've already completed half of my assignment. Fair sits down, extracting his assignment paper and potion textbook from his bag, and begins to write as well. He writes with great diligence. Yet his focus remains solely on the material from class and textbooks. He does not invest time in borrowing additional books. Consequently, the two finish their assignments almost simultaneously. Fair. What type of books are you interested in? I made a note of their locations when I came in. Upon entering the stacks, Hermione glances at Madame Pants in the distance and whispers to Fair, something related to charms. And you? Transfiguration and potion making are both fascinating. I plan to borrow books on those subjects. The charms section is to the left front, she indicates casually, and Fair strides over. The shelves of Hogwarts are monumental, housing thousands of volumes, an ocean of books lying silently within. As Fair traverses the charms section, he refrains from gazing at the high-level charms books. He must learn to crawl before he can run. Ultimately, he discovers an overview of the nature of charms and 20 basic practical charms. Exiting the stacks, he spots Hermione waiting with 4 books in her arms, and he hurries over. They complete the borrowing process under Madame Pants' somber demeanor. Once you finish with the Transfiguration books, could I take a look as well? You're welcome to peruse these too. Transfiguration plays a significant supportive role in combat. Masters skilled in battle, such as Dumbledore and Voldemort, are invariably proficient in Transfiguration. Time is of the essence. The pair return their bags to the dormitory and make their way to the Great Hall, where numerous young wizards are already indulging heartily. Ron continues his career as a berserker, dual-wielding chicken legs with gusto. Harry buried his head in the pumpkin pie, as if to vent the frustrations of his potions class. As the two settled beside him, a lavish dinner materialized on the previously barren tabletop. Fair touched his swollen belly, only to witness the remnants of the meal vanish before his eyes. He retrieved the book A Brief Overview of Charms and began to read intently. Gradually, the young wizards finished their meals, some departed immediately, while the others took out their textbooks in preparation for their assignments. Harry and Ron wore troubled expressions as they contemplated their potions homework, with Ron's face reddening as he struggled to conjure 8 words over the span of 10 minutes, a task regarding the precautions for the Scabbers potion. At this moment, the trio had yet to form, as they were not sufficiently acquainted with Hermione to borrow answers. Fair, we should write a letter to send home, Hermione suddenly suggested. Of course, you write first, and I will follow with a larger sheet of paper. Fair nodded in agreement. Tomorrow morning, with no classes, we can find an owl at the Olery to send the letter. Hearing this, Harry lifted his head. Hedwig can help. She's very clever and flies swiftly. Fair chuckled. Then we are grateful to you, Harry. Ron, with a hint of envy, remarked. The owl at my home has collided with our glass door or dived headfirst into the dinner plate more times than I can count. Laughter filled the air, imbuing the hall with a joyful atmosphere. As they penned their letter, a continuous chorus of owl hoots drew nearer. Numerous owls soared in through the windows and doors, some bearing letters tied to their legs, while others grasped an assortment of items with their talons. The owl couriers had returned. Chapter 15, The Room of Requirement. The owls released their letters and parcels midair, landing them accurately into the outstretched hands of the young wizards. Neville received a memory crystal ball, prompting Hermione to exclaim, I read in a book that if the smoke inside the memory ball turns red, it signifies that you have forgotten something. Just then, the memory ball in Neville's hand transformed to a crimson hue. The only problem is that I forgot what it was I forgot, Neville lamented. Harry was perusing Ron's Daily Prophet, his expression serious. An unknown dark wizard had infiltrated Gringotts, yet the goblins emphasized that nothing had been stolen. The contents of Vault 713 had been removed by its owner some time earlier. Harry furrowed his brow in confusion. That is the vault I visited with Hagrid. Fair, while continuing to write the letter, remarked, it doesn't matter, the items have already been taken. For the next day and night, aside from one herbology class, there were no other lessons. Fair paid little attention, focusing instead on taking notes during the lecture. Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, was kind-hearted and optimistic. Yet Fair felt compelled to apologize to her, having devoted his time to reading charm books and familiarizing himself with Hogwarts Castle. His efforts bore fruit. Apart from the hidden map of Hogwarts, he had become well acquainted with the castle. Tonight, he would embark on one of Hogwarts' most cherished traditions, a nocturnal adventure. Just as a university experience is incomplete without skipping classes, so too is Gryffindor incomplete without a night excursion. However, Fur's purpose for wandering the night was not for revelry or adventure, but rather to seek out the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement is one of the hidden chambers within Hogwarts. Its arrangement is not fixed, but rather adapts to the needs of its user. It manifests only in times of great necessity. Fel sought a sanctuary to diligently practice spells, particularly offensive ones. As he rummaged through his memories, he recalled that the exact location of the room was not explicitly detailed in the films, but he remembered it being opposite the tapestry depicting the troll battering the hapless Barrow on the 8th floor of the castle. At 11 o'clock at night, when all were soundly asleep, Fel quietly pushed open the door. The common room was deserted, yet he knew he was not the only one venturing out tonight. It was merely a matter of timing. The The Weasley twins, George and Fred, would undoubtedly be out and about. The main corridors were still illuminated by candles, though most areas had succumbed to darkness. Fel tread cautiously along the path to the main castle, his ears perked like antennas, attuned to any suspicious sounds. Should he be caught by Filch, it would mean loss of points and detention, resulting in the disdain of his peers, especially Hermione's disapproving gaze, which would consume much time. Nevertheless, the allure of nocturnal escapades was irresistible. The rules stated that one would face punishment if caught during such adventures. Conversely, if one managed to evade capture, it was not deemed a violation. Fel longed to master the disillusionment charm, a spell that would allow him to blend seamlessly into his surroundings, akin to invisibility. While the charm may not evade the senses of a skilled wizard, it would certainly suffice to fool Filch, the squib with no magical talent. Regrettably, this advanced spell was only taught in the 7th year, and despite his confidence, Fel did not believe he could learn it in a short span of time. His ideal scenario was to master the disillusionment charm by the 3rd year, especially since his magical aptitude, as observed prior to his enrollment, surpassed even Hermione's. This essentially amounted to possessing top-tier talent, and he intended to devote the majority of his time and energy to spell practice. Fortunately, everything proceeded without incident. Fel arrived at the 8th floor, where he indeed found the tapestry of the troll attacking Barrow. Approaching the wall opposite the tapestry, he concentrated on his need for a place to practice spells, repeating the thought in his mind. After pacing back and forth 3 times, a door suddenly materialized in the wall, its material indiscernible. Overjoyed, Fel pushed the door open and stepped inside. Outside, the door vanished as if it had never existed. The interior space was reminiscent of the expansive chamber where Dumbledore's army practiced, spacious and well-equipped. The floor was marked with a dueling area, surrounded by several training dummies. Without hesitation, Fel cleared the area, selecting a dueling path and leaving one dummy standing. He drew his wand, ready to test the cutting curse and the fire-making spell, 2 incantations he had long refrained from practicing. He had memorized the incantations, pronunciations, and other essential details thoroughly. Without further delay, he aimed his wand at the dummy before him and performed the standard motion, Defendo. The sensation was entirely distinct from that of non-lethal spells. Fire sensed his wand quivering with excitement in his grip. Crack! Crack! A series of jarring sounds erupted as deep fissures appeared in the chest and arms of the dummy. With one hand severed at the joint, Fire was momentarily taken aback, although he had thoroughly familiarized himself with the theoretical knowledge. This was indeed his inaugural attempt at the severing charm, and the results were remarkably commendable. He gazed at his wand, made of blackthorn with a dragon heartstring core. He recalled the words of Ollivander, who had remarked that blackthorn was an exceptionally rare wand wood, renowned for being ideally suited for a warrior. Typically, blackthorn wands were either wielded by Aurors or belonged to the denizens of Azkaban. As for the dragon heartstring core, it was undeniably the most potent and dazzling of all. No wonder Ollivander had deemed it a fearsome combination. With fervor, Fire began to practice the severing charm repeatedly, pausing for several minutes after each incantation to reflect on his shortcomings. The lethal spells flourished under the influence of the blackthorn wand. The speed, power, and precision of his casting consistently improved. After more than half an hour of practice, fatigue began to set in. A wizard's magical energy does not resemble the fixed mana typical in games. Theoretically, it is boundless, yet the wizard's physical endurance has its limits. As a novice wizard, Fire had managed only a dozen casts in that time, leaving him quite exhausted and unable to concentrate further. He casually sought out a chair to rest, deciding to conclude his practice of the severing charm for the day, allowing himself time to digest his insights. Next came the fire-making spell. After a 10-minute respite, Fire felt sufficiently refreshed. He grasped his wand once more, choosing a new dummy. Flames roared to life. This time, the sensation was markedly different from that of the severing charm. The moment the incantation escaped his lips, he felt it. His magical energies surged within him, roaring and swirling, causing him to feel a slight warmth radiating from his body. Boom! A fireball the size of a basketball erupted from his wand, hurtling towards the dummy before him. An ordinary novice wizard could never conjure such a spectacle with the fire-making spell. According to the texts, one could initially only summon a flicker of flame, sufficient to ignite scraps of paper and matches. Fire gasped for breath, not from exhaustion, but from exhilaration. Chapter 16, True Talent. The fire-making spell Fire conjured was evidently unlike the typical incantation. Its potency was vastly superior, and this strength did not merely stem from the blackthorn wand. Fire vividly recalled the exhilarating, agitated, and roaring sensation of his magical energy. If the enhancement of attack spells by the blackthorn wand reached 150, then the power of Fire's fire-making spell was a staggering 300. He glanced at the dummy, recognizing that, as a novice wizard, his magical energy had waned, and the flames had extinguished. Yet, the upper half of the dummy was charred black. Perhaps it was merely a fluke? Fire reflected on the sensation he experienced during the casting, summarizing his shortcomings. After 2 minutes, he picked up his wand once more. Flames roared to life. Fire once again felt the bubbling of his magical energy, enveloped in a comforting warmth. A flame, slightly larger than before, erupted forth, clinging to the effigy. At this moment, Fer realized the true essence of his innate talent. While his proficiency in spellcasting was indeed exceptional, comparable to that of Hermione, his aptitude for offensive spells was decidedly superior. Furthermore, his affinity for fire-based incantations surpassed all expectations. Fer's mastery of fire spells transcended mere rapid learning. It encompassed an extraordinary enhancement in potency. Under identical conditions, his fire spells were significantly stronger than those of his peers. Within the discourse on the essence of magic, there exists a theory suggesting that wizards do not solely rely on the magic within themselves to cast spells. The external environment is replete with magic that can be harnessed. Wands and incantations can draw upon this ambient magic to amplify their power. While wizards can indeed wield magic in isolation, its efficacy diminishes. Fer speculated that his magical affinity was inherently attuned to fire, potentially allowing him to attract greater external magical energy to bolster his spells. As he conjured fire magic, his magic surged with vitality, allowing him to deftly navigate the intricacies of casting. With each invocation, his comprehension of fire spells deepened. This hypothesis emerged after Fer practiced for half an hour, yet the specifics remained elusive, as his understanding of magic was still nascent. Ultimately, he found that he could successfully cast fire spells without intense concentration, indicating a high level of proficiency. With clarity regarding his innate abilities, Fer resolved to adjust his study regimen. However, the hour was late, and he needed to retire for the night. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Fer finally settled into his bed, the drain of energy overshadowing his excitement, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. Fer, rise and shine. Ron nudged him awake. Groggily, Fer opened his eyes and glanced at the clock, jolting upright. It was 8:30. He had evidently missed breakfast. Harry and Ron were hastily dressing, prompting Fer to spring into action. His small frame seemed perpetually in need of rest. The morning class was defense against the dark arts, and the trio arrived at the classroom with only 5 minutes to spare. Hermione, seated in the front row, turned to Fer with an expression of reproach. Fer shrugged and offered an apologetic smile, taking a seat at the back alongside Harry and Ron. To his surprise, Hermione rose and approached him, reaching into her left sleeve. She produced a baton-like object. Fer braced himself, thinking she might strike him, only to find that she extended the stick toward him. Upon closer inspection, Fer realized it was a baguette. He accepted the bread, giving it a gentle squeeze. It was freshly baked and soft, indeed suitable for use as a stick. Hurry and eat, you two. Class is about to start, and I certainly do not wish to witness Gryffindor losing points. Hermione rolled her eyes as she returned to her seat. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment and resolved to purchase a magical alarm clock, vowing to rise early from then on. Ron, however, muttered under his breath, "What is it to you?" Yet, he could discern the close bond between Fer and Hermione, and refrained from saying more. Ron was not ill-mannered. Rather, boys of his age often found it challenging to relate to girls, preferring the company of their male peers due to their own delayed maturity. Fer, equally speechless, thought that if Ron were to avoid penalizing him, he could forego the bread. After all, eating during class was against the rules, and missing one class due to hunger would not be fatal. Nevertheless, Fer was genuinely famished. Having practiced spells for over an hour the previous night, he had expended considerable energy and was now quite empty. A single individual could not possibly finish the large baguette in 3 to 4 minutes, so Fer broke the bread into 3 pieces and shared it with Harry and Ron. They expressed their gratitude and began to devour it ravenously. As they gobbled down the bread without water, Fer found himself nearly choking, resorting to patting his chest and swallowing repeatedly, willing the morsel down. At that moment, the classroom door swung open and Professor Quirrell entered, his head swathed in a thick scarf reminiscent of an Indian, emanating a potent odor of garlic. The bread Fer had yet to swallow nearly made a swift exit from his mouth. As Quirrell made his way across the room, the entire class was overwhelmed by the stench, fanning the air desperately. "Hello, everyone. Today we will study." Professor Quirrell stammered nervously, his demeanor betraying his anxiety. Fer felt a pang of sympathy for Hermione, who sat in the front row, serving as the first line of defense against this biochemical assault. Quirrell's teaching ability was not lacking. He had once been a top student at Ravenclaw, possessing a solid theoretical foundation, and had not squandered his knowledge post-graduation like some others. Yet, at this moment, his extreme nervousness and the overpowering garlic scent rendered him utterly unappealing, leaving the students with a desire to distance themselves from him. Seated in the back row, Fer found that with time, his sense of smell had somewhat acclimated, allowing him to focus on the lecture. Hermione, however, fared differently. By the end of the class, her complexion had turned pale. Once Quirrell departed, she sprang up and dashed out of the classroom, leaving her books behind, prompting the others to hastily gather their belongings and exit as well. "My goodness, I suspect Quirrell consumes garlic for every meal. The smell is unbearable. Ron complained. Fair allowed them to leave first, then approached Hermione's desk to help her tidy up before finally grabbing his own bag and stepping outside. Hermione was leaning against the corridor window, inhaling deeply the fresh air. Fair chuckled. It seems I am quite fortunate to have woken up late. Otherwise, I would have suffered greatly. Hermione playfully punched Fair's arm, exclaiming, I simply cannot comprehend why Professor Quirrell has such an overwhelming odor of garlic. Fair, of course, knew the reason. Quirrell harbored Voldemort at the back of his head. His cowardice and stuttering were mere aids, and the repugnant garlic scent served to ensure that others would keep their distance, thus concealing Voldemort as presence. Chapter 17. Flying Lessons, Perilous Encounters. During lunch, Hermione rejected all forms of meat, having consumed merely 2 pumpkin pies and quenching his thirst with 3 cups of lemonade. He finally recovered from the biochemical attack unleashed by Chilo. However, the days of joy were destined to arrive. For Percy, the head boy, approached and informed the first-year students. Madam Hooch has announced that there will be a flying lesson this afternoon. Before class, everyone should proceed to the broom cupboard to collect a broomstick and then await us at the Quidditch pitch. Harry and his companions instantly felt a surge of excitement, while Fair and Hermione exchanged glances, both visibly thrilled. The flying lesson was the most eagerly anticipated class for young wizards. Without exception, no one could resist the allure of flight. The weather today was splendid, with gentle sunlight warming the air, creating a delightful ambience that was neither too cold nor too hot. Hogwarts' budget remained ample, ensuring that the flying brooms were in good condition, displaying no signs of wear or damage, albeit slightly outdated in design. The Nimbus 2000, a classic model of the Nimbus series, had been in existence for 2 decades. Malfoy had once mockingly suggested that the Weasley twins' Nimbus 2000 ought to be displayed in a museum. However, the Nimbus 2000 offered an exceptional cost-performance ratio. Its safety, speed, and comfort achieved an admirable balance. If perfection were rated at 10, the Nimbus 2000 would score a commendable 7 in every category, making it a formidable choice. A broomstick devoid of weaknesses was ideally suited for novice training or daily commutes. Coupled with its affordable price, its remarkable value placed it prominently on the list of recommended flying brooms. The Nimbus 2000 was the preferred choice for many families. For instance, the Weasley household exclusively utilized Nimbus 2000s. Alas, they were once again faced with the familiar mixed class, this time with Slytherin. When Fair and Hermione arrived, the 2 groups were clearly delineated, standing in 2 orderly lines with their brooms resting on the grass before them. Nevertheless, the chatter among them was anything but subdued. Malfoy boasted to his companions about his narrow escape from a Muggle helicopter. Ron, not to be outdone, spoke as if he had been born upon a broomstick. At that moment, a lady approached from a distance, and the head boy greeted her with a polite, "Good day, Madam Hooch," before departing. As Madam Hooch drew near, the young wizards followed suit in greeting her, and it was then that Fair took a closer look at her. Madam Hooch sported a short, cropped mane of grizzled hair, exuding an air of competence, her long strides quickening her pace. Most striking were her eyes, which featured yellow-green sclera. Fair speculated that she might possess a unique lineage. Madam Hooch strode to the end of the 2 lines, donning gloves designed to enhance grip, and then turned to address them. "Welcome to your first flying lesson. What are you waiting for? Stand beside your broomsticks immediately." After the young wizards obediently complied, Madam Hooch instructed, "Raise your right hand above the broomstick and say up." Harry, positioned to Hermione's right, obediently lifted his hand, uttering the command. The broomstick, as if tethered by an unseen string, soared into his grasp in an instant. Hermione turned to look, her expression one of bewilderment. She repeated the command, yet the broom remained utterly still. On the left, Fair called out, and the flying broom lifted into the air, but midway, it tumbled back down. Fair shouted once more, and this time the broom successfully soared into his grasp. Pondering the significance of this step, Fair surmised that it resembled an initiation sequence. The flying broom, typically dormant in its powered-down state, was now akin to being activated. However, this moment also revealed each individual's innate flying aptitude. Harry's flying talent was unparalleled, a fact that Fair had long been aware of, stemming from family lineage and natural ability. Fair himself exhibited a commendable level of talent, comparable to Malfoy, who managed to seize the broom on his second attempt. Ron, on the other hand, lagged slightly behind, managing to summon it only after several calls. As for Hermione, Fair jested in the future that her animagus form might perhaps be that of a ground chicken. Despite her consistently stellar academic performance, Hermione encountered her first setback in life. She truly lacked any flying aptitude. She tried various intonations, attempting to discover the precise incantation to lift the broom. Yet, the broom barely rose half a foot off the ground, as if weighed down by an immense boulder. Ultimately, Hermione did manage to summon the broom, albeit as one of the last among her peers. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Fair offered her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Do not be discouraged. Flying is an inherent talent. Yet we can improve through diligent practice, can we not? Besides, you needn't play Quidditch. Hermione nodded in response. Her academic prowess was indeed formidable, but her greatest strength lay in her determination. Fair firmly believed that a diligent talent is still a form of genius. The ability to strive is a rare gift. As most individuals merely deceive themselves into thinking they are putting in effort, ultimately only moving themselves emotionally. Madame Hooch surveyed the group. Now, mount your brooms, hold on tightly, and do not let go. When I blow the whistle, push off the ground with force. She outlined the precautions and post-takeoff maneuvers. Once airborne, do not ascend further. Stabilize your broom, gently circle for a while, then lean slightly forward to descend back to the ground. Finally, Madame Hooch raised her whistle. On the count of 3, 2. Before she could finish her count, Neville, perhaps too anxious, pushed off with his feet. The broom gradually ascended, leaving Neville in a state of panic. The young wizards erupted in commotion, while Ron, slow on the uptake, mistakenly believed Neville was trying to jump the queue. Neville, come down. It's not your turn yet. Longbottom, get down now. Madame Hooch, unaccustomed to such situations, reacted slowly, merely opening her mouth to instruct Neville to descend. Oblivious to Madame Hooch's earlier guidance, Neville failed to level the broomstick and instead lifted it higher, causing the broom to ascend increasingly, eventually soaring away with a whoosh. Madame Hooch, now visibly irritated, shouted, "Get down immediately, do you hear me?" Fair could hardly bear to watch. He suspected Madame Hooch might share a familial connection with Ron, as her clumsiness was astonishing. At that moment, he exclaimed loudly, "Mrs. Hopkirk, Neville cannot descend. He has lost control." Mrs. Hopkirk finally grasped the situation, but by then, Neville was already soaring chaotically in the air, even charging towards the crowd. She drew her wand, yet in that moment, she found herself at a loss for the appropriate incantation. As Neville barreled towards her, she could only dive aside to avoid him. Farrell had no time to worry about the educational standards at Hogwarts. The other young wizards were frantically dodging, while Farrell kept his gaze fixed on Neville's erratic flight path. As Neville zoomed past him, Farrell lunged, attempting to bring him down. Whoosh! The broom, carrying Neville, shot into the sky. He missed. Chapter 18, The Lion King. The crowd erupted in cheers. The speed of the broom was astonishing, making it exceedingly difficult to track the swift movements of the young wizard. Farrell landed on the ground, and Hermione hurried over to help him up. Harry and the others anxiously watched Neville in the sky. Meanwhile, Slytherin students were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Malfoy pointed at Neville, sharing a sinister smile with Goyle and Crabbe. Farrell wiped his face, his thoughts racing. Although he possessed considerable talent, time was limited, and he only knew a few spells from his first-year classes. What could he possibly use? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Spells are lifeless. Humans are vibrant. Farrell quickly removed his school robe. At that moment, Neville was careening about, having become entangled in a statue atop the castle, hanging precariously. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as the robe ripped, and Neville plummeted, prompting gasps from the crowd, with Hermione nearly screaming. Fortunately, halfway down, Neville caught onto a torch mounted on the wall, leaving him 5 meters above the ground. Wingardium Leviosa. Farrell cast the levitation charm on the robe lying on the ground, causing it to rise swiftly. He maneuvered the robe to the spot where Neville was about to fall, positioning it like a flying carpet 2 meters above the ground. Hermione, who had been observing Farrell's actions, finally understood his intent. The levitation charm could not affect living beings, so he intended to use the robe as a cushion. Meanwhile, the other young wizards stood frozen, utterly oblivious to the unfolding crisis. Harry, realizing the situation, hurriedly ran after Farrell, extending his hands beneath the robe. Splash! Neville executed a daring escape, leaving the robe behind as he fell. Farrell instantly focused all his energy, desperately channeling his magic. As soon as Neville's body made contact with the floating robe, his descent slowed dramatically. However, Neville's hefty frame, weighing over 100 pounds, proved to be too much for the robe's levitation charm to bear. Farrell felt an overwhelming force surge through him, the exertion of magic nearly causing him to black out. At that moment, Neville was merely a meter above the ground, right before Farrell's chest. Harry managed to reach Neville, but was immediately thrown off balance by gravity. Farrell, not foolish enough to challenge gravity with his body, collided forcefully with his shoulder. The recoil caused Fire to stumble backward a few steps, while Neville altered his falling posture from horizontal to vertical. Ouch! With his legs making first contact with the ground, Neville could not maintain his balance and fell onto his bottom, unable to suppress a cry of pain. Harry grimaced as he rubbed his elbow. Madame Hooch finally reacted. She hurried over to assess the injuries of Neville and Harry. "Children, are you all right? Where does it hurt?" Neville, dazed, touched his body and replied numbly, "No, nothing. Just my bottom hurts a bit." Harry shook his head. "It's fine, Madame Hooch." She sighed in relief. Such a teaching mishap filled her with guilt and embarrassment. "Come, children, I will take you to the nurse's office," Madame Hooch said gently, then turned to Fire with immense admiration. "Child, what is your name?" "Fel Hephis, Madam Hooch," he replied calmly. "Very well, Fire. Thanks to your intervention, Mr. Longbottom has been spared from injury. In light of your courageous act, I shall award 20 points to Gryffindor. The authority of a flying lesson instructor is generally limited to awarding 10 points per class, yet Madam Hooch, in her excitement, preemptively granted points for the next class as well. I must now escort Mr. Longbottom to the nurse's office. Anyone who dares to fly recklessly will find themselves expelled from Quidditch." This was, of course, a scare tactic. Expulsion from Hogwarts would only occur in the case of significant destruction or fatalities. As Madam Hooch led the bewildered Neville away, the others finally regained their senses. Ron embraced Fire with uncontained excitement, exclaiming, "Fire, you were amazing." The Gryffindors surrounded him, all wearing expressions of exhilaration. Seamus looked at Fire with admiration. "Fire, you are truly clever." The crowd cheered for Fire, surrounding him like a pride of lions rallying around their king. "Fire, Fire." Hermione gazed up proudly, as if the accolades were directed at her. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students wore expressions of confusion, akin to having tasted a particularly unpleasant Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. Cheering felt inappropriate, yet mockery seemed equally unsuitable. They held disdain for Gryffindor, yet could not help but respect such universal moral valor. Malfoy arrogantly tilted his head aside, feigning indifference. However, from the corner of his eye, he cast envious glances at the crowd surrounding Fire. A flicker of jealousy danced in his gaze. Merlin. This moment was precisely what he had longed for in his dreams. Yet, apart from the two minions Crabbe and Goyle his father had arranged for him due to family connections, he had not accepted any followers nor made a significant impression. He despised the savior Harry for eclipsing him, and loathed Hermione for her brilliance as a muggle-born surpassing his own abilities. As for Ron, that was a long-standing feud dating back to their father's time. Now, Malfoy found himself envious of another, Fire, who had achieved what he so desperately desired but could not attain. The intense jealousy stirred within him, compelling Malfoy to seek a way to assert his presence. He happened to spot a memory ball that Neville had dropped on the ground. Promptly picking it up, with a grin directed at the Slytherins, he remarked, "Did you see that?" If the chubby one had remembered to touch the memory ball, perhaps he wouldn't have committed such a foolish act. Upon hearing this, the Gryffindors turned with furious glares. Farrell's actions had altered the nature of the incident, rendering Gryffindor more united than the original narrative. Harry, troubled by his inability to save his friend, felt a surge of anger as he witnessed Malfoy's derision towards Neville. "Give me the ball, Malfoy," he shouted. While unnoticed, Malfoy thrived under scrutiny, responding with disdain, "No, I intend to hide it. Let him search for it." With that, he mounted his broomstick, expertly spiraling upward into the sky. "What do you think, Harry? Is it too high for you to reach?" Malfoy taunted. Farrell was certain that Malfoy's flying skills were not as remarkable as he claimed. It was evident that Malfoy had indeed practiced flying at home, a testament to his wizarding lineage, though many half-blood and pure-blood wizards failed to appreciate such heritage. "Oh, and what of you, Mr. Hephis? I wonder if your flying technique matches the level of your spells." Malfoy provoked. Ron could hardly contain himself. Had Malfoy not been so swift in his ascent, he would have lunged at him to deliver a lesson. As for Farrell and Harry, they felt similarly compelled. Farrell believed that Malfoy was indeed deserving of a reprimand. Chapter 19, The Great Chaos. Consumed by rage, Harry disregarded the consequences and leapt onto his broomstick. Hermione quickly intervened. "Harry, absolutely not. Remember what Madam Hooch said. Besides, you can't fly." Harry glanced at Farrell, whose earlier actions had bestowed upon him a certain authority, akin to a young lion emerging amidst a pride. Farrell was well aware of his own limitations in flying. Malfoy sought to embarrass him, but Farrell would not fall for such a trap. His courageous stance had already earned him considerable respect. He placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder, as an older brother might to a younger sibling. "Teach him a lesson, Harry," he encouraged. Harry possessed remarkable talent in this regard. It was a vital step in his growth, and there was no need for Farrell to hinder him. After all, Harry was the original protagonist destined to defeat Voldemort, while Farrell lacked the confidence to confront such a dark force at present. The other young lions rallied, fists raised. "Harry, go. Show some spirit. Don't disgrace us." Inspired, Harry propelled himself forward with a vigorous push. Hermione, frustrated, stomped her foot and exhaled deeply as she glared at Farrell. Harry's foolishness was but a minor concern. It was Farrell's encouragement that truly incited Hermione's ire. Should Harry suffer any injury, the instigator Farrell would undoubtedly face repercussions, perhaps even expulsion. Farrell, alongside the others, watched Harry intently, while discreetly clasping Hermione's soft hand, its texture as smooth as silk. "Rest assured, Harry possesses this talent, and far surpasses your expectations," Farrell whispered gently, his words drifting into Hermione's ears. Hermione, initially furious and intent on breaking free, turned to Fair in confusion upon hearing his words. Fair explained, "The display room features the honors of Quidditch and Harry's father, James Potter. is a celebrated seeker on that list. Coupled with his recent display of commanding the flying broom in class, it is evident that Harry is a natural Quidditch player. Hermione remained somewhat skeptical, while Harry had already approached Malfoy in the air. Within mere seconds, Harry's body transformed from unsteady to remarkably stable. He attempted to seize the snitch from Malfoy's grasp, but Malfoy forcefully hurled the ball away. With a mind free of distractions, Harry focused solely on retrieving the snitch, leaning forward dramatically as he soared past Malfoy's figure like an arrow released from its bow. The wind howled, making Harry's robes flap wildly. Yet he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, the initial awakening of the daredevil youth. Well done. Ultimately, just as in the original narrative, Harry successfully captured the snitch, drawing the attention of Professor McGonagall from within the window. As for the subsequent events where Professor McGonagall arrived to take Harry away, that need not be elaborated. Malfoy, feeling triumphant, sneered. Oh, poor savior, he should be packing his bags to go home tonight. No sooner had he spoken than Fair landed a punch squarely on Malfoy's face. Alas, Ron, brimming with excitement, joined the fray. The crowd was electrified, and the long-standing rivalry between the young Gryffindors and Slytherins erupted into a grand melee on the playground. It continued until Madame Hooch arrived, concluding the chaos with a deduction of 10 points from each house. Malfoy, in tears, was left with a bruised visage. His humiliation deepened. While Harry's flying was indeed impressive, the admiration of the crowd clearly gravitated towards Fair, the true hero of the moment. During lunch, Ron sat eagerly beside Fair, engaging him in animated conversation. Neville, just returned from the infirmary, earnestly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, Fair. Madame Pomfrey mentioned that without your intervention, I might have broken a bone. Fair took a sip of orange juice, smiling. It's nothing, Neville, we are friends. As the meal progressed, more individuals gravitated towards Fair for conversation, having previously focused their attention on Harry Potter, whose fame was undeniable. However, after several days of observation, they concluded that aside from his flying prowess, Harry lacked any extraordinary attributes. Of course, Harry's performance in flying lessons was indeed superior to the average, setting him apart from their ranks of ordinary young witches and wizards. In contrast, the seemingly close-knit duo of Fair and Hermione, one excelling academically and the other showcasing remarkable abilities, was compelling. Fair felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the first step toward becoming the Lion King. At that moment, Harry and Ron also felt a tinge of envy towards Fair, albeit for different reasons than Malfoy. Ron simply admired Fair's ability to shine and idolized him. Meanwhile, Harry resolved to diligently study spells, wishing he could have saved Neville, but he felt utterly unprepared. Fair, your spellcasting is far more proficient than mine, and your reflexes remain impressively swift, Hermione remarked, astonished by Fair's mastery of spells, her envy evident. I can only strive in a rather ordinary manner to achieve top grades. Fair seems to be losing his composure. Isn't it a bit like the typical study of Granger? However, since Hermione has expressed this, Fair surely must find a way. Yet excelling academically is insufficient. With Voldemort's impending return, combat prowess will be the true currency of survival. Fair leaned closer and whispered into Hermione's ear. There are no classes this afternoon, so let's indulge in a good nap at noon. We shall reconvene in the common room at 2 o'clock. I will take you to a special place. As he spoke, his breath brushed against Hermione's ear like gentle foxtail grass, sending a shiver through her, causing her ears to flush with a hue of crimson, prompting her to stammer. Where are we going? I still wish to visit the library. A place where we can freely practice spells, Fair replied quietly, adopting an air of secrecy. It was simply his intention to take Hermione to the room of requirement. At that moment, Harry entered the room, having been brought by Professor McGonagall, and everyone was quite concerned for him. Hermione feared that Harry might be expelled. To her surprise, Harry appeared exhilarated, munching on a pumpkin pasty while animatedly recounting his experience. Upon hearing his tale, Ron nearly leaped with joy. My goodness, a first-year Quidditch player, and a seeker no less. Harry, you have made history in Quidditch. Ron was enviously ecstatic. Fair and Hermione, hailing from Muggle families, held little sentiment for Quidditch. Hermione's interest in the sport was primarily due to her concern for her friends. Nevertheless, they were aware of Quidditch's esteemed status within the magical community. Ron eagerly began explaining the rules of Quidditch to everyone. Fair initially felt disinterested. He would rather practice spells than play a game. However, when Ron mentioned that the beaters wield bats to strike the bludgers, protecting their players while simultaneously targeting the opposing team, Fair's interest was piqued. If it involved fighting, Fair was no longer bored. He found the notion of striking and evading bludgers quite intriguing. Was it not considered a foul to injure an opponent? Ron shrugged. There are no regulations against that. After all, such minor injuries can be easily remedied with potions. The thrill of the game is precisely why Quidditch is so beloved. And while I detest fouls, they merely result in a penalty shot. Otherwise, Slytherin would have been banned for life long ago. Chapter 20, Spell Practice. Fair increasingly felt that the position of a beater was rather fascinating. It entails violence, fervor, and the challenge of striking a bludger amidst the chaos of rapid flight, all while attempting to take down opposing players. This undoubtedly tests agility, reflexes, strength, and stamina. One must remember that if the golden snitch is not captured, the Quidditch match could endure indefinitely. Historical records recount a match that lasted 3 days. With this in mind, being a Quidditch beater could be an excellent way to stay fit. Fair found himself contemplating participation in Quidditch. After all, according to his plan, the study of spells, combat training, and physical conditioning would proceed concurrently. He could effectively utilize the training and match time as a means of physical exercise, reserving the remaining hours for spell practice. However, at present, Fair is unable to participate in Quidditch as the team is already at full capacity. The beaters for Gryffindor are the Weasley twins, who are in their 3rd year this year. Fair pondered for a moment. By 5th year, wizards must prepare for the ordinary wizarding level examinations, followed by the advanced wizarding level examinations in 7th year. The Weasley twins are also engaged in researching prank items to establish a magical joke shop, which will undoubtedly keep them exceedingly busy, thus relegating Quidditch to a low priority. Therefore, when Fair reaches 3rd year and the Weasley twins are in 5th year, he should be able to take their place on the team. This would provide him with the opportunity to solidify his magical foundation during 1st and 2nd years, mastering the theoretical aspects. Fair had already completed the 1st year spellbook. Having identified his talent for offensive spells, he resolved not to delay his development any further. Fair had dispatched an owl to Leaky Cauldron, requesting the 2nd level spellbook, Standard Spells Level 2, as well as the 3rd and 4th levels. Expecting their arrival by the next day, he was determined to thoroughly absorb all spell textbooks during his 1st year, pushing all other subjects to the back burner. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Fair arrived punctually at the common room, where Hermione was already awaiting him. Fair, what are you keeping under wraps? Hermione asked, impatience evident in her tone. You've disrupted today's study plan. Fear not, it will be well worth your time. Follow me. Fair replied with a wave of his hand, leading Hermione out of the common room. At this moment, the 8th floor of the castle was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any presence. Fair guided Hermione to the room of requirement, pacing back and forth, contemplating, I need a space to practice spells. Indeed, a door materialized unexpectedly, causing Hermione to gasp. Oh my, what is this? I've never read about this in Hogwarts, a history. Fair smiled mysteriously. No one knows all the secrets of Hogwarts. A great wizard once said that Hogwarts will assist every student in need. Fair explained to Hermione, this is the room of requirement. It manifests the space you desire. As long as you walk back and forth here, silently envisioning the place you need, it will appear. I envisioned a space to practice spells. Fair pushed the door open and stepped inside. Without hesitation, Hermione followed with an air of curiosity. The spell practice room was much as it had been during Fair's initial entrance, with the dummies restored from the damage inflicted by Fair's spells. What do you think? Here, you can practice spells freely, especially offensive spells, without worrying about disturbing others. Hermione was visibly thrilled. This is amazing. Hogwarts is even more extraordinary than I imagined. So, can this serve as a birthday gift? Fair smiled. Happy birthday, Hermione. Hermione paused, smacking her forehead. The experiences of these past days have been so magical that I completely forgot today was my birthday. Not just mine, it's yours too. Happy birthday, Fair. Unfortunately, my parents do not have an owl, so it seems they cannot send us gifts. In truth, Fair had just recalled this, otherwise, he would have used an owl to purchase a cake in Hogsmeade. Fair's birthday is not exactly on the same day as Hermione's, but the dates are only a few days apart, making it rather inconvenient to celebrate separately. After being adopted by the Granger family, they decided to celebrate their birthdays together each year. Hermione pouted, saying, however, this won't do. I prepared your birthday gift before school started, and you must give me a gift in return. Then, with a hint of distress, she added, but that gift is a muggle book, which is no longer useful to you. Never mind, Hermione, Fair reassured her. Let us postpone it until Christmas. Gaining admission to Hogwarts is the best birthday gift we could ask for. With this perspective, Hermione nodded in agreement and asked, so, are we going to practice spells here? Indeed, Hermione, Fair affirmed. As wizards, we must prioritize magic and combat skills. You've studied some magical history. You should know that the magical world is not entirely peaceful. Fair gently reminded her, considering that despite Hogwarts being deemed the safest place in the world, minor accidents still occur every year. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. Yet her academic performance remained her top priority, as she practiced spells mainly to enhance her grades in the subject. The turmoil of war felt distant to young witches and wizards, especially when the magical realm had been tranquil for the past decade. The two spent a solid 2 hours in the practice room, thoroughly exhausted. Fair, you're incredible, but I can't keep going, Hermione gasped, beads of perspiration glistening on her brow as they trailed down her chin. Fair, panting as well, replied, all right, Hermione, let us head out. I hope the dining hall still has some orange juice left. My throat feels parched. Unable to endure the stickiness clinging to them, they decided to shower first. After his shower, Fer knew better than to wait idly, as Hermione took twice as long. Upon arriving at the dining hall ahead of her, he discovered that some students were still ravenously devouring their meals. Ron, didn't you have lunch? Fer inquired, puzzled, since it wasn't tea mealtime. The table was laden only with fruits, desserts, and drinks. Other young wizards were either busy with their homework or engaged in wizard's chess, while Ron was furiously stuffing his mouth with a bunch of grapes. Harry shrugged, explaining. Ron rushed back to the dormitory to catch up on sleep right after class, and ended up sleeping for several hours. Fer rolled his eyes and said, all right, but today is Hermione's and my birthday. I was contemplating how to procure a cake. Oh, I don't know, Ron replied, swallowing half a banana with effort. Happy birthday. Fer. He looked surprised. Happy birthday to you both. But I've been meaning to ask, are you two really born on the same day? And your bond seems incredibly close. Is Hermione your girlfriend? A loud thud echoed as a book fell beside Ron, startling him enough to dislodge the remaining half of his banana. When Fer glanced up, he noticed Hermione's face had turned crimson, perhaps due to the steam from her recent shower. Her skin glowed like water, and her damp, curled hair appeared noticeably more manageable. Ahem, no. I'm just staying with Hermione's family. Our shared birthday is merely a coincidence. We consider ourselves family. Fer coughed lightly, succinctly introducing his situation. You are truly fortunate, Fer, Harry remarked, his expression brimming with envy. It was said by others that Fer intended to deliver a punch, yet Harry was an exception. After all, Harry's childhood at the Dursleys was nothing short of harrowing. All right, Fer, don't you desire a cake? I have a plan, Ron whispered mysteriously. Chapter 21. Everyone was engaged. What plan? What cake? Fer and Hermione spoke simultaneously. Oh, I wish to prepare a birthday cake. Harry and Ron are concocting a scheme. Fer elucidated. Listen, my brothers inform me that they know where the kitchen is, Ron murmured. There is a hidden door to the kitchen in the corridor of the Hufflepuff basement. They often go there for snacks. We could venture forth. However, we mustn't attract too much attention. George warned that if too many are aware, it could lead to complications. The house elves would be overburdened. There is even a chance the school might change the hidden door. Fer stroked his chin. Thus, to remain inconspicuous, it is best if we go at night. What? Hermione stood up, her eyes wide. I can't believe anyone would risk a nocturnal escapade for a cake. Do you comprehend the consequences? We could lose points, or worse, be expelled. Yet, Ron and Harry had already begun to fantasize about their nighttime adventure in the castle, conveniently ignoring Hermione's concerns. Fer tugged at Hermione's hand, urging her to sit. This is no ordinary cake, Hermione. It is a birthday cake for both of us. And rest assured, we shan't be expelled. As long as we're not caught, it's not against the rules, and we won't lose any points. Hermione shook her head repeatedly. However, she knew she could not persuade Fer, who often succeeded in convincing her instead. Fer's voice resonated with an enchanting allure. Hermione, have you ever witnessed the beauty of Hogwarts at night? In the end, she convinced herself. I shall accompany you to supervise. Admit it. Every little lion possesses a restless heart. As the clock struck midnight, several stealthy figures appeared at the entrance of the common room. Fer glanced at the shadowy figures and whispered, the password. Blackthorn, Grapevine, Holly Ash. Each individual declared their password using their wand materials. Shoo, keep it down, Ron, Fer noted, aware of Ron's somewhat elevated volume. Apologies, I'm just a bit excited. As they drew closer, Fer discerned the identities of the group. So, where shall we head? Harry looked around, feeling both anxious and exhilarated by his inaugural nighttime adventure. Ron pondered. Fred mentioned the kitchen is in the Hufflepuff basement, which is directly beneath the Great Hall. What? We are currently in the tower. Hermione expressed her trepidation. Stop talking and let us move quickly. Hopefully, we won't encounter Filch, Fer decreed. Thus, Ron led the way, with Harry bringing up the rear. Fer held Hermione's hand, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. However, after wandering for quite some time, the castle loomed dark and silent. Fer could faintly hear the eerie calls of owls, sending chills down his spine. He sensed Hermione's hand growing increasingly cold, her body pressed against his. Ron's throat quivered as he spoke. Should we, perhaps, return? As they approached the hall, the return journey seemed far more arduous than the path ahead. Fer leaned on Ron's shoulder, and it appeared that a modicum of courage had been instilled within him. At last, the quartet arrived at the subterranean corridor, standing before a portrait of a fruit platter. An oil lamp hung before the image, as if to signal that this place was anything but ordinary. With the light illuminating their surroundings, Ron exhaled in relief. Well, Fred said all we needed to do was scratch the pear. Upon hearing this, Fer extended his hand and scratched the pear depicted in the portrait. Suddenly, the pear opened its mouth and burst into laughter, transforming into a green doorknob. Fer inhaled deeply, grasped the doorknob firmly, and pushed. Before them lay a bright, spacious room, flanked by an array of kitchen utensils, with 4 long tables set in the center. Fair noticed that these tables resembled those in the hall above where they usually dined. A few diminutive creatures were busy wiping the stove. Upon noticing the newcomers, they immediately discarded their cloths and hurried over. As they drew closer, Fair could discern their features. They possessed long, flat noses and large ears reminiscent of bat wings. In truth, they were far more pleasing to the eye than goblins, their skin devoid of the withered, bark-like wrinkles. Hermione and Harry appeared somewhat apprehensive, retreating behind Fair. Do not be frightened. These are house elves, and they serve wizards. Ron reassured them, evidently familiar with their kind. Greetings, sir and madam. I am Dobby. How may I assist you? Inquired a female house elf, clad in a simple linen garment, her mismatched boots completing her attire. Ahem, hello Dobby. The thing is, today is our birthday, and we would like a cake. We apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. We are willing to pay, Fair explained, producing several silver sickles, which he deemed sufficient. Oh, you speak of disturbing us, exclaimed several house elves, their excitement palpable. Indeed, most house elves took great pride in serving wizards, and Fair's words moved them deeply, eliciting feelings of both gratitude and guilt. No, sir, there is no need for payment. Allowing wizards to go hungry is our failing. The house elves busied themselves with fervor, some gathering cream while others began to beat eggs. During this time, Ron provided Hermione and Harry with some insights about house elves. Are they not akin to servants? Hermione inquired, a hint of discomfort in her voice. No, Hermione. They have grown accustomed to this life for centuries. Have you not noticed their joy in serving wizards? Fair replied, respecting the will of others is paramount. Do you not agree? He was reluctant to delve deeper into such matters, for the accomplishments of human wizards had been hard-won through brutal struggles. Had the battles been lost, it would be their kind preparing the cakes now. Fair lacked the energy to concern himself with his own kind, let alone with others. Ultimately, being still quite young, Hermione, accustomed to being persuaded by Fair, nodded in agreement without further contemplation. Before long, Dobby returned with a beautifully packaged gift box. Despite Fair's insistence that they required merely a cake and a few small candles, the house elves had enthusiastically prepared an abundance of pastries, beverages, and fruits. A few individuals expressed their gratitude and, surrounded by the little sprites, exited with the cake in hand. The journey back was considerably lighter. They chatted and laughed, completely oblivious to the fact that they were wandering in the night. However, upon reaching the 4th floor, the jubilant group was met with an unfortunate surprise as a cat dashed past them from the left staircase. It was none other than Mrs. Norris, Filch's feline companion. Startled, Fair waved his hand urgently, urging, quick, head right. The group, in a flurry of panic, rushed to the end of the right corridor, where they encountered a locked wooden door. The sound of Filch's boots echoed ominously, each thud resonating in their hearts. Move aside, Alohomora. Fair, quicker than Hermione, drew his wand and cast the unlocking spell. With a soft click, the door swung open, and they swiftly squeezed through the gap, shutting it behind them. Yet, as they turned, a chill ran down their spines. Chapter 22. The Ingenious Ideas of the Fluffy Guardian. Before Fair stood a massive, pitch-black, three-headed dog. Its full form was obscured by its sheer size. Even Hagrid appeared diminutive in comparison. Ron opened his mouth to scream, but Harry, quick-witted, silenced him with a hand over his mouth, stifling any sound. The three-headed beast lay asleep, its heads resting on the ground, each one nearly as tall as Fair. Thick, viscous drool dripped from its gaping maw. Fair gestured for everyone to remain still, pressing against the door, terrified that even the slightest movement would rouse the giant creature. Ron was on the verge of tears, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Though only 3 minutes passed, to them, it felt like an eternity. At last, Fair cautiously peeked through the door's crack. No creature was in sight. A wave of his hand signaled the others to follow him through, while Hermione remembered to lock the door behind them. They raced upwards in silence, swiftly entering the common room. Merlin's beard. This is utterly insane. Why would they lock such a monster within the school? Ron exclaimed, his fear transforming into anger. Shoo, everyone is sleeping, Fair replied, breathless as he collapsed onto the sofa. Drawing his wand towards the fireplace, flames erupted, casting a warm glow that dispelled their panic. Did you not see? The three-headed dog was guarding something beneath the trapdoor. Hermione explained as she unwrapped her gift. Harry bit into an apple, suddenly recalling. Dumbledore warned us not to tread near the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. That is precisely where it is. Furthermore, the object taken from Gringotts by Hagrid is likely the one someone seeks to steal. Connecting the clues, Harry concluded. The three-headed dog is guarding what Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts. Fair nodded in agreement. Indeed, someone wishes to seize it, which is why Dumbledore relocated it to Hogwarts. Hermione interjected sternly. That's enough. Curiosity must not lead us astray. If we breach school rules again, or dare to enter that forbidden area, we may face dire consequences. Or worse, expulsion. Her words struck Ron and Harry with palpable intensity. However, there are indeed no further clues to be found. Fair chose not to remind them of anything. as the truth would inevitably reveal itself in due time. A hasty reminder could lead to unforeseen consequences. The group managed to calm their spirits, arrange the items, and place the candles atop the cake. The exquisitely decorated cake was generously adorned with blueberry jam, Fair's favorite, and strawberry jam, Hermione's delight. After all the fuss, their stomachs were already growling with hunger. Make a wish, Harry suggested, his gaze lingering enviously on the flickering flames. Throughout his life, the only cake he had received was the one crushed by Hagrid, which had also been pilfered by Dudley. Fair and Hermione closed their eyes. Fair thought to himself, may we all survive and conquer Voldemort. None shall perish. I'll do it. Ron volunteered, extinguishing the candles, and promptly began to slice the cake. The group exchanged smiles, their friendship seemingly deepened through their shared adventures. Happy birthday, Fair and Hermione. The days that followed were uneventful, with the only fluctuation being Harry's summons for Quidditch training. With November ushering in the Quidditch season, Harry had to endure rigorous training beforehand. Fair, intrigued, decided to accompany Ron to observe. Gryffindor's captain, Wood, was already waiting on the field. Upon seeing them, Wood merely greeted them before explaining the rules of Quidditch to Harry. Is that a ball? Fair inquired, pointing at the large box at Wood's feet. Indeed, pay attention, Wood replied as he opened the box, revealing 2 balls bound by chains that immediately began to thrash about. Those must be the bludgers, right? They seem quite lively, Fair remarked, though his mind began to entertain a unique thought. Wood elaborated, yes, they move on their own and target nearby players. While bludgers are slightly smaller than quaffles, they are far more robust and possess significant force. I was struck by a bludger during my first match and was left unconscious for a week. Harry swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of hesitation. However, Fair's eyes sparkled with excitement. They attack nearby individuals? That sounds like a natural training tool for reflexes. It's akin to dodgeball, which I often played with friends and Hermione to hone my agility and reaction time. Fair promptly spoke up. Wood, are there any unused bludgers at the school? I would like to borrow them for a game of dodgeball. Wood scratched his head. There are indeed some. The broom shed has discarded bludgers you can use. However, the discarded ones often have issues. Either they can't move or they're overly aggressive. Overly aggressive? That sounds splendid, Fair exclaimed, heading straight for the broom shed. The flying shed appeared larger than it looked, likely due to a non-detection expansion charm. Beyond the outer room, housing flying brooms, there was an inner chamber. During his flying lessons, Fair had only taken a broom from the front and had never peered into the inner room. Pushing open the wooden door, sunlight streamed through the windows in beams, illuminating the swirling dust. The entire room was cluttered with various old brooms, dilapidated wooden crates, and assorted debris. After a prolonged search, Fire finally discovered several boxes meant for storing balls. With a creaking sound that was painfully reminiscent of rust, he pried open a few of them. Suddenly, one box began to tremble violently, and upon closer inspection, Fire noticed a black, chained ball thrashing about furiously. The box appeared to be a small vessel amidst a tempest, emitting groans of distress under the strain. This was it, the Golden Legend. Fire swiftly closed the box. Now that he had the equipment, the question was where to practice. Training outdoors posed too much risk. He could inadvertently harm someone. Given the ball's ferocity, Fire was certain it could even send someone to St. Mungo's Hospital. The only option left was the Room of Requirement. He carried the box directly to the 8th floor of the castle. I need a sturdy room for practicing dodgeball. I need a sturdy room for practicing dodgeball. Upon entering, he found a spacious chamber, surrounded by brick walls, with numerous iron bars protecting the bright windows. The area was nearly devoid of clutter. As Fire opened the box, the black ball immediately began to thrash again. I shall name you Friday. Taking a deep breath, he unlocked the chains. Whoosh! Friday shot into the air like a rocket, leaving only a blur in its wake. As he witnessed Friday hurtling towards him like an arrow released from a bow, Fire tensed every muscle in his body and sidestepped to the right. A gust of wind rushed past, causing his hair to flutter. Before he could catch his breath, he heard a sharp whistling sound approaching from behind, raising the hairs on his neck. He rolled forward just in time as Friday zipped by, narrowly missing his shoulder. Huh, it seems my reflexes remain sharp. Fire sprang to his feet, a triumphant smile on his face. Thud. Ouch. Chapter 23, The Principal's Council. During dinner, Hermione, who had been searching for Fire all afternoon, finally spotted him. However, Fire looked rather disheveled. He was covered in dirt, with bruises marring his face, and sweat mixed with grime painted his features like a patchwork quilt. My goodness, Fire, have you been in a fight? Hermione exclaimed, leaping to her feet and rushing over like a startled rabbit, her eyes filled with alarm. Fighting was one thing, but she had never seen Fire in such a sorry state. The last time he fought Malfoy, he had merely gotten his clothing a bit dirty. Harry, Ron, and Neville all wore expressions of shock. Ron, shaking his fist in anger, said, I wondered why I couldn't find you this afternoon. Did Malfoy ambush you with Goyle and Crabbe? Fire, cradling his painfully throbbing elbow, shook his head. No, Ron, you overestimate Malfoy. I could defeat them with one hand tied behind my back. I was training. Before he could finish his sentence, Fire plopped down at the long table, grabbing a glass of orange juice, parched from his exertions. Training? Hermione sighed in relief, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the grime from Fire's face. I thought of a way to enhance my physical reflexes, using an uncontrollable rogue ball. Fire grimaced as Hermione's touch grazed a tender spot, causing him to wince in pain. Goodness, this bludger is exceedingly rapid and fierce. Perhaps I ought to envelop it in several layers of sponge, Harry mused. Are you suggesting something akin to dodgeball? Ron inquired, perplexed. It's a muggle game where one throws a ball or a sandbag at others, and you must evade being hit. We used to play it quite often. Hermione elucidated. Harry nodded. Dudley frequently engaged me in this game. However, he hesitated to mention that it was actually Dudley wielding a baseball bat, pursuing him with intent to strike. So, you practice your reflexes through such a game? Ron grasped the concept swiftly, albeit with confusion. By Merlin S. Beard. Why would you do that? I heard George mention that once a bludger went awry and broke a player's arm. Don't you perceive this as an excellent method to enhance a wizard's combat prowess? Fire inquired. Spells can be evaded, and training one's physical responses is vital. But why enhance combat skills? I mean, we merely need to pass our exams, Ron retorted, still bewildered. In his recollections, he had never encountered anyone striving to augment their combat abilities. His mother utilized household magic for chores, while his father was a mere ministry employee, commuting daily. It was rather easy to comprehend. It was akin to muggles in school, focused on achieving good grades, obtaining commendable qualifications, and securing respectable employment. Rarely did one see classmates preoccupied with enhancing combat skills. Did they aspire to become heroes? Sometimes, wizards and muggles were not so different. What era are we in to still engage in such endeavors? To thrive, one must possess connections and background. Fire formulated a clear and cogent rationale. I aspire to become an Auror in the Ministry of Magic. You know, Aurors must demonstrate practical capabilities. Consider it. Facing a horde of dark wizards single-handedly, capturing them all, and sending them to Azkaban. How exhilarating. Just like Mad-Eye Moody. With this, Ron comprehended, gazing at Fire with admiration, envisioning himself as an Auror. What is an Auror? Harry inquired, confused. Hermione, rather exasperated, explained, they are the police among wizards, tasked with confronting dangerous individuals. However, if you truly wish to become an Auror, you must study diligently. I've heard that to qualify, one must achieve good or excellent grades in numerous subjects. Fire chuckled, acknowledging that this was merely an excuse. To become an Auror requires passing exams. But to become a significant figure, one merely needs a sufficiently potent wand. After all, in the future, a certain noseless entity would not require examinations to dominate the Ministry of Magic. Thus, for the strong, chaos serves as a ladder to ascend. And Fire yearned to be formidable. In the days that followed, Fire confronted the bludger relentlessly, determined to evade it. Ron, inspired by Fire's Auror aspirations, wished to train alongside him. However, Fire merely summoned him to an empty courtyard for a trial, swiftly dissuading him from that notion. Ron barely glimpsed the bludger's shadow before it struck him, causing a nosebleed, and he tearfully made his way to Madame Pomfrey's office. The practice of the feral spell had diminished, and Hermione wished to collaborate with him on their assignments. However, Feral always hastily completed his work before retreating to the room of requirement for training. Recently, the corners of Hermione's mouth seemed to droop as if weighed down by 2 bottles of wine, and neither Harry nor Ron dared to ask her for homework. In the room of requirement, Feral gasped for breath, perplexed as he observed Friday, who lay motionless on the ground, seemingly devoid of dreams, resembling a despondent fish. Was this truly the end? Yet, a gentle yet powerful voice resonated from behind him. Miss Granger mentioned you might be here, Feral. Startled, Feral turned abruptly to find a smiling elderly man with a long, white beard. Good day, Professor Dumbledore. It seems you can be found anywhere within Hogwarts, he remarked. Dumbledore waved his hand, and the hovering ball transformed into a lengthy wooden bench. Please, take a seat, Feral. However, I must clarify that no one knows all the secrets of Hogwarts. Over the course of a millennium, this castle has concealed innumerable mysteries. Feral sat down somewhat uneasily. Professor, I haven't yet expressed my gratitude. Thank you for saving me alongside Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore's smile broadened, and Feral noticed a glimmer of reassurance in his eyes. Dumbledore spoke slowly. You are quite eager, Feral. Your desire for power is evident. Feral paused before admitting, yes, Professor, I concede. As you know, the wizarding world is fraught with danger. I wish to protect myself, Hermione, and many others. Indeed, Feral, I understand. You know, there once was a child who, much like you, ardently sought power. Yet, in his pursuit, he strayed down a dark path. Another child, similarly driven, fortunately chose to turn towards the light. But only after losing something dear to him. Feral recognized whom Dumbledore referred to and yearned to clarify how he was different from them. However, Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on Feral's shoulder. I know, my child, you are not like them. Your pursuit is not solely for power. Rather, it is to safeguard what you hold dear. Dumbledore paused momentarily. Yet, do you not feel you are losing sight of what truly matters? The things you should cherish are right beside you, yet you overlook their feelings. Many powerful wizards initially sought strength for a reason, but they often forget their true purpose. Ferrell felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly awakening him to clarity. He recalled Hermione's sorrowful expression from that morning. Yet, at that moment, he had truly failed to notice. Chapter 24. The Mystery of Magic. I understand now, Professor, Ferrell nodded. In simpler terms, no matter how diligent his training, he remained merely a first-year student. Could a taut bowstring remain stretched for years? Dumbledore was still alive, and Ferrell did not believe that without his guidance, the future would see Dumbledore fall victim to treachery. Despite having meticulously planned his course of vengeance against his parents' murderer, a portion of that fury had transformed into a fear of Voldemort. This had led him to become excessively fixated on power. Dumbledore chuckled, remarking that a balance of relaxation and rigor is the optimal approach to wizard training. Fair, I do not oppose your pursuit of power. However, there remains much for you to learn, does there not? Fair nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he thought, what a rare opportunity to engage with Dumbledore. Perhaps he should seize this moment to inquire further. After all, this aligns with the Principal S notion of learning. Headmaster, what exactly is magical power? And how can one enhance their own? Dumbledore, somewhat taken aback, stroked his beard and replied, no one truly knows the essence of magical power, Fair. Just as all humans possess physical strength, one must ask, what is that strength? In a sense, magical power is akin to a wizard's physical prowess. It is an innate energy, a fundamental principle of this world. For centuries, many self-proclaimed wise yet somewhat dim-witted wizards have sought to unravel the mystery of magical power, only to find themselves lost in the endeavor. Even Merlin may have struggled to comprehend its true nature, thus rendering such inquiries unnecessary. Dumbledore continued earnestly, however, much like physical strength can be developed and harnessed, there exist methods to utilize and enhance magical power, enabling one to grow stronger. Fair's eyes lit up at this revelation. In truth, he had little interest in the essence of magical power. His ultimate goal was to elevate his own abilities. The enhancement of magical power can generally be achieved through 4 methods. 1. The natural maturation of the body. As young wizards grow, their inherent magical power will naturally strengthen. Those with unique bloodlines or extraordinary innate talents will undoubtedly surpass their peers. 2. The indirect enhancement of magical quality through the application of spells. Just as physical strength increases with exercise, the frequent use of magic can refine magical power akin to the forging of steel. 3. Mastery of a broader range of magical knowledge or incantations. Continuous learning can bolster one's magical strength, and you will find that every formidable wizard is also a scholar. 4. Certain potions or artifacts. These may be rare or have minimal effects. Your Professor Snape has consumed numerous rare potions designed to stimulate magical power. Fair now truly understood. What had seemed an intricate puzzle had a rather straightforward solution. Dumbledore added a final note. Nevertheless, remember that magical power is merely a source. The true magnitude of its unleashed potential primarily depends on your intent. You must be resolute, Fair. Belief can transform the impossible into the possible. This is a truth that every wizard ought to cherish. Dumbledore then produced 2 lemon drops, saying, I believe it is time for you to return. Would you like a sweet? Muggle confections are truly delightful. Fair smiled, of course. In the library, Hermione was diligently working on her herbology assignment at the long table, while Harry and Ron sat cautiously opposite her. Upon noticing Fair's entrance, they beamed with delight. Fair plopped down beside Hermione, tilting his head to gaze at her. Hermione's lips pursed slightly, as though she were oblivious to Fair's presence. He remained silent, simply observing, until Hermione could no longer resist glancing over. Before Hermione could utter a word, a sweet hard candy was unexpectedly thrust into her mouth. Apologies, it seems I may have indulged a bit too much. Let us practice magic together this afternoon. Fair chuckled merrily. Hermione shot him an exasperated glance, mumbling something under her breath. Yet the corners of her lips betrayed a hint of a smile. Although Fair couldn't quite catch her words, he was acutely aware that the sun continued its daily ascent. Not being engrossed in training did not equate to idleness. Beyond attending classes, Fair had assignments to complete, magical practices with Hermione to engage in, and inquiries to make with Professors Flitwick and McGonagall. He discovered that posing questions directly to the professors proved far more convenient than perusing through reference materials. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were notably diligent, relishing the opportunity to assist young wizards with their inquiries. Regrettably, only a handful of upperclassmen availed themselves of this opportunity, as students naturally tend to shy away from their teachers. Moreover, Fair had meticulously wrapped the quaffle in several layers of sponge for Friday's practice, significantly reducing its potential for harm. He intended to invite Hermione, Harry, and Ron, for being alone in the room of requirement felt rather stifling. Training together would foster collective improvement. We could venture near Hagrid's hut. It's in proximity to the Forbidden Forest and devoid of students, Harry proposed, eager for the camaraderie of friends regardless of the activity. Hermione nodded in agreement. Only Hagrid is there. The quaffle poses no threat to him. At that moment, Ron also had a change of heart, contemplating that practicing dodging the quaffle would be advantageous for Quidditch, as he aspired to join the team in the future. Fair concurred with the notion, noting that it had been a while since he last saw Hagrid. Seizing the opportunity of a free Saturday, the group set off. However, as they approached the Forbidden Forest, an inexplicable sensation enveloped Fair. Standing before Hagrid's hut, he gazed at the vast expanse of the forest, spanning dozens of square miles. The Forbidden Forest was home to many dark, oddly shaped trees that appeared quite eerie even in daylight, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, Fair felt a peculiar warmth coursing through him, as if the magical energy within him had awakened and was brimming with vitality. It seemed there was something within the forest calling to him. Fair understood that he could not venture into the Forbidden Forest at this moment. Even if he were to evade capture, without Hagrid's protection, the magical creatures within might mistake him for a delightful treat. He needed to devise a sensible plan to enter the forest, ideally with Hagrid accompanying them. Fair, what troubles you? Hermione noticed his unusual demeanor. No, it's nothing. Fair replied, not wishing to cause her concern, deflecting her inquiry. Meanwhile, Harry had already knocked on Hagrid's door. Ah, good morning, everyone. I'm just having breakfast. Would you like some rock cakes? Hagrid greeted warmly. Curious about these rock cakes, the group entered his modest abode. The interior, though small, exuded a wild charm. Fair observed various magical creatures' pelts and materials casually draped on the walls, even spotting the luxurious unicorn hair. It appeared that Hagrid was quite the hidden affluent individual. Fair and Hermione settled onto the same sofa, which, despite its size, felt far from cramped. Hermione found herself unable to bend her legs. Reclining, as if half lying on a bed, Hagrid retrieved two enormous, cake-like objects from the cauldron atop the fireplace, breaking one into 4 pieces and handing them to the 4 diminutive figures. Faye swallowed hard, gazing at the cake in her hand, and tapped it twice with her knuckles, producing a resounding thud. The rock cake, as its name suggests, appeared dull and gray, with cracks resembling those found in stone. Ron was the first to take a bite, and the sound of crunching echoed. He clutched his mouth, nearly brought to tears by the pain. Hermione, displaying her usual cleverness, tore off a piece of the somewhat softer filling from the broken side and placed it in her mouth, only to immediately furrow her brow in discontent. Faye followed suit, only to be met with an overwhelming taste of charred flavor, akin to having roughly encased the filling in dough and tossing it directly into the flames to blacken. Perhaps that was indeed the method employed. Well, we're not hungry yet. We actually came to play Quidditch. We can save the rock cakes for later, Faye declared, tucking the rock cake into her robe pocket and rising to leave. The others exchanged glances. How did you manage to articulate what we were all thinking? Chapter 25, The Eve of Halloween. From that day forth, Hagrid's hut became a regular gaming venue for the group. Meanwhile, Faye's training progressed steadily. Recently, he felt a significant enhancement in both his magical prowess and physical responsiveness. Even his magical energy had been notably fortified through consistent practice of spells and innate abilities. Professor McGonagall praised his magical strength as surpassing that of a 4th-year wizard. Time flew by, and soon it was the eve of Halloween. Upon awakening, Faye was greeted by the delightful aroma of roasted pumpkin. The group, unusually early risers, had been roused by the enticing scent. Descending the stairs together, Ron exclaimed, "What luck! We only have charms and history of magic this morning. We can have proper fun in the afternoon." However, Faye couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. As if mischief were afoot, he recalled Quirrell unleashing a troll in an attempt to create chaos and steal the Sorcerer's Stone. Yet, he couldn't quite remember whether that event occurred on Halloween or Christmas, despite having refrained from provoking Quirrell during their first year to focus on his own development. The butterfly effect of his actions had altered many things. Regardless, today, he was determined to stay close to Hermione to avoid any unforeseen incidents. The charms class was shared with Hufflepuff, which was splendid, as it meant avoiding Malfoy's insufferable face. Interestingly, Malfoy had been unusually subdued of late. Perhaps he had learned a lesson after a recent confrontation, or perhaps he was concocting some mischief. Faye was indifferent, taking his usual seat beside Hermione, with Ron and Harry to her right and Neville to his left. He sensed that Professor Flitwick had intentionally arranged the seating to allow the 2 academic achievers to assist the struggling student. "Children, today we will learn the levitation charm," Professor Flitwick's high-pitched voice announced. The levitation charm is foundational magic that every wizard must master, as it is the simplest spell for making objects float. All similar spells we will study later, such as the summoning charm, will require experience with the levitation charm. Fair and Hermione had long since mastered the levitation charm with a success rate of 100%. Nevertheless, a teacher's thorough explanation always enhances understanding. It was the first time Fair had encountered such a theory, and upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Although the incantations of spells differed, the manipulation of magical power during casting bore a distinct sensation, which Fair could perceive. It felt akin to a certain frequency, comparable to musical melodies. Similar spell frequencies shared commonalities. Some were simple, while others were intricate. Thus, excelling in the Incendio spell would be advantageous for mastering the Exploding Charm later on. However, he had yet to learn the Exploding Charm, while Seamus had already accomplished it. Professor Flitwick had just explained the key points of spellcasting and allowed everyone to practice freely. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted. The flash of fire startled Hermione, causing her to lean back, her eyes wide with shock. There stood Seamus, his face smeared with soot and his hair resembling that of a mischief-laden firework. The poor feather was reduced to mere remnants. Truly, the master of explosions. Oh dear child, your pronunciation was incorrect. Everyone, be cautious. There was once a wizard who mispronounced a syllable and found himself with a cow standing on his chest. Professor Flitwick remarked as he cleaned up Seamus and cautioned the young wizards. Ron added a humorous touch, patiently reciting the incantation several times. Yet the feather did not budge an inch. In his frustration, he swung his wand, leaving a blur in its wake. Fair initially thought he was merely shaking off water from his wand. Stop! Hermione interjected, unable to hold back. You nearly poked someone's eye out. And your pronunciation was wrong. The emphasis is on Levio, not Leviosa. All right. You and Fair are always so clever. It's infuriating, Ron retorted. Their camaraderie blossomed much earlier than in the original timeline. Thus, Ron merely pouted and grumbled, not wishing to dampen the mood. Who would dare provoke Miss Know-It-All? Did he want to risk his homework? Moreover, he was well aware of Fair and Hermione's bond and had no desire to incur their wrath. The history of magic class was livelier than ever. Although Professor Binns delivered his lecture in his customary monotonous manner, his tone devoid of any inflection, the soporific effect was exceptional. Yet, with the Halloween feast approaching in the afternoon, excitement buzzed through the air as everyone whispered amongst themselves. Frankly, other ghosts spoke normally. Why was it only Professor Binns who maintained such a flat tone? Fair engaged in conversation with his friends when Neville, from the back row, leaned forward and whispered, I heard that Professor Binns was a history of magic professor in life. Until one day, he forgot to bring his body to class and became a ghost. Hermione chimed in. It seems Professor Binns spoke in the same manner during his lifetime. Despite the dullness of the lecture, having such a ghostly history of magic professor was a stroke of luck for Hogwarts. Fair regarded Professor Binns as a veritable living fossil, for ghosts do not perish. This signified that Professor Binns was a chronicler of Hogwarts history, encompassing the past, present, and future. Harry, curious, inquired, how old do you think Professor Binns is? I mean, how many years has he existed? Who knows? My father was his student, as was my grandfather, and my great-grandfather too. My father mentioned that Professor Binns might have known Gryffindor. Ron replied nonchalantly. Regardless, they had finally endured until the end of class. After the lunch break, Fair and Hermione arrived in the Great Hall. The professors were already setting up the scene for the Halloween feast. Professor McGonagall, with a flick of her wand, conjured bats that flitted about the walls and ceiling. Professor Flitwick, employing some unknown magic, created low-hanging clouds. Several prefects were assisting in hanging streamers. Fair, Hermione, step aside. You might get hit. A coarse voice called from behind. Fair turned to see Hagrid, who was laden with decorations, resembling a walking shelf. The two stepped aside as Hermione enthusiastically offered, Hagrid, let us help. Oh, thank you. You can head to my hut. There are plenty of pumpkins to transport. You can perform the levitation charm, right? The Great Hall and the corridors on all levels need to be adorned with jack-o'-lanterns. It's no small task, but I'm more than willing to assist. Fair shrugged, considering it a practice of magic. It's all right. Feel free to carry as many as you can. I will help too. Hagrid added. The two made their way to Hagrid's vegetable patch beside his hut, where the large pumpkins gleamed a bright orange, accompanied by wooden crates for storage. They promptly drew their wands and cast the levitation charm, placing the pumpkins into the crates one by one. After loading 5 or 6, Fair attempted to levitate the crate itself. It was somewhat heavy but manageable. That should do. Back and forth is no easy feat. Fair and Hermione each carried a crate towards the castle. This endeavor lasted until dusk. Call me. I can't go on. I need a break. On the second floor of the castle, Hermione leaned against the corridor, panting heavily. I think we've done enough. Fair was equally exhausted. Hermione headed towards the girls' restroom, saying, I'm going to wash my hands, then I'll head downstairs for dinner. Fair, however, was intrigued by the jack-o'-lanterns at his feet and began to carve with his wand. When Hermione emerged, she saw Fair sculpting features onto a pumpkin. The two prominent front teeth were unmistakably a mimicry of her own. Humph, no drawing big front teeth. Miss Beaver exclaimed angrily, rushing to snatch Fair's wand, and the two began to tussle playfully. Just as they were frolicking, Fair caught a whiff of a foul odor and quickly pinched his nose, exclaiming, Oh, the restroom smells horrendous. Let us hurry. Hermione looked puzzled. No, it doesn't. The restroom was sprayed with air freshener, and it has a scent of violets. Fair paused, bewildered. Where was that rancid smell coming from? Chapter 26. A fierce struggle, danger. Oh no. Fair's mind raced with alarm bells. It was a troll. The strange stench grew more intense, signaling that the troll was drawing near. Run. The corridor was overrun with the troll, and Fair yanked Hermione along, fleeing in the opposite direction. Hermione, bewildered, had no idea what was happening. Just as Fair managed to hide Hermione behind a massive knight statue, they heard the heavy footsteps approaching. Hermione's eyes widened in shock as she clamped her hand over her mouth, nearly letting out a gasp. What had she witnessed? A colossal, grotesque creature was lumbering down the staircase. Fair stared at the giant with calmness. Towering at least 4 meters high, it was significantly taller than Hagrid. Its skin was a mottled shade of gray-brown, with a texture resembling that of impenetrable rock. The creature wielded a massive wooden club, and Fair had no doubt that a strike from it would result in nothing short of catastrophic bodily harm. As the ogre fixated on a window of a nearby room, Hermione whispered, I've seen this in fantastic beasts and where to find them. It's an ogre, immensely powerful, with a remarkable resistance to magic. Fair inquired, does it have any weaknesses? Hermione's complexion paled, her mind racing. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, their heads are quite small, indicating low intelligence, and they move sluggishly. Fair nodded in agreement. When it enters the room, we'll slip past it quietly and seek help downstairs. The scene of Harry and Ron overcoming an ogre in the original narrative was undeniably theatrical. Had it not been for their protagonist's luck, Harry would have surely met his demise at the hands of the creature. Fur's fire spells had grown increasingly potent through months of rigorous practice, and he felt confident in his combat abilities against even the most adept upperclassmen. However, the ogre posed a different challenge altogether. Its skin was inherently resistant to magic. Fair was uncertain about the level of damage he could inflict on the beast, and with Hermione beside him, he could not afford to take risks. If all went according to plan, fleeing was the optimal strategy. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, they would have to adapt and fight. The ogre drew nearer, reaching the entrance of the girls' lavatory. Perhaps it was the scent of violet flowers that captivated its attention, for it leaned its head into the room, then squeezed half of its body inside. But that was where it stopped. Without Hermione's allure, it clearly had no pressing need to enter. Seizing the moment, Fair decisively grasped Hermione's arm, bending low to dash forward. They were closer now, the stench growing ever more pungent, reminiscent of a year-old pair of socks stuffed with decaying flesh. Fair inhaled sharply, nearly choking on the foul odor. Hermione, after just one breath, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, stumbling slightly. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The ogre yanked itself free from the lavatory, its pea-sized eyes locking onto the two of them. It let out a tremendous roar and swung its club down. Ah! Hermione screamed. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, Fair yanked Hermione back, retreating swiftly. What was the best strategy to deal with such a clumsy behemoth? In a moment of inspiration, Fair led Hermione towards a spacious classroom. Having engaged in numerous fights before, he knew that the most effective tactic against a creature of this size was to maneuver around it, utilizing various obstacles to hinder its advance. The ogre bellowed in frustration, trying to pursue them. Hermione, look for an opportunity to dash to the door and use the levitation charm to distract it. Fair drew his wand, pushing Hermione to one side. He aimed to divert the ogre's attention, ensuring that once Hermione reached the door, whether to flee or assist in the battle, she would have the means to do so with ease. Even if one cannot vanquish a giant, there remains the possibility of seizing an opportunity to escape through the shadows. Hermione understood the unspoken message. Though her complexion remained pale, she obediently took her position, awaiting a chance to be created by Fair. Flames roared. A fireball, larger than a pillow, erupted from the tip of the wand, striking the belly of the giant that had just squeezed in. Boom. A howl. The crimson flames erupted, instantly charring the giant's abdomen. Fair observed as patches of skin cracked and curled, revealing the ashen flesh beneath, dark red blood, and yellow fat oozing forth. Clearly, this was not a fatal wound. Yet, the excruciating pain ignited the giant's fury. It let out a thunderous roar and charged towards Fair. At that moment, it was far from the clumsy and slow creature depicted in films. However, the sturdy wooden tables and chairs effectively impeded its advance. Clang. Crash. The giant frantically swung a wooden club, smashing the furniture to splinters. Seizing this opportunity, Hermione had already reached the doorway. Hermione obstructed its line of sight. The previous fire spell had proven lethal. Where there was injury, there was also a remedy. Having narrowly evaded the giant's attack, Fair devised a plan. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione obediently cast the levitation spell on a plank of wood, sending it hurtling towards the giant. The enraged giant swatted at its head, smashing the plank to bits. Fair quickly maneuvered to the giant's right side, not aiming for its fingers, but rather the wooden club it wielded. Shatter. An invisible blade seemed to slice through the air, leaving deep gashes on the giant's hefty weapon, nearly severing it. The spell had limited effect on living beings, especially on a creature with high magical resistance like the giant, but it was extraordinarily effective against inanimate objects. Whoosh! Half a table flew through the air, courtesy of Hermione's levitation spell. The giant roared in anger, swinging its club with ferocity. Crack! The club shattered at the base, crashing down onto the giant's foot. The pain caused the giant to stagger, leaving it disarmed. Now was the moment. Fur's eyes sparkled with determination as he darted forth like a nimble leopard, positioning himself beside the giant's head. The foul stench, reminiscent of a dilapidated latrine, made Fair's eyes water, yet his hands moved with unerring speed. The unfolding scenario reminded him that while the giant's skin was indeed formidable, its nostrils were not equally impervious. With a swift motion, Fair thrust his 10-inch wand deep into the giant's nostril, burying it halfway. Flames roared. Boom. Fair heard a dull explosion followed by the sound of flesh tearing. A howl of despair erupted from the giant as its entire nose exploded. Its eyeballs bulged out before bursting in a cascade of colors, red, green, and white, as if a dye factory had opened. Dark red blood splattered across half of Fur's body. Flames roared. The relentless casting of spells left Fair momentarily blinded. Another explosion followed, scorching the giant's head into a charred husk, revealing the gleaming white of shattered bone. Trembling, Hermione inquired, Is it dead? Perhaps. Fair plopped onto the podium, the adrenaline ebbing away, his lungs heaving like a bellows, and his heart threatening to leap from his chest. The sound. Footsteps of varying weights approached, with Professor McGonagall leading the charge, enveloping Hermione in a warm embrace. Oh dear. There lay the grotesque giant, defeated amidst a heap of shattered wood. Fair, smeared in blood, was using the tattered garments of the beast to wipe his wand. Snape, with a brooding expression, addressed him. Mr. Fair, I suggest you provide an explanation. Fair lifted his gaze, and the professors were met with his face, which resembled a canvas splattered with vibrant hues. He cheerfully greeted, Good day, professors. Chapter 27, renowned throughout the school. Hey, did you hear? Fair and Hermione triumphed over the giant last night. Professor McGonagall awarded 20 points to Gryffindor. Did you hear? Fair fought valiantly to protect Hermione, battling the giant for what seemed like 300 rounds, causing the room to collapse. Fair, I heard you obliterated the giant into fragments with a thunderous explosion. McGonagall intended to award him 100 points, but that old bat Snape objected. George and Fred had already descended upon the first-year students' table, grinning broadly as they relayed tales of Fair's heroics. Across the table, Ron animatedly recounted the events of the night before, spitting words with excitement, as if he had been there himself. Fair rubbed his forehead in exasperation. George, Fred, don't think I can't guess it was you who spread these tales far and wide. It's utterly exaggerated. He felt the gaze of most in the hall upon him, some filled with admiration, others with eagerness, and a few tinged with jealousy. Fred tossed a grape into the air, catching it deftly in his mouth, murmuring, What does it matter? This belongs to Gryffindor's glory. A dark-skinned beauty with a prominent nose paused beside Fair, introducing herself. Hi, Fair, I'm Padma Patil, the sister of Parvati Patil. You know, my sister is Hermione's roommate. Hello, Fair replied, offering a friendly gesture. I think you should go find your sister, Hermione huffed, and Padma, with a disdainful glance, walked away. Regardless, Fair had indeed gained notoriety throughout the school. Ron and Seamus, along with Neville, had seemingly transformed into Fair's devoted admirers, fervently sharing tales of his bravery. By the following Saturday, the Quidditch season was set to commence. In the morning, within the hall, Hermione sipped her lemonade, observing the restless and anxious Harry. Harry, you ought to eat something. The match is about to begin. No, I can't eat. Harry shook his head. A blueberry pastry would be more palatable. Fair, enjoying the blueberry bread Hermione had spread for him, casually offered Harry a jar of blueberry jam, though he had no intention of spreading it for him. Ron, clutching sausages, mumbled, Indeed, Harry, the weather is frigid. It snowed yesterday, and the lake is as hard as iron. You can't withstand it without food. Good luck, Potter. A dark, greasy voice from behind echoed ominously, and Fair didn't need to look to know who it was. Snape loomed, uttering words that could be interpreted as either comfort or sarcasm. Perhaps you cannot confront the formidable giants like the simple-minded and physically robust Hagrid, but the small matter of Quidditch should pose no challenge for you. Harry remained silent, observing Snape's somewhat unsteady gait, before turning to inquire. It appeared that Snape was injured. Had he been in such a state yesterday as well? Hermione shook her head, stating, I saw him in the library during the day yesterday, and he seemed quite healthy then. Harry pondered thoughtfully. I suspect that the giant unleashed yesterday was set free by Snape. He intended to seize the opportunity to pilfer something from the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Remember? The item that Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts, which we previously speculated was hidden beneath the trapdoor guarded by the 3-headed dog. Yet he failed, and the creature bit him. Well, Snape's appearance is indeed misleading. If Filch were unaware of the truth, he too would harbor suspicions against Snape. Don't dwell on that too much, Harry. Focus on the match instead. How has the Nimbus 2000 that Professor McGonagall gifted you adapted? At the mention of this, Harry's spirits lifted. He took a bite of his dry bread, stating, I've been training for several days, and its speed is astonishing, like that of an airplane. By 11 o'clock, it seemed as though the entire school had congregated in the stands of the Quidditch pitch. Many students had even brought telescopes to better view the match. Fer and Hermione ascended to the highest tier of the stands, where Ron and Seamus were already present, unfurling a massive banner crafted from a bedsheet stained by rats, emblazoned with the words Harry for victory alongside a grand lion's head. Very impressive, Hermione remarked. By the way, I have a splendid idea. She drew her wand and pointed it at the lion motif, exclaiming, multicolored. In an instant, the colors of the lion's image began to shimmer and flow as if alive. Cool, Seamus exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The match commenced, with Gryffindor pitted against Slytherin. The players darted back and forth, while the audience erupted with cheers. The commentator, Lee Jordan, was particularly animated. Angelina Johnson has seized the quaffle. Oh, what an exceptional young lady, and she is quite charming as well. Jordan, Professor McGonagall reprimanded. Excuse me. Make way. Hagrid approached, his massive form causing the spectators to sway. To grant Hagrid passage, Fer and Hermione huddled together, with Hermione nearly seated in Fer's lap. Ron, meanwhile, was squeezed in beside Seamus on the opposite side. As the match progressed, Harry seemed to spot the golden snitch. However, as he dove for it, he was knocked aside by Slytherin's Marcus Flint. Send him off. Red card. Dean Thomas, Fer's classmate, shouted. Ron looked at Seamus, asking, what is a red card? Seamus explained. In Muggle football, showing a red card results in expelling a player from the game. Ron reminded him, this isn't football, Dean. In Quidditch, fouls typically only result in a free shot. Slytherin are seasoned at fouling. Their strategy is to offset minor penalties with major consequences. If Harry catches the golden snitch, it will all be over. It was not only Dean who was frustrated. Lee Jordan shared his ire. Oh, that was an obvious and despicable act of cheating. Jordan, Professor McGonagall roared once more. Suddenly, Harry's broom began to tremble violently, startling everyone. What is happening to Harry's broom? Hagrid questioned, uncertainty etched on his face. Could it be that Flint has damaged it? Hagrid dismissed the notion, asserting that almost nothing could interfere with a flying broom except powerful dark magic. Upon hearing Hagrid's words, Hermione raised her binoculars to scan the surroundings. It's Snape. He is casting a spell on Harry. It was imperative to maintain focus on the target while casting a malevolent curse, and Snape was indeed doing just that from the opposite stands, muttering incantations under his breath. Not necessarily. Quirrell is also fixated on Harry, and perhaps there are others, said Farrell. He believed it prudent to remain vigilant regarding Quirrell, as he might not adhere strictly to the original narrative and could be plotting against them. No, it must be Snape. That old bat. Ron exclaimed angrily. The Weasley twins soared beneath Harry, attempting to catch him. Yet, each time they drew near, the broom ascended further into the sky, clearly indicating that the spellcaster intended to cause Harry's demise. I have a plan. We must interrupt the spell, Hermione declared. I will accompany you, Farrell replied, exchanging a determined glance with Hermione as they hastened towards the stands. Chapter 28. Blue fireworks. Harry's broom shuddered even more violently. Farrell and Hermione struggled through the crowd. Reaching Snape's stand, Farrell averted his gaze from Quirrell, instead stealing glances at him. Quirrell had his hands clenched tightly, his gaze fixed on Harry, with a hidden malice lurking in his eyes. Farrell feigned urgency, colliding forcefully with another student. The student stumbled backward, inadvertently knocking Quirrell off balance. In that brief moment, Quirrell displayed a look of panic, stammering a greeting to the student. Hogwarts best actor. Farrell admired silently, while Hermione crouched low, concealing herself among the throng. Drawing her wand, Farrell did not catch the incantation Hermione uttered. From the tip of her wand, a small ball of luminous blue flame erupted, resembling a beautiful, flowing blue flower. What kind of magic is this? Farrell pondered. He had been engrossed in studying transfiguration lately and had not paid much attention to Hermione's spell work. The blue flame appeared to lack potency, and it was not until half a minute later that Snape noticed he was on fire. After a startled shout, Hermione, still hidden in the crowd, flicked her wand. The flame gathered back towards her, resembling a blossoming fire flower, and she stowed it away in her pocket. No one noticed what the two had done as they bent down and squeezed out of the crowd. Meanwhile, on the field, Harry had steadied his broom and resumed the pursuit of the golden snitch. What was that magic you used? Farrell inquired. Blue fireworks, Hermione explained. I found a book in the library yesterday that documented this spell. Please show it to me when we return. Of course. By the time the two reached the stands, Harry was approaching the climax of the match. The Slytherin Seeker was diving alongside him, rapidly descending. Closer, closer to the ground. The Slytherin Seeker, fearing a crash landing would send him to the hospital, hastily pulled up on his broom. In a desperate lunge, Harry lost his footing. As it tumbled to the ground, It opened its mouth and expelled a golden ball. Harry Potter had captured the golden snitch. Lee Jordan was exceedingly thrilled. Madam Hooch promptly blew her whistle. The match is over, and Gryffindor wins. Nonsense. You suggest that Snape intended to cast a spell on Harry? Inside the cottage, the fire blazed warmly, dispelling the chill. Hagrid was brewing tea, expressing his disagreement with Ron's assertions. I have read that to cast a dark curse, one must maintain a close watch on the opponent, and that is precisely what Snape did, Hermione elucidated. Harry already harbored a bias against Snape, but he rationalized to himself, Snape is not a good person. Why would he unleash a troll on Halloween, only to seek out the three-headed dog? He was indeed bitten by the creature. Hagrid appeared uncertain. How do you know about Fluffy? Fluffy? He is my pet. Is he not splendid? I dare say there isn't another dog in all of England as obedient as he. Hagrid took pride in this, but quickly added, Snape cannot be a bad man. He is the keeper. No, I cannot say more. This is classified information. Before Nicholas Flamel could utter another word, Fudge interjected. Quirrell was also keeping a close eye on Harry. He is a suspect too. Quirrell? Harry was skeptical. You might as well say Quirrell is being mistreated by Snape. However, Fudge had a reputation for reliability, and Harry found himself persuaded by this elder. Regardless, someone is coveting that object. Hagrid, Fudge concluded. There are indeed villains at Hogwarts. Hagrid grew even more agitated. I tell you, you are mistaken. I do not know why Harry's broom behaved that way, but neither Snape nor Quirrell would harm a student. Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. Listen, forget about that matter. It is a secret between Dumbledore and Flamel. Well said, Hagrid. During lunch in the Great Hall, Harry remarked, we must ascertain who Nicholas Flamel is. No need. I already know. Fudge was not inclined to waste days investigating trivial information. He would rather practice magic. Nicholas Flamel is one of the most renowned alchemists. His most remarkable achievement is the creation of the only remaining Philosopher's Stone. What is the Philosopher's Stone? Ron asked, bewildered. Hermione's eyes lit up as she set down her cutlery. I know. That name sounds somewhat familiar. I have read about it before. The Philosopher's Stone is a magical substance with astonishing properties, one of the highest achievements of alchemy. It can transform any metal into pure gold, and even produce the elixir of life. I heard Nicholas Flamel is 666 years old this year. His wife is only 7 years younger than he. Cool, Ron mused, captivated. If I had the Philosopher's Stone, I could amass countless galleons. And then I would buy a new wand. No, Snape. What I mean is, that villain does not seek galleons. If it were merely for gold, he would not risk so much to enter Hogwarts. He is after immortality. Harry deduced, we must stop him. Fudge pondered for a moment. To be candid, he was uncertain whether the trials surrounding the Philosopher's Stone constituted Dumbledore's test for Harry or were merely a serendipitous occurrence. If it were indeed an unforeseen event, it was prudent to alert Dumbledore to avert any potential calamities. What if, during the climactic battle, Quirrell opted not to grasp Harry with his hands, but instead cast a spell to incapacitate him? Even the slightest possibility of Voldemort's premature resurrection was intolerable. Naturally, Fair could not be the one to approach Dumbledore and draw Quirrell's attention. Contemplating this, Fair remarked, Harry, that is merely our conjecture. We currently possess no evidence. However, you may seek out Dumbledore and inform him of your suspicions regarding someone attempting to seize the Philosopher's Stone. No one will reproach you for this. Remember, do not mention Snape or any other suspects. Harry nodded, abandoning his meal to hasten to Dumbledore's office. He returned during the lunch break, confirming that he had relayed the message to Dumbledore. After the break, Fair and Hermione ventured to the library. This is it. I just discovered it yesterday, Hermione said, placing an old book with a leather cover before Fair. She was aware of Fair's exceptional affinity for fire magic and had been diligently searching for tomes related to it. I intended to copy it as a Christmas and belated birthday gift, but it has been exposed today, she pouted. Fair picked up the leather-bound volume, titled Curious Fire Magic by Paul Andreas. Upon opening the front page, it provided a brief biography of Paul Andreas, mentioning that he was a wizard from the last century who had served as an Auror and was a master of fire magic. In his later years, he retired to become an author, publishing several novels based on his experiences. This book was his final work, documenting several fire spells he deemed intriguing or peculiar. Fair's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a treasure! His affinity for fire was indeed remarkable, yet the foundational spells concerning fire were limited to the fire-making spell. In recent months, he had sought various resources, but only uncovered introductions to advanced spells like Thunderous Explosion and Fiery Wrath. Clearly, the school deemed it unnecessary for young wizards to learn powerful fire magic to prevent unforeseen accidents. The more advanced fire spells were relegated to the restricted section or beyond the school premises. He had also consulted Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, but both expressed concern over his ability to control such powers, stating that he would need to pass the fire control examination in his second year before they would teach him. Thank you, Hermione. This is the most splendid gift, Fair exclaimed, eagerly flipping through the table of contents. First spell, Blue Spirit Fire. Chapter 29, A Tremendous Discovery. The text detailed that blue spirit fire is a remarkably safe and stable spell. Its flames have minimal spread potential, making it unlikely to cause a fire. It possesses 3 distinct characteristics. First, it is exceedingly beautiful, manifesting as a blue flower composed of flames, bright and vibrant. Second, it serves as a source of warmth. The temperature of blue spirit fire is pleasant, capable of warming individuals within a few meters. Third, it exhibits exceptional manipulability. The spellcaster can even manipulate the size of the flame and the object it ignites. The author learned this from a professor at Durmstrang Institute of Magic. The Nordic winters are frigid, and many wizards utilize this magic for warmth. Furthermore, numerous aristocratic ladies flaunt their mastery of this spell as a status symbol. It must be said that this is a practical magic that balances both flair and functionality. Feyre continued to peruse the book, which documented 2 additional spells. The first, the Firework Butterfly Charm, conjures a swarm of flame butterflies that can be deftly controlled, exploding into a splendid display of fireworks. The second, the Lava Imprint Curse, targets an object with the wand, creating a sigil that continuously spews lava. After a cursory examination of the magical descriptions, Feyre found the Firework Butterfly and the Blue Flame Fireworks to be quite manageable. However, the Lava Imprint Curse fell within the realm of dark magic. Dark magic is inherently reliant on negative emotions and is categorized into 3 levels: jinxes, hexes, and curses. The Lava Imprint is classified as a high-tier hex, possessing considerable lethality, though it lacks explosive power and demands precise aim. Nevertheless, despite its sinister reputation, dark magic is not entirely nefarious. Most jinx-level dark spells are rather benign, often regarded as mere pranks, and nearly everyone in the original narrative could perform them, such as the Leglocker Curse or the Toothpick Jinx. The quality of hexes varies, some being lethal while others are simply mischievous. Proper treatment of these spells typically prevents irreversible consequences, exemplified by Severus Snape's invention of the Hanging Charm. The true regulation pertains to curse-level dark magic, particularly the 3 unforgivable curses, which, once invoked, can easily result in imprisonment in Azkaban. Returning to the matter at hand, Feyre discovered that each of these spells demanded a high degree of control. The Blue Flame Fireworks were considered entry-level and relatively easy to master, yet they required adept manipulation of fire. This implies that by practicing this spell, one could enhance their flame control, allowing for the subsequent study of more advanced magic. Feyre felt quite pleased and, after a brief rest, made his way to the room of requirement with Hermione. By this time, snow had begun to fall, and the spell practice room lacked a fireplace, rendering it quite chilly. To prevent their fingers from becoming stiff with the cold, both donned a pair of dragon hide gloves. The principles behind the blue flame fireworks were somewhat intricate, yet once understood, casting the spell proved to be straightforward. Hermione held the book and explained the process to Feyre. His comprehension of flame magic was exceptionally high. After her detailed explanation, he grasped it immediately. Drawing his wand, Feyre traced a circle in the prescribed manner from the spellbook and intoned, "Blue flower, bloom into flame." His internal magical energy surged gently, and a blue flame flower blossomed at the tip of his wand. "Wow, Feyre, you're incredible. I spent half the day mastering that," Hermione exclaimed. "And why is your firework so large?" Feyre glanced at the blue flame in his hand. While Hermione's flame resembled a rosebud, his appeared as a fully blossomed lotus. The warm flames caressed their slightly reddened noses and earlobes from the cold. "You know, it's because my talent for flame magic is quite exceptional. However, it is truly delightful. This magic is simply marvelous." Feyre, feeling at ease, removed his gloves. After an afternoon of practice, he had become quite adept at the blue spirit fire magic. He could effortlessly control the size of the fireworks, even managing to stabilize them on his hand or on paper without igniting it. This filled Feyre with confidence, leading him to believe that he could swiftly master the remaining 2 spells. Yet, reality proved to be a harsh teacher. The blue spirit fire was indeed more akin to a beginner's magic, intended to hone one's magical control. The control required for the fire butterfly and lava imprint spells was exceedingly high. Feyre had temporarily abandoned the lava imprint, the most challenging of the spells. It demanded the wielder to swiftly trace the symbol patterns with a wand, while simultaneously ensuring that the magical energy flowed seamlessly with the imprint. Any interruption or slightest instability would be disastrous. It possessed the difficulty of a curse-level dark magic without the potency of one. Conversely, the fire butterfly magic was somewhat simpler by comparison. This fascinating celebratory spell summoned butterflies controlled by one's thoughts and magical energy, with the timing of their explosion entirely dictated by intention. Consequently, each additional butterfly dramatically increased the complexity of the spell. Following his practice sessions, Feyre often suffered from throbbing headaches and fatigue, resorting to evening hours when he had no classes to continue his training. Nevertheless, his intuition suggested that the potential and scalability of this magic were remarkably high, surpassing even that of the lava imprint. The visible enhancement to his magical prowess was undeniable, akin to having a cheat code. After more than half a month of practice, Fair managed to summon 2 controllable fire butterflies, while Hermione could only conjure 1. However, both of their magical abilities had improved, particularly for Fair, whose mastery of transfiguration had significantly enhanced, now matching Hermione's skill level. Moreover, his fire-making spell allowed him to slightly manipulate the trajectory of the flames, arcing them to strike a target. Yet, their training would have to be temporarily suspended as the Christmas holiday approached. In mid-December, one crisp morning, Fair awoke to find Hogwarts grounds blanketed in several feet of snow. Despite still having breakfast, the young witches and wizards could hardly contain their excitement to venture outside. In fact, many had already donned their thick coats and dragon-hide gloves, engaging in spirited snowball fights upon the grounds. "Fair, let us build a snowman," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm at the sight of the falling snow. "Of course, we must play, but let us not get too cold. I remember last year when you played in the snow, your fingers were frostbitten." Fair nodded, drawing his wand with determination, directing it at an apple. Transform the apple into a bottle. In the blink of an eye, the apple morphed into a glass bottle shaped like the fruit, complete with a wooden cork. Fair then performed the same transformation on a pair, ultimately conjuring 2 glass bottles. With his current magical prowess and transfiguration skills rivaling those of an ordinary upper-year student, such simple transformations would suffice for several hours. "Allow me," Hermione said, understanding Fair's intention as she took the 2 bottles. As the incantation was uttered, 2 blue fire blossoms were conjured from the wand. "Wow, how warm! What kind of magic is this? It's incredible. Could you conjure one for us as well?" Ron exclaimed in awe. With a flick of his wand, Fair cast a spell that released 4 or 5 blue sparks onto the table. "Find a bottle to contain them. Let the fun commence." Chapter 30, The Christmas Holiday. Upon arriving at the playground, Fair witnessed the reckless antics of the Weasley twins. They had enchanted several snowballs, which were now pursuing Quirrell with mischievous intent. 2 of the snowballs even struck him forcefully on the back of his headscarf. Fair couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for them. "Hey!" A snowball came hurtling from behind, and Fair instinctively dodged it by tilting his head. Turning around, he saw Hermione gazing at him with a bright smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. Clutching a snowball in her hand, she seemed poised to launch another surprise attack. "You think you can ambush me? My dodging skills are not for naught." Fair scooped up a handful of snow and charged towards Hermione. The group was engulfed in laughter and merriment. Harry, Ron, Seamus, Neville, and the Weasley twins collaborated to build 2 enormous snowmen. The twins, employing some transformation charm, animated the snowmen, prompting them to engage in a playful duel. Ultimately, both snowmen met their demise, one losing half its head while the other had its limbs broken, reverting back to ordinary snowmen. However, the final afternoon before the Christmas holiday was marred by another dreaded potions class, shared with the insufferable Slytherins. During the lesson, Malfoy, evidently having forgotten his previous injuries, began to taunt, "I really feel sorry for certain individuals who must remain at Hogwarts for Christmas because their families do not want them." His gaze was fixed on Harry, with Goyle and Crabbe chuckling nearby. Fair glanced at Snape at the lectern, feeling a twinge of irritation. His hand itched for an opportunity to teach Malfoy a lesson. Yet Harry, far from feeling disheartened, had previously expressed to Fair and the others that this was the most splendid Christmas holiday, precisely because they could stay at Hogwarts. Upon leaving the potions classroom, they found the corridor obstructed by a massive fir tree. Spotting the large feet beneath the tree, Fair immediately deduced its owner. "Hagrid, do you need assistance?" Ron inquired. "Could you move aside and not block the path?" Malfoy's voice droned on. "Weasley, do you wish to earn some pocket money? Perhaps you could be a gamekeeper after graduation. Hagrid's hut is practically a palace compared to your home." His pale face was etched with mockery. In an impulsive reaction, Ron charged at Malfoy, just as Snape emerged from the classroom. "Weasley." Hagrid's head popped out as he explained. It was Malfoy who insulted Ron's family first, Professor Snape. "Regardless, physical altercations are against Hogwarts regulations, Hagrid," Snape intoned in his usual gloomy and oily tone. 5 points from Gryffindor. "Now off you go." Fair mused that Malfoy had calculated his confidence today, knowing that Snape would shield him. Once today concludes, a holiday will commence, rendering any thoughts of retribution futile. Alas, such cleverness proves ineffective with Fair. Fair exhibits a hint of obsessive behavior, witnessing a small insect's leap in sights and urge to swat it. "Oh, in that case, Professor, I would like another 5 minutes." Fair began to speak, but before the words could fully escape, a punch landed squarely on Malfoy's smirking face. Wow. Fel Hephis. On the eve of the Christmas holiday, Gryffindor suffered a significant deduction of 20 points. Snape, dragging the sulking Malfoy with panda-like eyes, departed in a gloomy manner. However, Fair found no reproach from classmates regarding the point loss. Instead, they exuberantly cheered Fair's boldness. Ron, as usual, boasted about Fair's audacity in confronting Snape's venomous gaze and delivering a thorough thrashing to Malfoy. On the following morning, Fair and Hermione had already packed their suitcases with great anticipation. Harry and Ron came to bid farewell. Ron's family was headed to Romania to visit his second brother, Charlie Weasley, so Ron and the Weasley twins would remain at school. After parting ways, Fer and Hermione meandered around the Black Lake, tracing a semicircle back to the path they had once taken to enter Hogwarts. These past 6 months have felt like a dream, Hermione mused. Fer turned to glance back at Hogwarts Castle and the distant Forbidden Forest. It won't be long. There is still much to accomplish. We shall return soon. Traversing the pathway led them once again to Hogsmeade Station. However, this time, the train number was different. Clearly, the magical realm could not be served by a solitary train, and the transport of young wizards was no exception. Many young wizards remained at Hogwarts, while others would board trains in the coming days. Thus, this train was considerably less crowded. Fer and Hermione claimed an entire compartment for themselves. Hey, Hermione, perhaps in the future, we can ride the magical train to explore other destinations, Fer remarked, gazing out as the snow-covered fields swiftly receded. That sounds delightful. I've heard that wizards in Africa excel at wandless magic, relying solely on gestures to cast spells. The British Ministry of Magic has only recently extended its wand business there, but promoting it proves quite challenging, Hermione replied excitedly. Fer was intrigued. What methods do wizards from other nations employ for magic? Perhaps in China, every wizard possesses 2 wands, colloquially known as chopsticks? Hermione added, however, we cannot venture to Asia. The Prophet has reported unrest there. Several magical ministries have even closed their flu networks. Fer nodded in understanding. Suddenly, the train whistle blared loudly. At last, they arrived at King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4. Please line up and proceed to walk through the wall in order. The conductor directed as it was Fer and Hermione's turn. They plunged head first into the wall. After a brief moment of darkness, clarity returned. They had re-entered the Muggle world. The Muggle realm was still blanketed in heavy snowfall. Upon exiting the platform, Hermione bounced on her toes, eagerly scanning the surroundings. Soon, she spotted her parents waiting outside. Dad, Mom, oh, my child, we were so worried about you, Mrs. Granger exclaimed, enveloping Hermione and Fer in a warm embrace. Her eyes slightly red. Come on, children, let's get in the car. It's too cold here. Mr. Granger brushed the snow off the shoulders of the 2 children and ushered them into the vehicle. After some casual conversation, they finally arrived home. Oh. As he reclined on the familiar sofa, Fer stretched luxuriously, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Hermione squeezed in beside him, vying for space on the couch. After a while, they began to quarrel over the television channel. Eventually, they each claimed a side and drifted off to sleep on the sofa. The long journey had been exhausting, and once home, their bodies instantly relaxed. It wasn't until noon that Fer was stirred awake. He felt a bit stifled, as Hermione had one foot resting on his chest. The white knee-high socks had slipped down, revealing her pale pink calf. Fer felt a peculiar sensation and gently grasped Hermione's soft ankle, moving her foot aside. Children, it's time for lunch. Hermione blinked sleepily as she opened her eyes. All right, ma'am, Fer exclaimed. Hermione cheerfully sat up. Coming, Mom. Is there strawberry jam? Oh, Hermione, that's not good for your teeth. Your father will be upset. Thus began their holiday adventures. Chapter 31, The Mirror of Ariste. The effort involved in preparing gifts is matched only by the joy of receiving them. On Christmas morning, Fer awoke to find a pile of presents beside his bed. There were toys from the Grangers, a bag of homemade fudge from Ron, a bottle of invisible ink from Neville, ink that rendered the written words invisible. Hagrid had sent an odd red object that resembled a talon from some fierce bird. There was also a parcel from Professor McGonagall. When Fer opened it, he discovered an old Transfiguration textbook filled with elegant handwriting. A note accompanied it. These are your mother's Transfiguration notes. She was an exceptional student. As Fer traced the handwriting with his fingers, a surge of emotions washed over him. Damn you, Voldemort. He collected himself and opened the door. Next door, Hermione had just emerged. Merry Christmas, they exclaimed in unison. Hermione smiled and revealed a gift box in her hands. Guess what your present is? Fer pretended to ponder deeply. I guess it's something to eat? Hermione beamed with delight as she handed it to him. Fer unwrapped it to find, as expected, a book titled Famous Fire Wizards. And mine? Hermione eagerly inquired. Here you go. This is just given to me by Professor McGonagall, my mother's Transfiguration notes. Hermione's face lit up with joy, but then she realized something was amiss and pouted. So, you didn't prepare a gift beforehand? Fer chuckled, extending his hand. In his palm rested a white butterfly hairpin, shimmering with iridescence. I had the Weasley brothers buy it in Hogsmeade. It changes color with the weather. It's white when it snows and turns yellow on sunny days. Do you like it? Hermione nodded enthusiastically. There is no girl who does not appreciate beautiful things. Let me help you put it on. Fer gently placed the hairpin in Hermione's hair, and its tiny legs automatically grasped her strands. It's truly beautiful. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head to the side, deftly shifting the topic. Whom else have you prepared gifts for? The 2 descended the staircase, where Mrs. Granger was already engaged in preparing breakfast. Fair replied, I gave sweets to Harry, Ron, and Neville. As for Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, I presented them with scarves. Scarves? Do the professors truly need them? Hermione appeared somewhat perplexed. Fair chuckled softly. Perhaps what they truly require are scarves or woolen socks. After all, they are rather elderly. And I believe the elderly deserve care. Holidays are invariably delightful, yet the Muggle holiday experience felt rather mundane for the two of them. Bound by the laws of the Ministry of Magic, they were unable to practice magic, leading Fair and Hermione to repeatedly peruse the books they had brought from school, including those purchased from Flourish and Blots. Nonetheless, for Fair and Hermione, the warmth of being with family was sufficient solace. The Grangers were immensely curious about the magical world, engaging with the two daily to inquire about every facet of it. Over the span of 2 weeks, Fair had memorized the spellbook with remarkable proficiency, particularly excelling in the spells of fireworks, butterflies, and lava engraving from Paul Andrius' magical tome, perhaps due to the brewing effect of abstaining from magic for 2 weeks. The tranquility allowed Fair to delve deeper into understanding these two incantations. However, the yearning for magic, coupled with an underlying sense of impending peril, left Fair and Hermione feeling somewhat restless. Ultimately, 5 days before the holiday concluded, the two boarded the earliest magical train. Mrs. Granger was evidently reluctant to part ways. Goodness, it has only been half a year, and the two little ones have grown so much. I wish I could watch them grow every day. Mr. Granger, however, understood the importance of the situation. If given the opportunity to become a wizard, he too would strive diligently to master magic. At Hogwarts Castle, within the Great Hall, the fire blazed brightly. At the Gryffindor table, Ron was engaged in a game of wizard chess with Seamus. Move the pawn forward. No, you must advance the knight. The Weasley brothers were offering various strategies to Seamus, which ultimately led Ron to secure another victory. Seamus's pieces were decimated by Ron's forces, and upon his defeat, they were swiftly reassembled. Catching sight of newcomers, Ron glanced over in surprise. Fair, Hermione, you're back so early? Oh, I yearn to learn. A day without practicing magic leaves me feeling restless, Fair proclaimed, exhibiting the audacity of an eager scholar. He noticed that the Weasley family was clad in identical sweaters, a thoughtful gift from their mother. By the way, where's Harry? Hermione inquired curiously. Ron gestured with his chin. Over there. Fair turned to see Harry sitting on the Hufflepuff bench, staring intently out of the window, donned in a similar blue sweater. Leaning closer, Ron whispered. Harry received an invisibility cloak and discovered a mirror. I don't know what that mirror is, but it seems a bit unsettling. I saw myself as the head boy and a Quidditch player. However, Harry claimed to have seen his parents, and thereafter he wandered about in a daze, visiting the mirror nightly. Phil recalled that this was none other than the fabled mirror of Erased from the narrative. Intrigued, he turned to Hermione and said, How fascinating. Would you care to see this mirror? Hermione's face lit up with curiosity. Phil approached Harry and lightly tapped him on the shoulder. Harry, stop daydreaming. Awakening from his reverie. Harry replied, Oh, Phil, you're back. Phil continued, Listen, Ron mentioned a mirror. Shall we go see it tonight? Absolutely. Harry exclaimed, a spark of excitement igniting within him. You must join us. I can see my parents, but Ron says he hasn't seen anything. At 10 o'clock that night, the trio concealed themselves beneath Harry's invisibility cloak, traversing the castle. Phil, being the tallest, took the lead. He couldn't help but marvel at the cloak's enchantment, especially that of the Deathly Hallows. Once donned, it rendered the wearer completely invisible, even silencing their footsteps. However, Phil was skeptical that it could deceive a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber. By that logic, it would be even less likely to fool death itself. Here we are, Harry whispered. Phil noticed they had arrived at an abandoned classroom, not far from the library. In the center stood an exquisitely ornate mirror, a stark contrast to the dilapidated furniture surrounding it. It reached up to the ceiling, adorned with a golden, elaborate frame, supported by claw-like feet. I am unsure of its meaning. Perhaps it is a spell. Harry pointed to the Latin inscribed at the top of the frame. Hermione examined it and remarked, This is Latin, and it is written in reverse. Let me see. Ah, it says, I do not show your face, but your desires. This may explain why you see your parents, Harry. Phil stepped closer, gazing into the mirror. Reflected within it were a matured version of himself and Hermione, standing together, dressed in elegant ball attire. He envisioned himself as a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic, attended by numerous followers. The Grangers, the headmaster, and many others were joyously engaged in conversation. Was this truly what he desired? Oh, Phil also beheld the lifeless form of Voldemort sprawled on the ground, while Hedwig had left a droppings on his pale face, shaking herself in satisfaction. Chapter 32. You cannot even bear to call me by name. It seemed that his deepest longing was to vanquish Voldemort, to ascend as a leader and save some souls. Revenge, power, strength, and familial bonds. He craved them all. Yet, above all, it was his connection with Hermione that mattered most. What do you see, Phil? Hermione inquired. Phil responded, half truthfully, I see us growing up together. becoming high officials in the Ministry of Magic. Harry, Ron, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and many others are all attending a grand celebration. And you, Hermione? Hermione scrutinized the mirror, her face turning crimson as she stammered, well, I also see you and many others. It could be considered a celebration. They are here for our banquet. Upon hearing this, Harry's expression fell into profound disappointment. At that moment, a familiar aged voice resonated from behind. Ah, you have returned, Harry, accompanied by Miss Granger and Mr. Fair. The speaker was none other than Dumbledore, causing Harry and Hermione to turn in alarm. Headmaster, we apologize. Fair smirked knowingly and turned his gaze away. Dumbledore's appearance today was somewhat altered. Fair noted the red scarf adorning his neck, embroidered with the Hogwarts crest and the initials of Dumbledore's name. Merry Christmas, Headmaster, Fair greeted. Dumbledore smiled in return. Merry Christmas, Fair. Thank you for the scarf. It is quite warm. Turning his attention to Harry, he remarked, it seems you have discovered the allure of the Mirror of Erist, much like many before you. Here, as a hint, the happiest person in the world sees only themselves when gazing into the mirror, for it reflects the deepest desires of one's heart. Dumbledore then surveyed Fair and Hermione. However, children, this mirror cannot impart knowledge or truth. Countless individuals have squandered their lives before it, some even descending into madness. Harry, persuaded by Dumbledore's words, bowed his head in contemplation. Fair stroked his chin. I hold a differing perspective, Headmaster. Oh, pray tell, Fair, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Since the Mirror of Erist reveals one's most fervent desires, it could be said to clarify our true selves. Those who are lost may discern what they truly seek and strive toward that goal, or choose to relinquish it, provided there will remain steadfast. Dumbledore's smile deepened. I am pleased you possess a different viewpoint, Fair. Now, children, do you comprehend your own hearts? They nodded, and Dumbledore calmly declared, then, do return. For this mirror will be relocated tomorrow. The group obediently prepared to don the invisibility cloak, and Dumbledore, seemingly oblivious, made no mention of points being deducted. Hermione inquired curiously, Headmaster, what did you see? Dumbledore blinked. Me? I saw myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks. Hermione and Harry widened their eyes, clearly puzzled. Dumbledore continued, glancing at the mirror, Christmas has come and gone, and I have received not a single pair of socks. People insist on gifting me books, such as Miss Granger here. Ah, this time the reflection is slightly different. In addition to the woolen socks, the scarf is quite lovely. With the Christmas holiday concluded, the new term commenced. Fair had fully assimilated the spells from his holiday, further advancing his magical prowess. At breakfast that day, Seamus delivered disheartening news. Snape would officiate the next Quidditch match. Harry's complexion paled. Hermione suggested, simply claim you are ill, pretend to have broken your leg. Ron chimed in unexpectedly, think of a way to actually break your leg. Snape remained their primary suspect. Fair waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry, Harry. If he is the referee and something were to happen to you, his culpability would be even more pronounced. Harry was persuaded by his brother's confident reasoning. At that moment, Neville leaped into the hall with his legs tightly bound. Fair immediately discerned that he had fallen victim to the leg-locking curse. Hermione drew her wand and approached Neville to lift the spell. Was it Malfoy? Fair inquired, aware that any first year would know Neville was his underling. With a trembling voice, Neville replied, yes, it was Malfoy. I encountered him in the corridor. He claimed he was looking for someone to practice that curse. Ron, filled with indignation, clenched his fist and said, you must confront him bravely, Neville. With a hint of sob in his voice, Neville lamented, I'm too cowardly. I don't deserve to be in Gryffindor. Fair placed his finger on his temple, exuding a godfather-like demeanor, and said, oh, child, you are stronger than 10 Malfoys. True courage is not the absence of fear, but the resolve to face the consequences despite knowing them. Hermione struggled to suppress a laugh at Fair's theatrics, hastily covering her mouth. Ron eagerly turned to Fair, brother, let us charge again. You want to even call me by name. He cleared his throat. Ahem, I mean, this afternoon is Quidditch. It's a splendid opportunity. Fair waved his hand, gathering a few boys to discuss how to give Malfoy a good thrashing and build their strength. As for Hermione, at that moment, she was contemplating how to answer more questions in class to earn points to compensate for the upcoming deductions. You all go ahead, I'll handle the points. Your godmother, Hermione Granger. In the afternoon, on the Quidditch field, Gryffindor faced Hufflepuff. Harry spotted Dumbledore in attendance and nearly burst into laughter. It was assuredly safe now. The match commenced amidst the cacophony of the crowd. Fair, accompanied by Ron and Neville, sought out Malfoy. Ron, acting as a lookout with his binoculars, reported no sight of the target. However, minutes later, Malfoy approached them on his own, leading the charge. Following Goyle and Crabbe, Malfoy grinned mockingly. I wonder how long Potter can stay on his broomstick this time, Hephis. He provocatively gazed at Fair, hiding behind his two lackeys. Clearly, he believed that with Snape officiating, Gryffindor was destined to lose. Thus he brought his minions to jeer. Among such a crowd, he doubted Fair would dare to strike him, even if he did. Malfoy could easily flee. After Snape unjustly awarded Hufflepuff a penalty, Malfoy grew even bolder. He loudly proclaimed to Goyle and Crabbe, "Do you know how Gryffindor selects its players? They choose the pitiful ones. Like Potter, who is parentless, and the Weasley brothers, who are impoverished. Oh, Longbottom, you should join them, for you lack brains." Neville's face flushed crimson as he retorted, "I am braver than 10 of you." Fair silently chuckled, his amusement growing as he noticed Ron stealthily positioning himself behind Malfoy, grinning broadly. The scene was vibrant, akin to a display of fireworks. 3 fiery red butterflies soared into the air and suddenly exploded, scattering sparks everywhere. Wow! The crowd was captivated by the fireworks, and the atmosphere intensified. "Make your move," Fair commanded. In an instant, Ron lunged forward and seized Malfoy from behind. With a powerful punch, Fair knocked Goyle down, followed closely by Neville, who swiftly tackled Crabbe. The fallen individuals vanished into the crowd. "Help! Help!" Chapter 33, Dragon Egg. Fair threw punches, perspiration pouring down his face. What a thrill. Ding. The match concluded with Harry capturing the golden snitch, securing victory for Gryffindor. Snape spat in fury. Ultimately, Fair and his companions were discovered by Prefect Percy Weasley. Percy, in a pompous tone, solemnly deducted a point from each of them, including his brother Ron. Malfoy and his sidekick fled in terror, bruised and battered, their clothes in tatters. Fair, slightly disheveled, cheered alongside Neville, whose nose was bleeding, and Ron. In the afternoon, at the library, Harry rushed in. "Harry, where have you been? You won't believe it. We really gave Malfoy a beating." Ron exclaimed excitedly. The librarian, Madame Pants, fixed a hawk-like gaze upon Ron, prompting him to lower his voice. "Oh, finally some good news," Harry said resignedly. Fair inquired, "What is the matter?" Harry whispered, "Right after my match, I saw Snape and Quirrell enter the Forbidden Forest. It seemed like Snape was pressuring Quirrell, asking if he knew how to get past Fluffy and other matters. Perhaps it truly is Snape. He wants to steal the Sorcerer's Stone." Ron exclaimed anxiously. "Then Snape might discover how to get through by tomorrow. He certainly looks down on Quirrell. After all, Quirrell often appears too timid." It seemed that Snape would bear the brunt of it for a while, which left Fair feeling equally exasperated. Clearly, Snape's acting skills surpassed those of Quirrell. Fair immediately shook his head. No, if Quirrell were so incompetent, Snape would have extracted the information long ago. Besides, you need not worry. Dumbledore is still at the school. Dumbledore is the greatest wizard. As long as he remains, the villains will think twice before striking. The group felt reassured. Indeed, with Dumbledore at the school, what is there to fear? Suddenly, Fair spotted a massive figure emerging from behind the bookshelf. It was Hagrid. How peculiar that Hagrid could be found in the library. "Hagrid." Hermione waved. "Oh, what is this? You're here too?" Hagrid seemed somewhat awkward, hastily concealing a large stack of books behind him. Thud. One book tumbled to the ground due to the sheer number. Hermione quickly bent down to retrieve it, reading the title aloud, Guide to Raising Dragons. Hagrid hurriedly snatched the book back, stammering, "It's nothing. You lot should focus on your homework. I'll be heading back." With that, he dashed off to find Madame Pants to register, swiftly exiting the library. Fair, recalling the moment, suddenly realized. Wasn't this the very plot from the original story where Hagrid raised a dragon and faced punishment? He had been pondering how to find a reasonable way to enter the Forbidden Forest, and now he had a solution. Harry remarked, "Hagrid has always wanted to raise a dragon. He mentioned it the first time I met him." "That's illegal." Hermione frowned. In 1709, the Wizarding Conference officially passed a decree prohibiting the raising of dragons. Ron nodded, stating that they ought to examine the burns on Charlie's body, remnants of his encounters while expelling dragons in Romania. "I suspect Hagrid might have acquired a dragon, or is in the process of doing so," Fair remarked. Suddenly, a gaunt figure appeared behind them. "Leave the library." Madame Pants glared at them like a hawk, her voice sharp and foreboding. The group instinctively recoiled, hastily exiting the library before Madame Pants wielded her feather duster. "We must find Hagrid," Fair declared, taking the lead. However, upon their emergence from the library, Fair noticed a pair of furious eyes fixated upon him. Understanding the silent reprimand, he remained mute. Half an hour later, they knocked on Hagrid's cottage door. All windows and doors were tightly shut. "Who is it?" A muffled voice inquired from within. The door opened a crack, revealing one of Hagrid's eyes. "Sorry, little ones. I'm quite busy at the moment. You ought to head back." Fair quickly interjected, "We know about your dragon." Hagrid appeared astonished and somewhat embarrassed. The door widened slightly, allowing the group to enter the small abode. A wave of heat enveloped them, momentarily stifling Fair. Though spring had arrived, a roaring fire blazed in the hearth. Hagrid brewed them tea and presented several weasel sandwiches. Fair swallowed hard, politely declining the delicacy. Harry, however, was more concerned about the Philosopher's Stone, anxiously asking, "Hagrid, could you tell us what other protections exist apart from Fluffy?" Hagrid furrowed his brow. "Of course, I cannot divulge that information. I am unaware myself." "Hagrid, you likely do not wish to disclose what has transpired here. Is there anything that eludes your keen observation?" We merely seek to ascertain whom Dumbledore can trust aside from you, Hermione coaxed in a saccharine, soft tone. Fer felt a shiver run down his spine, recalling only having heard such a voice when Hermione had implored the Granger couple for sweets and strawberry jam. Hagrid twitched his beard, evidently swayed by Hermione's charm. He conceded. Well, all right, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share with you. Dumbledore borrowed Fluffy from me. Additionally, Professors Sprout, Flitwick, Quirrell, and McGonagall. He counted on his fingers, adding, and Snape. You see, Snape is also one of the guardians of the Philosopher's Stone. Thank you, Hagrid. Now can you explain what this is? Fer inquired, gesturing towards a dark, enormous egg nestled in the fireplace. I know what this is, Ron exclaimed excitedly. It's a dragon egg. But Hagrid, how did you come by it? Hagrid grinned with pride. I won it while playing cards with a stranger at the Leaky Cauldron during my Christmas holiday. Honestly, he seemed eager to part with the dragon egg, almost wishing to lose it to me. Hermione frowned. But Hagrid, what will you do once it hatches? Hagrid picked up a thick book, of course, their essay solution. I borrowed this from the library, Raising Dragons for Fun and Profit. It is inscribed above, once it hatches. Feed it a bucket of chicken blood brandy every half hour. Goodness, that is not what I meant, Hermione remarked, clearly exasperated. Fer added. What Hermione is implying is that you reside in a wooden house, and the fire dragon grows rapidly. You cannot conceal it. However, Hagrid was lost in a reverie, completely oblivious to this, exclaiming, there will always be a way, there will always be a way. Crack. The dragon egg emitted a crisp cracking sound. It's hatching, Ron exclaimed. Everyone held their breath, and Hagrid trembled with excitement. A harsh scraping noise followed as the egg split open. A young dragon staggered out, flapping its wings. Fer thought the creature was quite unattractive, with its spiny wings and slender, dark body being rather disproportionate. It boasted a lengthy snout, bumpy horns atop its head, and bulging orange eyes. Yet Hagrid stared in rapture. Isn't it beautiful? Awesome. Ron chimed in. This is a Norwegian ridgeback. Suddenly, Harry turned pale and dashed to the window, where he spotted a slit in the curtains. It was Malfoy. He had seen them. Chapter 34, Dragonfire. Harry and his companions were exceedingly anxious. There was no doubt that Malfoy would report them. Fer felt somewhat relieved, hoping he wouldn't have to exert himself further. Hermione urged, let it go, Hagrid. Hagrid shook his head vigorously, like a bobblehead. No, 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 that won't do. It's still so small, it will perish. Then, he mused aloud. What about calling it Norbert? Norbert. He reached out to tease the young dragon, only for it to cough twice and emit a plume of smoke, igniting Hagrid's beard. Oh, look, he is so lively. He is playing with me. Hagrid exclaimed joyfully, patting his beard. Fer was speechless. Hagrid's half-giant physique allowed him to endure far more than an ordinary person. He often regarded things that were perilous to others as harmless. Nonetheless, Fer developed an interest in dragonfire, deciding to observe further. Hagrid, I read in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them that the Norwegian ridgeback develops quite rapidly. Its fire-breathing organs can mature within 1 to 3 months. Your house is made of wood. Hermione continued to plead, but Hagrid remained obstinate. Eventually, the group resolved to care for the young dragon together. A week later, Fer was inside feeding Norbert chicken blood brandy. In just a week, Norbert had grown to 3 times his original length and could now consume small morsels of meat. His inherent ferocity as a fire dragon made Norbert eager to nip at Fer's fingers. Fer quickly withdrew his hand, inadvertently swatting Norbert's head askew. Hagrid was reluctant to strike, but Fer did not hesitate. Norbert, now angrier, growled twice and opened his mouth. A small, dazzling burst of bright yellow dragon fire erupted. From the moment of his birth, Norbert had finally unleashed his first complete breath of dragon fire. Fer instinctively sidestepped, evading the flames. Despite the fact that the fire-breathing organ was not yet fully developed, and the fire was merely the size of a basketball. However, the sweltering heat left Fer parched and dry. His gaze was somewhat fervent, although the power was modest. The small dragon flame emitted a temperature far exceeding that of his fire-making spell. It is noteworthy that Fer possessed an astonishing talent for fire magic, especially when complemented by the Blackthorn wand. His fire-making spell's temperature was even inferior to that of older students. Yet, Nobber accomplished it effortlessly. Dragon flames are known for their formidable destructive power, a mere breath from an adult dragon rivals that of advanced spells. This is merely one of the innate gifts of dragons, underscoring why they are classified as a level 5 dangerous creature by the Ministry of Magic. However, Fer's focus was not on the dragon's might, but rather on the subtle manipulation and frequency of magic he sensed when Nobber exhaled fire. Nobber was still young, akin to a young wizard experiencing magical surges before attending school. The magic of a juvenile dragon is equally unstable, resulting in an incomplete convergence of magical fluctuations during the emission of dragon flames. Fortuitously, Fer's inherent affinity for fire allowed him to perceive magical ripples that others could not. If he could learn to master this manipulation of magic, Fer speculated that he might even unleash dragon flames himself. Even integrating the method of dragon flame magic into his fire spells could enhance their potency significantly. Yet, Fer understood the difficulty of this endeavor. As dragon flames do not require incantations, this implies that he would likely need to reach a level of silent casting to comprehend its principles. Blind experimentation could lead to disastrous consequences. Nevertheless, the opportunity was rare, and if necessary, he could always experiment later. Fer's current task was to familiarize himself with and memorize the magical fluctuations of dragon flames. Thus, he became the least anxious person to send Nobber away. In contrast, the others were restless. Harry and Ron spent their days imagining Malfoy's sinister grin. Hagrid had abandoned his duties in the Forbidden Forest, finding himself flustered by Nobber alone. That day, everyone gathered in the small cabin. Hermione, unable to contain herself, said to Hagrid, "Hagrid, in a month, Nobber might be larger than your house. No forest can conceal such a large flying creature." Hagrid choked out, "I know, but I cannot simply discard him." Suddenly, Harry had a brilliant idea. "Charlie, Ron's brother is studying dragons in Romania. We could write to Charlie and ask him to take Nobber away. What do you think, Fer?" Fer, who was amusing himself with a chicken leg while entertaining Nobber, casually replied, "Sure, that's a splendid idea." Nobber, unable to reach the chicken leg, anxiously exhaled another breath of dragon flame. Fer effortlessly dodged it, savoring the magical frequency from Nobber's recent fire exhalation and the residual magical fluctuations in the air. As Nobber grew, the magic within him became increasingly stable. Even for Fer, with his remarkable talent, sensing the magical fluctuations became somewhat challenging. Yet, it was sufficient. Ron hurriedly pinned a letter to Charlie, instructing Hedwig to deliver it to Romania. On Wednesday at midnight, the common room was occupied solely by Fer, Hermione, and Harry. Ron removed the invisibility cloak, having just returned from assisting Hagrid in feeding Norbert. Yet, his right hand was wrapped in a blood-stained handkerchief. "Goodness, the dragon is the most terrifying creature I have ever encountered. It bit me, as well as Hagrid's hound, Fong, and Hagrid forbade me from frightening him." Fer reminded, "You might need to seek Madame Pomfrey, for dragon bites are typically venomous, even when the creature is still in its juvenile stage." Ron was concerned that Madame Pomfrey would discern the nature of his injury. At that moment, a tapping at the window signaled Hedwig's return. Harry hurriedly opened the window and retrieved the letter from Hedwig's talon. "Charlie instructed us to bring Norbert to the top of the tower at midnight on Saturday. He has a few friends who will come to take Norbert away," Harry exclaimed. The following day, Ron's right hand had swollen to twice its normal size. He had no choice but to seek Madame Pomfrey, resulting in a week's stay in the hospital wing. Just as Fer and Hermione were exiting the infirmary, he noticed Malfoy lurking in the corner. Fer deliberately remarked to Hermione, "It's definitely at midnight on Saturday. We are to send it off." His voice was low enough for Malfoy to overhear. Unaware, Hermione nodded and said, "That's right. We should hurry to inform Hagrid." Upon reaching Hagrid's door, Fer spotted Harry standing outside, looking quite distressed. Hagrid opened the window, panting, "I cannot let you in. Norbert is quite difficult to manage at the moment." Hagrid appeared to be wandless, at least visibly, and thus unable to perform magic, relying instead on sheer strength to handle Norbert. Without hesitation, Fer drew his wand and pointed it through the window at Norbert. "Sleep." A flash of dark light surged forth, and Norbert collapsed to the ground. The juvenile dragon's skin lacked sufficient magical resistance, and Fer was no ordinary wizard. Hagrid opened the door, and the three of them entered. "Hagrid, bring out the chains to temporarily secure him," Fer instructed. Hagrid hesitated, but Hermione chimed in, "Hagrid, it's just temporary. Once Saturday midnight arrives, we can send Norbert away." Reluctantly, Hagrid complied, retrieving a thick chain from a box. Once Hagrid had secured Norbert's feet with the iron chain, everyone finally relaxed. Everything was now in place. They were merely waiting for Saturday. In the ensuing 2 days, Fer scarcely left Norbert's side, under the pretext of caring for him. Astronomy class? Irrelevant, skipped. History of magic? Irrelevant, skipped. Hermione was exasperated but felt compelled to help Fer by requesting leave, fabricating an excuse about his ill health. She found it peculiar how suddenly Fer had developed such an affinity for dragons. He had never shown interest in dragon literature before. Yet, all of it was worth it. By Saturday afternoon, Fer had finally memorized Norbert's magical frequency and energy fluctuations. This was sufficient, as opportunities to approach a dragon hatchling were exceedingly rare. Remember this for future study. At 11 p.m., several of them gathered in the common room. Ron was still in the hospital and unable to attend. Harry held the invisibility cloak, assessing its size. "Hermione, it would be unwise for you to join us. The more individuals involved, the greater the risk of exposure." Fer advised Hermione. He was determined to keep her away from this smuggling operation due to the enormity of the potential consequences. Firstly, Malfoy was certainly lurking outside, ready to report their actions. Hermione's involvement would not only result in an additional deduction of 50 points for Gryffindor, but also subject her to mockery from her peers. Although Fer had devised a rationale, It was only suitable for 2 individuals and was not guaranteed to succeed. Hermione possessed a formidable sense of pride, and he could not bear the thought of her in tears. Secondly, Fel was aware that, should everything proceed smoothly, they would face punishment in the Forbidden Forest. He knew all too well what dangers lurked within. It was perilous. Fel himself was on a quest for something that captivated him, and the risks remained unknown. Thus, considering all factors, it was best for Hermione to remain behind. Concerned, Hermione asked, "Are you sure it's all right, Fel? I wish to help." Harry, after assessing the situation, replied, "I fear this is the only option, Hermione. The invisibility cloak is not large enough for 3 people and a dragon. I am worried it won't conceal us adequately." Reluctantly, Hermione nodded in agreement. "I will stay here and await your return." Fel and Harry donned the invisibility cloak, pushed open the door to the common room, and made their way to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid was prepared, having placed Norbert in a crate. "I've provided plenty of mice and some chicken blood brandy. It should suffice for the journey," Hagrid said, his voice choked with emotion. "And his teddy bear? Oh, Merlin's beard. I hope he won't feel lonely." Fel heard the crate rattle as Norbert thrashed about, evidently restless. He hoped the teddy bear's head would remain intact. Without hesitation, Fel drew his wand and aimed through a gap, employing the same spell once more. Sleep. The world fell silent. The invisibility cloak was too constricting for Fel to utilize the levitation charm. The 2 could only carry the crate, each taking an end, struggling to lift it. Step by step, layer by layer, Fel and Harry finally descended the marble staircase and reached the top of the tower. The night was serene, the moonlight bright and clear. After a 10-minute wait, illuminated by the moon, Fel spotted 4 figures on flying broomsticks. As they landed, an unassuming young Asian man extended his hand to Fel and Harry. "Greetings, I am Lee, a friend of Charlie S. So, this is the Norwegian Ridgeback?" "Yes, please take it away quickly," Harry urged. Lee peeked into the crate, nodding to his companions. In a flurry of activity, they secured ropes to 4 broomsticks. At last, Norbert was dispatched. As the figures faded into the distance, Harry felt as though a colossal weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Breathing freely, he joyfully exclaimed to Fel, "We can return now. Malfoy will never be able to report us." Fel quickly grabbed Harry's arm, urging him to descend the stairs rapidly. He feared Harry might remember that the invisibility cloak had been left in the tower. The journey down was tranquil, yet Fel felt a surge of anxiety. How inept was Malfoy that he had not discovered their absence? As a result, at the corner of the corridor near Gryffindor, Fel and Harry collided head-on with Professor McGonagall. The professor's expression was grave, and behind her trailed a smirking Malfoy, reveling in his perceived victory. It seemed Malfoy was not entirely foolish, aware of how to block their path. After all, they would eventually return to the common room. Malfoy screeched, "Professor McGonagall, they really have a dragon. They intend to smuggle it away." "Enough, Mr. Malfoy, cease with your absurdities." Professor McGonagall reprimanded him before turning to Fel and Harry. "Now, you 2 explain yourselves." Coughing to clear his throat, Fel recited his carefully prepared statement. "Well, Professor McGonagall, there is no dragon. You could scour Hogwarts and find none. In fact, we had arranged a duel with Malfoy at midnight. Harry is my assistant. Tell me, Malfoy, where is your assistant? Has he been frightened away? I can handle the 2 of you on my own." Malfoy declared, his eyes darting nervously. It was clear to him that the dragon had already been whisked away by Fel. Continuing to shout would only make him appear mad. Fel's reasoning was undeniably compelling. After all, it was a duel. Wizard dueling was a time-honored tradition in the magical community, symbolizing honor and courage. Should a wizard fall, their assistant would take their place. Fel's rationale undoubtedly added luster to their nocturnal escapade. Malfoy could boast of his brave acceptance of the duel, pretending to be a valiant warrior. This is utterly unacceptable. Professor McGonagall trembled with anger. "I expected you to speak the truth, not this vile version of it. You would have been better off deceiving me. You are to receive detention as punishment, and furthermore, I shall deduct 50 points from each of you." The following morning, the young wizards passed by the enormous hourglass displaying the scores for the House Cup and were astonished to find that Slytherin had lost 50 points, while Gryffindor suffered an even greater blow with a deduction of 100 points. Consequently, Gryffindor found itself at the bottom of the 4 houses, with Slytherin overtaken by Ravenclaw. This situation was exacerbated by Fel's several altercations, which resulted in the point deductions far exceeding those in the original tale. The young wizards of both Gryffindor and Slytherin had no time for outrage when they heard the news. Fel had dueled Malfoy at midnight the previous day. The 2 had engaged in an epic battle, only to be interrupted by Professor McGonagall, which accounted for the significant point deductions. At this point, both houses had no objections. Wizard dueling was a sacred and ancient custom. The students of Gryffindor regarded Fel and Harry as exceedingly brave. What a fight! How exhilarating! Meanwhile, the Slytherin students believed Malfoy had upheld the dignity of his pure-blood lineage. Fel's side claimed that they had merely playfully engaged, scaring Malfoy's assistant away, forcing Malfoy to beg for mercy. Malfoy's faction, on the other hand, insisted he had single-handedly challenged both Fer and Harry without faltering. Ravenclaw was equally pleased, as they had temporarily ascended to the top of the House Cup standings. Hufflepuff was also content, having done nothing yet managed to rise one place. No longer in last place. In conclusion, a world where everyone is satisfied has been achieved. Chapter 36, The Forbidden Forest. Hermione and Ron felt relieved that they had not participated in the smuggling of Norbert. Otherwise, Gryffindor would have lost another 100 points. And they would have lacked a commendable excuse. At last, Fire was granted a period of tranquil training. The magical frequency of Norbert and the energy fluctuations during his dragon flame remained etched in his mind. Yet, like an entangled ball of yarn, he found it difficult to grasp. Fire sensed he was close, as if he merely needed a catalyst to find the end of that yarn. Otherwise, he might find himself waiting for a year, 2 years, or even 3. Ultimately, he relied on his burgeoning magical prowess and level of knowledge, striving to break through with sheer determination. Time flew by, and soon only a little over a week remained until the final exams. Fire began to feel anxious. Although he had not prepared to study those seemingly useless subjects, failing the exams would be utterly unacceptable. The embarrassment of it all weighed heavily on him. After all, he aspired to be the leader. Thus, Fire and Hermione reviewed late into the night, memorizing intricate potion recipes, significant magical inventions, and the dates of the Goblin rebellions. Harry followed suit, and even Ron buried himself in his studies. On this particular morning, a note appeared on the tables of Fire and Harry. Your detention begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Report to Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. At midnight, Fire and Harry arrived punctually in the entrance hall, where Filch and Malfoy were already waiting. Follow me. Filch's smile was somewhat sinister. He lit a lantern and led the three through the darkened grounds. What a pity it is that corporal punishment is no longer permitted. I still prefer the old-fashioned methods of discipline, binding your thumbs and suspending you in the dungeon. Ah, how I miss those screams. Filch's expression twisted unnaturally. Poor Filch, a mute who had spent decades at Hogwarts, encountering thousands of wizards yet unable to cast a single spell himself. Fire felt that, were he in Filch's position, he might also develop a few psychological quirks. The group continued deeper into the night, but Fire was well acquainted with the path. Eventually, they arrived at Hagrid's hut. Filch, is that you? Hurry up. I'm ready to set off. Hagrid's deep voice boomed. Harry felt a surge of joy, believing that following Hagrid would certainly be much more pleasant. Filch scoffed. Perhaps you think you'll have a splendid time with this oaf? Tonight, you're going into the Forbidden Forest. Malfoy, who had initially feigned bravado, halted abruptly at this proclamation. The Forbidden Forest? We can't go in there. I've heard there are werewolves. Panic filled his voice, and fear etched his features. This reaction delighted Filch. He gleefully remarked, You have only yourselves to blame. Aren't you brave? Go on, duel with the werewolves. Hagrid's imposing figure strode forward, accompanied by his enormous gray dog, Fong. Having cared for Norbert for so long, Fire and the others had long since become familiar with Fong. Yaya hastily approached, and Fire extended his hand to stroke her head. I will return at dawn to collect their remains. Fire growled menacingly before vanishing into the shadows. No, I refuse to enter the Forbidden Forest. This is the duty of the servants, not something for students. Malfoy could scarcely fathom the horror of being bitten by a filthy werewolf. Hagrid bellowed, This is Hogwarts. If you wish to be expelled, then go pack your bags. Otherwise, follow me. Fire scrutinized Hagrid, who held a massive crossbow nearly the length of his own body, with stout bolts strapped to his back. His expression was grave. Fire inquired, Hagrid, what is the task for today? Hagrid replied solemnly, Tonight's endeavor is perilous. I discovered a unicorn had been slain a couple of nights ago. For the past 2 nights, I have patrolled the Forbidden Forest, but today, you are with me. The group arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where grotesque, gnarled black trees loomed like monstrous apparitions. The moonlight was bright, yet numerous branches and vines ensnared the light, rendering it scant. Fire heard an eerie, haunting cry from an unknown creature, but he was more concerned with the heightened activity of his magic. Before them lay a rudimentary path carved into the foliage. Upon entering the Forbidden Forest, his body grew increasingly warm, as if the magic within him was pulling him in a specific direction. However, Fire resisted the urge to act rashly. He sensed an ominous presence lurking in the vast darkness, with countless watchful eyes surveying him, perhaps due to Hagrid's presence. These gazes did not exude hostility. Fire was once again grateful he had not ventured into the Forbidden Forest alone. The number of magical creatures here far exceeded what was depicted in films. Soon, they reached a fork in the path. Look here, Hagrid gestured to the ground. Fire noticed a silvery liquid glimmering even in the dim light. This is the blood of a unicorn, Hagrid exclaimed with fury. This is the second one. There's blood everywhere. This unicorn is still alive, and we must find and save it. Now we shall split into 2 groups. The opportunity has come. Fire quickly said. Hagrid, I will take Yaya to search for the unicorn. You take Malfoy and Harry. Malfoy, already too frightened to speak, clung tightly to Hagrid, instantly agreeing. Hagrid pondered, undoubtedly. Fire possessed the highest level of magical prowess among these young wizards. His decisive actions while caring for Norbert had proven him to be calm under pressure. Thus, Hagrid nodded. Very well, let it be so. Fire, keep a firm grip on Yaya. With her by your side, the creatures of the Forbidden Forest will not harm you. If you encounter the unicorn or any danger, shoot a red spark. Fire nodded, took Yaya by the hand, and boldly proceeded down the right path, feeling an undeniable pull from the magic within him towards that direction. After walking for a while, Feyre turned back, realizing he could no longer see Hagrid and the others. Consequently, he paused. Seek a unicorn? He certainly would not embark on such a quest. Should he encounter Quirrell or Voldemort, his chances of escape would be slim. The primary aim of this journey was to discover that which had captivated him. Feyre found the oil lamp's light too dim. He promptly picked up a sturdy branch and with a flick of his wand, ignited it. Flames roared to life. The crimson fire erupted, but to Feyre's astonishment, a gust of wind seemed to sweep from behind, causing the flame at the tip of his wand to tilt toward the right. It resembled a pointer. Contemplating this, Feyre led Yaya forward to the right for several paces. The magic within him pulsed with vitality. Now certain, he realized that the fire he conjured, much like his magical energy, possessed a directional quality. However, the flames were more precise and easier to interpret. Testing with a torch, he found its flames to be mundane, lacking any guiding function. It appeared only the fire emitted from his wand possessed this unique trait. Feyre immediately adjusted his magical output to a minimal level. The tip of his wand continued to burn with a flame the size of his palm, tilting toward the right. Taking a deep breath, he tugged firmly at Yaya and ventured deeper into the shadows. Chapter 37. Transformation. The surroundings grew increasingly dark. Feyre sensed he had ventured at least 2 miles into the Forbidden Forest. Beyond the few meters illuminated by the oil lamp and the wand's flame, an abyss of darkness loomed. The fallen leaves on the ground lay a foot deep, making Feyre feel as if he were traversing a marsh. This place was undoubtedly desolate, perhaps even untouched by Hagrid himself. Without Yaya, he feared he would struggle to find his way back. The magic within him surged fervently. At last, Feyre noticed the flames from his wand had ceased to tilt. He had arrived at his destination. Scanning his surroundings, he observed an expanse of black trees stretching endlessly, devoid of any distinguishing features. Only 3 dead trees stood out, appearing to have been lifeless for many years, stripped of leaves and charred black. The trees formed a triangular formation, and Feyre instinctively believed something lay between them. Approaching the center of the trees, he scrutinized the area for a while, but uncovered nothing. Yet, the heat radiating from his body assured him that this was indeed the place. What could it be? Suddenly, an idea struck him. If nothing was above, perhaps there was something below? With that thought, he drew his wand and pointed it at the ground. Windstorm. This spell, a practical enchantment he had learned from Hermione, unleashed a whirlwind that swept away countless years' worth of accumulated leaves. The pungent stench of decaying matter filled his nostrils, prompting him to wrinkle his brow. As the whirlwind subsided, the ground within a few meters was revealed. Standing on solid ground brought Feyre a sense of reassurance. Flames roared. He intended to reignite the flames for illumination once more. To his surprise, as the fire blazed upward, the ground at his feet suddenly glimmered with a golden light. Fixing his gaze, Feyre discerned a golden object partially concealed beneath the earth, its surface barely exposed. He hurriedly snapped off a dry branch and began to excavate. Ultimately, Fire gazed at the object in his hand. It was a shattered golden sphere, which was originally intended to be round, but now remained only a fragment, roughly a quarter of its original form. The golden orb was etched with incomprehensible, fragmented patterns, which emitted a radiant glow. Fire's magical energy seemed to dance wildly. He gasped, striving to calm the restless force within him. Instinctively, he sensed that this was a remarkable artifact, one that could greatly benefit him. The brilliance of the broken golden sphere intensified, yet it was merely that, a dazzling flash that could not be taken away, for it would undoubtedly attract attention. Considering that the flame spell could serve a guiding purpose, Fire pondered that allowing it to touch the golden sphere might yield extraordinary results. To prevent the flames from damaging the orb, he adjusted the fire on his wand to a small flicker and directed it at the sphere. Buzz! To his astonishment, the moment the golden orb encountered the flame, it transformed into a surge of light. In an instant, this luminescence surged up the wand and into Fire's palm. Fire immediately felt as though a torrent of molten lava coursed through his body, bringing excruciating pain to every part it traversed. He collapsed to the ground, curling up as the veins in his neck throbbed visibly. Yaya, who had been quietly lying nearby, leaped up in fright upon witnessing Fire's distress, whimpering anxiously as it circled him. Pain. As the energy flowed throughout his being, Fire experienced a relentless agony. His muscles felt as if they were being torn apart, yet an extraordinary force rapidly mended them. His magical energy intertwined with that new power, amplifying its strength. Ultimately, the energy surged into his brain. Fire felt as if his mind had undergone a cosmic explosion. After a moment of excruciating pain, an unprecedented clarity enveloped his thoughts. Fire opened his eyes, which sparkled with a fleeting golden glimmer before returning to their normal state. Though it felt like an eternity, only a few minutes had actually passed. Rising to his feet, he reveled in the transformations within his body. He sensed an unprecedented sharpness in his mind and a physical strength that surpassed his previous limits. Most significantly, his magical prowess had more than doubled. He felt that his magic now rivaled that of an average 7th-year graduate, suggesting that he had reached the level of an ordinary adult wizard. Coupled with his combat talent, Fire believed he might even surpass the typical adult sorcerer. Of course, the most vital aspect was that he remained a first-year wizard, which indicated a vast potential for growth still lay ahead. Fire glanced at the palm of his left hand, where a twisted circular pattern adorned it, surrounded by a ring of vertical dots. It resembled a primitive sun motif, akin to ancient cave drawings. Rubbing it with his fingers, he discovered that the design seemed imprinted into his flesh, impervious to erasure. Regardless, the magnitude of his newfound strength was monumental, and he felt no discomfort. This was not the place for extensive examination. Fire gently patted Yaya, who was joyfully wagging its tail. "Let us go, Yaya, take me outside." The enhancement of his physique made Fire feel as light as a feather, and the previously dark surroundings began to reveal themselves with clarity. His night vision had also been remarkably augmented. Fire followed Yaya, and within a mere 10 minutes, he discovered a narrow path. There was no commotion from Hagrid's direction. The search for the unicorn was still underway. At this moment, Fair's courage soared to unprecedented heights. According to the original tale, Quirrell was then possessed by Voldemort, having paid a considerable price. Now, Voldemort existed in an exceedingly weakened, ghostly form, capable only of crawling in the shadows. Even Hagrid's crossbow could frighten him away. Thus, whether it was Quirrell or the severely weakened Voldemort, Fair felt confident in his ability to resist, even if he could not triumph. Ensuring his own safe escape was certainly within reach. Consequently, Fair resolved to seek out the unicorn. Should Voldemort remain undetected, devouring the unicorn could potentially render him even stronger than in the original narrative. Whether this was good fortune or misfortune remained unclear. As the bloodstains on the ground grew increasingly dense, Fair sensed he was nearing the unicorn. Finally, after maneuvering through the underbrush, he beheld the unicorn lying on the ground. It was an extraordinarily beautiful creature, its mane as white as pearls, and its horn gleaming like jade. Remarkably, the unicorn was still alive. Although its body was drenched in silvery blood, it lay gasping for breath, and upon seeing Fair, it struggled to rise, only to collapse helplessly, clearly devoid of strength. Fair perked up his ears, keenly attuned to the sounds of the wind rustling through the grass. No other noises were present. It appeared Voldemort had yet to locate it. However, should he signal, both Hagrid and Voldemort might be drawn to the scene. To signal or not, Fair hesitated only briefly, drawing his wand and aiming it at the sky to cast the firework butterfly spell. A vibrant red butterfly soared through the towering trees, ascending into the heavens. Bang! A dazzling explosion of crimson fireworks erupted. "Do not fear, I have come to save you," Fair whispered to the unicorn, then leaned against a sturdy tree, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. If Hagrid arrived swiftly, he might yet rescue this exquisite being. Should Voldemort arrive first, Fair would have to confront the nemesis who had slain his parents. 2 minutes passed, and Fair cast another firework butterfly for guidance. Hiss! The sound of something sliding along the ground reached Fair's ears, and he tightened his grip on his wand. Flames roared. Chapter 38, The First Confrontation. Flames roared. A massive ball of scarlet fire shot forth, crashing into the underbrush to Fair's left. A shadow, dark as night, slithered out like a serpent and darted into the thicket on the other side. Whoosh! The red flames met the underbrush, igniting as if doused in gasoline, instantly engulfing the area in light. Splintering. With a slicing spell, Fair cleaved through the underbrush, effectively creating a rudimentary barrier. In the Forbidden Forest, fire magic posed significant risks of igniting a blaze. Blue spirit fireworks. With a flurry of wand movements, Fair scattered 7 or 8 large fireworks around him, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. Controlled, the blue spirit fireworks ignited not even a single fallen leaf. Fair's heart was as calm as still waters, his eyes scanning the area with the precision of a radar. A shadowy figure suddenly surged from the right, and with a swift motion, Fair evaded the attack. The creature collapsed. The spell struck the tail of the shadow, causing it to momentarily falter. Fair beheld a beastly form, cloaked in dark robes and adorned with a hood. The effects of the stunning spell were minimal. The shadow merely hesitated for an instant before slipping into the underbrush. Fair's mind raced. He was uncertain whether this was Quirrell or Voldemort, for the shape was exceedingly peculiar. However, he was certain of its corporeal nature, reminiscent of a serpent-like being. After all, his spell had made contact, and according to the narrative, Hagrid's crossbow bolt could also frighten it away. Yet, the creature's fighting spirit was evidently much stronger than in the original tale. likely due to the fact that it had not yet consumed the blood of the unicorn. Unicorns were exceedingly rare and elusive, their speed akin to the wind. In the original story, Voldemort had already drunk the blood of 2 unicorns, granting him the freedom to flee at will. Now, Fer had only recently slain a unicorn, which had already attracted attention. This one, having evaded capture with such great effort, would surely resist escape. When dawn broke, the death of a second unicorn would undoubtedly draw Dumbledore's scrutiny, leaving no further opportunities. With this in mind, could he reverse the logic? The blood of a unicorn was not merely a sip. For Voldemort, the more, the better. The greater the quantity consumed, the more his strength and vitality would be restored. In an instant, Fer's thoughts crystallized. The blood of this unicorn was undeniably pivotal for Voldemort's resurgence. He had to prevent this. Fer compelled himself to remain calm. The one who should be anxious was Quirrell, for Hagrid could arrive at any moment. A Fer, comparable to an ordinary adult wizard, alongside the formidable half-giant Hagrid, far surpassed any common Auror. Even Quirrell at his peak, prior to being possessed, stood no chance. 2 beams of dark light suddenly surged towards Fer from both sides, converging in a pincer movement. The shadow lunged directly at the fallen unicorn. Fer, instead of retreating, lunged forward. The dark light whisked past his head. An arrow was released. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth from his wand, as swift as an arrow loosed from a bow, and instantly pierced the shadow. Since the stunning spell, a form of mental magic, proved ineffective, Fer emulated Hagrid and employed a physical attack. The shadow emitted a deep, anguished cry, its body skewed by the force of the arrow's impact. It then burrowed back into the underbrush. Bang! 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 5 bursts of sparkling fireworks erupted in the air. This time, Fer amplified his magical output, producing a tremendous explosion that reverberated throughout the Forbidden Forest. The roars of magical creatures echoed in response, potentially stirring those asleep in the distant Hogwarts castle. Fer, I'm here. Hagrid's heavy breathing echoed as his massive form pushed through the thicket, wielding the great crossbow, now armed with a bolt. Be careful, Hagrid, there are foes. Fer, not allowing Hagrid's arrival to cloud his judgment, remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings while issuing a warning. Upon hearing this, Hagrid lifted his crossbow and positioned himself behind Fer. Minutes passed and silence enveloped the surroundings. Fer felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed the creature had fled. Hagrid, please check on the unicorn. I wonder if it can still be saved. Only then did Hagrid lower his crossbow and approach the fallen unicorn. The unicorn appeared even weaker, its body marred by several long, bleeding wounds. He retrieved a bundle of silver herbs, unfamiliar to Fer, and handed half of it to him, saying, Fer, feed these to the unicorn. I will crush the silver moon grass and apply it to its wounds. Fer promptly accepted the herbs and crouched down to bring them to the unicorn's mouth. The unicorn gently sniffed and then opened its mouth to eat. Hurry, Fer, Hagrid. 2 figures emerged from the forest. It was Harry and Malfoy, who had pursued them. Both were taken aback by the unicorn's condition. Harry, Draco, come help me crush the herbs, Hagrid said without looking up, as he laid his moleskin coat flat on the ground, diligently pounding the herbs with a piece of wood. Without hesitation, Harry stepped forward to assist. What? No, I refuse to do the work of a servant, Malfoy stammered, visibly shaken by the unicorn's grievous wounds. Fer shot him a look. Get to it, Malfoy, unless you wish to remain in the Forbidden Forest. Malfoy swallowed hard, reluctantly picking up a twig. As the herbs were consumed, the unicorn's spirit seemed to revive. Its once dim eyes sparkled with a hint of brightness, and it turned its gaze towards Fer. Fer stroked its head and reassured it. Everything will be all right. Soon, the majority of the herbs were crushed. Hagrid took a handful of the herbal paste and expertly applied it to the unicorn's wounds. Hagrid, we have company, Fer said, glancing up. Above his waist, he saw a figure with platinum hair and sapphire-like eyes, the lower half resembling that of a silver-coated horse. If one only observed the upper half, he would undoubtedly appear strikingly handsome. Firenze, greetings. Children, this is the centaur Firenze, Hagrid introduced while busy with his task. Firenze gazed at the unicorn, a look of sorrow crossing his face as he spoke. It is always the innocent who suffer first. It has been this way for centuries. Firenze, do you know who the villain is? Hagrid inquired. Firenze merely looked up at the sky and slowly replied. The Mars tonight is exceptionally bright. Hagrid, feeling vexed, retorted, you always speak in riddles that are hard to comprehend. Firenze turned to Fer and said, I thank you for saving the unicorn's life. No one had informed him of the situation, yet the centaurs seemed to be aware. Fer understood that centaurs possessed an affinity for astrology and had strong foresight. He spoke in a low voice. Hello, Mr. Firenze. Firenze replied solemnly. To drink the blood of a unicorn is to prolong the life of one on the brink of death. Yet, to kill such a pure creature is an unforgivable crime. From the moment his lips touch the blood of the unicorn, his life shall be cursed. Fer pondered for a moment and tentatively ventured. The enemy has been cursed, suggesting that fate may indeed favor us. does it not? Forenza gazed intently at Fair, articulating each word with intent. The Mars shines brilliantly, while the sun remains dim. Yet remember, nothing is immutable. The guardian of the sun, Leo, has begun to twinkle. Chapter 39, The Enigmatic Pattern. Forenza, you speak too much. The centaurs need not interfere in human affairs. Another centaur emerged slowly, adorned with red hair and a matching beard. Ronan, behold this unfortunate unicorn. If necessary, I shall stand with humanity, Forenza remarked, raising a hoof towards the centaur named Ronan. He then turned to Harry. Good luck. Harry Potter, follow the brilliance of Leo, and you shall remain safe. Soon, the centaurs vanished into the darkness. Hagrid had finally applied the herbal paste to the unicorn's wound, rising to declare, I must return for a cart to transport the unicorn to my place for recuperation. Fair waved his hand dismissively. No need, I shall give it a try. The mysterious golden orb not only significantly amplified Fair's magical prowess, but also sharpened his intellect. Now, with a mere thought, knowledge that had previously eluded him became crystal clear. Although he had yet to delve deeply into his studies, his proficiency in transfiguration had already improved. Fair drew his wand, aiming at the wooden block Hagrid was using for potion making. Transformed the wood into a cart. The wood twisted and contorted, swiftly morphing into a foot-long cart. Two wooden wheels, a plank, and two handles. Although it is somewhat diminutive. My apologies for the lack of finesse. Yet, there is a remedy. Fair directed his wand at the cart once more. Expand swiftly. In an instant, the cart inflated like a balloon, growing to 10 feet in length. Oh, splendid, Hagrid exclaimed. You can already change shapes. I do not fully comprehend, but Professor McGonagall knows the distinctions. However, I recognize that anyone capable of such feats in their first year is bound to become a master of transfiguration. Fair chuckled. I shall seek to learn from Professor McGonagall. The unicorn had grown weary and fallen asleep. Hagrid, with strong arms, lifted the unicorn and placed it onto the cart. The group supported the cart as they leisurely made their way back. At 3 a.m, the door to the common room creaked open. A weary Harry greeted them before ascending the stairs to sleep. Fair immediately noticed Hermione sleeping on the sofa, now clad in pink pajamas and slippers. Perhaps the night was too cold. Hermione curled tightly into a ball, nestled within the sofa. Fair quickly cast a warming charm to ignite the fireplace, then gently shook Hermione's shoulder. Hermione, wake up. I'm back. Why are you waiting here? You'll catch a cold. Groggily, Hermione opened her eyes. Fair, you're back? Are you all right? What happened? A flurry of questions left Fair momentarily speechless. Well, today we accompanied Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest to investigate the unicorn. He succinctly explained, extending his left hand. One day, I inadvertently stumbled upon a magical artifact, which manifested in my palm, forming an intricate pattern. Hermione seized Fair's left hand, her cool fingers gently massaging his palm, her voice laced with concern. Are you feeling unwell? We should consult Madame Pomfrey. Fair turned his hand, enveloping Hermione's chilled fingers with both of his, offering warmth, and chuckled. No need for that. Rather, it is a delightful surprise. I have discovered that my magical prowess and physical constitution have been significantly enhanced. Hermione, whose hands and feet often grew cold, had grown accustomed to Fair warming her hands in the past. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that they had matured, and that girls often reach maturity earlier than boys. Perhaps it was the warmth from the fireplace that caused the color to return to Hermione's pale cheeks. She gently withdrew her hands, pausing momentarily. Contemplating, she queried, how could one encounter such a magical artifact? Rarely do treasures exist that amplify a wizard's power or constitution. Fair shrugged. What does it matter? It is rather late. We shall investigate it further tomorrow. Truth be told, he was thoroughly exhausted. Had it not been for the mysterious golden orb that bolstered his strength, his eyelids would have felt as heavy as lead. The two returned to their dormitories, exchanging no words throughout the night. Fair experienced the deepest slumber he had known, not awakening until the sun had risen high in the sky. Fortunately, there were no morning classes to disrupt his peaceful dreams. After a delightful lunch, Fair initially intended to visit the room of requirement to explore the potential uses of the pattern in his hand. However, Hermione insisted on going to the library to uncover the artifact's origins. With only a week remaining until final exams, Hermione found herself unable to focus on her studies. She would be profoundly unsettled until she deciphered the meaning behind that pattern. Yet, after an entire afternoon of research, the two discovered nothing of consequence. Hermione did, however, unearth a fascinating tidbit. The book Studies on the Development of Modern Sorcery mentioned a wizard from 2 centuries ago who had obtained a treasure guarded by a dragon. With the aid of this treasure, his power surged, and he became a legendary sorcerer. Fair, it seems your situation is not an isolated case. Such artifacts that enhance magical abilities do indeed exist, Hermione said, feeling somewhat reassured that there was a precedent. Otherwise, the sudden acquisition of such power would be exceedingly strange. Fair mused. Our search is proving to be a considerable waste of time. Perhaps we have overlooked the simplest approach. What approach? Hermione inquired, puzzled. We could consult Professor Binns. His knowledge of history surpasses that of anyone else. However, we must keep this artifact a secret. We can simply state that we came across this pattern in a book and wish to know what it signifies, Fair explained. Why waste time searching aimlessly when we have an available teacher? Is he concerned that the ghostly professor would resort to murder for treasure? Fair did not suffer from paranoid delusions. Hermione's face brightened with understanding. She sketched the mysterious pattern from Fair's palm, and the two made their way to Professor Binns' office. It seemed that no one had ever ventured to inquire about Professor Binns' office. Fair and Hermione asked a dozen upperclassmen, yet none had any knowledge of it. Instead, they regarded the two with astonishment, questioning, does a ghost even require an office? With a sense of bewilderment, Fair pondered the absence of an office. Wondering if there ought to be a designated space to linger, Professor Binns invariably entered his classes by traversing through the blackboard and vanished in the same manner upon their conclusion. No one seemed to know his whereabouts during ordinary hours. Ultimately, the two decided to consult Professor McGonagall. She appeared taken aback by their inquiry, yet promptly replied, Professor Binns' office is situated in the castle's basement, directly beneath the second-floor History of Magic classroom. They made their way to the lower levels, carefully locating the History of Magic classroom to guide their search. At last, they stumbled upon a dilapidated door that seemed to have long evaded usage. Although the house elves diligently swept away cobwebs and dust, the doorknob was rusted, indicating that it had been neglected and, consequently, did not warrant repair. Alohomora. Fair uttered the unlocking charm, and the door creaked open. Upon entering, Fair was enveloped by an ambience reminiscent of the Middle Ages. The crimson carpet and the wall paintings had faded over time. Dim oil lamps illuminated the wooden desk, where Professor Binns sat as motionless as a statue. Fair found himself pondering who tended to the oil lamps. Perhaps they were enchanted to never extinguish. Or perhaps a house elf had simply popped in to attend to them. While Hogwarts forbade wizards from using apparition, the magic of house elves remained unregulated. Fair and Hermione's arrival did not rouse Professor Binns from his stupor. It was only when they called out his name that he acknowledged them. Hello, children. What brings you here? His tone remained as tranquil as ever. Fair presented a piece of paper adorned with a pattern, saying, Professor, we came across this design in a book and wish to know its significance. Have you seen it before? Professor Binns scrutinized the paper, nodding in recognition. I am familiar with this design. Chapter 40, The Solar Disk. Recently, a friend of mine from Egypt sent me several of his own writings. One of those books contains this symbol. It is one of the emblems of ancient Egyptian solar worship, typically engraved on pharaoh's scepters or certain alchemical treasures. I have placed that book in the restricted section of the library. If you wish to delve deeper, I can provide you with a permission slip. Hermione blinked in surprise. Could it be that Professor Binns' friend was also a ghost? Could a ghost pen a book? Nevertheless, Fair was indifferent to this notion, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Professor. We are genuinely curious about this design. With a wave of his hand, a quill on the desk began to write autonomously. Soon, a note fluttered into Fair's hand. He cast a glance at it. Student, Fel Hephis, Hermione Granger. Book borrowed. Restricted section, second row bookshelf studies in Egyptian alchemy. Approved by Cuthbert Binns. The approval slip bore a date. Fair was astonished at how effortlessly he acquired the note. Upon further reflection, it seemed that some advanced students enrolled in specialized courses could access a broad array of books without needing explicit permission. In the early years, Voldemort even discovered the method of creating Horcruxes from the restricted section, which was only destroyed after the incident. It seems that the restricted section was established merely to prevent irresponsible young wizards. Once again, they expressed their gratitude to Professor Binns as Fair and Hermione exited the room. Professor Binns remained seated, resembling a statue. On their way, Hermione exclaimed in astonishment, I had no idea Professor Binns could write. He only speaks during class. Fair speculated. Perhaps there are special kinds of ghosts. Like Peeves, although he isn't a ghost, he is somewhat similar. Peeves is the mischievous poltergeist of Hogwarts, said to be composed of the negative energy from students. He resembles a ghost, but possesses a physical form, capable of interacting with and influencing reality. Fair felt he bore some resemblance to the ghost from the stories of Muggle China. Before long, the two arrived at the library. Fair presented a note to Madame Pants, who responded with a grim wave of her hand. She guided Fair and Hermione through the library, leading them to the iron gate of the restricted section. Madame Pants took out a key to unlock the gate and warned them, be careful. If you dare to damage even a single page in the restricted section, I shall never allow you to enter the library again. Of course, madam, Fair replied without further dispute, pulling Hermione inside. The restricted section was not markedly different from the ordinary library outside. It was merely separated by iron bars. The two quickly located the second row of bookshelves and began to examine the books on either side. Finally, Hermione pulled out an ancient tome bound in sheepskin and exclaimed, I found it, Fair. The two returned to confirm the book with Madame Pants. They then chose a nondescript table in a corner and sat down closely together. The book appeared exceedingly old, its text faded and somewhat blurred. Hermione read aloud from the cover, Studies in Ancient Egyptian Alchemy by Rahatep Kanak, dated 1225. She nearly gasped in surprise, quickly covering her mouth and whispering to Fair, "Is this the book Professor Binns mentioned recently? Is it written by his friend?" This book is nearly 8 centuries old. It was evident that Professor Binns' sense of time was quite different from theirs. Fair felt enlightened, realizing that Professor Binns truly was a living relic. After their astonishment faded, they diligently searched through the book. Ancient Egypt was one of the oldest magical realms, once possessing formidable alchemical and architectural prowess. However, 2 millennia ago, for reasons unknown, it experienced a great extinction. Many magical practices and alchemical knowledge have been lost in present-day Egypt. The author, Kanak, was an archaeologist who documented numerous inventions and characteristics of ancient Egyptian wizards' alchemy. The alchemical tools described were indeed bizarre, broadening Fair and Hermione's horizons. Nevertheless, their focus was not on those curiosities as the pages turned swiftly. "Found it!" Hermione exclaimed in delight, pointing to an illustration in the book. This depicts a pattern associated with the worship of the sun in ancient Egypt, typically engraved on ceremonial vessels or treasures. Only the pharaoh or the high priest was deemed worthy of possessing such artifacts. The author has also engraved several murals featuring this pattern. Fair focused intently. The handle of the pharaoh's scepter, the base of the Sphinx, the statues used in worship, and the golden vessel all bore this motif. Suddenly, Fair's eyes widened in astonishment. He beheld a sun-shaped disk, at the center of which lay a golden orb. Could this be the fragmented golden sphere he had discovered? It seemed likely. Fair halted Hermione's page-turning, scrutinizing the description of the disk. Legend has it that this solar disk was bestowed upon the first pharaoh by the sun god. Those acknowledged by the sun god shall receive blessings and acquire immense power. As long as they pass the sun god's trials, the blessed ones may wield the solar orb and unlock the solar disk, thus obtaining the sun's scepter of the first pharaoh. The solar orb had once conferred blessings upon warriors who safeguarded ancient Egypt, all of whom were legendary wizards proficient in fire magic. However, during the extinction event in ancient Egypt, the solar disk and orb were buried under endless sands. Fair, could it be that what you found is this? Hermione whispered, implying that he had become the chosen one. Fair frowned in contemplation. Perhaps. But the golden orb he had found was already damaged, and its so-called blessings seemed rather limited. Although his magical prowess had nearly reached that of an ordinary adult wizard, to claim it as a blessing from the sun god felt somewhat paltry. Hermione suggested, perhaps its diminished power is due to its damaged state. Who knows? We might have the opportunity to discover other fragments in the future. Fair nodded and smiled. At least we have clarified one thing. This object is not an instrument of malevolence. In truth, his instincts had long informed him that this was a good item. This investigation was merely to reassure Hermione. Nonetheless, Fair had indeed gained much, for he had uncovered the origin of the golden orb. Considering that all the blessed individuals were adept in fire magic, and the orb had merged with his body to enhance his magical abilities, he must indeed be one favored by the sun god. Perhaps he could find other fragments after all, if the legend held true. And if he could unlock the solar disk, how would the fabled sun's scepter compare to the Elder Wand, reputedly crafted by death itself? Suddenly, Fair noticed a particular phrase in the account. Only by passing the sun god's trial may the blessed one command the solar orb and unlock the solar disk. A trial? Did that mean he had not fully mastered the solar orb? Fair examined the sun motif on his left palm closely. It seemed he needed to study it further. "I shall go to the room of requirement to investigate this pattern," he declared to Hermione. She nodded, saying, "I will continue my research to see if I can uncover anything else." Chapter 41. Your name. Inside the room of requirement, Fair gazed at the dark golden sun motif on his hand, feeling quite helpless. He racked his brain for quite some time, attempting several methods, all to no avail. Finally, finds himself unable to conjure the golden orb of the sun anew. How, then, can he summon its essence? The hue? Suddenly, he observes that the patterns on his hand are not merely a dark gold. One segment, representing the sun's rays, is a brilliant gold. Contemplating this revelation, Philion concentrates, channeling his magical energy into his left hand. For highly skilled wizards, the incantation can be performed silently, while the most elite among them can wield magic directly through their hands, devoid of wands. Naturally, the complexity of the spells varies, as does the required magical prowess. Yet, it is evident that Philion has yet to achieve such mastery. Even the most ordinary aurors adhere to the traditional method of using wands and incantations. At this moment, Philion distinctly feels his magical energy depleting, being incessantly absorbed by the solar patterns. Not only his magic, but also his stamina and mental acuity seem to be waning. After a mere 10 minutes, he feels as though he has engaged in a fierce battle. The toll on his magic, strength, and spirit leaves him somewhat lightheaded. He hastily ceases the flow of magic and steadies his breath. Upon closer inspection, he notices that one of the dark gold segments representing the sun has transformed into gold. Aha, I comprehend. Philion realizes that these segments resemble a gauge. To put it more plainly, they function like a progress bar. He surmises that he must infuse his magic into this circle to illuminate the solar scale. Perhaps activating it will reveal the location of the next fragment. Yet, this endeavor is undeniably exhausting. Merely filling one segment has left him utterly drained. This is especially remarkable considering his significantly enhanced magic, stamina, and spirit. In the past, he would have struggled to fill even a single segment. Philion senses that he will not accomplish much today. He counts the segments and estimates that it will take at least 20 more days to fully illuminate them. However, with less than a week until the final exams, it seems he will need to complete this during the holiday. As he acknowledges the impossibility of achieving this in the short term, he feels a sense of relief. Returning to the library, he finds Hermione engrossed in her study of the tome research on ancient Egyptian alchemy. How goes it? Have you found any additional records? Philion inquires as he takes a seat. Rubbing her weary eyes, Hermione responds, not much, but I have made some extra discoveries. The book states that the blessings of the Solar Orb come in several forms. By completing various trials of the sun god, one may receive multiple blessings. The number of trials correlates with the recipient's qualifications, with at least one being guaranteed. Philion, your increase in magical power seems to stem merely from the initial fusion of the fragments, not from a blessing. Hermione gestures towards an illustration in the book depicting ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. What is this? Philion asks, feeling perplexed. The symbols resemble a child's rudimentary drawings, their meanings obscured. Hermione softly replies, I just consulted a translation reference. This is written in ancient Egyptian hieratic script. She then reads from her notes. Once, it was said that a sorcerer was bestowed with the gift of flight. Another wizard, after receiving a blessing, could unleash golden flames capable of vanquishing even specters. After a moment of contemplation, Fair decided to share his discovery about the Room of Requirement with Hermione. Ultimately, he concluded that he had only begun to earn the recognition of the solar sphere. As for receiving a blessing, it seemed he would have to wait until the gauge was completely filled. If this was indeed a trial, Fair welcomed the challenge, as it merely required the investment of time and magical energy without peril. I propose we go observe the unicorn, he suggested during lunch the following day. Oh, how exciting. I had completely forgotten. I've yet to see a unicorn. Hermione exclaimed enthusiastically. Ron shrugged, remarking, let us hope it doesn't try to butt us. As I've heard, unicorns can be rather temperamental. Ever since being bitten by the dragon Norbert, Ron had maintained a respectful distance from these perilous magical creatures. The group made their way to Hagrid's hut during their lunch break. Hagrid had erected a temporary shelter next to his vegetable garden for the unicorn. At that moment, the unicorn rested on a bed of hay while Hagrid tended to its bloodstains. You've arrived, Hagrid greeted them, solemnly stowing away a silver cloth stained with unicorn blood. The blood of a unicorn is a prohibited commodity by the Ministry of Magic. It must be handled with care. The unicorn seemed to be in a much better state. Raising its head when it saw Fair, he reached out to stroke its head, which felt as smooth as jade, a sensation he had not had the chance to savor the previous day. How remarkable, Hagrid marveled. Even I am not permitted to touch its head. Unicorns are exceedingly sacred magical creatures. They typically shun humans. Only kind-hearted and pure witches can approach them. Fair, caressing the unicorn's head, remarked, it appears they possess wisdom, discerning between good and evil, and understanding gratitude. Fair had saved this unicorn, earning its trust. Hermione shyly inquired, may I touch it as well? Why not give it a try? Fair encouraged. Cautiously, Hermione extended her hand toward the unicorn's head. The creature hesitated momentarily, prompting her to withdraw her hand. It gazed at her for a while, seemingly comprehending the bond between Fair and Hermione. Well, she is merely a pure-hearted young witch. The unicorn ceased its struggles. Hermione joyfully stroked the unicorn's coat, exclaiming, its fur is so smooth, akin to silk. Fair chuckled, do you have a name? How about we call you Pearl? Your mane is as white as pearls. The unicorn surprisingly nodded, accepting the name. Harry and Ron were eager to try their luck as well, though they did not experience the same fortune. Pearl recognized Harry, and after several attempts, he managed to touch her, akin to Hagrid. Poor Ron, however, was met with a gentle yet forceful kick, nearly fracturing his arm. Clutching his bruised limb, he grimaced. I shall never again attempt to handle magical creatures. A mere 2 days passed. The news of Hagrid bringing back a unicorn spread throughout the entire school, prompting numerous students to seek a glimpse of Pear, causing the creature considerable distress. Despite Hagrid's repeated attempts to dissuade them, several sneaky students ended up injured by the unicorn's kicks. Ultimately, Dumbledore had no choice but to issue a new school rule, prohibiting students from entering the unicorn enclosure. Future students might wonder where Hogwarts acquired a unicorn pen. Indeed, behind every ludicrous school regulation lies an equally absurd story. The uproar subsided, and in the ensuing days, The entire school was enveloped in the tense atmosphere of final exam preparations. Fair was on the verge of facing his very first end-of-term examination. Chapter 42. End-of-term exam. Theoretical transformations. Hogwarts final exams are akin to SCHR Dinger's tests, held only once a year, encompassing both semesters. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the exams are conducted as scheduled. However, it is well known that in Hogwarts, the absence of surprises is the greatest surprise of all. As the safest place in the magical world, Fair recalled that, according to the original narrative, exams had been cancelled multiple times. Only the 5th and 7th year examinations typically proceeded as planned, as these were official assessments sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic, bearing legal significance. Passing these exams signifies one as a competent graduate, eligible for advanced specialized studies or capable of securing a modest internship upon graduation. The results of these exams constitute a wizard's golden resume, with most well-paying, respectable jobs necessitating specific academic achievements. For instance, to become an Auror at the Ministry of Magic, one must have excelled in at least 5 subjects, including defense against the dark arts, charms, and potions. Ron's brother, Bill Weasley, works as a curse breaker at Gringotts. According to Ron, one of the entry requirements is to attain an outstanding grade in ancient runes. That said, the ordinary end-of-term exams held at Hogwarts serve primarily as a motivational tool. For instance, Harry, Neville, and Ron had spent the previous night cramming from their textbooks until the early hours. At dawn, all first-year students from the 4 houses gathered in a large classroom. With summer upon them, the atmosphere in the classroom was stiflingly hot. Professor Sinistra of Astronomy distributed quills that had been enchanted against cheating. The exam consisted of a star chart requiring the names of planets and their satellites. Fair, having once been captivated by astronomy programs on television, was already familiar with this content, having dreamt at one point of becoming an astronaut. The Granger couple, delighted, prepared his favorite pudding jelly. While theoretical subjects can be rather tedious, let us turn our attention to practical subjects. Outside the Charms classroom, students were queuing to enter for their exams. Neville emerged with a look of relief on his face, indicating that Professor Flitwick was rather lenient. Fair gave a thumbs up. When it was his turn, he stepped into the classroom. Professor Flitwick softly remarked, "Oh, my child, with your level of charm, you shall have no trouble." He pointed to a pineapple on the desk and said, "You merely need to make this pineapple perform a tap dance." Leaping from the left side of the table to the right, Fair nodded in understanding. This was certainly not a test of transfiguration, which was the domain of Professor McGonagall. Moreover, animating an inanimate object to move continuously with legs was a highly advanced form of transfiguration that even Fair had yet to master. In truth, this challenge could easily be resolved with the levitation charm. Fair drew his wand and directed it at the pineapple, casting the spell. He guided the pineapple to sway left and right, dancing in rhythm, occasionally spinning in midair and performing somersaults, showcasing extraordinary control. Oh, splendid! Such precise control deserves full marks. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands joyfully. Fair smiled and remarked, "Professor Flitwick, you promised to teach me a fire spell next year. Do you believe my control over magic is sufficient now?" "Well, it's close," he replied, "but I shall still require you to undergo a challenge when the time comes." Professor Flitwick expressed his satisfaction. After bidding farewell to Flitwick, Hermione took Fair's place. She also completed the task with ease. To prevent long queues from students arriving simultaneously, the Charms and Transfiguration exams were conducted consecutively. As long as one passed the Charms exam, they could immediately proceed to the Transfiguration assessment, allowing for an early finish and subsequent rest. The two hurriedly made their way to the Transfiguration classroom. Professor McGonagall greeted Fair with a smile, saying, "Fair, my challenge is quite difficult. Please transform this mouse into a snuff box." Of course, merely turning it into an ordinary snuff box will suffice for a satisfactory grade. The more exquisite the box, the higher the score. However, if it retains the mouse's tail or fur, points will be deducted. Had this been before Fair's enhancement, it might have posed a considerable challenge, but for him now, it was trivial. Focusing his thoughts, Fair pointed his wand at the little white mouse in the cage and declared, "Transform this mouse into a snuff box." In an instant, the mouse transformed into a brand new snuff box, adorned with gilded craftsmanship and intricate violet patterns, truly exquisite. Professor McGonagall exclaimed, "Excellent, Fair. I did not expect your transfiguration skills to have reached such heights. You must have devoted significant effort to practice outside of class." Fair felt this praise was well-deserved. The enhancement from the golden orb was merely one aspect. It had indeed elevated his magical prowess and mental acuity. He had diligently practiced his spells and transfiguration to enhance his understanding of magic. If one were to liken it to gaming or sports, magical strength was akin to high stats and robust physique, while spell comprehension and magical skill represented technique and finesse. To become a top-tier wizard, both elements were indispensable. Scratching his head, Fair inquired, "Professor, Hagrid mentioned that my ability to transform wood into a cart is quite impressive. Could you elaborate on that?" Of course, Professor McGonagall replied, glancing outside the door where, aside from Hermione, no other young wizards had arrived for the exam, and nodded. Transfiguration is broadly divided into 4 stages. The first stage involves making slight alterations to the material and shape of small objects, such as transforming a matchstick into a needle. The second stage allows for significant changes in both material and shape. For instance, one can transform a piece of wood into a card, or a mouse into a snuff box. This represents the pinnacle of an ordinary wizard's capabilities. As one practices and masters the art, the volume of objects that can be transfigured gradually increases. In the third stage, one gains the ability to alter the size and shape of objects at will, even converting solids into liquids, for example, turning stone or earth into flames and flowing water. Only a select few exceptionally gifted wizards, such as Aurors, can achieve this feat. A spark of realization ignited in Fair's mind. Mastering this level of transfiguration could indeed be applied in combat. He recalled the original narrative where Dumbledore and Voldemort engaged in a fierce duel, employing transfiguration extensively to gain the upper hand. As for the fourth stage, Professor McGonagall paused, shaking her head. There is no definitive standard for the fourth stage. Each master of transfiguration possesses their own interpretation. I believe that at the very least, one must be capable of transforming a human into an animal to be considered proficient. Fair, you must engage in a broad study of all forms of transfiguration to have any chance of reaching the third stage, while also seeking a unique understanding that transcends the ordinary. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall had an epiphany and addressed Fair within the entire school. You and Hermione possess unparalleled talent in transfiguration. Should you and Hermione attain the third stage, you may seek me out to learn animagus transformation. In the past, Harry's parents and their friends secretly studied this in their 3rd year without my knowledge. It was truly reckless, for becoming an animagus is fraught with danger. If you wish to learn, be sure to come to me, Fair. Fair nodded in gratitude to Professor McGonagall and then called for Hermione to take her exam. Finally, he could rest. He prepared to indulge in a rejuvenating nap, for the dreaded potions exam awaited him in the afternoon. Chapter 43, Truman's World. The potions examination focused on the preparation of a forgetfulness potion. This did not require queuing. Everyone took the exam together in the grand classroom. However, Snape's brooding gaze scarcely left Gryffindor. Fair deliberately chose a seat far from Harry, knowing that he would either be scrutinized or Snape would seek to provoke Harry, an exquisite tactic. Indeed, the old bat spent the entire exam fixated on Harry, unleashing his venomous remarks. Fair successfully completed the potion preparation, and Snape reluctantly inspected it, offering a begrudging acknowledgement. Hermione flawlessly executed her potion, and Fair thought its hue was impeccable. Snape took it, scrutinized it closely, inhaled its aroma, and remarked darkly, utterly unoriginal. However, it is adequately completed. Meanwhile, Malfoy barely managed his potion, and Snape cast a cursory glance before assigning a grade. That old bat. Under Snape's derision and watchful eye, Harry mistakenly altered a step, causing the potion to change color. Snape, satisfied, took the potion and declared, "It appears our Mr. Potter's intellect is not quite as sharp as one might hope. If your brain were merely a tad larger than that of a troll, you would not have forgotten to add the mistletoe berries in advance. Your score is." Fair felt a pang of sympathy, but at long last, the wretched potions exam was behind him. The final history of magic exam proved to be far more engaging than Professor Bin's lectures. Fair navigated the questions with relative ease, relying on his memory. Of course, Ron remained true to form, fast asleep as ever. All has come to an end. Fair's results were predominantly commendable, with the exception of potions, where he merely passed. In contrast, Hermione achieved excellence in all subjects save for potions, where she received a satisfactory grade. This somewhat disheartened her, as she held a deep affection for the discipline that required meticulous memory and skillful execution. However, Snape undoubtedly dampened her enthusiasm. Seizing the opportunity, Fair consoled her. "Do not be foolish, Hermione. Snape harbors bias against all Gryffindors. It would be utterly foolish to neglect your studies out of spite for the professor. He stands to lose nothing. You ought to dedicate yourself to mastering potions and become a true potion master, thereby striking back at him. He intends to cultivate you as a potion master, an integral core of his future team." Encouraged by his words, Hermione rallied herself, whispering affirmations of her resolve. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate a girl in poverty. After dinner, Hermione felt a pang of longing for Pear and tentatively suggested, "Shall we go see Pear once more? I heard from Hagrid yesterday that it can stand now." Fair replied. Ron expressed reluctance. "But Dumbledore has issued a decree prohibiting us from visiting the unicorn stall." The main reason for his hesitance was fear, having been kicked by a unicorn. He could only gaze enviously from afar. Fair, spurring him on, said, "Ron, we are merely visiting Hagrid's hut, not the unicorn stall. Where has your Gryffindor courage gone? Keep your spirits high, do not lose face. Now that you've ascended to Gryffindor, can you really endure this? It's just a unicorn, let us go." Ron tossed his hair back and stood up. But where is Harry? I haven't seen him since we finished the exams. Fair chuckled lightly. Having already sent Harry to follow Snape and Quirrell. According to the canonical plot, Quirrell might be making his move tonight. It was time to bring matters to a close. The unicorn, a formidable magical creature, had remarkably healed within just a week. At that moment, it was voraciously munching on the beets in Hagrid's vegetable patch. Upon seeing Fair and the others, Fair approached and nudged Fair's chest with its head. Fair, you have come. Hagrid ambled over, carrying a large bundle of fodder. Completely disregarding the school's regulations. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Harry came rushing in, breathless. Oh no, Fair? I just saw Quirrell. His face was very pale, as if he had been injured. Snape must have subjected him to severe interrogation. Quirrell must have divulged the secrets of the challenges he set. Fair pressed his lips together, withholding the truth that Quirrell had been struck by one of his arrows. Fair promptly turned to Hagrid and inquired, Hagrid, did you say that you won your dragon egg from a mysterious hooded figure during the Christmas holidays? What did he discuss with you? Hagrid scratched his head. He asked me what I did and what animals I cared for. After that, I can't recall much. He kept pouring me drinks. Oh right. He expressed disbelief in my ability to care for a dragon, to which I retorted that I could manage a three-headed dog. Fair pressed further. Was he particularly interested in Fluffy? Hagrid nodded, of course. How many people have ever seen a three-headed dog? I told him that as long as music was played for it, it would peacefully drift into slumber. No sooner had the words escaped my lips than Hagrid's expression shifted dramatically. He realized he had made a grievous error. Oh, the ever-tight-lipped Hagrid. It was not solely Hagrid who turned pale. Harry, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, now Snape knows everything. What should we do? You are the leader, Fair. We shall follow your lead. Ron turned his gaze towards Fair. Fair had one final question to validate, and he promptly declared, let us seek out Dumbledore. The group hurried to Dumbledore's office. Harry, having previously escorted Dumbledore, navigated the way with ease. Accessing the office required ascending a staircase resembling a monstrous eagle. Fizzing Whizbee. Harry uttered the password. The staircase shifted, and they pushed open the door. Apart from the portraits of former headmasters lining the walls, the room was utterly vacant. Fair then led them to Professor McGonagall. Professor, we seek Headmaster Dumbledore, he stated. Professor McGonagall, busy organizing examination results in the classroom, looked up with a puzzled expression and asked, what do you need the headmaster for? Harry, filled with urgency, replied, we have something of great importance. McGonagall shook her head. I fear nothing is more pressing than the invitation from the Ministry of Magic. An urgent message just arrived, and the headmaster has gone to London. The faces of the group turned paler than Quirrell's. Yet, a smirk crept across Fur's face as his curiosity was finally resolved. Indeed, this was one of Dumbledore's trials. How many matters could be concealed from Dumbledore within Hogwarts? Harry had already given a warning, and there was the incident involving the slain unicorn from a week prior. Dumbledore, not being a fool, must have known that nefarious individuals coveted the Philosopher's Stone. How could they have fallen so easily into a ruse? Thus, this was undoubtedly a test to hone their skills. Perhaps some old bee was currently savoring a lollipop, watching them from afar. With that understanding, Fair felt at ease to partake in the trial. After all, such opportunities for practical assessment were rare. Upon exiting the classroom, Fair addressed the others. It seems that the villain has deceived Dumbledore. While the headmaster is in the school, the Philosopher's Stone is safe. Now that he has left, he will surely attempt to steal it. Harry, filled with fervor, declared, we must stop him, Fair. At that moment, Harry was lost in a daydream. Intoxicated by the notion that they alone were awake in a world of slumbering souls, ready to brave the throngs for their cause. Fair nodded and instructed, he will certainly try to steal the stone tonight. Harry, prepare the invisibility cloak. Ron, keep watch in the corridor. Hermione, ready the healing potions. Tonight, we shall venture into the Forbidden Forest to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 44, The Trials. At 10 o'clock at midnight, Fair and Hermione sat quietly in the common room, awaiting their fates. Hermione, restless and furrowed in worry, exhibited palpable anxiety. Observing her distress, Fair grasped her hand and reassured her, relax, Hermione, everything will be fine. I have encountered that dark figure in the Forbidden Forest, and my magic has been fortified enough to contend with him. Besides, we will be capturing him red-handed. Once it is confirmed that someone truly intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and with evidence in hand, we can certainly escalate the matter. At that point, Professor McGonagall and others will undoubtedly arrive. Hermione felt a slight easing of her anxiety. Suddenly, the door to the common room was flung open, revealing Harry and Ron, who emerged from beneath the invisibility cloak, urgency etched upon their faces. We saw a shadow slip into the forbidden corridor, but we couldn't ascertain if it was Snape. They exclaimed, whoever it is, they are the mastermind behind this. We must hurry. Are you all going out? You know that will cost us points. Neville's voice called from the staircase, still clad in his pajamas. Fleur turned to Neville, stating, Neville, we are going to protect Dumbledore's treasure. Do you trust me? Neville hesitated, caught in a struggle of indecision, but after a deep breath, he replied, I trust you. Fleur, you have saved me before. Decisively, Fleur led the four of them, cloaked in invisibility, toward the fourth-floor corridor. The outer door to the corridor had been ajar, revealing a narrow opening. Fleur pushed the door wide open. There lay Fluffy, the three-headed dog, blissfully asleep, while a harp played by itself nearby. A foul odor emanated from its breath, nearly causing Harry and Ron to retch. Fleur and Hermione, however, seemed unfazed. Compared to the stench of a troll, Fluffy's breath was akin to perfume. Harry, Ron, move Fluffy aside, Fleur commanded, pointing to the trapdoor beneath the beast's massive paw. The two exchanged glances. Ron swallowed nervously, and together with Harry, they heaved against Fluffy's gigantic claw. With a determined effort, Fleur lifted the trapdoor, revealing an inky darkness below. Hermione casually transformed a stone and tossed it down. They heard no sound of it hitting the ground, indicating, as in the original tale, that the devil's snare had caught it. It seems something is there to catch us. I shall descend first. Follow closely, Fleur announced before leaping into the abyss, vanishing into the shadow. A cold wind howled as Fleur felt herself plummeting for several seconds before landing with a thud. It was as though she had fallen onto a soft cushion. This devil's snare was indeed peculiar. Though classified as a plant, it had a texture reminiscent of elastic. All is well, come down quickly, she called out. Hermione was the first to jump, followed closely by Harry and Ron. Wow, it feels like a mattress, Ron exclaimed joyfully. However, as Hermione caught sight of the devil's snare below, she screamed, Get away. It's the devil's snare. Yet, the tendrils were too numerous to evade, ensnaring Hermione's smooth calves. Fleur drew her wand, declaring, This is the devil's snare. It abhors light and fire. Bluebell flames. Fearing that the ferocity of the flames might ignite the devil's snare and harm them, Fleur was cautious. Hermione, seeing Fleur's success, also pulled out her wand and conjured bluebell flames. The cerulean flames, reminiscent of wind chimes, caused the tendrils of the devil's snare to recede. They landed upon a solid stone platform. Thank goodness for you, Fleur, Harry remarked with relief. Fleur surveyed their surroundings and noticed a staircase ascending nearby, providing an escape from the devil's snare. It seemed that while entering from outside was difficult, exiting from within was a simpler task. With a beckoning gesture, Fleur encouraged them to move forward. Do you hear that? It sounds like the flutter of wings, Harry remarked, straining to listen. At the end of the corridor lay a brightly lit chamber, where countless winged brass keys flitted about in a mesmerizing dance. If we approach the door, might these keys launch an attack upon us? Hermione inquired cautiously. Only one way to find out, Fair replied, stepping boldly forward. Everything appeared as it should, yet the door remained firmly locked. Harry's gaze fell upon his beloved flying broomstick, and he speculated, do we need to locate the key to unlock this door? Hermione drew her wand, declaring, Time is of the essence. Allow me to attempt first. Alhambra. However, the door's lock remained unyielding. Step aside, Fair commanded the others, brandishing his wand. Reducto. Instantly, numerous fissures marred the wooden door, yet within a heartbeat, it restored itself, revealing that Professor Flitwick had cast formidable protective enchantments upon it. It seems we must now procure the key, Fair remarked, casting a keen glance around the room until he spotted a sizable key upon the ceiling. It was large, of a tarnished bronze hue, its wings drooping listlessly as if it had endured rough handling. That one, he pointed out to the group. Let me. Feeling a sense of shame for his lack of contribution thus far, Harry mounted his broomstick with resolve. With a buzz, the keys transformed into aggressive entities, hurtling towards him. True to his reputation as the youngest seeker in a century, Harry soared towards the designated key like an arrow released from its bow. However, the sheer number of flying keys made evasion necessary. Reducto. Fair cast again, causing several unruly keys to shatter instantly. Evidently, the flying keys lacked magical defenses. Hermione, witnessing this, drew her wand to assist, and the keys cascaded down like raindrops, alleviating Harry's burden. Ron, unable to cast spells, cheered them on from the sidelines. Well done. Truly magnificent. At last, Harry seized the key and hurled it towards Ron, who caught it with precision and forcefully inserted it into the lock, thereby unlocking the door. The group surged forward, and seizing the opportunity, Harry flew into the room on his broomstick. Fair took a moment to steady his breath. Let us proceed. The second chamber, as Fair had anticipated, was a chessboard. Ron, this is your forte, Fair suggested. Ron swallowed hard and addressed the group. All right, I'll take the lead in this game. It seems we all must act as pawns. They positioned themselves accordingly, with Fair and Ron assuming the roles of knights. Pieces were toppled continuously, and finally, it was Fair's turn. Fair, I have no choice. You must allow the opposing rook to capture you and exchange places, Ron stated, a hint of hesitation in his voice. No worries, it cannot harm me, Ron. Keep your focus. Fair urged, and Ron continued. Fair, move forward 2 squares to the left. Obeying. Fair found himself suddenly confronted by the opposing rook. In that fateful moment of collision, Fair exerted all his strength, gripping the piece tightly and propelling himself off the board with a powerful kick. Ron sighed in relief and continued issuing commands. Ultimately, though pale, Ron's expression bore a resolute determination. It's my turn now. Harry, be wary. Checkmate is imminent. Fear not, Ron, said Fair, drawing his wand. I shall rescue you. At his words, Ron hesitated no longer and took a step forward. The White Queen's pawn immediately lunged at him, raising its stone arm to deliver a crushing blow to Ron's head. He was knocked to the ground. In an instant, Fair cast a spell. A beam of white light surged toward Ron, propelling him off the chessboard and evading the attack. Ouch! Ron exclaimed as he landed painfully. Harry, with no time for contemplation, swiftly moved 3 steps to the left. Checkmate. The chess pieces bowed and cleared the path, the locked door swinging open automatically. Ron expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Fair. Had it not been for you, I surely would have suffered a grievous injury. Fair waved his hand dismissively. Time was of the essence. The group tidied themselves and pressed on until they arrived at the next chamber. A nauseating stench assaulted their senses, causing Harry and Ron to recoil, tears streaming from their eyes. Fair and Hermione exchanged glances, Hermione's face contorting in distress. This familiar odor, could it be? Chapter 45. The unexpected. Within the spacious stone chamber sat a colossal beast, shackled before the grand door. It gnawed on what appeared to be the flesh and blood of some unknown creature. This giant was even larger than the one Fair had previously vanquished. Its gray skin was as hard as granite, a clear indication of its formidable magical resistance. However, its eyes were swollen and oozing a dark crimson fluid. It seemed the last visitor had employed a blinding curse, temporarily incapacitating its sight. This was unexpected for Fair. Such a plot did not exist in the films. And even if it did, the giant should have been dead. Otherwise, Harry, Ron, and Hermione would not have been able to proceed. The butterfly effect of his actions had indeed come to fruition. Quirrell appeared increasingly desperate after being struck by an arrow in the Forbidden Forest. He had hastily blinded the giant before making his exit. However, Fair could not afford such a luxury. The beast was confined to the doorway and could not be lured away, and their numbers made them less agile. Even cloaked in invisibility, it would be challenging to pass undetected. They had no choice but to engage in a direct confrontation. Support me. Do not come too close, Fair declared, drawing his wand and charging forward. Flames roared to life. With practiced ease, he cast a fire spell, sending a crimson fireball crashing into the giant's chest. Arg! This giant was far mightier than the last, but Fair was no longer the same as before. The beast howled in pain, its reddened eyes filled with bloodshot fury. The skin on its chest was seared black from the impact of the fireball. The consecutive attacks drove the giant into a frenzy. It writhed, the chains binding its neck clanking ominously. This is bad, Fair thought, fearing the giant might break free and unleash chaos. He had to stay within striking range. Adhesive bubbles. Hermione waved her wand, summoning several white bubbles that floated toward the giant. The colossal club in the beast's hands whistled through the air as it swung violently at Fair. With a deft roll, Fair narrowly avoided the strike. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry and Ron arrived just in time, employing the levitation charm to manipulate the stones and splintered wood on the ground, hurling them towards the giant to divert its attention. At that moment, the white bubbles also reached the scene, exploding upon contact with the giant. A vast expanse of white adhesive swiftly enveloped the creature's body, noticeably hindering its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Fair swiftly cast the severing charm, which easily shattered the wooden stick into countless fragments. The giant paused momentarily, raising the handle in its hand, seemingly puzzled about the absence of its weapon. Fair, however, did not linger. He aimed his wand at the giant's eyes. Fly arrows. 2 arrows shot forth, leaving afterimages, and precisely pierced the giant's eyes, embedding 2 inches deep. The giant let out a heart-wrenching howl. This was a significant blow. Blood of every hue poured forth. Firework butterflies. 2 vibrant red butterflies emerged, soaring directly into the giant's open mouth. Boom, boom. 2 muffled thuds resonated, and the giant stood rigid for a moment before its massive body collapsed in silence. Harry and Ron were momentarily stunned, clearly astonished that Fair had dispatched the giant so swiftly. Regaining their composure, they approached excitedly. Fair, you are truly remarkable, Harry exclaimed with admiration. Ron's eyes sparkled with reverence. Just moments ago, Fair had saved him on the chessboard, and now he had effortlessly vanquished the giant. He had found a brother in Fair. Hermione bit her lip, unable to contain her smile, her eyes gleaming with an indescribable light. Fair sighed in relief and replied, I owe it to your assistance. I didn't expect to resolve it so quickly. Who says celebratory magic can't be lethal? Fair had thought quickly, devising the idea of having the firework butterflies explode inside the giantess' mouth. The effect was nothing short of astounding. The 2 fireworks detonated within the soft confines of the giant's mouth. Not only would a giant suffer, but even a dragon would face trouble. Perhaps others would not wield this magic with such potency, But let us not forget Fair's unparalleled affinity for fire. The power of the firework butterflies was significantly amplified in his hands. An unbearable stench overwhelmed the group, leaving them gasping for breath. Without further ado, Fair pushed open the door. Harry and the others were on high alert. The earlier encounter with the giant had made them acutely aware of the dangers at hand. This was no mere game. Unexpectedly, the next room contained only a table with 7 bottles of various shapes. As they crossed the threshold, a surge of purple flames erupted behind them. Simultaneously, a wall of black fire leapt up at the entrance ahead. They found themselves trapped in between. What manner of magic is this? Fair observed the 2 flames with keen interest. The purple flames burned at an extraordinarily high temperature, nearly akin to Norbert's dragon fire. The black flames emitted no heat, yet. Fair instinctively sensed that this black fire was far more perilous. Hermione had already seized the parchment from the table, reciting, "Danger lies ahead, safety behind. One beckons you forward, the other sends you back. The poison is to the left of the nettle wine, second from the left, and second from the right share the same scent." Harry and Ron were utterly perplexed, while Hermione let out a long sigh and remarked, "This is a logical reasoning puzzle, remarkably creative." It is worth noting that many great wizards lack any semblance of logical reasoning skills, and might very well find themselves trapped here. Fel, still contemplating the flames, casually remarked, "This is no challenge for you, Hermione. Show Harry and Ron the prowess that earned you the title of top mathematician in the entire school." Hermione smiled with pride and turned her attention to the riddle inscribed on the parchment. Meanwhile, Fel had approached the purple flames. He sensed the solar patterns on his palm becoming slightly warm, as if yearning for the fire. After a moment of thought, he cautiously extended his palm toward the flames. To his astonishment, tendrils of purple fire were drawn into his hand, like swallows returning to their nests. The influx of purple fire was insatiable, but soon ceased. Looking down, he noticed another notch filled in the solar markings. Furthermore, Fel felt as though his palm contained a surging energy, ready to be unleashed at his command. Remarkably, the purple flames posed no threat to him. As he reached deeper, he felt only a comforting warmth. And his mind inexplicably comprehended the essence of the purple flames. Fire of molten iron, an advanced magic capable of melting steel. Fel was elated as he approached the black flames, tentatively extending his hand once more. The same phenomenon occurred. Tendrils of black fire were absorbed into his palm. Another notch filled in the markings, and he found himself immune to the black flames as well. A message resonated within him. Shadow fire. An advanced magic that scorches the soul. Fel nearly burst into laughter. This pattern was indeed the bane of flames. Not only granting immunity, but also allowing him to harness fire for his own use. However, he thought to himself, if only he could directly learn these 2 spells. Acknowledging his own greed, he dismissed the thought. In a mere minute, Hermione had deciphered the riddle. Pointing at the table, she declared, "This small vial will help us pass through the black flames, while this round bottle will allow us to return." Harry glanced at the vial, troubled. The small bottle is only enough for one person. What should we do? He instinctively thought to drink it himself, not wanting to endanger others. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own limitations, knowing he could very well perish. The idea of letting the strongest among them fail. Drink it made him feel as though he would be selfishly endangering others. Fel patted Harry on the shoulder and said, "I have a plan. The flames cannot harm me. Harry, you drink the potion and follow me. Hermione, Ron, you must return immediately to find Professor McGonagall. Inform her that we have caught the thief of the Philosopher's Stone and require urgent assistance." Hermione, struggling to accept this, shook her head repeatedly and pleaded, "No, no, Fel. Let me go with you. My magical abilities are superior." She had come to understand that Fel was about to confront a perilous unknown. Fel solemnly grasped Hermione's shoulders and whispered in her ear, "Listen to me, Hermione. Do not forget that Harry has previously defeated Voldemort. I once heard Dumbledore mention that Harry possesses a formidable protective charm, and that it would be most appropriate for him to accompany me." Hermione bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement. Hermione emptied the bottle containing the nettle potion, dividing the remaining potion into 2 portions and handing half to Ron. Ron, feeling conflicted, muttered, "Fair me." He too was engulfed in the shame of abandoning a friend, which was anything but Gryffindor-like. It was behavior that only Malfoy would exhibit. "Fair," he urged, "your mission is equally significant. Hurry and seek assistance. Whether for the protection of the Philosopher's Stone or for us." Hermione raised her head and drank the potion in one swift motion, glaring fiercely at Fair before turning and plunging into the violet flames. Ron picked up a stone the size of his palm and thrust it into Harry's hand, saying, "If you can't use magic, then hit him hard." Harry accepted it, swallowing nervously and nodding. Ron then departed, leaving Fair and Harry alone. Harry, no longer hesitating, drank the potion in one gulp. The 2 of them traversed through the black flames, entering a corridor ahead. Fair solemnly instructed Harry, "Harry, don the invisibility cloak and hide by the wall once we enter. Do not let that villain discover you. We will engage in battle, and you should take the opportunity to approach. When I say to strike, you must act, whether to seize the wand or trip him. Create an opening for me." Harry nodded seriously, retrieving the invisibility cloak from his robe and draping it over himself. Now, it appeared Fair was the only one visible. He strode confidently down the corridor and pushed open the great door. Inside the room stood Quirrell, who was anxiously pacing before the mirror of Eriste. Upon hearing the noise, Quirrell turned, his expression dark and somewhat ghastly. Clearly, in just a few days, his arrow wound had not fully healed. It was likely that his guilty conscience prevented him from seeking Madame Pomfrey's treatment. Quirrell grinned. "I expected it would be Harry Potter. But you were also within my expectations." Fair replied gravely. "So, the one who cast the spell on Harry was you, not Snape?" "Haha, of course it was me. With Snape standing in the way, who would suspect poor Quirrell of wrongdoing? You summon the arrows." Before he could finish his sentence, Fair's spell was already upon him. Quirrell's face paled, and he hurriedly dodged, but the sudden movement aggravated his wound, causing him to stumble in pain. He cursed vehemently, "You despicable little brat. Youngsters today lack honor. More sinister than this villain himself." Fair seized the initiative, pressing his advantage relentlessly, his mouth chanting spells continuously. He acted first, hoping to achieve a decisive blow through surprise, while also seeking to divert attention. Even with Harry cloaked in the Deathly Hallows, there was no guarantee that Voldemort would remain oblivious to his presence. Quirrell, worthy of Voldemort's selection, despite being possessed and injured, managed to counter Fair's attacks one by one. The tide of battle began to shift, and Fair found himself evading spells, wishing fervently to master the shield charm. Alas, as a first year, he had not yet had sufficient time to develop his skills. Magic can be enhanced, yet profound knowledge must be earnestly acquired through diligent study. Suddenly, Quirrell snapped his fingers, employing silent and wandless magic. Vines emerged from the ground, ensnaring Fair. Though startled, Fair remained composed. He had a backup plan. Quirrell, panting heavily, cast a disarming charm, sending Fur's wand flying. How could a first-year wizard be so difficult to contend with? He growled. "I should have known you would be an obstacle. I had been focused on Harry Potter all this time. Little did I expect it would be you who wounded me in the Forbidden Forest. Allow me to converse with him." A chilling, deep voice resonated from behind Quirrell. Quirrell shivered and replied, "Master, you have not yet recovered. No matter. I still possess enough strength to speak." Quirrell slowly unraveled the scarf around his head, turning his back to Fair. A pale-skinned visage, with nostrils like a serpent, pressed against the back of Quirrell's neck. "Fel Hephis, are you a noseless creature or some magical beast?" Before Voldemort could finish, Fair interjected with mockery, insinuating that Voldemort was more beast than human. "You." Voldemort struggled to catch his breath, his weakened soul nearly facing demise once more. After regaining his composure, Voldemort spoke in a low voice. "I am Voldemort. Fel Hephis, you must have heard of my illustrious name. So will you serve me? I can bestow upon you immense power and dark magic that defies the imagination." As he spoke, Fair felt a chilling essence penetrating his mind, reminiscent of the legilimency or the soul-sucking curse. However, the sun pattern on his left hand radiated warmth, dispelling the chill. Fair fixed his gaze upon him. "My parents were murdered by Death Eaters, Voldemort." Voldemort's tone grew colder. "Such a pity. Fair, you are truly remarkable. Therefore, if you wish to survive, it would be wise to reveal the secret of the mirror and the location of the Philosopher's Stone. All right, do not kill me. Take me before the mirror, and I shall see if I can retrieve the Philosopher's Stone." Fair pleaded pitifully. Quirrell turned, seizing Fair by the collar with his left hand and dragging him closer. "Act now." At that moment, both Quirrell and Voldemort were at their most distracted. Fair suddenly shouted, flames of violet erupting from his left hand. Fearing that Quirrell's potion may still render him immune to black flames, he unleashed the violet fire. Instantly, the flames enveloped Fair and spread to Quirrell's left hand. "Ah!" Quirrell screamed, his hand incinerated, exposing white, charred bone. Simultaneously, Harry, unable to contain himself any longer, hurled a large stone that struck Quirrell squarely on the back of his head, directly hitting Voldemort's forehead. Quirrell's vision darkened, his mind in a daze. Harry rushed forward, lunging with a powerful thrust to Quirrell's midsection. Quirrell immediately felt a loss of sensation below his waist, collapsing to the ground. His body began to bubble, excruciating pain rendering him delirious. The vines entwined around Fire were reduced to ashes, and he sprang up with all his might, delivering a powerful kick akin to that of a soccer player. Crack. Chapter 47, Celebration. Crack. It was unclear whether the sound was that of a neck snapping or a skull fracturing, but in any case, Chilo was silenced. Now, one of his hands had been reduced to mere bone, his body covered in blisters, and his neck twisted to one side. Poor Chilo met a far more brutal fate than in his previous life. This gruesome death left Fire, who was killing for the first time, feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet, thinking of his nemesis Voldemort and his Death Eaters, Fire was filled with an indescribable elation. The thrill of battle was exhilarating. Harry, still shaken, gazed at Chilo and asked, "Fire, is he? Is he dead?" "Probably," Fire replied, catching his breath. However, in the next moment, a wisp of dark smoke rose from Chilo, revealing a vaguely discernible face. It was none other than Voldemort's soul. Voldemort emitted a shrill scream and charged towards Fire in an instant. "Heh," Fire scoffed, raising his left hand as a torrent of black flames surged forth. Chilo consumed the antidote. "But you, Voldemort, are merely a soul and have not partaken of it." Shadow Fire, an advanced magic capable of harming souls. Fire had certainly remembered the description of the black flames. Voldemort collided with the Shadow Fire as if he were a mere object, instantly engulfed by the flames. Voldemort screeched as if his tail had been stepped on. A surge of black mist erupted, extinguishing the flames, and Voldemort's soul became semi-transparent. "I will not spare you," Voldemort threatened, swiftly flying towards the door, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Fire made no effort to stop him. As long as the Horcruxes remained intact, Voldemort could never be vanquished. The series of events left Harry momentarily stunned until 2 minutes later. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps drew near, and Hermione, Ron, along with Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore, entered the room. "Oh my goodness." Professor McGonagall immediately spotted Chilo lying on the ground, her hand pressed against her chest. Hermione rushed forward, embracing Fire, her eyes glistening with tears. "Thank goodness," Fire sobbed. Fire held Hermione, gently patting her shoulder, and replied with a smile, "It's all right, Hermione, it's over." Dumbledore blinked, looking at the two. "I just returned from the Ministry of Magic." "Fire, Harry, you should explain." Fire rolled his eyes. "All right, fine. Is this how we're doing it?" They worked tirelessly until midnight to conclude the matter. In the headmaster's office, Fire, Harry, and Dumbledore sat in a circle. Harry, perplexed, inquired, "Headmaster, why did Chilo develop blisters upon contact with me?" Dumbledore replied calmly, "If there is one thing Voldemort fails to comprehend, it is love. Harry, your mother's sacrifice for you inadvertently triggered an ancient protective magic, leaving you with a mark. Chilo's soul, being excessively malevolent, cannot withstand such a beautiful force." Fire pondered thoughtfully. "The power of love? Headmaster, what kind of force is this?" Dumbledore shook his head, declaring, "This is an elusive power, a supreme form of will. Its enhancement of magic far surpasses the negative emotions such as hatred and anger demanded by dark magic, and naturally, it is far more challenging to master. Now, it is time for you to return." After exchanging a few more words, Dumbledore began to usher them away. Finally, Fair asked, "What shall be done with the Philosopher's Stone?" "Headmaster?" Dumbledore blinked. "Fair, Harry, for the wise wizard, death is merely the commencement of a new journey. Therefore, after conferring with Nicholas Flamel, we have decided to destroy the stone." Fair laughed. "Old B, I can't believe you. It is well known that secrets at Hogwarts spread like wildfire." Thus, within 3 days, the entire school was aware that Fair had led a group to triumph over Quirrell and safeguard the headmaster's treasure. Harry and Ron were exuberantly conversing with the crowd surrounding them. Ron boisterously recounted their encounters with various challenges, extolling Fur's bravery. Each day, Fur's table was inundated with gifts. Hermione dutifully helped Fair organize the presents, inadvertently discarding some fragrant letters. On the final day of their first year at school, the group visited the unicorn pair. Hagrid expressed his regret, choking back tears. "I shall never drink again, nor raise dragons. I should be expelled. Oh." The group comforted him until he calmed down. "Hagrid, when will Pear return to the Forbidden Forest?" Fair inquired. Pear's coat was now glossy and radiant, clearly indicating that its injuries had healed. "In fact, I intended to return it to the forest today, but it refuses to leave." Hagrid scratched his head in confusion. Hermione smiled and stroked Pear, asking, "Are you saying farewell to us?" Fair addressed Pear. "Come now, it is time for you to go home. We shall accompany you." Pear nodded gently and began walking towards the Forbidden Forest. The group accompanied it to the path leading to the forest's entrance before stopping. "We shall meet again," Fair said with a smile. "After all, one visit to the Forbidden Forest is hardly sufficient. We will have ample opportunities to reunite." Pear turned back for a moment, casting a lingering gaze at Fair before galloping away and swiftly disappearing. Now, only the banquet remained. The Hogwarts castle was aglow with lights that evening. The final night of the term would host the House Cup banquet, allowing the wizards to feast and drink their fill before boarding the train home the next day. The headmaster would also announce the recipient of the House Cup, which would determine the banner arrangements in the Great Hall for the coming academic year. As Fair and Hermione entered the hall, the wizards fell silent. After a brief pause, a more fervent clamor erupted, paying no heed to the multitude of gazes upon them. Fair comfortably took a seat. Across from him, Seamus leaned in and said, "Fair, Autumn Jean from Ravenclaw asked me to get her an autograph." Autumn Jean. Fair turned to look, spotting a dark-haired Asian witch from the Ravenclaw table staring at him. Upon noticing Fur's gaze, Autumn immediately lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. At this moment, Autumn was likely a second-year student, a year above Fair and his friends. Is it her? Fair subtly gestured in a particular direction. Shimon nodded, exclaiming, indeed. She is truly beautiful. Chio's appearance surpassed Fair's recollection of cinematic beauty, with her lustrous black hair, an oval face, and radiant eyes. However, that was the extent of it. Fair couldn't comprehend whether Shima harbored any stereotypical notions regarding Asian beauty. In any case, Fair deemed her merely a petite beauty. Fair took Shima's notebook and quill, inscribing her name before passing the diary back to Shima. Turning to the nearby Hermione, she requested, Hermione, please fetch me a glass of orange juice. Get it yourself. As Hermione pouted and went to retrieve the juice for Fair, Dumbledore rose to address the assembly. Students, another year has passed, and it is once again time for the awarding of the House Cup. Fair crossed her legs, not out of disdain for the other houses, but because, given her contributions, the House Cup was rightfully theirs. To not receive it would be the greatest injustice. Indeed, Slytherin was reveling in their recent triumph over Ravenclaw, reclaiming the top position. Malfoy shot a challenging glance at Fair, questioning, is defeating Quirrell such an impressive feat? What of protecting the treasure? We are 100 points ahead. If you can score 100 points today and surpass me, I shall eat this table on the spot. However, Chapter 48, Astonishing Changes. Dumbledore calmly interjected, nonetheless. Recent events necessitate the awarding of some points. Malfoy's expression stiffened. Miss Hermione Granger, with her poised reasoning amidst adversity, shall be awarded 20 points for Gryffindor. Dumbledore granted Hermione and Ron each 20 points, then continued, Harry Potter, who bravely contends with evil, must be remembered for the most precious quality, the courage to fight even in the face of defeat. Thus, I award Gryffindor 50 points. The audience erupted in applause, their eyes alight with hope. Could it be? Unexpectedly, Dumbledore continued, Mr. Neville Longbottom, who discerned right from wrong and, after independent thought, did not impede the course of action, shall receive 10 points. Neville found himself somewhat dazed. Throughout his life, no one had ever rewarded him in such a manner. He had always believed himself incapable. A surge of emotion spread through his chest. Fair was somewhat surprised. In the original narrative, Neville had bravely intervened, earning 10 points, while now, having been persuaded by Fair not to stop others, he was also awarded 10 points. Admit it, old B, you simply wish to nurture our Gryffindor Swordmaster. With this, Gryffindor surged ahead by 100 points, equaling Slytherin's tally. However, the assembly knew it was not yet over. The hall fell silent. All eyes turned toward Fair. Mr. Hephis, brave and unyielding, who triumphed over evil and safeguarded the treasure. For this, I award him 100 points. If memory serves, the banners in the hall require changing. With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore commanded the Slytherin green serpent banner to transform into Gryffindor's lion standard. Cheers erupted in the hall, a cacophony of joy, as all houses, save Slytherin, celebrated exuberantly. The cheers from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were no less fervent than those from Gryffindor. As long as it wasn't Slytherin, anyone would do. Countless individuals expressed their gratitude to a few. Fair smiled and returned their salutations. Malfoy's expression fluctuated between red and green, a sight to behold. No. Early in the morning, the report card appeared on Fair's bedside. Academic results at Hogwarts were calculated based on total scores. Hermione, of course, claimed the top spot in the entire year. To everyone's surprise, Harry and Ron performed admirably under Hermione's guidance. Neville excelled in herbology, significantly compensating for his lost points in potions. As for Fair, despite his lack of effort in certain subjects, he still managed to secure the 10th position in total scores. Just before their departure, everyone's spirits lifted. Fair descended the stairs with his suitcase, which had become more laden after a semester's accumulation. He had donned a muggle short-sleeved shirt in advance to avoid the hassle of changing on the train. Although the summer temperatures in England were not excessively high and wizard robes were permissible at school, this attire was undeniably cooler and more comfortable. Cool. Fair. Is that muggle clothing? How fascinating. Ron exclaimed as he was about to leave, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Fair. He had seen his father's suits, but had never encountered such a novel short-sleeved shirt. Fair chuckled, I can send you a few in the future. Perhaps this will become fashionable in the wizarding world as well. After all, even the Ministry of Magic has begun wearing muggle suits. Their conversation was brief as Ron hurried off, eager to secure a good seat. Fair found it peculiar that Hermione had not yet emerged. She had always been the one waiting for him in the past. Help me, Hermione, he called. Hermione struggled as she dragged her suitcase to the foot of the stairs. Fair rushed upstairs, forgetting that the stairs were enchanted. As soon as he stepped on them, they transformed into a slide. He felt as though he were gliding down a slick surface. Well, now Fair could claim he had ventured into the girls' dormitory. Fortunately, Hermione seized the opportunity and pushed her suitcase onto the slide, allowing it to glide smoothly to the ground. When Fair lifted Hermione's suitcase, it felt surprisingly heavy. And he exclaimed, Hermione, how much did you pack? It was known that the suitcase had been enhanced with undetectable extension charms and weight reduction charms. While the quality was modest, it should not have rendered the young witch incapable of lifting it. Well, there might be around 60 or 70 books, Hermione admitted bashfully. Fair conceded, having only brought a mere dozen spell books himself. Once they steadied themselves, Fair finally took in Hermione's attire. She wore a knee-length white short-sleeved dress. Her hair styled in a ponytail secured with the butterfly hairpin Fair had gifted her. On her feet were flat sandals, exposing her fair insteps and rosy toes. Truly beautiful, Fair thought unexpectedly. The two stepped outside. Taking a longer route would be exhausting, so Fair and Hermione decided to depart by the small boat at the Black Lake. Fair. It says in Hogwarts, a history that there are mermaids beneath the Black Lake. I've never seen one, she remarked. Hermione brushed her hand across the frigid surface of the water, then playfully flicked droplets towards Fair. He turned his head to evade them, chuckling. There will be opportunities in the future. Perhaps there would even be a chance to leap in for an adventure, Fair mused, recalling the events surrounding the Goblet of Fire. At last, the two boarded the train, which sped along until they arrived at King's Cross Station. They queued and, one by one, collided with the barrier. A gaunt old guard recited familiar words. Fair and Hermione expertly navigated through, and upon exiting, they were greeted by a throng of young wizards' parents. Goodbye, Fair. I'll write to you during the holidays. Their classmates called as they passed. You still possess quite the notoriety, Hermione remarked with a smile, only to catch sight of the Grangers, whom she waved to enthusiastically. Everything is as usual at home, they said, chatting and laughing as they settled on the sofa. My goodness, after 6 months apart, you've both grown so much taller. And your voices have changed a bit, Mrs. Granger exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Fair, having spoken with them daily, had not noticed, but Mrs. Granger, who hadn't seen them in half a year, could tell they were both entering their changing voices phase. Hermione suddenly remarked, Indeed, Fair, your voice has become somewhat husky. Mr. Granger chuckled, quite normal. Children at this age change almost daily. Our Hermione is becoming more beautiful, though those front teeth are getting larger. Mrs. Granger laughed. Mom, that's annoying. Indeed, as Mr. Granger had said, in just half a month, Fair's voice had grown increasingly deep and husky. What troubled Fair was that Hermione, as a girl, had not only avoided a husky voice but had developed a richer and more melodious tone than her previously slightly high-pitched one. However, Fair had more pressing matters at hand. His encounters with Quirrell had made him acutely aware of how much he still needed to learn. His magical prowess was advancing rapidly, yet his knowledge of spells had yet to catch up. If only he had mastered the shield charm, he wouldn't need to dodge so frequently, which put him at a disadvantage. To Fair, evasion should be a last resort in dire situations, not a standard tactic. Thus, in the days that followed, he diligently perused the spell book he had brought home, absorbing knowledge like a sponge. What delighted him further was that the markings of the sun on his hand were finally nearing completion. Chapter 49, The Blessing of the Sun. In Fur's room on the second floor of the Granger household, he exhaled in relief, observing the sun markings on his left hand. After over half a month, the markings were finally on the verge of illuminating entirely. This period had been filled with reading and channeling magic, leaving him utterly fatigued each day. Nevertheless, it was not without its benefits. Each time his magical, physical, and mental energies were significantly drained, it felt akin to having fought a great battle. Upon recovery, Fair noticed slight improvements in his overall condition. Indeed, as Dumbledore had stated, magical energy, much like physical strength, could be enhanced through practice. Yet, human potential is finite. The extent of improvement ultimately depends on one's innate talent. Fair concentrated, channeling his magic into the markings. As the energy flowed in, the sun markings suddenly erupted in a dazzling golden light. Fair was enveloped by a radiant golden light, sensing an inexplicable transformation within his body. A stream of information surged into his mind, blessing of the sun's magical hand. Utilizing the solar golden patterns on the left hand, one can cast spells without the need for conventional magical conduits. Is this the essence of wandless magic? Fair pondered, his expression illuminating with delight. Wandless magic is an extraordinarily profound skill, unparalleled in convenience and subtlety. However, Fair's current magical proficiency did not suffice for wandless casting. Yet now, through the solar golden patterns, he could achieve a semblance of wandless magic. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. Fair was confident that he could eventually attain the pinnacle of wandless magic. The pivotal point lay in the present. The wands of young wizards are traceable, capable of monitoring the use of magic. If Fair were to master wandless magic, he could wield spells freely without the fear of scrutiny from the Ministry of Magic. Who would believe that a first-year wizard could perform magic without a wand? Should they accuse him of using magic, he could simply invite them to investigate with a tracing spell. His wand remained pristine, devoid of any spells. Just as Fair reveled in his newfound abilities, another piece of information emerged. A map materialized in his mind, with a golden light forming a beacon. The next fragment lay within the Forbidden Forest? Fair murmured. In an instant, the golden light dissipated, and Fair reappeared in his room. He had truly struck gold. Not only had he mastered wandless magic, but he also discerned the location of the next fragment. Even more fortuitously, the next fragment happened to be in the Forbidden Forest, sparing him from unnecessary travel. Perhaps by the next semester, he could secure the second fragment and even unlock a second blessing. What transpired? Hermione inquired, having noticed the golden light as she approached from the adjacent room. Dressed in a short nightgown and slippers, she clutched Feyr's mother's transfiguration notes. I have unlocked the blessing of the solar golden patterns, Feyr declared with a smile. He raised his left hand, only to realize that the previously conspicuous golden patterns had vanished. He chanted, "Orchid bloom." Instantly, a magnificent bouquet of pink orchids materialized in his palm. "Wow," Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. "You can perform wandless magic now." Feyr nodded affirmatively. "This is the blessing bestowed upon me by the solar golden sphere, since I can practice magic during the holidays. The next step is to find a suitable place for practice. It would be too conspicuous outdoors." Although Feyr was unperturbed by wand investigations, it would be difficult to explain if a muggle were to witness him casting spells. Ultimately, Hermione suggested practicing in her garage at home. Feyr readily agreed. However, by afternoon, Hermione excitedly approached Feyr. "I discovered a useful spell," she exclaimed, handing him a spell book. Feyr examined it closely. Dugging spell, effortlessly excavates soil. The wizard who first invented this spell sought to unearth treasures from a dragon's lair, but was ultimately slain by dragon fire. Feyr's eyes sparkled with inspiration. "I have an idea. We could excavate a tunnel and a secret chamber from the garage. This not only allows me to practice magic safely, but also provides a means to store certain clandestine magical tomes and artifacts at home." For the next 2 days, Feyr focused intently on mastering the digging spell, achieving a remarkable level of proficiency. At the break of dawn, he ventured into his family garage. The Granger household possessed 2 vehicles, both forts. However, Mr. Granger had taken one to work that day. Feyr chose a secluded corner where a stack of unused fencing lay. With his left hand directed towards the ground, he concentrated and intoned, "Earth and stone, part ways." Instantly, a square pit approximately 1 meter in width and length appeared, plunging 2 feet deep. As for the displaced earth, Feyr mused that it had likely scattered into the air, perhaps causing an unsuspecting passerby to sneeze, bewildered by the sudden gust and swirling dust. The result was quite satisfactory, invigorating Feyr as he enthusiastically began to excavate, although he no longer needed to channel his energy into infusing the sun's golden essence. He had discovered a new form of exercise, digging. Each day, he emerged from the endeavor covered in grime, utterly exhausted, yet the rewards were gratifying. Not only was his secret chamber gradually taking shape, but his magical prowess and spirit were also subtly strengthening. This was no small feat, considering Feyr was undergoing a voice change. He was in a rapid developmental phase, with his magical abilities and physique maturing swiftly. Each incremental advance during this growth spurt would yield significant differences in the future. On this particular day, brimming with excitement, Feyr summoned Hermione to unveil his accomplishments. Beneath the 1-meter-wide opening lay a staircase constructed of stones, leading outward from the garage. After all, should a vehicle be parked above, it could risk a collapse. Upon descending, they discovered a chamber even larger than the garage itself. Surrounding them were several rudimentary wooden tables, atop which stood oil lamps and candles. Pointing with pride at 2 tree stumps reaching the ceiling, Feyr proclaimed, "I consulted various architectural texts. Behold, these 2 trunks serve as load-bearing pillars." Hermione rolled her eyes. It was quite absurd that such a rudimentary space could elicit such enthusiasm from Feyr, reminiscent of a childish father. She could not fathom why Mr. Granger often took his fishing rod to the lake, even when his efforts frequently yielded nothing. With a sigh, Hermione remarked, "Well, now you can practice your magic here. I must go prepare for my astronomy class. You devote far too much energy to these trivial pursuits." Feyr shook his head. Despite Hermione possessing an extraordinary memory, she insisted on reading the astronomy textbook 5 or 6 times. This, to Feyr, felt like a waste. No subject is without merit, Hermione retorted before turning to leave. Feyr did not rush to persuade her. After all, time was on their side. The priority now was to practice his spells. Over the past month, he had memorized numerous intermediate and advanced incantations. What remained was the practical application. With the golden essence on his left hand flickering continuously, Feyr declared loudly, "Armor protection." Chapter 50, Enhancement of Strength and Planning. Mid-August, Saturday. The weather had become increasingly sweltering. Armor protection. In the dimly lit chamber of the Granger residence, Ferris was drenched in perspiration as he practiced his spells. With the incantation flowing from his lips, an invisible shield of light enveloped him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he nodded in satisfaction, murmuring to himself, "I have mastered the fundamental spells. In terms of strength, I have undoubtedly surpassed the average graduate. Yet, I remain a distance away from attaining the level of a typical professor." It is commonly acknowledged that the disparity among adult wizards is greater than that between humans and swine. Thus, Categorizing wizards into levels based on their approximate abilities is quite essential, if only to provide Ferris with a clearer perspective. During this time, Ferris not only practiced various intermediate and advanced spells, but also contemplated the hierarchy of wizardry. He devised a simple classification of 5 wizarding levels based on his understanding. The abilities of ordinary students are, of course, delineated by their year of study, with 7 grades representing 7 minor tiers. The average 7th-year graduate represents the pinnacle for most wizards throughout their lives, signifying the status of an ordinary adult wizard. This constitutes the first major level. After all, many wizards cease their magical practice post-graduation, leading to a regression in their abilities. Those with high talent and diligent study can indeed transcend levels. Thus, Ferris speaks solely in terms of average capabilities. The second level is that of the ordinary professor, denoting one who excels in a particular area far beyond the typical wizard and possesses the qualifications to teach students. While Ferris may now possess sufficient strength, his knowledge of magic still requires further development. The average Auror represents the third level. Only distinguished graduates who undergo rigorous training under the Ministry of Magic for 3 years can officially become Aurors, with each Auror embodying the epitome of strength. The fourth level is that of the elite Auror, renowned Aurors from the original tales, such as the Prime Minister's bodyguard Kingsley or members of the Order of the Phoenix like Sirius and Lupin, fall into this category. The highest echelon is that of the top-tier wizard, which includes Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape. As for any further classifications beyond this realm, Ferris deemed it unnecessary. Over the past century, there have only been 3 such legends: Dumbledore, Voldemort, and the former Grindelwald, all universally recognized as legendary wizards. Ferris, a letter from Hogwarts has arrived. Hermione's melodious voice echoed from the entrance, breaking his reverie. Excited, Ferris perked up, waving his hand to extinguish the surrounding candles. In the living room, Hermione read aloud from the letter. Professor McGonagall has instructed us to board the Hogwarts Express on September 1st. Wait, there are several new books we will need, Hermione exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. Titles such as Standard Spells Level 2 by Miranda Goshawk, Break with the Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart, and Voyages with the Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart were mentioned. Ferris furrowed his brow, irritated that he had forgotten about this charlatan. In the original tales, he was a brazen impostor who gained fame through the use of memory charms to appropriate the adventures of others. Hermione mused, with so many books authored by Gilderoy Lockhart, he must be an extraordinary adventurer. Once we acquire the books, I shall read them thoroughly. Ferris felt a peculiar discomfort and remarked to Hermione, when did you become so naïve? Did you genuinely believe that the author of Robinson Crusoe sought survival on a deserted island? Hermione blinked in confusion. Isn't that the case? Goodness. It dawned on Fer that Hermione possessed such a mechanical faith in literature. He had only thought her a mere book enthusiast. After the age of 8, he had ceased to believe in such tales. No wonder Hermione in the original story idolized Lockhart so fervently. Fer sighed, of course not, Hermione. They are merely novelists, concocting captivating stories to sell their books. Clearly, Gilderoy Lockhart is just an eloquent storyteller. Hermione appeared somewhat skeptical, prompting Fer to grumble, go call Mr. and Mrs. Granger. We must make our way to Diagon Alley. The mention of Diagon Alley instantly made Hermione forget Lockhart, and she excitedly hurried off to find the Granger couple. Once Hermione departed, Fer furrowed his brow. The name Lockhart evoked numerous events that would transpire during their second year. To be frank, this year posed significant dangers. If the first year was akin to a beginner's level, easily navigable by ordinary students, the second year was decidedly more challenging. Voldemort's diary would manipulate Ginny into opening the Chamber of Secrets. Once the basilisk was unleashed, wizards of Muggle descent could be at risk. Fer felt uncertain if, as in the original, the victims would merely suffer petrification. If one were to gaze directly into the basilisk's eyes without any obstruction, it would be fatal. In the original tale, even Hermione fell victim to the basilisk's attack. Fortunately, her cleverness had her carry a mirror with her. Thus, Fer contemplated. It would be best to extinguish the source of the problem. It would be ideal to encounter the Weasley family today. Even if that didn't happen, he intended to find Ginny upon the start of school. He needed to obtain the diary directly. Whether he could concoct an excuse to present it to Dumbledore or pursue another course of action, anything was preferable to allowing the basilisk to roam free. Today was Saturday, and Mr. Granger was off work, so the entire family was present. Upon receiving the letter, Mr. Granger's passion and curiosity for the magical world were rekindled. Oh, children, we are heading back to the magical realm. The last time with Professor McGonagall was far too rushed. I didn't have the opportunity to observe anything properly. Fer privately mused. Clearly, it was you who were too timid to speak or act. However, he dared not voice this thought. Mom and Dad, this year I wish to acquire a pet. Everyone at school has one. Hermione cooed to the Granger couple. Mrs. Granger exchanged a knowing glance with Mr. Granger. A twinkle in her eye. Of course, Hermione. Fer, it is indeed time to get a pet, but no toads. The family joyfully shared breakfast. The morning sun was not overly harsh, and they set off in high spirits towards the location of the leaky cauldron. Half an hour later, at Charing Cross Road, they came to a halt, yet the Granger couple could not see the leaky cauldron. Fer and Hermione took their hands and pushed open the rickety black door of the tavern. Inside, the dim yellow light and the cacophony of voices greeted them. Eccentric wizards glanced at Fer and the others, but upon realizing they were unfamiliar, returned to their conversations. I heard that a few days ago you acquired an invisibility beast skin. Indeed, it took considerable effort on my part. Due to the regulations set forth by the Ministry of Magic, I have since sold it to the magical creature shop. The Grangers, once again, are playing ostrich, frightened by the wizard's discourse. What does this amount to? A case of Yi Gong loving dragons? Granger being a fine wizard? Feyre shook his head. Oh, another year has passed. Greetings, Feyre, and to all present. Tom, the proprietor with a Mediterranean hairstyle, stepped forward to extend his greetings. The group promptly returned the gesture. Tom smiled at Feyre. Feyre, I invited you last year for a butterbeer. Surely you have time this year? Of course, sir. But we must wait until we emerge from Diagon Alley, Feyre explained. Very well then. You do remember how to knock on the door, I presume? Tom bowed slightly in reminder. Yes, no need for trouble, sir, Feyre replied, leading the group directly to the backyard. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the familiar brick wall and trash bins. I'm coming, exclaimed Hermione, excitedly drawing her wand and tapping the designated spot a few times. With a flourish, Feyre found himself once more at the inception of his dreams. Chapter 51, Rare Pets. Mom, Dad, let us go buy a pet. Hermione raised her hand eagerly, as if seeking the teacher's attention in class. All right, Hermione, Mrs. Granger smiled. Feyre stroked his chin, but Hermione, have you decided what you wish to purchase? He glanced towards the shops ahead. On the northern side of Diagon Alley stood the Elops Owl Emporium, which specializes in owls and their supplies. If one wishes to acquire an owl, this is the finest establishment. On the southern side lies the Magical Creature Shop, which offers a more eclectic selection. Inside, a variety of pets and pet supplies are available, including those types of pets that young witches and wizards are forbidden to purchase. Hermione rolled her eyes and said, Owls are lovely, but I would prefer a cat. And what about you, Feyre? Feyre pondered, recognizing that an owl serves as a messenger and is of utmost utility. Even now, utilizing the school's owl, he realized that it would soon be an essential need post-graduation. So it would be prudent to purchase one early for convenience. However, he also desired a cat. Feyre tentatively suggested, what if I were to get both? Very well, let us acquire them all, Mr. Granger exclaimed, waving his hand grandly. In a single utterance, he had the Grangers spend their entire budget. Of course, the notion of exhausting the budget was jest, while the exchange rate of pounds to galleons, as part of the support policy for Muggle-born wizards, amounted to only 50 galleons. Gold was infinitely exchangeable. Mr. Granger had exchanged a considerable sum of galleons last year, generously distributing them to Feyre and Hermione. Otherwise, how could Hermione have possibly brought home 70 or 80 books? Since they were to make a purchase, it would be most efficient to head directly to the Magical Creature Shop. After all, they also sold owls, albeit not as extensively as Elops. Feyre mused in wonder at the rivalry between the two shops, situated as they were, one to the north and the other to the south. The owner of Elops must surely despise his competitor. What I possess, you possess. What I lack, you still have. Doesn't he that seem to undermine the business? Fortunately, the owl remains the quintessential pet within the Wizarding World, ensuring the survival of the owl shop. As the crowd entered the Magical Creature Shop, they found it bustling with activity, its walls densely adorned with cages. Orange snails, turtles embellished with gemstones, ravens, and fluffy creatures filled the space, presenting a dazzling array of extraordinary beings. Feyre was captivated, his desires expanding further. Greetings, I am Thomas, a clerk at the Magical Creature Shop, announced a young wizard with tousled blonde hair, clad in a green shirt. A small creature with black skin, resembling a platypus, perched on his shoulder. Hello, Thomas. Is that a niffler? Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the creature. Indeed. Would you like to purchase one as a pet? Nifflers are burrowing creatures that adore anything that glitters. You may hold it first, Thomas said, gently handing the niffler to Hermione. Delighted, Hermione accepted the creature, which scurried between her arms and shoulders, occasionally sniffing adorably. Now, Mr. Thomas, I would like to see some owls. Feyre turned to him. Of course, ladies and gentlemen. Please follow me, Thomas replied, gesturing with a courteous bow. They approached a wall lined with owl cages, where Thomas began his introductions. This is the brown fishing owl, commonly found near water. Although it appears to struggle in flight, it is, in fact, swift and powerful, moving in silence. This is the striped owl, known for its prominent feather patterns and loud calls. Hermione pointed to a pristine white owl and said to Feyre, look at that owl. It resembles Harry's Hedwig. With a smile, Thomas responded, Ah, that is a snowy owl. Its feathers are pure white, exuding nobility and grace. Moreover, if one is fortunate, Certain snowy owls can be remarkably loyal. However, they come at a slightly higher price. Fair grimaced, thinking that beauty alone dictated the price. Indeed, Hedwig had proven her loyalty in the narrative, even saving Harry's life, a testament to his good fortune. As Fair's gaze wandered, he felt overwhelmed by the choices. He noticed a large cage at the wall's end, housing a magnificent great horned owl, its impressive stature reaching nearly 70 centimeters. With long ear tufts resembling arrows, it commanded an imposing presence. Since the differences are minimal, why not choose the largest? Fair thought. Bigger is better, after all. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes fell upon a diminutive birdcage at the feet of the great horned owl. What species of owl is this? He pointed inquisitively. Inside the small cage was an adult owl, no larger than a palm, round and fluffy like a little ball. Its plumage was a rich brown, with hints of golden shimmer. A tuft of golden feathers crowned its head, and the longest tail feather gleamed gold as well. It appeared quite extraordinary, though overshadowed by the towering great horned owl beside it, making it easy to overlook at first glance. Ah, this is a horned owl. Small in stature, yet remarkably swift and agile. Its talons possess considerable strength, enabling it to capture prey of a comparable size. Thomas eagerly elaborated. This horned owl has recently arrived, and you must have noticed its distinctive appearance. We suspect it bears the lineage of the Golden Snidget. Golden Snidget? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she turned to Fair. The Golden Snidget is a magical creature classified as a level 4 by the Ministry of Magic. It is not deemed dangerous, but rather, it is cherished. The Golden Snidget is an exceptionally swift bird, with wings that can rotate at incredible speeds and maneuvers. It is said that in earlier times, seekers in Quidditch sought to capture Golden Snidgets, but due to conservation policies, they were later replaced by the Golden Snitch. Thomas remarked, it appears this lady is quite knowledgeable about Golden Snidgets, so I need not elaborate further. However, rest assured, while the Golden Snidget is a protected species, owls of its lineage can indeed be traded. Fair's eyes sparkled with excitement. That aside, while larger is often regarded as better, the petite form is undeniably charming. I'll take it, Fair declared immediately. Thomas beamed even brighter. Of course, sir. However, he rubbed his hands together. The hybridization of Golden Snidgets and owls is exceedingly rare. There may not be another for years. To be honest, this is the first time I have encountered an owl with Golden Snidget blood. Hence, its price is quite steep. A common owl typically costs 10 galleons, but this one is priced at 100 galleons. Fair and Hermione exchanged glances, and truth be told, that price could hardly be deemed anything but exorbitant. It is essential to note that the purchasing power of a galleon is substantial. The average wizard's life rarely necessitates galleons. A copy of the Daily Prophet costs merely 5 nuts, and the finest potion ingredient, dragon liver, sells for just 16 sickles per ounce. Calculating, 1 kilogram amounts to approximately 30 galleons. Fur's mind whirled as he turned to Mrs. Granger, who, understanding his cue, stepped forth. Is your owl made of meat-grade gold or feather-grade gold? She exclaimed, extending 5 fingers. 50 galleons. Thomas's smile faltered. Bargaining was customary, yet he had never encountered such a drastic cut. No, madam. It must be 80 galleons, Thomas insisted, distressed. 40 galleons. Mrs. Granger retracted her thumb and proclaimed. Thomas exclaimed, what is this? The price keeps dropping. Really, madam, I can offer you no more than 65 galleons. 30 galleons. Thomas was on the verge of tears. He had never met such a fierce negotiator. Fair and Hermione stifled their laughter. This was the result of Mrs. Granger's years of experience in the marketplace, battling countless muggles in negotiations, honing her bargaining prowess, an expertise far beyond that of an inexperienced young wizard. Fair could discern that Thomas was feeling quite apprehensive. It appears that this magnificent owl, belonging to the lineage of the Golden Flyer, has not just recently arrived, but has been residing in the shop for quite some time. Upon reflection, Fair soon grasped the situation. Ultimately, an owl serves merely as a messenger essential to any wizarding family. This fundamental role can be efficiently fulfilled by even the most ordinary of owls. Therefore, the true worth of this extraordinary owl lies in its rarity. While flying brooms have certainly become a subject of competition, spurred by Quidditch, the wizarding world lacks any formal owl competitions and seldom boasts fervent owl enthusiasts. The shopkeeper must find himself in quite a predicament. Setting a low price would be unjustifiable given the rarity of the breed. Yet a high price would make it difficult to find a suitable buyer. Consequently, the price remains in limbo, caught in an awkward position. Meanwhile, Mrs. Granger was still haggling with Thomas, and Fair chimed in. Thomas, this owl has been in the shop for quite a while, hasn't it? I doubt it will sell anytime soon. Upon hearing this, Thomas's face flushed crimson, the veins on his forehead bulging as he retorted. Just because it's not selling doesn't mean it won't eventually find a home among the magical creatures in this store. Laughter erupted among the group, filling the shop with a jovial atmosphere. Fair leaned in for the final blow. Thomas, you wouldn't want to see your wages docked due to unsold pets, would you? Well, all right, 40 galleons, but that is truly my lowest offer, Thomas conceded, resembling a defeated rooster as he revealed the bottom line dictated by his employer. And it comes with a cage, plus you must include 2 bags of feed, right? Mrs. Granger interjected. Fine, Thomas replied resignedly. The horned owl tilted its head towards Fair, seemingly aware that it had found a master. Now, Thomas, could you introduce us to the cats you have here? Fair redirected the conversation. Thomas led the group into another room. There lay dozens of cats, each of different breeds. A large ginger cat was pinning down an orange tabby, appearing to be the victor of a scuffle. Upon noticing the newcomers, the cats scattered aside, save for the large cat, which boldly approached Hermione. Quick as lightning, Fair seized the large cat by the scruff of its neck, lifting it effortlessly. Oh, please do not be alarmed. This cat has a lineage of the cat-fox hybrid and is quite sensitive to other magical creatures. It was merely chasing after that niffler, Thomas explained, gesturing to the niffler perched on Hermione's shoulder. Fair scrutinized the cat closely. Its face was as flat as Tom's after colliding with a wall in a cartoon, its bushy tail resembling a brush, and it sported slightly bow legs. Could this be Hermione's pet, Crookshanks, from the original story? What an ugly cat, Fair remarked. Who says that? Don't you find its fur dazzling? Perhaps it was fate, for Hermione immediately took a liking to the large cat. Thomas nodded. If you like it. That's splendid. Although this cat has the blood of a cat fox, its appearance is rather unappealing, and it has been here for a year. Nevertheless, the cat fox lineage is still quite valuable, so I'm asking for 20 galleons. Mrs. Granger interjected. 15 galleons. Deal. Thomas hastily agreed. Firstly, the cat was indeed unsellable, and earning 15 galleons was already a profit. Secondly, he had grown apprehensive of the bargaining prowess of this enchanting lady. If he delayed any longer, she would surely negotiate him down to 10 galleons while insisting on throwing in a bag of cat food. Then you shall be my pet. How does the name Crookshanks sound? Hermione said as she took the large cat from Fair and cradled it in her arms. Crookshanks gazed at Hermione and surprisingly quieted down, lying still against her. At that moment, the orange cat, previously pinned down by Crookshanks, approached. Unlike an ordinary orange cat, this one boasted a coat of vibrant red and yellow, reminiscent of flames. Perhaps it had a unique lineage, albeit a faint one. Aside from its fiery fur, it was unremarkable. It frequently engaged in fights with the cat possessing the raccoon lineage but was always defeated. Thomas explained. Meow. The orange cat looked up at Crookshanks, emitting a soft mew. Fair observed it with amusement and said to Hermione, let us see how they interact when you set Crookshanks down. Hermione released Crookshanks, and the orange cat immediately rushed forward to tussle with it. Within moments, Crookshanks had the orange cat pinned down. Fair crouched to observe the 2 cats more closely. Crookshanks was a male, while the orange cat was a female. Case solved. This is hardly a fight. It's clearly a playful courtship. The orange cat, despite its repeated defeats, seemed to relish being subdued by Crookshanks. Oh, and it even quivers. I shall name you Ember, for your fur resembles that of a burning flame. Fair, not wishing to disrupt this budding romance, lifted Ember and addressed Thomas. For the sake of business courtesy, let us offer a discount on this orange cat. 5 galleons will suffice. This was a generous price, and Mrs. Granger felt no inclination to haggle further. Mr. Granger promptly paid. As they exited the cat shop, Hermione felt her hair was somewhat disheveled and instinctively touched her head, suddenly exclaiming, my hairpin is missing. She referred to the butterfly hairpin that Fair had gifted her. Thomas waved his hand, swiftly grabbing the niffler perched on Hermione's shoulder and rummaging through its belly pocket, saying, no need to worry, madam. I believe I know where your hairpin is. Before he finished speaking, he produced a yellow butterfly hairpin along with 2 galleons from the niffler's pouch. Thomas sighed. All right. I concede. Nifflers are not suitable pets for the home. They tend to destroy furniture and hoard stolen items. Bad niffler. Hermione sighed in relief, pouting slightly as she pointed a finger at the niffler's head. She had initially intended to adopt this niffler. Hermione took the butterfly hairpin and replaced it in her hair. Mr. Granger nodded, saying, thank you, and consider these 2 galleons as a tip. Thomas immediately felt invigorated, his back pain and headache dissipating. The price was the boss's concern, but the tip was his own reward. The group exited the magical creature shop, accompanied by an owl and 2 cats. The owl, possessing the lineage of the golden flyer, exhibited remarkable intelligence. When Fair released it, it circled around the group like a streak of lightning, capable of making abrupt turns akin to right or acute angles. Apart from Fair, none could discern its trajectory. As Fair extended his hand, it instantly flew into his palm, its petite body fitting perfectly within his grasp. Let us call you Lightning, for the lightning bird is a creature of legend, Fair named the enchanting avian. Why have I never encountered any accounts of such a marvelous creature as the lightning bird? I have heard of the thunderbird, though, Hermione pondered. Fair chuckled. That is because I made it up. How annoying, Hermione gently tapped Fair. Jest aside, it was time to attend to serious matters. Taking a deep breath, Fair's expression turned solemn. It is time to visit the Lehan bookstore. Chapter 53, The Greasy Peacock Man. The crowd outside the Lehan bookstore was far larger than just Fair and his companions. Upon reaching the entrance, Fair noticed a throng of people, predominantly middle-aged women. A banner hung from the upstairs window, proclaiming, Gilderoy Lockhart, signing his autobiography, Me, the Wizard. The signing times were also noted below. Harry, Ron. Hermione's keen eyes spotted Harry and Ron standing at the side, both indulging in strawberry butter ice cream, albeit looking rather disheveled and dirty. Fair surmised they had been transported using inferior flu powder. Upon noticing Fair and the others, Harry and Ron beamed. Fair, Hermione. Ron turned to the people behind him, exclaiming, Mom, Dad, look. This is Fair and Hermione. Fair focused his gaze on a slightly portly middle-aged man with thinning red hair, who was undoubtedly Ron's father, Arthur Weasley. Accompanying him was a plump middle-aged witch, radiating kindness. Upon spotting Fair and the others, Arthur's eyes lit up, and he strode over, extending his right hand. Oh, hello. I am Arthur Weasley, Ron's father. I've heard so much about you from Ron, and it's a pleasure to finally meet you. He shook hands with each person, especially with Mr. Granger. Fair noticed Arthur's eager gaze fixated on Mr. Granger, nearly leading him to believe Arthur harbored some peculiar interest. However, Fair understood that Arthur was merely intrigued by muggles. The stout middle-aged witch also approached, leading a young witch by the hand, greeting everyone. Hello, I am Molly Weasley. And this is my little daughter, Ginny. She will be starting at Hogwarts this year. I hope you will look out for her. Ginny, sharing her mother's red hair but with delicate features and a fair face sprinkled with freckles, promised to blossom into a beauty in her later years. Hello. Ginny shyly regarded Fair, retreating slightly behind Molly. Greetings, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Ginny, this is Granger, Fair introduced, noting the Granger couple's slight apprehension. Through Fair's mediation, the two families quickly became acquainted. Mr. Granger, could you enlighten me on the purpose of a muggle rubber duck? Arthur, shedding his usual demeanor, eagerly pulled Mr. Granger into a fervent inquiry about muggle curiosities. Meanwhile, Molly and Mrs. Granger were engaged in a spirited discussion about household chores. Hey, you've got pets. Ron, with keen eyes, spotted the birdcage the Grangers were carrying, along with two cats trailing behind Hermione. Yes, this one is Lightning, and these are Crookshanks and Fong, Hermione introduced. How delightful. I only have a rat named Scabbers, Ron admitted, a tinge of envy in his tone. Fair thought it best not to worry. In a year, Ron might find himself devoid of even a rat. After all, what would happen if he realized he had been sleeping with a middle-aged wizard who could transform into an animagus for several years? Heaven only knows. The signing time has commenced. A wizard announced as he emerged from the bookstore. At this, a throng of people surged toward the store. Oh, children, hurry, Molly said, tousling her hair as she joined the crowd. Ron lingered beside Fair, grumbling. Mum has developed an obsession with that Gilderoy Lockhart and insists on waiting to meet him. You must understand, every one of Lockhart's books is exorbitantly priced, and unfortunately, the entire syllabus this term consists of his works. Ron refrained from mentioning that this shopping spree had nearly emptied their family's vault. Fair was aware that the Weasley vault contained only a handful of sickles and a smattering of galleons. Arthur's sole income supporting a family of 7 was indeed a daunting task. Purchasing an entire set of Lockhart's books for the children would surely be a financial strain. Fair rolled his eyes and suggested, I have an idea. Refrain from scribbling or doodling in your books this year. At the end of the term, you can sell them. Just imagine, Lockhart's personally signed, gently used books would surely attract buyers, perhaps even fetching a price above the original. Ron and Arthur's eyes lit up in realization. Yes, how do we not think of that? They exclaimed as the crowd surged into the bookstore. The Grangers, oblivious to the excitement, chose to remain outside. Inside the bookstore, it felt as though they were crammed into a washing machine filled with clothes. Fair took the lead, forcefully navigating through the throng. Hermione clung tightly to Fair's shirt to avoid being swept away. Perhaps due to the overwhelming crowd, Fair sensed Hermione's arms encircling his waist momentarily. At last, they reached the table laden with textbooks, and Fair promptly grabbed 2 stacks, retreating to a corner. Phew, they sighed in relief, free from the suffocating press of the crowd. Fair glanced toward the center, where a middle-aged wizard sat behind the table. He was clad in a vibrant periwinkle robe adorned with forget-me-not flowers, his wavy golden hair gleaming. Surrounding him were numerous photographs, all depicting him with a broad, toothy grin. Fair could hardly bear to look. Indeed, he was handsome, yet decidedly too slick. Fair remarked, his outfit resembles that of a flamboyant peacock in mating season, attracting the attention of middle-aged women. Indeed, it does, came the agreement. Hermione found the situation somewhat exaggerated. After a reminder from Fair, the filter was lifted, allowing her intelligent mind to regain its prominence. Having been well exposed to the Muggle world, she had grown weary of such peacocking men, having seen enough of them on television. Meanwhile, Lockhart had already spotted Harry. With palpable excitement, he seized the bewildered Harry and proclaimed loudly, "The illustrious Harry Potter has come to purchase my autobiography. It seems he is indeed one of my admirers." The reporters from the Daily Prophet brandished their magical cameras, capturing the moment in a frenzy. Harry attempted to escape, but Lockhart held him tightly. Little does Harry Potter know, I shall be gifting him my entire collection of books. Lockhart meticulously maintained his smile, ensuring all 8 of his teeth were on display. Fer and Hermione observed in silence for Harry, but as Fer lifted his gaze, he noticed Malfoy on the staircase, glaring at Harry with evident disdain. Clearly Malfoy, projecting his own feelings onto others, believed Harry was reveling in the limelight. Fer squinted, hoping everything would proceed as usual without any surprises. Soon, he would witness Lucius slipping a diary to Ginny. Lockhart continued to announce significant news. What Harry does not know is that he will receive something far more valuable than my autobiography, a genuine, magical me. I am delighted to announce that this year I will be the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. This revelation was indeed pleasing to Fer. It was well known that the professors of that subject at Hogwarts did not fare well in their subsequent endeavors. Finally, Harry managed to extricate himself from the crowd. Joining his companions, Malfoy seized the opportunity to taunt, "You must love this, Potter, making the front page just by visiting a bookstore." Ginny retorted angrily, "Stay away from him. He doesn't want this." Malfoy elongated his tone mockingly. "Oh, St. Potter has found himself a girlfriend." Ginny's face flushed instantly, leaving her at a loss for words. Malfoy added with a sneer, "It seems you've healed well. Would you like me to give you another massage?" Fer and Hermione also emerged from the throng, with Fer exclaiming, "Oh, Malfoy, you still resemble a rude buffalo." Initially, Malfoy felt a twinge of concern upon seeing Fer, but then he remembered he was not alone today. With support at his back, he regained his bravado. "Let me see, is this the Fel Hephis my son spoke of?" A haughty, languid tone emanated from behind Malfoy. A tall figure stood before Fer. Chapter 54, The Bookstore Championship. Lucius was unmistakably Draco's father, sharing the same platinum blonde hair and pale complexion. Most notably, he possessed the same arrogance and self-importance. Dressed impeccably and wielding a cane, he looked down upon Fer with a condescending demeanor, saying, "Draco has informed me about your affairs. You have quite the audacity to provoke the Malfoy family. I wonder, will you meet a fate akin to your mother's?" Fer scoffed coldly. "I too am curious about how much longer the Malfoy family can endure. If previously one had to avoid malevolence, now Fer no longer needs to do so. The enhancement of the Solar Orb and the practice during the holiday have elevated his prowess far beyond that of a mere novice wizard. Moreover, after confronting both Chilo and Voldemort, he has already revealed his capabilities. Fer no longer needs to act like a timid turtle. Lucius possesses considerable strength. Yet he is merely an ordinary auror. Even in a direct confrontation, Fer is unafraid in the short term, especially with so many people around. Lucius clearly did not anticipate that a mere novice would dare to confront him so boldly. He swallowed his prepared words and shifted his gaze, extending his hand towards Harry. "Greetings, Mr. Potter." Out of courtesy, Harry offered his hand for a brief shake. To his surprise, Lucius yanked Harry closer, scrutinizing his scar. "Your scar is quite legendary, much like the wizard who inflicted it upon you." Harry, already seething from Gilderoy Lockhart's behavior, felt his anger boil upon hearing Lucius's comment. He gritted his teeth and managed to utter through clenched jaws, "Voldemort killed my parents. He is nothing but a murderer." "You are quite brave to speak his name directly," Lucius remarked, his expression inscrutable. Hermione, already irked, interjected, "Fear of his name only shows greater fear of the man himself." Lucius glanced at Draco for confirmation. "You must be Miss Granger. Draco has mentioned you. Are those your parents? They appear to be muggles." He gestured towards Hermione's parents with his wand. Upon mentioning the term muggle, Lucius displayed a disdainful expression. Given his upbringing, he would not easily reveal such offensive emotions. Thus, it was either intentional or a display of genuine contempt. Regardless, Fer was ready to seize the opportunity. "Muggles or wizards, good people are always deserving of admiration. I hear you were once a Death Eater?" Fer remarked with a similarly disdainful expression as he pronounced the words Death Eater. This time, Lucius's demeanor truly changed, and he replied solemnly, "Mr. Hephis, that is a grave slander. The Ministry of Magic has thoroughly investigated. I was under the influence of the Imperius curse. If Draco is merely a small miscreant submerged in a dye vat, then Lucius is the vat itself. There is no need for politeness with him." Fer scoffed, pointing at Lucius. "The truth is evident to all, Lucius. You were once a Death Eater. Once a Death Eater, always a Death Eater. The souls of the innocent cry out in anguish. Next time, the Malfoy family shall not be so fortunate." Lucius trembled, caught between fear and rage. He took a step forward when Arthur approached, positioning himself directly in front of Fer. Despite his words, his gaze remained fixed on Lucius. "Arthur, I hear you are quite busy with your duties. With so many confiscations, I presume they are compensating you for your overtime?" Lucius seethed, with nowhere to vent his frustration. "Regrettably, I was unable to uncover anything at your residence. I suspect the Boking Box shop is overflowing with illicit items." Arthur cast a glance at Lucius. Lucius reached into Ginny's cauldron and extracted a second-hand beginner's guide to transfiguration. It seems they have not compensated you for your overtime. You have utterly tarnished the reputation of pureblood families. For a father, nothing is more humiliating than being ridiculed in front of his child. Arthur, feeling somewhat embarrassed, restrained his anger and retorted, "Who exactly is bringing disgrace to the pureblood families, Lucius? I hold a different perspective." Lucius glanced disdainfully at the Granger couple, saying, "Look at the company you keep, reduced to laughing and chatting with muggles. Truly the disgrace of pureblood families." Clang. No sooner had he uttered those words than Arthur lunged at Lucius, knocking over a bookshelf in the process. "Stop it, Arthur!" Molly screamed. "Go for it, Dad." The Weasley twins cheered excitedly from the sidelines. The Granger couple, terrified, cowered away, unwilling to intervene. The scene descended into chaos. Ferretti, anxious, shouted, "Mr. Weasley, that's not how it's done. You need to throw a right hook." Observing the two grappling, Ferretti rubbed his itching fists and said, "Mr. Weasley, let me demonstrate. Watch closely." He turned to find the enthusiastic practice partner Malfoy, only to discover Malfoy had vanished in an instant. "Well done, lad. Your evasion skills have improved." "What is happening, children?" A booming voice interrupted the fray from outside. Ferretti turned to see Hagrid and smiled. "It's nothing, Hagrid. Mr. Weasley and Lucius haven't seen each other in ages. They are merely reminiscing." "Hagrid, please stop them," Molly shouted. Hagrid hurried over, but the scene was too chaotic, and he made a misstep, inadvertently stepping on Lucius's leg. "Ah!" Lucius screamed, and Arthur seized the opportunity to land 2 punches. Hagrid grabbed both men, lifting them with 1 hand each. At this point, both were disheveled, with clothes in disarray, though Arthur appeared to be in a better state. Lucius, sporting swollen eyes, furiously hurled the book back into Ginny's cauldron, exclaiming, "Take it, little girl. This is the best your father can afford." With that, he leaned on his cane and limped out the door. "You shouldn't pay him any mind, Arthur. Everyone knows the Malfoy family is rotten to the core." Hagrid helped straighten Arthur's clothes, but nearly lifted him off the ground. As the group exited the bookstore, the staff, intimidated by Hagrid's imposing figure, refrained from demanding compensation for the damages. Ferretti vaguely heard inside the shop, Lockhart excitedly telling reporters, "Be sure to note that the Weasley family and Malfoy family got into a scuffle at my book signing over my new release." Outside the bookstore, Molly exclaimed in anger, "How could you fight in public? What a fine example you set for the children, Arthur." Arthur shook his head and replied, "As you can see, children, one must bravely oppose and fight against wrongdoings and malevolent individuals." The Weasley children nodded resolutely. Fair chuckled softly, truly a commendable father. However, it was time to attend to serious matters. Turning to Ginny, Fair smiled and said, "Ginny, you are starting school this year, right? Let me see how many of your textbooks have changed since last year. If you don't mind, Hermione and I can lend you our transfiguration notes from last year." "Oh, thank you, dear," she replied. "Ron has told me that your grades are among the best in your year." Molly transformed her irritation into a smile, her eyes narrowing into slits. Fair approached Ginny, casually lifting her cauldron and pretending to examine its contents. Fair's expression shifted from casual to perplexed. "Where's my diary?" Chapter 55, Ominous Signs. Ignoring Ginny's confusion, Fair rummaged through the cauldron thoroughly. Finally, he arrived at a disheartening conclusion. The diary was missing. What could be the reason? This was truly beyond Fair's expectations. According to the plot, Lucius should have taken the opportunity to place Voldemort's diary in Ginny's cauldron. Yet now, the diary was nowhere to be found. I think I left a book at the bookstore. Please wait a moment," Fair said, turning swiftly to enter the shop. The others, unbothered, stood chatting in place. He suspected that amidst the earlier chaos, the diary might have fallen to the ground. Inside the bookstore, it was still in disarray, with staff tidying up scattered books. Fair approached, asking, "Excuse me, I seem to have misplaced a diary. Have you found it?" "No, it's not here," the staff member replied, shaking their head in confusion. Fair carefully scanned his surroundings, but could not locate the old diary from his memory. Stepping outside, his confusion deepened. Could it be with Harry, or even Ron? Fair recalled that in the original story, Harry had also found a diary. Rejoining his companions, Fair deliberately threw an arm around Ron and Harry, engaging them in conversation while secretly observing the books and robes in their pockets. Yet, even as they dispersed, he gleaned nothing. By dusk, the Granger family returned to the leaky cauldron. Many patrons had already departed, and Fair chose a secluded corner table to rest momentarily. "Fair, you've finally returned." Tom, the innkeeper, approached with a smile, holding 2 mugs of butterbeer. "This is for you, and for this lovely young lady." "Thank you." Fair and Hermione echoed in unison. Ignoring Tom and the Grangers' banter, Fair cradled the butterbeer in his hands, his brow furrowing deeply. At this juncture, he could only surmise that Lucius had not sent the diary after all. If Lucius had experienced a change of heart or deemed the situation too perilous, abandoning his plan would be fortuitous. However, if Lucius had an alternative scheme, such as gifting it to another young wizard, that would be dire indeed. Fair's familiarity with the plot was, in fact, his greatest advantage, yet the current circumstances left him with a sense of unease. A small, chilly hand rested gently on Fair's arm. Fair snapped back to reality, turning to look at Hermione. She leaned closer, whispering, "Fair, what has transpired? I am aware that ever since you left the bookstore, your mind has been elsewhere. Regardless of the issue at hand, there is always a solution." Her breath carried the refreshing scent of peppermint, clearing Fair's mind. "Indeed, what is there to fear? This is uncharacteristic of me. It's merely a matter of misplacing my diary. At least I am aware that it is the serpent creature's doing, so I am not utterly perplexed. If I cannot find it, I shall continue my search. If all else fails, I shall seek Dumbledore's assistance. As the saying goes, a few strokes, and we shall prevail." With this clarity, Fair's brow relaxed. He took a hearty gulp of butterbeer, savoring the sweet flavor, which was truly delightful. "I'm fine now," Fair declared. "However, you have pilfered some peppermint candies, haven't you? If I were to inform Mr. Granger, you wouldn't be enjoying sweets until school resumes. How vexing. I expressed concern for you, and you threatened to expose me," Hermione remarked, her brow slightly furrowed as she pinched Fair's forearm. Fair gasped at the sudden sting. Is this an innate skill possessed by all girls? After their playful banter, they noticed Mr. and Mrs. Granger gazing at them with amused expressions. "Hermione, you have matured, Mrs. Granger said with a cheerful smile, her eyes twinkling with jest. Hermione, feeling a tad flustered and her cheeks tinged with pink, exclaimed, "Of course, I have grown up. I am an adult now. Let us go. It's time to return home." Fair, unsure of Hermione's sudden fervor, merely shrugged. "Take care, and do visit again." After finishing their drinks, the group bid farewell to Tom and exited the tavern, driving home with a week remaining before the start of term. On this day, Fair and Hermione were gathered around a table, diligently studying. Crookshanks and Ron were engaged in playful antics nearby, while Lightning was curled up, asleep on the stair railing. Before them lay the textbooks and various spellbooks for the upcoming semester. Fair was engrossed in his mother's transfiguration notes. From these notes, it appeared that his mother was merely a moderately competent witch. While the notes were somewhat beneficial to Fair, they were not particularly enlightening. It is worth noting that his mother had not even made an appearance in the main narrative of his memories. Perhaps she had not even joined the Order of the Phoenix. As a Muggle-born witch, she had not left behind any hidden treasures. Professor McGonagall had also mentioned that his mother had failed to master Animagus transformation like James Potter and others. The attention he received from Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall was likely due to his mother's unwavering stance. After all, a lack of formidable power does not preclude one from opposing Voldemort. Throughout history, from east to west, attitude has always surpassed ability in importance. No matter how strong one's abilities, if one's mindset falters, there is little hope for remedy. Moreover, since he was saved by their hands, it is only natural that they would pay him closer attention. Closing the notes, Fair turned to observe Hermione, only to find her engrossed in Lockhart as Holidays with Ghouls. "Hermione, you have already read that book 3 times. Fair exclaimed with irritation. Hermione set aside her textbook, smiling. "What is wrong with reading the textbooks? Professor Lockhart writes so splendidly." She had also noticed Fair's evident displeasure towards Lockhart. In truth, she had not devoted herself earnestly to reading this book, considering that she had already perused the astronomy textbook 7 times. Yet, Hermione was intent on vexing Fair, thinking to herself, "Let us see you act like a wooden doll." Fair rolled his eyes. The tales contained within were memories pilfered by Lockhart from other adventurers, all authentic narratives. Could they not be captivating? Fair elucidated. "It's not that I disallow you from exploring other texts. However, do you not perceive the necessity for focus? Your memory is extraordinary, indeed. You could memorize those books after merely 2 or 3 readings. Yet, you incessantly fret over this and that, wasting precious time in the process." Hermione pondered for a moment, responding with resignation, "I am aware, but I constantly fear making mistakes in examinations. During the final assessment, I scored only 99 in geography, which left me somewhat traumatized." "Toughen up, strengthen your resolve," Fair urged. "There is no need for concern. Examinations in the magical realm are graded on a tiered system, and specific scores are not disclosed. Moreover, Hermione, we are wizards. You witnessed the Quirrell incident last term. It is evident that the magical world is fraught with peril. I will protect you, Hermione. But there are times when I cannot foresee every danger." Upon hearing this, Hermione felt as if she had awakened from a dream. She realized that Fair had been imploring her for this very reason. Reflecting on it, the wizarding world was indeed far more hazardous than the mundane world of muggles in England. Given the example of Quirrell, Fair's words carried significant weight. Hermione nodded vigorously. "You are right, Fair. I will heed your counsel." At last, she was persuaded. Firstly, Fair genuinely wished for Hermione to avoid squandering her talents. It is noteworthy that she had managed to brew the Polyjuice potion in her 2nd year. This was, without a doubt, a formidable potion. Additionally, her aptitude in transfiguration was remarkable. Professor McGonagall had once praised Hermione's talent in this field, claiming it rivaled her own, surpassing even Feyre before he had undergone enhancement. A lack of specialization could result in Hermione forfeiting her chances of becoming a master potion maker and transfiguration expert. Secondly, in the foreseeable crises ahead, possessing greater strength would equate to increased safety. Thirdly, he also required Hermione's assistance. Let us consider, your strengths lie in transfiguration and potion making. These should be prioritized in your studies. The duo deliberated on their future learning plans. In the days that followed, Hermione diligently studied her potion textbook while Feyre devoted himself to practicing spells in the garage chamber. Before they knew it, the day of the new term had arrived. It was time to return to Hogwarts. Chapter 56. Amusing train incidents. The commencement of the school year. Temporary farewells are always heart-wrenching. Feyre and Hermione, laden with their suitcases and accompanied by the cage of the lightning bird, were followed closely by Crookshanks and Ron. After embracing the Granger couple in farewell, the two plunged into the bustling platform. The Hogwarts Express, number 5972, had long since arrived. They had arrived a bit late, and the atmosphere was abuzz with excitement. After a considerable struggle, Feyre and Hermione finally located an unoccupied compartment at the rear of the train. "Ah, we finally made it," Hermione exclaimed, taking a breath and collapsing into her seat, lamenting, "I've heard that the prefects have their own exclusive compartments. If only we could become prefects. We could always have a private compartment, no matter how late we arrived." Feyre tucked the two suitcases beneath the seats and chuckled. "Indeed, indeed. But we shall have to wait until 5th year for the election of the head boy," Hermione replied with a hint of exasperation. Just then, the train's whistle blew, and it began to move slowly. "Hey, Feyre, Hermione, is that you?" The compartment door was knocked on, and Feyre looked up to see the Weasley twins standing at the entrance. "What's this? Have you two arrived late as well?" Feyre inquired with a grin. George shrugged and gestured behind him. "There are just too many of us, always leaving something behind. However, we found a compartment just next door, though Ginny is missing a seat." It was then that Feyre noticed Ginny standing behind the twins, most of her frame obscured. "No problem, Ginny, come sit with me." Hermione stood and took Ginny's hand, pulling her to her side. "Thank you," Ginny smiled. "You are certainly far bolder today than you were in Diagon Alley," Feyre teased. Fred quipped, "That is her true nature. As for that day, it was because Harry was present." George chimed in, "Haha, the shy lady. It's quite remarkable that Ginny managed to feign shyness for half the summer." "Shut up, go away," Ginny exclaimed, her cheeks turning crimson at being exposed. She shouted as she attempted to shoo the Weasley twins away. "By the way, where are Harry and Ron?" Feyre suddenly remembered, as it seemed that Harry and Ron were being prevented from entering the platform by the house elf Dobby. The twins exchanged puzzled glances. "Now that you mention it, we truly haven't seen them. They wouldn't have missed the train, would they? You should go look for them," Feyre urged. There's only one train for the start of term. Although the Weasley twins often played pranks on their younger brother, they were still good siblings. They searched from the back of the train to the front and back again. Perhaps they really couldn't board the train, George speculated. But Dad should have a way. Feyre inadvertently glanced out the window and couldn't help but chuckle. "I fear Harry and Ron might not share your optimism." There, outside the train, a blue flying car was swaying unsteadily, gradually moving from the front to the back. Ron and Harry were seated inside. "Blimey, it's Dad's flying car. What on earth are Ron and Harry doing?" George exclaimed, urgency in his voice. Although the twins were notorious pranksters, they understood the gravity of the situation. Driving a Muggle-assembled flying car boldly to Hogwarts was a blatant violation of numerous ministry regulations, and if spotted by Muggles, it would spell even greater trouble. Their father worked in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. If caught breaking the law, he could face dismissal. Feyre remarked playfully, "I've yet to ride in your flying car. Might I have the chance to try it sometime?" Fred replied with a wry smile, "Of course. Provided the ministry doesn't confiscate it and Dad isn't fired. It won't be that dire," Feyre reassured. After all, Arthur Weasley is a member of the Order of the Phoenix and serves as a vital link within the ministry. Dumbledore will ensure his protection. However, a more dire situation ensued. It was uncertain whether the flying car had malfunctioned or if Ron's driving skills were lacking. The vehicle began to spin and tumble in a full 360 degrees. If it were an acrobat, Feyre would surely applaud. The car executed another death-defying roll, and the old door swung open. Harry was nearly flung out. Half of his body dangled outside, with only one hand gripping the door handle tightly. "Harry!" Ron and several others in the car exclaimed. Without hesitation, Feyre opened the window, drew his wand, and pointed it at Harry, exclaiming, "Shock absorb." A beam of white light emanated from the car. Harry felt as though his body had become weightless, akin to being submerged in a pool. With a determined effort, he grasped Ron's outstretched hand, successfully pulling himself back into the vehicle. A collective sigh of relief was heard. "Feyre, your reflexes are astounding," George marveled. Feyre waved his hand dismissively. "That was nothing, but what comes next is the real trouble. The Ministry of Magic is undoubtedly already aware of this." As they pondered their next steps, Feyre opened the trunk and retrieved paper and a quill. Fair, what do you intend to do? Hermione inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. It's quite simple. I shall write to Dumbledore and request his intervention. The sooner, the better, Fair explained. George raised an eyebrow. Fair. Owls fly slower than the Hogwarts Express. How can you possibly deliver the letter? Fair smiled mysteriously, quickly summarizing Harry and Ron's predicament in the letter. He then opened the birdcage and secured the letter to Lightning's talon. Who would have thought your first task would be to deliver this? Just follow the train tracks to Hogwarts. Any professor will suffice. They will ensure the letter reaches Dumbledore. Fair patted Lightning's head and tossed it out the window. Whoosh. Lightning shot forth like a bolt of dark golden lightning, a blur that swiftly surpassed the train as it soared ahead. Wow, your owl flies remarkably fast. It's nearly 10 times quicker than my family's clumsy owl. Fred and George exclaimed in astonishment. Fred added enviously, that owl must be extraordinary. It must have cost a fortune, right? Not excessively so, merely about 100 galleons, Fair replied nonchalantly. Hermione stifled a laugh. When it comes to bargaining, it's best to play coy and maintain the fade of affluence. After all, when shopkeeper Thomas quoted the original price, it indeed was 100 galleons. Fred and George were genuinely taken aback. Brother? What brother? All we see is a wealthy individual before us. They exchanged glances and instinctively moved closer to Fair. Fred kindly inquired, Fair, we have some prank product development projects. Would you be interested? Oh, what projects? Fair asked, knowing full well that the Weasley twins possessed exceptional talents in alchemy. Their later invention, the anti-jinx hat, was even procured in bulk by the Ministry of Magic for Aurors. Fred grinned. It depends on what piques your interest. We have numerous projects, yet all are in dire need of funding. For instance, the fat tongue toffee, when consumed, can cause one's tongue to swell to a length of at least 4 feet. Then there's the punching telescope, which delivers a blow to the user, resulting in a black eye. We are devising ways to make this bruising difficult to remedy. Furthermore, the Weasley twins enthusiastically introduced a plethora of prank products. Their alchemical talents have yet to be applied in a constructive manner, yet the prospects for the future are indeed promising. Should they become significant stakeholders in the future Weasley Wizard Wheezes, financial worries would be a thing of the past. However, Fair decided to tantalize the twins, seizing the initiative, and thus spoke softly. Sounds intriguing, but... Chapter 57, You Can't See Me. It does sound rather interesting, but I must contemplate it further. Fair, like a master of persuasion, truly desired the offer, but chose to keep the twins on their toes. George was about to say something when Fred quickly exchanged knowing glances, discreetly nudging Hermione with his eyes. George immediately understood and jested with Ginny. Ginny, have a good chat with Hermione. Get to know her better. We shall take our leave. The two exited the compartment, smirking mischievously. Sturdy fortresses are often breached from within. They were determined to align themselves with the wealthy. Outside the train, Ron and Harry noticed Fair's assistance. They waved in gratitude before soaring towards the rear of the train, disappearing from view. It appeared they intended to follow the tracks leisurely. Unlike her two brothers, Ginny was a bit more anxious, particularly about Ron. In truth, she was even more concerned about Harry. Sensing Ginny's worries, Hermione took the initiative to start a conversation. Ginny, are you the youngest in your family? Ginny turned and nodded. Yes, my eldest brother Bill and my second brother Charlie have already graduated. One works as a cursebreaker at Gringotts, while the other raises dragons in Romania. Inside the compartment, Hermione and Ginny quickly struck up a lively conversation. They seemed to share a strong rapport, and within a short journey, they became good friends. After a little while, a dark golden blur suddenly darted past the window, startling Ginny. Hermione chuckled. No need to panic. It's Lightning returning. With a wave of his hand, Fair summoned Lightning to rest upon his palm. He noticed that the letter tied to the bird's claw had been replaced with another. Hermione took the initiative to untie the letter, opened it, and read aloud. To Fair, the matter you mentioned has already reached the attention of Professor Dumbledore, and we will address it promptly to prevent further escalation. Minerva McGonagall. Fair stretched and yawned. All right, Dumbledore will handle it. There's no need for concern. The train continued its journey undisturbed. As evening fell, the train halted at Hogsmeade Station. Disregarding luggage and pets, the group disembarked alone. This year, Hagrid was there to greet them. He spotted Fair and Hermione from a distance. Hagrid bellowed, Old students, head to the carriages for the ride to the castle. First years, line up over here. Fred and George approached Ginny, exchanging mischievous looks. Go on, Ginny. Soon you'll be undergoing the sorting ceremony. Don't worry, it's just a matter of dealing with trolls. As long as you survive, you'll be fine. Ginny's complexion suddenly paled. Hermione cast a brief glance at the two and advised, Relax, Ginny, you 1T have to face the trolls. The sorting ceremony, after all, is relatively safe. In terms of coaxing the new students, everyone maintained a remarkable consistency. As Ginny made her way to find Hagrid, Fred enthusiastically draped an arm around Faye's shoulder and said, Come on, Faye, Hermione. We'll take you to the carriages. The four of them strolled towards the other side. It turned out that there was more than one path from Hogsmeade Station to Hogwarts. A well-trodden path through the woods also existed. Dozens of carriages were already stationed there, with upperclassmen boarding them to set off. The Hogwarts carriages did not require horses to pull them. They could glide precisely to Hogwarts Castle on their own, as Fred explained. However, as Faye looked around, she noticed dozens of black steeds tethered to the carriages. They were gaunt, sporting dragon-like wings, with white pupils. At first glance, they resembled skeletal horses. These were the Thestrals. It was said that only those who had witnessed death could see them. Thanks to Quirrell's selfless sacrifice, Faye was able to behold a Thestral. The four casually approached one of the carriages. Faye reached out to touch a Thestral. Its texture was hard, as if it were merely skin wrapped around bone. It remained calm, neither rejecting Faye nor responding to her presence. "Faye, what are you doing?" The others could only see Faye seemingly stroking the air, which appeared quite strange. Faye waved her hand dismissively, then turned and leapt onto the carriage, extending a hand toward Hermione. Habitually, Hermione placed her hand in Faye's and climbed aboard, sitting close to her. Fred and George nimbly followed suit, though their expressions remained perplexed. Faye clarified, "The carriage isn't powered by magic. It is drawn by Thestrals." Thestrals? The group was taken aback. Hermione quickly pieced it together and explained to the twins. Thestrals are magical creatures classified as level 4 by the Ministry of Magic. They are invisible, and only those who have witnessed death can see them. Thus, they are regarded as ominous by wizards. Fred and George nodded silently, wary of touching upon Faye's painful memories. They assumed she had witnessed her parents' demise, unaware that she had no recollection of it. Hermione, knowing that Quirrell had been vanquished by Faye, chose not to comment. However, the twins possessed a unique talent for comforting others. As the carriage began to move, Fred quickly shifted the topic, bringing up their invention projects. "Faye, we have some legitimate inventions, like the camera glasses. They don't have prescriptions, but they integrate with magical cameras. Ideally, they can capture whatever you see at will. Just think, once developed, they would sweep through Hogwarts." Faye, initially indifferent since she had long planned to invest in their endeavors, straightened up at the mention of this invention. A fleeting spark of inspiration flickered in her mind, but she couldn't quite grasp it. Faye furrowed her brow, instinctively sensing that these glasses held significant potential. George made a pleading gesture towards Hermione, hoping she would speak up on Ginny's behalf. Hermione shook her head helplessly and said to Fair, why not invest a little and give it a try? I am quite curious about these camera glasses." Fair nodded, although he had forgotten the inspiration behind the glasses. He recognized their utility. Moreover, the concept was indeed intriguing and promised a market. The Weasley twins, still preoccupied with their antics around campus, had not grasped the commercial potential of this gadget. He immediately remarked, "This idea for camera glasses is excellent. How many galleons do you need?" Fred exclaimed in delight, "Oh, thank you so much. How about 20 galleons? George interjected, "No, let's start with 10 galleons. His intention was clear, to lure Fair in with a smaller investment first. When the time came and funds ran low, having already invested, wouldn't Fair be more inclined to contribute further? Fair chuckled, shaking his head. He then pulled a handful of gold galleons from his dragonhide wallet, about a dozen, and handed them to Fred, saying, "Use these for now. If you need more, come find me. But you must focus on developing this." The two were overjoyed, eagerly assuring him that they would hasten the creation of the camera glasses. The carriage came to a halt, signaling their arrival at Hogwarts Castle. Fair jumped down and took Hermione's outstretched hand, assisting her as she disembarked. The group exchanged light-hearted banter as they made their way directly to the tower, the Gryffindor common room. Prefect Percy was already standing at the entrance, and upon seeing them, he announced, "The password for this week is Honeydukes. Go tidy yourselves up and head to the Great Hall quickly. You mustn't miss Ginny's sorting ceremony." Understood, the twins waved him off, eagerly rushing inside. With so many galleons in their pockets, they felt uneasy if not securely stowed away. Fair and Hermione temporarily parted ways, heading towards the boys' dormitory on the right. The sign on his dormitory door had changed from first year to second year. Fair pushed the door open to find it empty. His suitcase was already placed by his bedside table, and a lightning-shaped birdcage hung from the bed frame. Meanwhile, Ron was sprawled on his bed, rolling about. Fair quickly retrieved a few sets of clothes to hang in the wardrobe before heading downstairs. The New Year's sorting ceremony was about to begin, and Harry and Ron were about to face their own reckoning. Chapter 58, The New Student Sorting and the First Encounter with Luna. Fair and Hermione arrived at the Great Hall, now ablaze with light. Fair glanced at Dumbledore at the staff table, raising an eyebrow. Dumbledore, noticing Fair, smiled and nodded, as if to convey that everything was in order. This was Fair's first time sitting in the Great Hall, observing the sorting of the new students. "Now we are considered upperclassmen," Hermione remarked to Fair, watching Professor McGonagall usher in the young witches and wizards. "Indeed," Fair replied, his eyes keenly observing the newcomers. Ginny's vibrant red hair stood out prominently as she searched for her brother, seeking a sense of security. Another girl caught Fair's attention. She had shoulder-length, light golden hair adorned with several peculiar hairpins. Her eyebrows were so faint they were nearly imperceptible. The school robes were adorned with some peculiar decorations. Though her features were exquisite, at first glance, she exuded an eccentric and elusive aura. Fer was absolutely certain that this was Luna Lovegood, seemingly aware of being observed. Luna tilted her head and flashed a smile at Fer. Her pupils were remarkably light in color, and her gaze appeared both dazed and innocent. Fer smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. That girl was indeed quite beautiful. A chilling breeze swept in, causing Fer to shiver. With a serious tone, she remarked, "She's all right. But more importantly, she possesses a unique quality, don't you think?" Hermione gazed at Luna, pursing her lips, and remarked, "She does give off a rather strange impression." Soon, Hermione furrowed her brow. "But I'm more concerned about Harry and Ron. They're still not here. Those two rascals never let her have a moment's peace." Wasting no time, the sorting ceremony quickly commenced. Ginny was successfully sorted into Gryffindor, while Luna was placed in Ravenclaw. Luna removed her hat and smiled at Fer once more before skipping to her seat at the Ravenclaw table. Once the sorting ceremony concluded, Filch entered and whispered something to Professor McGonagall. She nodded at Dumbledore, and the two made their exit. Fer smiled at Hermione, saying, "It seems they have arrived at school." Sure enough, half an hour later, while the feast was still ongoing, Harry and Ron made their entrance. Their appearance could only be described as trendy, with their robes in tatters and their hair resembling a bird's nest. "Harry, are you and Ron starting a rock band?" Fer teased. Harry, catching his breath as he sat down and gulped a drink, replied glumly, "We crashed into the Whomping Willow. We're lucky to be alive. Not only were we seen by several muggles, but we also lost the flying car and nearly got expelled." Ron, holding a chicken leg, took a hearty bite and expressed his gratitude. "Fer, thank you so much. Professor McGonagall said it was a good thing you sent them the letter early, allowing them to address the situation before it escalated." "It was nothing." Fer waved her hand dismissively. Hermione, exasperated, chimed in, "Just don't cause any more trouble. That would be the greatest expression of gratitude." Harry recounted the earlier events, concluding, "It's quite strange. I just saw Filch drop a letter that mentioned introduction to quick spells. Iasin, Tehia Squib. Can he really perform magic?" Hermione explained, "It's an off-campus tutoring program for squibs. I've seen their advertisement in the Daily Prophet. They say they once restored a squib's magical abilities, but I doubt it's true. How could a squib possibly possess magic?" Fer took a sip of orange juice and remarked, "Not necessarily. A squib merely claims to be unable to use magic. But it doesn't mean they lack any magical ability at all. Perhaps one day Filch will be able to use magic." Ron quipped, "I bet if he could use magic, he'd gladly give up catching students for the rest of his life." After the feast concluded, the satisfied group returned to their dormitory to rest. They shared tales of their flying car adventure, laughing heartily, with Ron's excitement causing his smile to become crooked. However, the following day, Ron could no longer muster a smile. During breakfast, Ferrell had just wrapped a slice of bacon in a roll and handed it to Hermione, who was engrossed in her potions textbook. Suddenly, a blinding flash of white light erupted. "Hello, my name is Colin Creevy, and I've just joined Gryffindor this year," announced a short-haired boy standing nearby. He appeared rather underdeveloped and frail, yet his expression was filled with excitement. He held a magical camera aloft, reminiscent of that boy from the films who was always taking photographs of Harry. However, unlike those moments, he was now equally enamored with Ferrell, pleading to capture pictures of the group. Ferrell chuckled and reluctantly agreed to let him take their photograph, recalling that in the films, this boy rarely parted with his camera. Fortunately, it was through this very device that he had spotted the basilisk, thereby averting a deadly fate. "Wait, a camera?" Ferrell's eyes widened in realization. The fleeting insight that had eluded him suddenly resurfaced. Indeed, through a magical camera, one could potentially counteract the basilisk's deadly gaze. If the Weasley twins had similar camera glasses, they might serve the same purpose. Ferrell was uncertain whether a basilisk attack would occur this year, yet he was inclined to prepare for the worst. Ginny certainly lacked her diary now. Should a basilisk be unleashed this year, the victims might not mirror the original storyline. Perhaps these camera glasses could save numerous lives. He had no desire to witness Hogwarts closing its doors due to student fatalities. With that thought, Ferrell swiftly turned his gaze toward the Weasley twins a few meters away. "Hey, George, Fred, don't forget to develop those glasses promptly." Fred grinned and gestured with enthusiasm. "No problem, boss. We'll work diligently." Ferrell felt a temporary sense of relief. There was little he could do at the moment except observe for any peculiar behavior among the students, with a particular focus on Malfoy. The possibility that Lucius might have directly instructed Malfoy to bring the diary remained a concern. As he glanced towards the Slytherin table, he saw Malfoy boasting to Goyle and Crabbe about something, seemingly without any cause for alarm. Just then, a flurry of owls swooped into the room. One owl plunged headfirst into Hermione's milk jug. Quick as a flash, Ferrell instinctively raised a napkin to shield Hermione, only to end up splattered with milk himself. Hermione, regaining her composure, drew her wand and incanted, "Scourgify." The milk around them vanished without a trace. "Errol," Ron exclaimed. prying his own owl from the table where it lay sprawled, legs extended, still clutching a red envelope in its beak. No, Ron cried out in horror. Stop wailing. It's not dead yet. Hermione poked Errol with her fingertip. No, it's not that. Ron trembled, pointing at the red envelope. Look, Ron has received a howler, exclaimed Seamus in astonishment. Ron swallowed hard, hesitating to open it, as the envelope began to emit smoke. Ron, hurry and open it. I once neglected to open my grandmother's howler, and it was terrifying, Neville warned, his voice quaking with anxiety. Ron, trembling, struggled to open the envelope. Both Fair and Neville instinctively covered their ears. Hermione, somewhat exasperated, thought to herself, what could possibly be so loud about a howler? How loud could it really be? Chapter 59. Such a person, he is utterly deranged. Ron Weasley. A tremendous roar echoed throughout the great hall. Hermione initially thought there had been an explosion, leaving her utterly stunned. Fair also underestimated the howler's power, which exceeded even the loudest sounds in films, causing dust to rain down from the ceiling. Laughter erupted among the crowd, all reveling in the spectacle. Ron's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Mrs. Weasley delivered a harsh reprimand to Ron, after which the howler turned its attention to Ginny. By the way, my dear Ginny, congratulations on being sorted into Gryffindor. All eyes shifted to Ginny, who wished she could kick her brother into oblivion. She shyly pursed her lips and lowered her head, as if to say she did not know them. Fair found the situation immensely amusing, yet the next moment, the booming voice resounded again. Oh, Fair, thank you for the timely warning that spared Arthur from scrutiny. Now it was Fair's turn to feel awkward. Once the howler had delivered its message, it ignited spontaneously, quickly turning to ashes. In any case, the commotion had subsided. Just as everyone began to clear their plates, Professor McGonagall approached with a stack of schedules, distributing them along the Gryffindor table. Oh, esteemed Professor McGonagall. She could have easily delegated this task to the prefects. Honestly, it made me want to cry. She came over to the group, smiling at Fair as she handed him the schedule. Fair whispered, Professor McGonagall, you promised to teach me a fire spell. Of course, Fair. You may come find me this weekend, Professor McGonagall replied with a smile. Fair nodded and glanced at the schedule. The first class was herbology, followed by transfiguration. And in the afternoon, defense against the dark arts. Seriously, starting the first day of school with such intensity? Fair and Hermione hurried out of the castle, heading straight for the greenhouse behind it. The group came to a halt, and before long, Professor Sprout arrived. Professor Sprout was a short witch, her clothes perpetually stained with soil from tending to magical plants. Yet, she possessed a remarkably kind disposition. As the head of Hufflepuff, she embodied the spirit of her house, tolerant, diligent, and honest. Fair believed that if there were to be an award for the most beloved professor of the year, Professor Sprout would undoubtedly take the prize. However, her expression was notably poor at that moment, as she was followed by Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart wore a shimmering green robe, his golden hair slicked back with pomade, and atop his head sat a green hat with a gold trim, more befitting a socialite's gala. Yet, Fair thought the hat suited him well. Before Professor Sprout could speak, Lockhart boisterously declared, Hello everyone. I was just demonstrating to Professor Sprout how to heal a whomping willow. Not that I am more adept in herbology, but I have indeed encountered many peculiar plants. Professor Sprout gritted her teeth and declared, Today, we shall venture into the third greenhouse. To provoke such ire in Professor Sprout is no small feat, and it speaks volumes about Gilderoy Lockhart's peculiarities. Look at his attire. Resembling a peacock in the throes of mating season, Fair remarked with a chuckle. The others shared in his sentiment, amused by his words. Hermione found the mockery impolite. No matter how humorous, one ought not to laugh openly. Yet, she could not contain herself. Her laughter caught Lockhart's attention, his eyes brightening as he approached, embracing Fair and Harry, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Ah, Fair, I have heard much about you. You are quite the celebrity at Hogwarts. Harry, I understand why you took the flying car to Hogwarts. Harry attempted to explain that he could not enter the station, but Lockhart interjected, It is all my fault. My photograph with you graced the pages of the Daily Prophet, giving you a taste of fame. However, Harry, you are still quite young. I was rather ordinary at your age. His lengthy discourse culminated in a singular notion. You, Harry, are famous, but still not as renowned as I. Professor Sprout, fuming, led the students toward the third greenhouse. Fair pressed forward, pulling Lockhart along with him. Yet Lockhart continued, Fair, why did you confront a troll in your first year? I know it was for the sake of fame, wasn't it? Fair retorted, I mean, is it possible that if I hadn't dealt with the troll, it would have bashed me and Hermione to death? Such a person? He must be mad. Hermione, walking alongside, bristled at Lockhart's comments. A first-year wizard confronting a troll for fame? What does he think? Are trolls mere harmless garden gnomes? She now genuinely doubted the veracity of Lockhart's writings. As the greenhouse door swung open, the students filed in. Professor Sprout beckoned to Fair and the others, her eyes gleaming with fervor. Fair understood the cue, shaking off Lockhart's grasp, and Harry seized the opportunity to slip away. They hurried into the greenhouse. Lockhart attempted to follow, but Professor Sprout slammed the door shut, nearly colliding with Lockhart's nose. The world outside fell silent. Fair exhaled in relief, surveying the third greenhouse. Previously, they had been in the first greenhouse, studying safe herbal plants such as white nettles and puffapods. The herbs in the third greenhouse were evidently more perilous. Fair spotted several plants resembling carnivorous pitcher plants, their leaves adorned with hard black serrations. Over here, Professor Sprout guided them through a large section. A neatly arranged long table stood before them, laden with dozens of flower pots. Today, we will study mandrake. Who can tell me the uses of mandrake? Professor Sprout inquired. Hermione was the first to raise her hand. Mandrake can be used to create a powerful restorative draft, capable of returning those who have been transfigured or petrified to their original state. Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor. Professor Sprout praised. The majority of antidotes are crafted using mandrake, a plant that is both precious and perilous. Who knows why? Hermione raised her hand once more. The cries of the mandrake can be fatal. Ron, nearby, wore a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend how a mere plant could produce a cry. Splendid. An additional 10 points. Professor Sprout's authority to award points was significantly greater than that of Madame Hooch, and in the midst of light-hearted banter, she granted Hermione 20 more points. Hermione, however, did not exhibit much pride. The life of an academic achiever is often rather plain and monotonous. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy, from a distance, seethed with envy. This simply would not do. He could not restrain himself any longer and felt compelled to orchestrate something grand to gain notoriety. If he could attain fame, he would pay any price. Malfoy mused that perhaps he could join the Quidditch team, which he believed his father would support. Currently, the mandrake was merely a seedling. It would not mature until summer. Today, we shall transfer the mandrake seedlings from their small pots into larger ones to facilitate their growth. The cries of the seedlings are not deadly, merely capable of rendering you unconscious for several hours, which is still quite unpleasant. Now, everyone, please don your earmuffs and gloves. Professor Sprout took the lead in demonstrating the process. Fair donned the equipment before him, noticing that external sounds became muffled while his heartbeat intensified, indicating that the earmuffs were indeed enchanted. Professor Sprout grasped a greenish-purple seedling, her voice soft yet clear as it reached Fair's ears. Hold it like this, then pull firmly. Fair seized the seedling and yanked it out with all his might. The next moment, upon seeing the roots of the plant, Fair nearly retched. Chapter 60. How a Hater is Cultivated. The appearance of the mandrake root was far more grotesque than depicted in the films. It resembled an infant too closely, yet its skin was a pale green, wrinkled, and covered in lumps of varying sizes. It was simply ghastly. Fair recalled a rare Chinese herb mentioned in A Thousand Magical Herbs and Fungi, known as the ginseng fruit, which was described as lifelike and surely more aesthetically pleasing than the mandrake. The mandrake root emitted a piercing wail that made Fair frown even with the earmuffs on. He attempted to replicate Professor Sprout's actions to place the mandrake back into the large pot, but it seemed reluctant to return, flailing its limbs and causing chaos for everyone involved. This was far more challenging than depicted in the films. Hermione struggled to hold onto the writhing mandrake, so Fair assisted her by restraining it. In a moment of frustration, Fair delivered a sharp slap. The mandrake settled somewhat, but Gryffindor's points diminished slightly. It was not until the end of class that they successfully transplanted all the mandrake seedlings. Fair and Hermione were drenched in sweat and covered in soil. With no other option, they hurried to the dormitory's bathing facilities for a quick shower. Fortunately, each dormitory had individual bathing rooms. Otherwise, merely waiting in line would have caused everyone to be late. Fair and Hermione changed into fresh robes and promptly made their way to the Transfiguration classroom. Ron's wand had broken during the flying car incident. At that moment, he borrowed some magical tape from Simon, attempting to mend his wand, which had become somewhat disconnected. I inquired, "Are you certain this will work?" Fair asked. Ron swallowed hard and replied, "It should, I guess." As he spoke, the wand crackled ominously, emitting sparks. Fair found it hard to look directly at the scene, pulling Hermione to sit at the far end of the table, distancing themselves from Ron. Harry curiously asked, "Fair, why are you sitting so far away?" "It's nothing. I just have a queasy stomach at the sight of blood." Fair waved his hand dismissively. Harry responded, "Professor McGonagall's classes are always challenging for ordinary wizards, but today is particularly difficult. She has tasked everyone with transfiguring a beetle into a button. This constitutes a small living creature transformation, which is part of the second stage of transfiguration." After explaining the key points for 10 minutes, Professor McGonagall allowed everyone to practice freely. However, only Fair and Hermione completed the transformation with ease, producing exquisite buttons in no time. Professor McGonagall joyfully awarded 20 points to their house. Ron and Harry were fortunate. Ron's wand merely emitted thick smoke without exploding. Yet, despite their best efforts, they could not transform the scuttling beetle into a button. By the end of the class, most students were slumped over their desks, resembling wrung-out sponges, staring blankly ahead. When the bell rang, nearly everyone sprang to their feet and hurried towards the hall for dinner. Fair and Hermione chose to stay behind. asking Professor McGonagall numerous questions about their accumulated holiday assignments. She kindly provided them with explanations. Upon arriving in the hall, they chanced upon Malfoy standing in front of Harry, accompanied by Colin, who was holding a camera. St. Potter, giving away signed photos. You are truly famous, Malfoy sneered. It was evident that the group was embroiled in an argument. Fair scrutinized Malfoy intently. Whether it was merely an illusion, he felt that Malfoy's already pale complexion appeared even more ashen. Kid, don't admire Potter so much. He can't save you. Upon noticing Fair's entrance, Malfoy shot a harsh remark at Colin before hastily returning to the Slytherin table. Observing Malfoy's retreating figure, Fair sat at the dining table, deep in thought. The afternoon brought defense against the dark arts class. Fair swore this was the most nauseating experience of his life, even more so than Lockhart's garlic-scented lessons. The moment he entered the classroom, he was surrounded by Lockhart's photographs. The walls, the useless desks, even the blackboard were adorned with his images. Lockhart flashed his dazzling white smile and proclaimed, I am Gilderoy Lockhart, a third-class member of the Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and a 5-time winner of the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award. But I never boast about these accomplishments. He winked at a chubby girl sitting next to Hermione, who immediately swooned. Lockhart then produced a stack of papers, saying, I see you have all purchased my complete works. Splendid. Before the exam, let's have a little quiz to see how much you have absorbed. Harry and Ron felt a surge of trepidation, for they had scarcely grasped anything from last year's lessons under Quirrell. However, upon receiving the quiz, they were left utterly bewildered. What color does Gilderoy Lockhart favor? What are Gilderoy Lockhart's hidden ambitions? Alas, let us disregard these inquiries. Hermione frowned as she flipped through the examination paper. 3 entire pages were filled with Lockhart's narcissistic questions, ranging from his birthday to his accomplishments. Hermione, aren't you the best at tackling exams? I'm counting on you, said Farrell. He couldn't answer a single question. In fact, he hadn't even glanced at a page of Lockhart's book, so he intended to copy Hermione's answers. Hermione, in a whispered tone of distress, replied, I haven't memorized any of this either. I read it 3 times over the holidays, but all I retained were the habits of magical creatures like ghouls and yetis, practical knowledge, if you will. Who could have anticipated that Lockhart's exam would consist solely of such trivialities? She felt utterly defeated by Lockhart's shamelessness. This lesson would forever be etched in Hermione's memory, as she received the first failing grade of her life, and on such an absurd exam. This directly led to her transition from casual observer to fervent critic. Meanwhile, Lockhart on stage continued to critique the papers, sighing. How is it that no one knows my ambition is to eradicate evil from the world while simultaneously marketing my own haircare products? Hermione, in indignation, remarked to Farrell, I believe his tales are either fabricated or plagiarized. Why else would he only ask questions about himself? I suspect he can't even remember those stories. Farrell, impressed that Hermione had inadvertently hit the nail on the head, promptly gave her a thumbs up in agreement. The formal class was an even greater catastrophe. Lockhart unveiled a covered cage with a flourish, proclaiming, Behold, the most dangerous creature, freshly captured Cornish pixies. Inside, a swarm of diminutive, azure pixies bounced and chirped excitedly. Farrell couldn't help but chuckle. He had learned quite a bit, noting that Cornish pixies were classified into only 3 categories, primarily due to their penchant for mischief, as their combat capabilities were inferior even to those of children. Is it amusing? Let us see how you handle them. Lockhart, somewhat flustered, flung open the cage door. Yeah. The pixies screeched as they wreaked havoc in the classroom. They frantically tore through the young wizard's textbooks and defaced Lockhart's photographs. Ron clutched Lockhart's entire collection of books tightly, allowing the pixies to tug at his ears, for he intended to sell those books for a profit. Help, please let me down. The young wizards cried in disarray. Farrell shook his head in resignation and drew his wand. Chapter 61, Professor McGonagall's Secret. As Lockhart witnessed the chaos spiraling out of control, he brandished his wand and uttered, Pesca Pixie Pesternemy. Before he could finish, a pixie snatched the wand from his grasp. A few pixies continued to torment him, tugging at his ears and clothing, hoisting him into the air. Ah! Lockhart exclaimed in shock. Farrell, shaking his head, drew his wand and declared, Chill out. With a flick of his wand, a blast of icy air erupted forth, instantly freezing several pixies into solid ice. The little house elves were abundant, and naturally, it was impossible to freeze them all. Nearby, Hermione and Harry witnessed this, and, inspired by Fair, drew their wands to cast spells. Courage is indeed contagious. They rallied a number of young wizards, all of whom joined in the effort to petrify and swiftly contain the mischievous creatures with a myriad of spells. Countless incantations soared through the air, though the majority missed their targets. Nevertheless, Fair and his companions ultimately succeeded in subduing all the house elves. Fair deliberately chose to leave the elf that had mentioned Lockhart for last, wanting to prolong Lockhart's embarrassment. As the final house elf was petrified by Fair, Lockhart fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! He landed squarely on his backside, pain radiating throughout his body, yet he endured it with his face flushed crimson. The young wizards exchanged glances, their silence suddenly erupting into cheers. "Hooray! Fair, you are incredible. We are so grateful for you," exclaimed Simon excitedly. "I merely led the charge. Everyone played magnificently," Fair replied with a smile. At that moment, Lockhart regained his footing, attempting to appear nonchalant. "Wow, everyone did splendidly. In truth, I intentionally created a crisis to stimulate your courage. Do not be fooled by my wand, which I pretended to lose. Casting spells without a wand is a trivial matter for me. Ultimately, courage is the essence of defense against the dark arts." He rambled on, and indeed, a number of students were swayed by his words, particularly the girls, charmed by his good looks. Sparse applause emerged, and Lockhart finally alleviated the awkwardness. "Well then, everyone did quite well. 10 points to Gryffindor. Now, let us conclude the lesson. Please remember to tidy up the classroom." With that, Lockhart made his exit. In the adjacent dormitory, Dean Thomas scratched his head and remarked, "Why do I feel like he's just pulling our leg? I think Lockhart is no match for Fair. Fair has defeated trolls and vanquished Quirrell. He is far superior." Neville, rubbing his ears in admiration, added, "Just now, I mustered up the courage to follow in Fur's footsteps and cast a spell myself. Whether it was luck or skill, I actually subdued a house elf." This revelation exhilarated him. Fair chuckled softly, humbly acknowledging the praise from his classmates. To his surprise, they perceived him as modest and courteous, transitioning from mere acquaintances to devoted admirers. Thus, the first day of school was spent in both toil and absurdity. The subsequent days unfolded with routine lessons. The first half of the semester was particularly hectic, as the second-year curriculum was far more demanding than that of the first year. Fair scarcely found the time to consult Professor McGonagall. Finally, when the second weekend arrived, life seemed to lighten. On Saturday afternoon, in the library, Fair stretched after completing his final potion assignment and glanced over at Hermione. She was still diligently writing, her dedication to her work far surpassing his own. Snape had assigned an 8-inch essay titled Considerations Regarding Herbicide Potions, and Hermione's parchment was densely filled with her meticulous handwriting. Reference materials cluttered her desk. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Fair pondered and decided to seek out Professor McGonagall for guidance on magic. The pursuit of spell mastery is best undertaken early, yet it is the prowess in combat that holds paramount importance. "Hermione, I shall seek out Professor McGonagall for guidance on magic." Fair informed Hermione of his intentions, to which she busily replied, "Very well, while I am at it, I shall inquire with Professor McGonagall about the fact that I exceeded the length of my assignment by an inch. That should not pose any issue, I presume?" Fair, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "I fear only Snape would take issue with such matters. For the students of Slytherin, an inch more or less in their assignments is permissible. However, with regards to Gryffindor's submissions, I suspect Snape measures them with calipers." Ever since the two had deliberated on their academic focus, Hermione had devoted an extraordinary effort of 150 towards potions and transfiguration. The last potions assignment she submitted, which exceeded the required length by an inch, garnered a rather scathing remark from the old bat. "Are you attempting to obscure ignorance with verbosity? Your writing is barely tolerable. Miss Granger, your superfluous style truly astonishes me." Consequently, Hermione found herself compelled to reduce her font size to maintain brevity. Upon departing the library, Fair made his way directly to Professor McGonagall's office. He had visited this place numerous times last semester for inquiries, thus he was quite familiar with the surroundings. "Knock, knock. Knock. May I come in?" Fair pushed the door open and discovered Professor McGonagall engrossed in grading assignments. With a smile, he remarked, "What a coincidence. Just moments ago, Hermione asked me to inquire whether her assignment, which exceeded the length by an inch, would be problematic." Professor McGonagall smiled and gestured towards a parchment that she had singled out, saying, "On the contrary, I intend to use her assignment as an exemplar to read in class tomorrow. However, I assume you did not come solely to ask about this for Hermione, did you?" Fair rubbed his hands together. "Professor McGonagall, you have no idea how I have been anticipating your promised lessons on flame magic throughout the summer." Professor McGonagall could not help but chuckle. "Very well, once I finish grading these assignments, we shall find a classroom." Fair had no objections, for Professor McGonagall treated all her students with utmost seriousness. After merely 10 minutes of lounging in the chair, he heard Professor McGonagall call out, "All right, Fair, come with me." The two exited the office and walked down the corridor leading to the basement. Professor McGonagall opened a dimly lit stone chamber. With a casual flick of her wand, several large oil lamps sprang to life around the corners, illuminating the entire stone room brilliantly. What a remarkable display of silent transfiguration, Fair marveled inwardly. "Now, Fair, I shall present you with a challenge. You must conjure 2 fire spells in rapid succession and control the flames to arc left and right, focusing on a target." Professor McGonagall instructed, pointing ahead. 5 meters away, a wooden mannequin appeared, with a transparent glass barrier situated 2 meters in front of it, clearly posing an obstacle. "Very well, Professor, The difficulty of this task was considerable, testing both the rapid casting of spells and the control of magic. Nevertheless, Fair merely nodded, drew his wand, and concentrated. The flames erupted fiercely. With just a single incantation, a large ball of crimson fire materialized. However, as soon as it burst forth from the tip of his wand, the fireball split into two. As one of the earliest learned fundamentals of fire magic, Fair's comprehension is profound. The fireballs arc gracefully to the left and right, successfully circumventing the glass panel and striking the dummy. Boom. The entire figure is engulfed in flames, reduced to char in mere seconds. Oh, Merlin's beard. Professor McGonagall appears somewhat astonished. Fair, I did not anticipate the magnitude of your fire spell. Even some Aurors might struggle against such power. Fair's remarkable talent for fire magic is well known to her. However, she recalls that during last year's examination of the troll's wounds, Fair's fire spell lacked such potency. Indeed, Professor, my magical power is growing rapidly, as you can observe. McGonagall nods. This is certainly not merely a matter of magical skill and fire affinity. Fair's impressive magical fluctuations now rival those of an average adult wizard. Splendid, she remarks with satisfaction. You have surprised me. Your magical prowess, flame affinity, control, and understanding are all exceptional. It appears this spell suits you perfectly. Chapter 62, The Brutal Simplicity of Combat Magic. Professor McGonagall states solemnly, this spell is designed for combat and is known as the continuous fireball. Once cast, it allows for the relentless release of small fireballs. Fair scratches his head, feeling inexplicably that this magic lacks grandeur. He had expected McGonagall to teach him some grandiose area spell. McGonagall wears an expression of anticipation and chuckles. Do you find this spell to be rather rudimentary? This is a misconception that needs correcting. The most formidable combat spells are never those that are grand and powerful, but rather those capable of incapacitating an enemy in the shortest amount of time. Unless you can unleash those powerful spells in an instant. On this matter, Professor Flitwick, a former dueling champion, knows better than I. Aren't you also seeking his counsel on magic? You could ask him then. Fair begins to grasp Professor McGonagall's point. In a duel, one individual proficient in all manner of lethal techniques engages in intricate strategies, while another simply charges forward and delivers a fatal blow. Who would you say is more formidable? McGonagall continues. The strength of the continuous fireball lies in its ability to continuously suppress the opponent. Once you secure the initiative, your fireballs can rain down unceasingly, leaving your adversary with no choice but to defend. Its drawback is the relatively low power of individual shots. However, Fair, with your exceptional fire talent, I believe this spell's effectiveness will be enhanced. Very well, Professor McGonagall, please teach me. Fair exclaims eagerly. With a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall conjures another stone dummy. She deliberately amplifies her magical fluctuations and articulates clearly. Fireball, fireball, fireball. A series of small fireballs erupt from her wand, striking the dummy at an astonishing speed. The incantation is quite simple, yet Fair notices the peculiar manner in which Professor McGonagall channels her magic. It seems as if they are interconnected. These fireballs appear independent, yet they constitute a singular spell. How does that feel? Professor McGonagall recited the incantation 10 times in succession, conjuring 10 fireballs, before turning to inquire about Fair's experience. Fair expressed his feelings, and Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Fair, the challenge of this spell lies in the retention of magical energy. After casting a fireball, you must retain a portion of your magic, akin to a hook, to seamlessly draw forth the next fireball. Thus, it demands a high degree of control over your magical energy and willpower. The greater your control, the faster the fireballs can be unleashed. The stronger your will, the more fireballs you can produce. Remember, casting spells requires unwavering focus. Any distraction may disrupt your magical flow. Fair nodded and queried, just like earlier, Professor McGonagall. Can you cast 10 in succession? No, she replied. 10 was the limit as I was short of breath. Any more would require silent incantation. An awkward silence enveloped the scene. Fireball, fireball. 2 fireballs shot forth in quick succession, accurately striking the stone dummy. Excellent, Fair. I did not anticipate you would grasp this spell in just an hour, Professor McGonagall applauded, praising him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Fair surveyed the extensive charred marks around him and chuckled. This is quite challenging, Professor. This technique of maintaining a continuous flow of magical energy is something I have never encountered before. Professor McGonagall, pleased, produced a small booklet and said, everything I discussed is contained within this. You may review it at your leisure. However, remember to refrain from teaching it to other young wizards. This spell is far too perilous for them. Insufficient control over their magic could result in their wands shattering or, worse, injuring their hands. Fair nodded and accepted the booklet. After Professor McGonagall departed, he practiced for another half hour until his voice became hoarse. Though his body was exhausted, Fair felt exhilarated. At this moment, he no longer underestimated the spell. Much like the firework butterfly charm, He sensed the vast potential for development inherent in this magic. This unique technique of unleashing magical energy seemed applicable to other spells as well, though it was not a consideration for him at present. Suddenly, Fair heard a scratching sound at the door. Upon opening the stone chamber door, he found a large ginger cat waiting outside. Crookshanks. Was Hermione the one who sent you to call for me? Fair scooped up Crookshanks and affectionately ruffled his fur. His own orange cat, Rinrin, seemed only interested in playing with Crookshanks or lounging in bed. Recently, Rinrin had shown signs of growing into a hefty orange cat. Arriving on the castle's first floor, the sunlight streaming through the windows indicated it was already dusk. Fair carried Crookshanks directly to the Great Hall, where he observed the young wizards already partaking in their dinner. Where have you been? I went to Professor McGonagall's office, but did not find anyone. As Fair settled down, Hermione offered him a piece of salmon. He assumed it was intended for him, only to see Hermione place it into Crookshanks' mouth. Fair gently tapped Crookshanks on the forehead, and the cat, clutching the salmon, leapt to Hermione's feet to enjoy his feast. Fair took a hearty gulp of orange juice, and the fiery sensation in his throat was instantly soothed. Bending down, I noticed a slice of bread generously spread with blueberry jam on my plate. Professor McGonagall led me to the underground stone chamber, imparting a spell to me. Fair took a bite of the bread, his face lighting up with joy. He briefly discussed the fireball spell with Hermione, then remarked, "You should practice diligently. Perhaps by this academic year or the next, you'll meet the requirements. At that point, I shall teach you this spell." Hermione nodded in response. "What spell? Can I learn it?" Ron, his mouth full, inquired casually. Fair pondered Ron's abilities before stating, "Well, perhaps in 5 years." Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. "By then, I will have graduated." Indeed, this spell was inherently suited for adult wizards. Laughter filled the Great Hall, creating a lively atmosphere. The following day was Sunday, a rare moment of leisure. Fair and Hermione reclined on the deserted lawn, basking in the sun. "I wish it could last forever," Hermione sighed contentedly, stretching her arms and revealing a glimpse of her fair belly. Fair responded with a soft hum, relishing the tranquility and silence. However, joyful moments are always fleeting. Not far away, the commotion between the Gryffindor and Slytherin teams drew their attention. "They might end up fighting. We should go play. We should help," Fair suggested. "Gryffindor must support one another, right?" He hadn't finished his sentence before he felt Hermione's piercing gaze, prompting him to quickly amend his words. Hermione sighed. "All right, let's hope it doesn't lead to a brawl. If it does, just don't go too hard on them." Fair teased, "Are you worried I might hurt them? Aren't you concerned they might harm me?" Hermione shot him an exasperated glance, indicating he should understand without further explanation. As they approached, they discovered Harry and Malfoy embroiled in the dispute, with Ron chiming in beside them. "New seeker? Who?" Wood queried, intrigued. Malfoy, brimming with pride, stepped forward and proclaimed, "That would be me. Moreover, the team has undergone a new change." Ron exclaimed in disbelief. "You all equipped yourselves with Firebolt 2001. "Humph. My family is not as destitute as yours, Weasley," Malfoy taunted. "Is that so? At least no one in Gryffindor has to bribe the team to join," Hermione retorted sharply. Malfoy, like a rooster pricked by a thorn, seethed, "No one asked for your opinion. You nerd." Just as he was about to continue, he caught sight of Fair standing beside Hermione, forcing himself to swallow his words. Malfoy was no fool. He had learned a profound lesson since beginning his education, to recognize his limitations. Assessing the balance of power, he noted that both teams had an equal number of players, and the opposing side was further bolstered by Ron, Hermione, and Fair, a known fighter. Thus, Malfoy wisely chose to remain silent. Malfoy, I hope your skills truly match that of a seeker," Fair scoffed. Had Malfoy uttered even one more word, Fair could have made him soar without a broomstick. This lad had indeed grown considerably wiser after a year of experience. Given this, Fair did not mind giving him a pass. After all, whether one performed poorly or well, punishment awaited. This left others in a quandary. There was no need to force someone to turn to the dark side. "Very well, let us return." Slytherin possessed Snape's hand command, and Wood had no choice but to concede. He nodded to Fair and waved his hand, leading his teammates away. Thus, the tempest subsided. Malfoy was astonished that Fair had indeed refrained from striking him. His eyes flickered, as if he had something to say. Ultimately, Malfoy silently followed his teammates away. Had Malfoy swallowed his tongue today? Ron wondered curiously. With time to spare, Hermione recalled that it had been a while since they had visited Hagrid. Thus, the group made their way to Hagrid's hut. "Good morning, children," Hagrid greeted them while feeding the hens in the coop, spotting Fair and the others. "Good morning, Hagrid." The group casually took some feed and water jugs. They assisted Hagrid with his tasks while engaging in light conversation. Fair, distracted, watered the plants while casting his gaze towards the forbidden forest in the distance. Once again, he found himself near the forbidden forest. Fair had expected a recurrence of the previous experience, with his magical energy stirring restlessly. After all, he possessed a rough map in his mind indicating that the second golden orb fragment was also located within the forbidden forest. However, To his disappointment, he found that his magical energy was only slightly agitated. This was not a favorable sign. It indicated that the guiding effect of his magic had been significantly diminished, making the search for the second fragment far more challenging than before. No, he must venture into the Forbidden Forest as soon as possible. Fer had originally planned to wait for a better opportunity, ideally with Yaya accompanying him into the forest. Now it seemed likely that he would have to enter the forest multiple times. The notion of waiting for the perfect moment had become futile. The earlier he began, the more subsequent opportunities would arise. Should the basilisk be released and the school placed under lockdown, he might not have another chance to go. With the day crowded and eyes everywhere, nighttime would be his only option. And since he had the rare leisure, he decided on tonight. Hermione, how about we visit the library this afternoon? Fer inquired during lunch. He needed to gather more information about the Forbidden Forest, hoping the library would yield some insights. Of course, Hermione would feel restless if she went a day without reading, and even if Fer hadn't suggested it, she would have brought it up herself. In the afternoon, the library was surprisingly sparsely populated. After half a month of classes, students were eager to take a break for a day or two. Fer searched the geography section of the bookshelf for a considerable time until something caught his eye. Snap! A thin booklet landed beside Hermione. She was engrossed in a copy of Advanced Potion Making, a textbook for students in the 6th and 7th grades, which nearly obscured half her body. Hearing the noise, Hermione's head popped up from behind the book. The Adventures in the Forbidden Forest? Fer, why the sudden interest in such a book? Are you planning to venture into the Forbidden Forest? Hermione asked with a furrowed brow. How dare you unjustly accuse me? I am merely curious about what lies within, as I was punished to visit the Forbidden Forest last year. Have you read Adventures with Ghouls? Does that imply you wish to be in the company of ghouls? Fer defended himself. Hermione pondered for a moment and found some merit in his argument. Thus she ceased to concern herself with him. Burying her head, she resumed her immersion in the vast ocean of potion knowledge. Fer wiped away non-existent beads of cold sweat. You guessed correctly. He flipped through the pages of the book, reading intently. As expected, Adventures in the Forbidden Forest was penned decades ago by a student from Gryffindor. After graduation, he became an adventure writer akin to Lockhart. This was his debut work, which recounted the myriad dangers and wondrous creatures he and his companions encountered in the Forbidden Forest. The most common inhabitants of the forest are spiders and various venomous creatures. One of my companions was once bitten. I inadvertently wandered into a centaur camp and was driven away. I cannot ascertain whether that figure was a werewolf. Many years later, I find myself admiring the courage I had at that time. Throughout the afternoon, Fer meticulously read the book 3 times, striving to commit it to memory. He had never comprehensively understood the Forbidden Forest before. According to the text, the Forbidden Forest could be likened to a vast national ecological park. From the tiniest of tree guardians to the largest of 8-eyed giant spiders and werewolves, it boasted an array of life. Decades had passed, and the creatures of the forest had likely increased rather than diminished, thanks to Hagrid's secure introduction of various species as a passionate animal enthusiast. Goodness, if even Hagrid found dragons adorable, what could possibly be deemed unsafe? Were it not for Fer's significantly enhanced abilities, coupled with his certainty that no dragon, a creature of the highest order, resided within the forest, he would have dared not enter. Fer, it's time for dinner. Hermione, having turned the last page of her book, lifted her gaze to the dim golden sunlight outside. Fer nodded and informed Madame Pants of his borrowing of Adventures in the Forbidden Forest. I truly wish to experiment with the advanced potions mentioned in the book. I have only practiced numerous ordinary potions. On the way, Hermione excitedly remarked to Fer. This prompted Fer to consider the necessity of healing potions for their next venture. Unlike the reckless authors of the past or the Weasley twins, he had no reason to seek such potions from Madame Pomfrey. As for Snape, that old bat would sooner douse him with 2 ounces of poisonous liquid. Fer's eyes twinkled as an idea struck him. I'll return the book to the dormitory. You go ahead to the Great Hall. Within the castle, Fer raised Adventures in the Forbidden Forest in the air, addressing Hermione. Very well. Hermione, unsuspecting, hummed a tune as she made her way to the Great Hall. The day had been nothing short of perfect, and Hermione was in high spirits. Blissfully unaware of Fer's intentions for that evening, Fer hurried back to his dormitory, pulling open the drawer of his bedside table. A vial of silvery potion lay quietly within. White Essence, an ordinary potion of moderate difficulty to brew, possessed powerful healing and hemostatic properties, particularly adept at treating cuts and lacerations. This was the first vial of White Essence that Hermione had brewed. She gifted it to Fer, hoping he would never have to use it. This vial of potion is truly remarkable. Fer touched it, reluctant to take it outside. Observing the rolling creature on the bed, he chuckled softly. Ran, go to Hermione's room and fetch her potion box. Chapter 64, A Fright in the Forbidden Forest. At this moment, it was dinner time, and Hermione's dormitory should be empty. Meow, Ran called twice, standing still with a disdainful gaze, as if to say, is this how you ask for a favor? There is no sincerity here. With a sigh, Fair rummaged through the box and tossed a packet of Mrs. Granger's dried fish to Ranran. Ow! Ranran relished the treat, licking its lips before heading out the door. Shortly after, it returned, carrying a small suitcase, with Crookshanks trailing behind. It seemed Ranran had successfully persuaded Crookshanks. Fair rubbed his hands together, ready to take the suitcase, only to have Crookshanks press its paw down on Fair's hand, giving him a look that said, "You expect to obtain potions without a bribe? All right. The leadership of Ranran and Secretary Crookshanks is indeed as pure as water," Fair conceded. He produced another packet of dried fish to bribe Crookshanks, successfully retrieving the potion box. "Is this theft?" he scoffed. "Nonsense. Can wizardry be deemed theft? This is merely an advance. Did you not see that Secretary Crookshanks agreed?" Fair opened the potion box, revealing a collection of a dozen vials, each labeled with its contents. Essence of white ginseng, universal antidote, soothing potion. These were the three he needed. He extracted one vial, placed it in his drawer, then closed the box and handed it to Crookshanks. Crookshanks, bearing the potion box, returned to Hermione's loyal dormitory. Its fidelity to Hermione was unwavering, save for her absence. Of course, this loyalty was exclusive to Fair. Nonchalantly, Fair returned to the dining hall and indulged in a delightful meal. At 11 p.m., a figure stealthily slipped out of the dormitory. Fair drew his wand, pointing it at his head, and murmured, "Disillusionment." An icy sensation cascaded over him like a bucket of cold water. The chills swiftly enveloped him, then subsided to normalcy. Looking down, he observed that his form had perfectly melded into the darkness, rendering him invisible. Satisfied with the effects of his first use of the disillusionment charm, he noted that its effects were akin to that of a chameleon, allowing one to blend dynamically with the environment. However, its efficacy paled in comparison to an invisibility cloak. It could not conceal scent or sound, and vigorous movement would reveal one's outline. Should one be touched, the charm would instantly falter. Yet, it sufficed for dealing with ordinary individuals, especially in the cover of night. Fair hastened toward the forbidden forest, enveloped in darkness, his swift movements rendering his silhouette undetectable. Closer, ever closer. As he entered the path leading into the forbidden forest, he felt a surge of magical energy within him. He whispered, "Flame on." A small flame ignited, tilting slightly to the left front. Indeed, the guiding function of the fire spell proved superior to relying solely on magical energy. However, Fair extinguished the flame immediately. After all, a floating flame in midair serves as a signal to certain entities in the forbidden forest that something peculiar is afoot. Thus, his illusion spell becomes futile. Without the companionship of Hagrid and Fong, the atmosphere of the forbidden forest feels unsettlingly strange. Taking a deep breath, Fair ventured deeper into the forest. The moonlight tonight was far from ideal, as ominous clouds intermittently obscured its glow. The fog and branches further shrouded the forest in darkness. After walking for several minutes and reaching a fork in the path, the clouds fully blotted out the moonlight. The world around him resembled a canvas stained with ink. Although Fair's vision had been enhanced, visibility remained exceedingly low. After a moment's contemplation, he leaned against a tree and directed his wand towards his eyes, uttering a spell, "Illuminate." Instantly, a bright light illuminated his surroundings, and the darkness receded. It is worth noting that many spells are learned by mere coincidence, yet can prove invaluable in the future. This illumination charm was one that Fair had learned while excavating in his secret chamber, as he found lighting a candle to be a hassle. Little did he know it would now prove useful. Much like the spell for summoning arrows, which he had inadvertently learned from Harry's book Quidditch Through the Ages. Fans of the Arrow team often employed this spell in the stands to show their support for players. However, this practice was banned after an arrow inadvertently struck the referee in the nose. Given the fork in the road, Fair seized the opportunity to cast the flame spell once more, determining his direction. The bright flame continued to point leftward. Suddenly, a sense of alarm coursed through him. He spun around, uttering the incantation in a heartbeat. "Seek." An arrow shot forth with a piercing sound, aimed at the unseen threat behind him. The arrow embedded itself into the ground, revealing nothing but a stone. What on earth? Fair exhaled sharply, his keen eyes scanning the area behind him. His instinct for combat had saved his life on more than one occasion. Something had surely approached him moments ago. Could it be an invisible creature? Fair held his breath, focusing intently. After a long pause, nothing transpired. It seemed the entity had fled, prompting Fair to breathe a sigh of relief and continue toward the fork. Exhaustion began to creep in, and he glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist. It hadn't been long, yet it felt as though he had been walking for ages. Perhaps finding the fragments would prove impossible, he thought despondently. No, Fair shook off this negativity. It made no sense to feel so disheartened, especially given his stamina. How could he feel fatigued so easily? He had indeed conserved his energy all day. Fair surveyed his surroundings. There was nothing but an endless void of darkness. Even the eerie calls of unknown creatures were sparse. The dark forest loomed like a monstrous entity with a gaping maw, ready to consume him. Behind him remained nothing but a stone. Fur's attention fixated on this stone. It stood merely a foot tall, gray in hue, smooth and round. Yet, he recalled that just moments before, when he had glanced back, this stone appeared to be identical. Fel was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts when suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He collapsed to the ground, and a dark gleam struck a stone. The stone immediately flipped over, revealing 4 limbs beneath. Its rocky exterior slackened, transforming into a coat of gray fur. Indeed, Fel let out a sigh of relief. It was all thanks to Hermione, who had dragged him along to read Fantastic Beasts and where to find them during the holidays. The author, Newt Scamander, is a renowned master of magical zoology, and he documented numerous magical creatures within the pages of this book. Among them was the one before him, a large-headed fur monster, commonly found in Russia. This creature possesses a peculiar fascination with humans, often trailing behind them in their shadows. However, this interest is not a benign curiosity. Rather, after following a person for several hours, the individual succumbs to an overwhelming sense of fatigue and despair. In this moment of vulnerability, the large-headed fur monster strikes, devouring its prey. Its classification level is only 3, akin to that of a pixie, as its lengthy modus operandi makes it relatively easy to detect. A simple spell, such as the stunning spell, could easily deal with it. Yet, for an unknowing, clumsy wizard or muggle, encountering it could prove fatal. In terms of malice towards humanity, the large-headed fur monster undoubtedly ranks at a level 5. Thank you, Newt Scamander, for this life-saving knowledge. From this day forth, I shall be your admirer. The fur of the large-headed monster could fetch a few galleons. However, upon observing the unconscious creature, Fel chose to leave it be. Nighttime excursions into the Forbidden Forest merely breach school rules, but hunting recklessly within its depths constitutes a crime. After all, he was not a poacher. And even if he obtained materials, he had no means to sell them. Little did he expect that within half an hour of entering the Forbidden Forest, he would encounter danger. Fel steeled himself and pressed onward. Chapter 65. The local gang is utterly disrespectful. The path had vanished, and Fel's feet crunched upon layers of decaying leaves. He conjured a glowing mark with a gentle flick of his wand, leaving a pearly imprint on the ground. He had ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest. The intricate jungle environment and meager guidance made his task exceedingly arduous. As he stepped upon the fallen leaves, something felt amiss beneath his foot. Suddenly alarmed, he quickly retreated. Hiss! In the next instant, a sound reminiscent of a serpent's hiss pierced the air as a peculiar creature leaped from the foliage. Its body resembled that of a snake, stretching over a meter in length, yet it bore 2 enormous scorpion pincers, and its tail was that of a scorpion as well. Its body was a grayish yellow, blending perfectly with the fallen leaves. A grave expression crossed Fel's face. He swiftly retrieved Hermione's calming potion and took a swig, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over him, stabilizing his frayed emotions. This creature was a snake scorpion, known for its vicious temperament. The snake scorpion is a scarce, yet widely distributed species across the globe. It lurks among the fallen leaves, ready to kill any passing prey, even when not hungry. It finds pleasure in the act of slaughter. Its venom is exceedingly toxic, capable of incapacitating a person within a mere minute. In Chinese folklore, there exists a saying likening a person's malevolence to that of a serpent or scorpion, drawing inspiration from this extraordinary creature. At this moment, the serpent scorpion extends its long forked tongue, sensing the presence of fire in the air. The illusion spell before it seems utterly inconsequential. Moreover, the ground is strewn with fallen leaves, which inevitably crackle underfoot. Hiss! The serpent scorpion raises its head, signaling an imminent attack. Release the arrows. Fire promptly resolves to strike first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows, arranged in a triangular formation, swiftly soar toward the serpent scorpion. It immediately shifts its body to the left, attempting to evade the incoming projectiles. However, the arrows have already sealed off its escape route, and the arrow on the left still finds its mark. Thud! The arrow ricochets off, as the serpent scorpion's hardened exoskeleton sustains only slight cracks, enduring the impact. Yet, this assault incites a ferocious rage within it, its eyes transforming into a blood-red hue. With a menacing hiss, it opens its maw wide, unleashing 2 thin jets of transparent liquid toward Fire. Armor shield. Fire vigorously brandishes his wand, conjuring a translucent barrier that deflects the serpent scorpion's venom. The toxic liquid splatters onto the ground, instantly charring the leaves and releasing corrosive smoke. But Fire has no time to contemplate the potency of the venom, for the serpent scorpion is already advancing toward him. Its massive pincers are poised to snap at his thigh. Obstacles abound. Fire retreats at a rapid pace while reciting an incantation. The serpent scorpion's movements suddenly slow, as though an unseen wall of air impedes its advance. However, the exertion of casting the illusion spell renders it ineffective, revealing Fire's true form. Realizing it cannot close the distance, the serpent scorpion arches its tail and lunges forward. Though its tail measures only half a meter, Fire has retreated 2 meters away. Just as Fire prepares to chant another spell, the tail unexpectedly elongates by 2 meters, the formidable stinger reaching him in the blink of an eye. Fire, caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, feels a primal instinct surge as the threat of death sends chills down his spine. Instinctively, his keen battle intuition compels him to tilt his head aside. The stinger grazes past his ear, allowing him to perceive the fine hairs upon it. Fireball, fireball, fireball. In the face of peril, Fire's composure sharpens. With heightened focus, he deftly taps his wand, unleashing a rapid succession of fireballs that defy limits, launching 3 in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The trio of fireballs pursues the retracting tail, striking true. The serpent scorpion emits a pained hiss, its tail scorched and oozing green blood. The stinger dangles limply, rendered incapable of movement. These 3 fireballs have nearly severed its tail. A chilling aura envelopes the scene. Fire is resolute in preventing any further movement from the creature, unleashing a torrent of white gas toward the serpent scorpion. In an instant, its body becomes encased in frost. The once formidable exoskeleton is now ensnared by shards of ice, its prior defenses now hindering its mobility. The opportunity has finally arrived. Feyre took a deep breath, his wand tracing intricate patterns in the air. In a matter of seconds, a crimson rune began to materialize. Lava imprint. A dark red glow struck the abdomen of the scorpion snake, forming a symbol several centimeters in size. In the next moment, molten lava surged forth from the design. Hiss! The scorpion snake emitted a painful shriek. The lava cascaded over its body, swiftly consuming both the ice shards and its exoskeleton. Dense, acrid smoke billowed upward, and the charred scent of seared flesh caused Feyre to take a step back. The scorpion snake writhed in agony, unable to shake off the imprint upon it. The lava continued to flow. At last, the creature lay still. With its demise, the imprint vanished without a trace. However, the fallen leaves around were ignited. Feyre quickly incanted, pure water like a spring. Sizzle! Streams of clear water surged forth, mingling with the lava and the leaves. Half a minute later, all was quiet. Upon glancing down, he saw the scorpion snake's corpse contorted like a noodle, reduced to mere charcoal. Huffing, Feyre finally relaxed, taking deep breaths. As the adrenaline faded, his heart pounded against his ribcage. Leaning against the tree roots, he rested for a good 10 minutes before regaining his composure. The forbidden forest was indeed perilous. Should he proceed? He glanced at his mechanical watch. It was already 1 in the morning. Yet, he still possessed enough stamina for another fierce battle. Cloak of Invisibility. Once more, he cast the disillusionment charm. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to search for another half hour. If nothing appeared, he would retreat. However, merely 10 minutes had passed when fortune smiled upon him, revealing a cave. This was a hillside cavern, nestled beside a massive dead tree trunk. Perhaps remnants lay within, but it was more likely to be inhabited by magical creatures. After a moment's contemplation, Feyre employed the firework butterfly spell. 2 fiery red butterflies illuminated the cave as they fluttered forward. Feyre followed closely, scrutinizing the interior. The entrance was barely wide enough for a single person, and the cave was not particularly deep. The butterflies soon flitted past a large stone, casting light upon the far end. Arriving at the stone, Feyre peered into the depths. A grassy nest appeared, seemingly a resting place for magical creatures. Scattered among it were numerous rotten animal pelts, bloodstains, and Feyre's eyes widened. He even spotted a tattered shirt. Whoosh! A sound like breaking air emanated from behind the large stone. Armored protection. Almost instantly, Feyre recited the Iron Shield charm. Bang! A large stone collided with the transparent barrier. A fully red gnome-like creature brandished a wooden club taller than itself, charging forward with a roar. Good heavens! Feyre cursed under his breath. At last, he understood why students were strictly forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest. This was the 3rd encounter, and all had been with such malicious magical beings. The local gang was exceedingly rude. Chapter 66, The Birth of the Prototype. With a missed strike, the creature flailed its club wildly. Fortunately, its perception was not particularly acute. Feyre remained cloaked, pressing against the wall, blending seamlessly into the surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Feyre meticulously observed the creature before him. It was a diminutive figure, standing 2 feet tall, entirely shrouded in a dark crimson hue. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that this dark red was not its skin, but rather congealed clots of blood. It possessed sharp claws and teeth, with a sinister crimson glow emanating from its eyes. The large wooden club it wielded was also smeared with dark red blood. Feyre exhaled slowly, immediately deducing that this was a red cap, a perilous creature commonly found in northern Europe and classified as a level 3 threat. When traversing an uninhabited path at night, one must be wary of what lurks behind. The red cap delights in lying in wait within the shadows, launching brutal assaults on solitary wizards and muggles alike. Numerous mysterious murders in the muggle world can be attributed to the actions of these creatures, the police having exhausted all leads related to the victims. would never suspect that it was a red cap committing random acts of violence. It relishes the act of saturating itself in the blood of its prey, particularly adorning its head, hence its name. In truth, their combat prowess is not particularly formidable, which explains their level 3 classification. With a swift motion, Fer unleashed a volley of arrows. He felt no sympathy for such a creature. With a flick of his wand, a long arrow shot forth in an instant. Thud! Before the red cap could respond, the massive arrow pierced its body, pinning it to the ground. It let out a pained screech, yet continued to swing its club with reckless abandon, embodying ferocity. Whoosh! Another arrow struck, this time penetrating its skull. The red cap fell silent, crimson ichor oozing from its wound. Fer smirked, remarking, "So your blood is red as well. Now you truly have become a red cap," paying it little further heed. Fer swiftly began to inspect the cave. After a while, he sighed. It appeared to be merely the ordinary lair of a red cap. Aside from what he had previously observed, there was nothing of interest. He then turned his attention to an old, weathered wand in his hand, his only find. The wand lay carelessly discarded in a corner, next to a tattered shirt, indicating that an unfortunate wizard had fallen victim to the red cap. The wand was aged and quite dilapidated. After cleaning it up, Fer attempted to wield it, but its performance was rather lackluster. The worn shaft and inferior core could hardly accommodate any of Fer's magical energy. It was a sobering thought, after all. How could a powerful wizard be slain by a mere red cap? As night had already fallen, Fer decided to stow the wand away and make his way back. The return journey proved relatively smooth. Following the glowing markers, he found the path and arrived at the fork in the road within 10 minutes. The large-headed creature had vanished without a trace. Fer paid it no mind and pressed onward. Oh, Merlin's beard. This was no easy feat upon exiting the Forbidden Forest. Fer plopped down on the steps of Hagrid's hut. The outside world, with its liberating air, contrasted starkly with the oppressive heaviness of the Forbidden Forest. Taking a moment to rest, Fer reflected on his gains and losses. On the surface, this adventure appeared to yield nothing. Not only had he failed to locate the Golden Sun Sphere, but he had also encountered several perils along the way, especially during the encounter with the deadly serpents. He narrowly escaped with his life. Yet, every loss brings with it a gain. Experience in battle is invariably the finest teacher. The various spells he had mastered during the holidays, along with the recently acquired ability to cast fireballs in rapid succession, were seamlessly integrated during this adventure. Mastery of spells does not equate to prowess. True skill lies in the application of those spells in combat. With this thought in mind, Fer found himself rather looking forward to the next expedition into the Forbidden Forest. It could be said that he inherently resembled a Gryffindor at heart. Realizing it was unwise to linger here, Fer rubbed his sore legs and rose to his feet. The journey back to the Gryffindor common room was uneventful, and upon lying down in bed, the exhausted Fer quickly slipped into slumber. The following days passed with classes as usual. Fer took the opportunity to visit the room of requirement to solidify his command of various spells, feeling a sense of progress. Early on a weekend morning, Ron and Harry had yet to awaken. As Fer yawned at the dining table, the Weasley twins excitedly approached him. "Fer, we have splendid news," they exclaimed. "The prototype of the camera glasses has been developed." Fer's spirits lifted as he replied, "Oh, that is indeed wonderful news. Let me see it." Fred produced a rather clunky device and handed it to Fer, who examined it closely. It appeared to be a rough amalgamation of a thick, black-framed pair of glasses and a magical camera. On the left side of the frame was a small box, while the right housed a light bulb. The device felt notably heavy, weighing no less than 3 pounds. "Showing me this so early? I fear it might break my nose if I attempt to wear it," Fer quipped. He understood that, despite its crude appearance, it must contain a wealth of alchemical craftsmanship. Nevertheless, at that moment, it seemed quite impractical. Of course, it still requires significant refinement. However, the prototype is a testament to our concept's validity. We merely brought it to show you, to prove we haven't been idling away our time. Trust me, an improved version will be unveiled soon. Besides, we also endured toil on your behalf, if not glory, George chimed in cheerfully. Fred then took the camera glasses back and demonstrated. "You see, this box contains film and developing potion. All you need to do is press the switch on the left side of the camera." Hermione smiled. "Ah, wait." Hermione had not yet reacted when Fred pressed the shutter. Bang! A flash of light erupted, and moments later, a small 3-inch photograph emerged. Fred extracted the picture from the camera's compartment and handed it to Fer, grinning. "Well, we shall take our leave now." The twins departed in a flurry, leaving Fer chuckling at their retreating figures. Looking down, he noticed the photograph featured himself and Hermione. Hermione, caught unprepared, had buried her head into Fer's chest, attempting to shield her face with her hands, which made it all the more amusing that the entire moment had been captured. "Isn't this our first magical photograph?" Fer asked, smiling as he handed the picture to Hermione. "How annoying, I look dreadful." Hermione replied, her cheeks flushed upon seeing the image. She tucked the photograph carefully into her pocket, refusing to let him see it. "So is this my birthday gift?" Fer teased. "Humph, So you haven't forgotten, Hermione replied, turning her head away with a hint of pride. Just a single photograph won't suffice. I was joking. Here, take this, Fair said, revealing a delicate necklace in his hand. The necklace was intricately woven with golden threads, resembling a vine of grapes. The grapevine was the material for her wand, symbolizing lofty ambitions. The pendant was peculiar, resembling a small spinning top made of glass, which immediately captivated Hermione. Fair explained, I had the Weasley brothers custom make this at the magical supply shop. It is not an ordinary necklace. Chapter 67, The Birthday Gift of a Little Heiress. Fair continued, this pendant contains a pocket mirror. If anyone with ill intentions is nearby, it will spin and glow. Hermione smiled softly, her gaze enigmatic. Thank you. Now, could you help me put it on? She turned her back to him, presenting her petite figure. Fair scratched his head, gently pushing aside her long brown hair. A slender, fair neck was exposed. He leaned forward, slipping his hands through, appearing as if he were embracing her. Looking down, he was momentarily distracted by her figure. He quickly averted his gaze toward her neck, which was as white as jade. A flurry of thoughts left Fair somewhat bewildered. Somehow, he brushed his finger against Hermione's neck before hastily withdrawing it. Hermione shuddered slightly, but remained still, her ears turning red. Ahem, he coughed lightly, closing the clasp of the necklace. Hermione turned around, her face flushed. After a brief silence, she said, then this is my gift. She pulled out a pair of palm-sized rectangular mirrors from her pocket. This is a double-sided mirror. One side is mine, the other is yours. It not only reflects our faces, but can also be used for communication. By simply calling each other's names, we can reveal our images and speak across distances. Much like a combination of a television and a telephone. Video call. Fair thought of the term, but was soon astonished. A double-sided mirror is quite a rarity. Do you still have that many galleons? I can earn money now, Hermione proudly replied. I can brew many potions. Don't think you're the only one who can seek help from the Weasley brothers. Ginny had me ask them to sell potions at the apothecary in Diagon Alley, giving them a 10% commission for each order. Goodness, Fair remarked, realizing why the Weasley twins had been so busy lately. It was truly a win-win situation. He took one of the mirrors, saying resignedly, well, it seems you have the makings of a little heiress. I'll be relying on you from now on. However, ever since you shifted your focus to potion making, your progress has been astonishing. Even Snape, after mocking you, would casually offer you a tip or two. Fel felt that Snape was rather aloof. If Hermione were a student of Slytherin, she would have likely joined Snape's private club long ago. Upon hearing this, Hermione smiled with pride, then paused for a moment before saying, in the future, if you need potions, just come to me. I'm more afraid of not knowing when you are taking risks than of you actually taking them. My apologies, I promise it won't happen again, Fel replied awkwardly. Realizing the situation had been exposed, he wondered how Hermione could gift him a two-way mirror. Shifting the topic, he said, so, I plan to visit Professor Flitwick this afternoon to learn some magic. Would you like to join me? Perhaps you might pass the test. Hermione's eyes lit up with excitement as she thought for a moment and replied, yes, I will go with you. After their lunch break, the two of them arrived at Professor Flitwick's office, brimming with enthusiasm. Oh, Fel, Hermione, what brings you here? Professor Flitwick greeted his favorite students with warmth. It was only natural for him to appreciate a little teacher who could help him teach spells effectively to other students. Fel smiled and said, Professor Flitwick, have you forgotten? You promised to teach me a fire spell last year. Indeed. I must admit my age has led to some forgetfulness, Professor Flitwick chuckled, tapping his forehead. And are you interested in learning as well, Hermione? Then come with me, and let us see if you can pass the test. He led them to the familiar underground stone chamber. Is there something special about this place? Fel inquired. Professor Flitwick, why did you choose the same location as Professor McGonagall? He added with a playful tone. Have you not noticed how exceptionally sturdy the walls are? Professor Flitwick responded with a smile. This chamber is constructed from anti-magic stone, a wondrous mineral that absorbs magic and gradually strengthens itself. Initially, its durability was akin to that of an ordinary stone chamber, but after millennia of magical exposure, it has become virtually indestructible. Now, Fel and Hermione, it is time for my test, Professor Flitwick announced, waving his hand to conjure two pieces of parchment. I want you to use the fire-making spell to envelop the parchment, but without damaging it in the slightest. This presented quite a challenge for Hermione. The fire-making spell was not akin to the Bluebell flames. It was designed to ignite objects. Controlling it to avoid igniting the parchment required remarkable magical precision. Fel pondered and said, Professor McGonagall's test involved controlling the fire spell to curve and hit a target, while you are asking us to prevent the fire-making spell from harming the parchment. So, Fel, what have you deduced? Professor Flitwick asked with a twinkle in his eye. After some thought, Fel speculated. Firstly, the fire-making spell serves as the foundation for all fire magic. Secondly, advanced spells likely require an exceptional level of magical control. Bravo. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands. Absolutely correct, Fel. If this were a classroom setting, I would certainly award you extra points. You are entirely correct. Advanced magic. when unleashed without sufficient control, can rebound upon the caster. Professor Flitwick solemnly cautioned Fair, Hermione. This is the foremost rule of spellcasting. Do not attempt to wield spells beyond your mastery. Fair nodded in acknowledgement, vaguely recalling a tale of someone who had unleashed a fierce flame they could not control, ultimately resulting in their own demise. We shall discuss other matters later. Let us commence now, Professor Flitwick urged. Very well, I shall begin. Fair drew his wand, inhaled deeply, and focused intently as he intoned, Flame, arise. A small flicker of fire appeared at the tip of his wand. Instead of conjuring a massive blaze to engulf the parchment, he skillfully regulated his magical energy, diminishing its potency. As he approached the parchment, he cautiously brought the tiny flame closer. Do not ignite it, do not ignite it, Fair concentrated. His mind fixated solely on this thought. Success. The tiny flame made contact with the parchment, yet there was no indication of ignition. The flicker seemed devoid of heat. The parchment remained unscathed, showing no signs of curling or charring. In his exuberance, Fair increased the magical output, causing the tiny flame to grow. In an instant, the parchment was reduced to ashes. Alas, I grew too excited, Fair lamented. No matter, try again, Professor Flitwick reassured him, conjuring another piece of parchment. Regaining his composure, Fair once more guided the flame toward the parchment. Success. With a tranquil mind, he exerted greater control, allowing the tiny flame to enlarge gradually. At last, a large conflagration enveloped the parchment, leaving it entirely intact. Splendid. Fair, your magical control has undoubtedly surpassed that of most adult wizards, Professor Flitwick applauded, filled with admiration. Now it is my turn. Inspired by Fair's demonstration, Hermione approached with eager anticipation. Mimicking Fair, she conjured a small flame. Drawing a breath, she slowly moved closer to the parchment. Chapter 68, The Flame's Hand. Unfortunately, despite Hermione's utmost efforts to control it, the outcome remained unsatisfactory. Upon contact with the parchment, it began to yellow and curl, ultimately igniting. Hermione lowered her head in disappointment. Regrettably, my dear, your control still requires refinement. This disparity necessitates diligent practice, and attempting again would be futile. Do not lose heart. Perhaps by next year, you will achieve it, Professor Flitwick encouraged. This is quite normal, Hermione. Not everyone possesses my extraordinary talents, Fair proclaimed with pride, imitating a familiar pose reminiscent of Lockhart. Hermione chuckled at Fair's antics, playfully striking him with her small fist. All right, I understand. I shall wait for you in the library. With that, she bid farewell to Professor Flitwick and exited the room. Ah, what a nostalgic youth, Professor Flitwick sighed. The expression on his face hinted that he too had stories to tell. Now, Fair, I am about to impart to you a spell known as Flame Hand, intoned Professor Flitwick mysteriously. He drew his wand and conjured a wooden effigy. With a few deft motions of his wand, he proclaimed, Flame Hand, heed my command. A rhythmic surge of magical energy enveloped the air, and a pair of hands, composed entirely of crimson flames, materialized before them, towering at 2 feet. These fiery appendages appeared almost corporeal, exuding a palpable presence, though their surfaces were still veiled in a delicate layer of fire. With a subtle flick of his wand, the flame hand, resembling a living palm, gently grasped the parchment held by Fair. Another wave of the wand saw the hands deftly tear the parchment asunder. Subsequently, Flitwick directed his wand towards the effigy, and the flame hand lunged forth, seizing the figure's body and head with ferocity, igniting it in an instant. The flame hand is an extraordinarily versatile spell, Professor Flitwick elucidated. Initially, you can only conjure a diminutive, illusory flame hand. It lacks substance, rendering it incapable of manipulation. Its sole purpose is to ignite objects. Clearly, its utility pales in comparison to a simple fireball spell. Fair nodded with enthusiasm, undeterred by its initial weakness. For Professor Flitwick had already showcased its formidable potential. Indeed, continued Flitwick, as your mastery deepens, the flame hand will gain substance and increase in size. Not only can it grasp objects, but it can also ensnare and bind adversaries, and provide a means of defense. For instance, Fair, attack me. After a moment's hesitation, Fair drew his wand, aiming it at Professor Flitwick, and uttered, Arrow, arise. An arrow soared toward Flitwick's direction. Instantly, the professor waved his wand, and the flame hand unfurled, forming a palm that pushed forward. Upon contact, the arrow penetrated partway before becoming lodged within the hand. Excellent, Fair. Your arrow spell is quite potent. I had anticipated the arrow would be deflected by the palm, Flitwick praised. However, the flame hand possesses yet another capability. With a flourish of his wand, the crimson palm transformed from semi-corporeal to a grand manifestation of pure flame. The temperature within the chamber soared as the roaring fire consumed the arrow, reducing it to ash in an instant. The arrowhead melted into a puddle of molten iron, which dripped onto the ground. Professor Flitwick exhaled, retracting the flame hand, and smiled at the astonished Fair. In truth, this is the primary application you will learn. Transforming the flame hand into a solid form comes later. and I believe it is as challenging as mastering the control of fierce flames. Fair, prepare yourself. Fair nodded earnestly. Now, let us commence the lesson. First, your wand must be waved 3 times, like this. Flame hand, heed my command. As Fair recited the incantation, a diminutive, illusory flame hand emerged. Success. Ha! At long last success. Fair exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow, overjoyed beyond measure. 2 hours had elapsed. The entry-level difficulty of the flame hand surpassed that of the rapid fireball, as the latter merely required the execution of 2 consecutive spells. Fortunately, as long as one maintained sufficient control, the risks were minimal, allowing for continuous attempts. Excellent, Fair. I have never encountered a student with such remarkable talent as yours. The next step is to engage in persistent practice, Professor Flitwick remarked, clapping his hands in delight. Thank you, Professor, Fair replied, easing himself onto the stone chair that had magically transformed into existence. After a brief respite, Fair pondered and inquired, Professor McGonagall mentioned that you were once the champion of the dueling championship. Could you share that story with me? Professor Flitwick reminisced. Ah, that was many years ago. I recall that Hogwarts once had a dueling club, established by the former headmaster, a member of the Black family, hailing from Slytherin and adhering to the doctrine of blood purity. His tenure left a rather dismal atmosphere at the school. Students proclaimed him the least popular headmaster in history. Although I possessed goblin blood, I was fortunate enough to study at Hogwarts. I faced considerable bullying back then, but thankfully, the previous charms professor was very supportive of me. Fair chuckled. So, you dedicated yourself to defeating everyone in the dueling club? Huh, it was more than that. Due to my goblin ancestry, the headmaster prohibited me from participating in the Triwizard Tournament, Flitwick continued. Ah, the Triwizard Tournament was an international competition held among 3 schools, but it has since been discontinued. In any case, after graduating, I participated in a dueling championship organized by the Ministry of Magic and emerged victorious, Professor Flitwick declared proudly. It was evident that the title of champion bore substantial prestige. Every 5 years, the dueling championship offers a prize of 300 galleons. I recall the last event took place 3 or 4 years ago. Contestants must be wizards under the age of 30. Fair, you could also enter. Perhaps you might become the first dueling champion from Hogwarts before even graduating. Wonderful. Professor Flitwick, please keep an eye out for me. I shall practice diligently, Fair exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. Suddenly recalling Professor McGonagall's words, he asked, Professor, did the ancient magic used to be quite ornate and complex? Flitwick nodded. That is indeed the crux of the matter. As ancient wars raged on, it became evident that to emerge victorious, one must forsake overly intricate spells in favor of speed. Hence, magical incantations evolved to become increasingly simplistic. This is, in fact, a reflection of the era's evolution. At last, Fair comprehended this notion. That afternoon proved to be immensely fruitful, and he bid farewell to Professor Flitwick with a sense of joy. As dusk approached, there was no need to visit the library. Fair took a shower and made his way directly to the Great Hall. I'm utterly exhausted, Fair said as he seated himself at the dining table, where Hermione handed him a glass of orange juice, inquiring, how did it go? What magic did you learn? Fair briefly introduced Hermione to the flame hand. And after a lengthy conversation, he realized that Harry and Ron were nowhere to be found, leaving him puzzled. By the way, what about Harry and Ron? When it comes to dining, they have never been tardy. Hermione shrugged. The flying car incident at the start of the term is still unresolved. Now that the courses have eased up a bit, they have been assigned detention for community service. Harry is assisting Lockhart in responding to fan mail, while Ron is busy polishing trophies in the trophy room. Fan mail? Fair pondered, dismissing it. However, that evening, the two entered the common room together, bringing news that made Fair's expression shift dramatically. Chapter 69, Self-Invented Magic? As night fell, the common room was sparsely populated. Fair and Hermione were seated on the sofa, engrossed in a discussion about transfiguration. The door creaked open, and in walked Harry and Ron. What brings you here? Fair was about to jest, but noticed something was amiss in Harry's demeanor. He appeared dazed, clutching his head in apparent distress. What's wrong? Fair inquired. Who knows? Harry replied. I heard strange sounds. Ron shrugged. Strange sounds, Harry? What did you hear? Fair's expression changed as he considered a disquieting possibility. I am not certain if it was an illusion, but I heard someone expressing a desire to commit murder, thirsting for blood, Harry murmured as he sat at the table. Indeed, it has come to pass, Fair thought gravely. Well, I can hardly believe that Lucius might perceive the diary as too perilous and abandon his scheme, he mused. It must be an illusion. No one else has heard it. Not even Lockhart, who was writing with me. Harry spoke uncertainly. Regardless, hearing strange sounds in the magical realm is never a good omen. Perhaps you've fallen victim to some curse. So be cautious in the coming days. Avoid dark, secluded corners and stick to the main pathways. Fair, lacking evidence, could only offer a revised warning to Harry and the others. In the subsequent days, Fair intensified his urging of the Weasley twins regarding their research. By mid-October, with Within the room of requirement, Hermione was seated at a table, a copy of Advanced Transfiguration in hand. I truly do not understand why you insisted I accompany you. I had planned to complete my assignments first. She feigned annoyance as she set down the book, though her expression clearly reflected delight. Transforming a stone into a bug. Hermione flicked her wand, practicing transfiguration on a stone on the floor. Huh. It's been a while since we practiced spells together, Fair remarked. Practicing together fosters mutual progress. That's what motivates us. In truth, it was due to the troubling news Harry had shared that Fair felt compelled to keep Hermione company. Since they were virtually inseparable, it seemed only sensible to synchronize their schedules. They would complete assignments together and practice spells in tandem. Fireball, fireball, fireball. 5 consecutive fireballs struck the dummy, reducing it to a charred husk. Fair nodded in satisfaction. Ever since the last adventure in the Forbidden Forest, where he managed to unleash 3 fireballs in succession, he felt as though he had unlocked a new level of skill. His progress had been remarkable in recent days, effortlessly producing 5 or 6 fireballs. The technique of magical adhesion has become second nature to him. Logically, he has mastered this incantation entirely. What remains is merely a matter of practice and refinement. However, Fire finds himself somewhat dissatisfied. He has always believed in the high potential for development of this magic, and its power should not be limited to its current state. He plops down beside Hermione, lost in thought. Yet, as he contemplates, his attention is diverted by Hermione's gently swaying legs. Today, she wears knee-high white lace socks, through which her delicate skin tone is faintly visible. Below, a pair of little leather shoes dangle, her feet not touching the ground, swaying back and forth. Why aren't you practicing your spell? Hermione playfully nudges Fire with her shoe, a smile on her face. In her mind, she muses, it seems today's attire is quite nice. Perhaps I should make bolder choices next time. However, is my hair a bit disheveled today? Fire snaps back to reality and awkwardly replies, I was pondering the significant potential for developing this fireball spell. Yet, I have yet to find the inspiration for its enhancement. You wish to create your own spell? Hermione exclaims in astonishment. In her limited experience, those who crafted spells were invariably renowned wizards of advanced age. Well, it's not entirely original. It's based on the fireball spell. After all, Fire tilts his head in thought. But Hermione furrows her brow, organizing her thoughts. You're only in your second year. How could a student possibly create their own magic? Fire chuckles. Who says students cannot create their own spells? I know of someone who developed highly advanced dark magic while still a student. How can one know unless they try? He genuinely feels that the fireball spell is ripe for development. Whether due to his extraordinary affinity for flames or his particular connection to this magic, Fire has never felt such a fervent desire to create something. If an old bat can do it, why can't he? Although he is only in his second year, he is not attempting a wholly original creation. Rather, he aims to enhance an existing spell. Hermione remains unconvinced, but Fire promptly jumps from the table, drawing his wand. Fireball! Fireball! After invoking the spell in a life-or-death situation, it feels as if the magic has become bound to him. The more he practices, the more adept he becomes. He casually waves his wand, even neglecting the standard gestures, and sends forth a barrage of fireballs. After unleashing 7 consecutive flames, he finally feels his magical energy waning and halts his output. See, this spell resonates with me. If not for my dwindling magic, I feel I could continue casting until I suffocated. He gasps for breath, turning to Hermione. Hermione is persuaded. She recognizes the complexity of this magic. Yet it is evident that Fire has mastered it proficiently. That may indeed be the case. Some wizards possess an extraordinary affinity for specific spells, allowing them to wield greater power than others. Perhaps you are particularly suited to this magic, combined with your remarkable talent for fire. Therefore, enhancing this spell is entirely plausible. Quickly, help me brainstorm for inspiration. Feyre returned to the table and nudged Hermione gently, striking her shoulder. Hermione, with her index finger poised thoughtfully against her lips, mused. Perhaps you could first control the direction of the fireballs? This task is relatively simple and will also confirm whether your control is truly sufficient. Feyre pondered her suggestion and found it sensible. Just as he could split and curve the fire-making spell, if he could apply the same principle to consecutive fireballs, the angles and variations of his attacks would greatly increase. Resolutely, he focused his mind, drew his wand, and proclaimed, "Fireball, fireball." To start, he decided to keep it simple and tested with 2 fireballs. They arced gracefully, striking the dummy on either side. To his surprise, it seemed remarkably easy. Under normal circumstances, controlling the curvature of consecutive fireballs would pose a significant challenge, as one's attention must be divided between maintaining magical cohesion and guiding the fireball's trajectory. However, the simplicity of the 2 fireballs allowed Feyre to instinctively release them. Only a small fraction of his focus was dedicated to the technique of magical cohesion. With sufficient practice, techniques could be automated. This realization ignited excitement within him, and he eagerly shared his insights with Hermione, concluding, according to this theory, As long as you specialize in a single spell and practice it relentlessly, you will eventually achieve an instinctual release. This way, your focus can shift to other elements, such as directing the magic or even casting silently. Chapter 70. Do Ghosts Hold Banquets? With a flurry of movement, Fel Hephis waved his wand vigorously. Fireballs erupted in succession, dancing around him before striking the dummy from various angles. Fel Hephis, you are truly remarkable, Hermione exclaimed, her admiration palpable. She knew she would be utterly defenseless against such an attack. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Fel Hephis chuckled. This could be considered my secret weapon. Throughout the morning, he diligently practiced the consecutive fireball technique, and now he could unleash 5 fireballs directed at any angle. It was essential to note that this was not a singular instantaneous attack, but rather a continuous barrage. Even the shield charm could not withstand such relentless onslaught, as each passing second would significantly drain one's energy. The greatest advantage of consecutive fireballs lay in their ability to apply sustained pressure. And with newfound control over their direction, that pressure was intensified. If an enemy were unprepared, the abruptness of such an attack would surely leave them flustered. With this technique, Fel Hephis felt confident that he could surpass an ordinary professor-level wizard in a real confrontation. However, he pondered how much further he fell short of the typical aura level. Yet, this was merely an innovative application of a spell, not a creation of magic in and of itself. Aren't we supposed to head to the library this afternoon? I'm eager to seek inspiration and assistance, Fel Hephis remarked to Hermione. Yet, this search turned into a 3-day endeavor. Although he found some insights on creating original spells in the library, their usefulness to him was somewhat limited. With no other choice, Fel reached out to Professor McGonagall for guidance. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Professor, I actually came to seek your advice on creating my own spell. My rapid-fire fireballs have improved significantly over the past few days. Hermione suggested that I could control their direction, and I have managed that. Now, I find myself at a loss for what to do next. In her office, Fel expressed his intentions. Professor McGonagall looked at him in astonishment and said, Fel, although I had previously underestimated you, I still did not anticipate that you would master rapid-fire fireballs to such an extent. However, regarding the creation of your own spell, if you have already scoured the library for books, I fear my assistance will be quite limited. If the skills for spell creation could be taught, then many would be able to create their own spells. Professor McGonagall explained to Fel, creating spells is largely a matter of luck and inspiration. Each incantation differs, and thus the process of crafting a new spell varies as well. Fel, you possess a remarkable affinity for this particular spell. In this regard, I am even inferior to you. Fel understood and, feeling resigned, replied, Well, thank you, Professor. After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, Fel took a moment to collect his thoughts. Since inspiration could not be rushed, he decided to focus on practice. After all, only through gradual accumulation could a transformative change occur. He would seek inspiration in due time. Consequently, he pursued this endeavor for half a month. By the end of October, on the eve of Halloween, a thunderous roar erupted. As Fel and Hermione stepped out into the corridor, they glimpsed through the window the tumultuous weather outside. Large raindrops pelted the glass, creating a cacophony. The months of October and November in England were notoriously rainy. On this rare weekend, the incessant rain had persisted for several days. Fel lamented, This wretched rain has been falling on and off for far too long. The temperature had dropped, prompting Hermione to tighten her robe. Today, she wore thick white cotton socks and had added a sweater to her outfit. Acknowledging Fel's words, she nodded. Many people have caught colds, including Hinny. I visited her dormitory yesterday. After drinking a restorative potion, her head was steaming, as if it were on fire. As they conversed, they descended the staircase and soon found Hagrid moving pumpkins. I almost forgot, Halloween is just around the corner. Hagrid, do you need any help? Hermione inquired. Oh, thank you. But you two should go have lunch first. The weather is dreadful, and moving pumpkins will be quite troublesome, Hagrid replied, his head peeking out from behind a massive pumpkin. Fel glanced at the torrential rain outside and teased, Last Halloween, when we helped you move pumpkins, we encountered a troll. I wonder what peculiarities we might face this time. Hagrid chuckled heartily as he continued with his task. As they took a few steps, they spotted a ghost murmuring gloomily, just half an inch away. It was nearly headless Nick. Hello, Nick, you seem rather unhappy, Hermione politely remarked. Nick turned to them, looking despondent, and said, Tell me. After having my neck cleaved by a blunt axe 44 times, do you think I qualify for the headless hunt? I fear no one is more qualified than you. Fel replied. Fire smirked slightly, unable to fathom the excruciating agony of having one's neck struck 44 times by a blunt axe. Yet, they believed it was still insufficient. Only a complete severance of head and body would suffice. Nearly headless Nick, with a fervent expression, tugged at his head, revealing a thin strip of skin connecting his neck and head. Hermione turned away, unable to bear the sight. Fire awkwardly remarked, I fear we cannot assist with that. However, if there are other needs, we are more than willing to help. To his surprise, Nick suddenly brightened, repositioning his head with enthusiasm. Actually, there is a favor you could do for me. What is it? Hermione inquired curiously. Today marks the 500th anniversary of my demise. I am hosting a soiree in the basement, and my ghostly friends will be arriving from all corners of the country. I understand you would prefer to attend the regular feast in the Great Hall, Nick confessed bashfully. No, we would love to attend your ghostly soiree. Fire exclaimed with excitement. What a jest. Halloween feasts are commonplace, but a ghostly gathering is a rarity. Generally speaking, ghosts seldom host banquets, and even when they do, they hardly extend invitations to the living. One could say that nearly headless Nick truly lives up to his name. He is indeed peculiar. Hermione chimed in with enthusiasm. I dare say few living souls have experienced such an affair. How marvelous. Thank you ever so much. In fact, I asked several students, but they showed no interest. The more, the merrier. Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley are most welcome as well. Perhaps you could inquire with them? Just then, Harry burst through the door. Still clad in his Quidditch uniform, drenched to the bone, muddy water pooled at his feet, leaving a trail of muddy footprints behind him. What bad luck. After training for a while, it started pouring again within 2 hours. Harry exclaimed, resembling a drenched rat, frustration evident in his voice. Oh, Harry, may I invite you to my 500th anniversary soiree? Nick casually asked. What? Harry replied, bewildered. Fire explained the situation to Harry, who responded with delight. Sure. I've never attended such an event. I'll let Ron know. Well, that's the only piece of good news amidst this day of misfortune, Harry mused. I fear there might be worse to come. Fire pointed towards the end of the corridor, and Harry's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 71. Another new pet suddenly. Filch came storming down the hall, his demeanor far more agile than his usual shuffling gait. You filthy creature. You've turned the castle into a mess. Come with me, Filch shouted, his face contorted with rage. Harry pleaded, it's just a bit of mud. A mere bit of mud for you, child, but for me, it means an hour of scrubbing and cleaning. Filch retorted angrily. Fire recognized the validity of Filch's complaint. Harry had indeed caused him considerable trouble. However, he contemplated a more fitting form of punishment and promptly addressed Filch. I apologize, sir. However, I have a notion. Why not impose a punishment upon Harry? Compelling him to cleanse the muck himself? Even if he were to be confined, it would still require an hour of toil. Filch, taken aback by this suggestion from Fare, subdued his ire and contemplated for a moment before declaring, Mr. Farrell is indeed correct. Very well. Potter, you shall be responsible for cleaning every bit of filth. I shall return shortly to inspect. Thank you, Filch, Harry expressed gratefully as soon as the caretaker had distanced himself, and he brandished his wand to cast a cleansing charm. In the blink of an eye, the grime on the floor and the mud on his clothing vanished. I nearly forgot that Filch is rather inept. It is no wonder he was so irate, Hermione mused suddenly. Regardless, please be certain to attend tonight, the ghostly nearly headless Nick reiterated to the group before departing. Later that afternoon, upon concluding their studies in the library, when Fare and Hermione exited, they found that the rain continued to pour incessantly outside, the sky dark as ink. This dismal weather weighed heavily on Fur's spirits. He felt an ominous premonition lurking in the air. Once they arrived in the common room, however, Fur's mood improved slightly. The room was ablaze with light. George and Fred were busily engaged with a palm-sized, lizard-like creature. Its body was strikingly white and gleaming brilliantly. Is that a fire lizard? Where did you acquire it? Hermione inquired, recognizing the creature. Oh, welcome back, you two, George exclaimed with a grin. Fred added, we rescued it from care of magical creatures class. We plan to feed it some pepper imps and see what transpires. Most likely, it will simply emit fireworks. Fire lizards are unfazed by ordinary flames. Fare regarded the fire lizard with intrigue. Fire lizards are classified as magical creatures of level 3. They dwell within flames and feed upon them. Once removed from fire, they perish swiftly. Feeding one pepper can sustain it for 6 hours. Conversely, if it remains in flames, it can live for an exceedingly long time. Initially, the fire lizard was poised to leap onto the hearth, but Fur's approach caused it to pivot and crawl toward him. Oh, how fascinating, Fare remarked. He extended his left hand, and the fire lizard obediently nestled in his palm, its texture warm and supple. Cool. Fare, how did you manage that? The lizard's surface is quite hot, Fred exclaimed, raising his dragon-hide gloves in astonishment. Just a few small tricks, Fare chuckled, withholding further explanation. It appeared that a new pet was about to join their ranks. The fire lizard's greatest value lies in its blood, which possesses potent healing properties and can be utilized in the creation of various potions. Its excrement, a silver ash, serves as a fireproofing agent. Although fire lizards are not rare, they are considered dangerous and challenging to tame, hence their materials are quite valuable. It was a rare occurrence for a fire lizard to be so compliant with Fare. Having one at his side would mean having access to a simple healing potion at any time. And its excrement could be sold to potion shops for 5 sickles per gram. In light of this, perhaps after graduation, he might consider breeding fire lizards and becoming a potion supplier. Fare immediately turned to the Weasley twins and said, George, Fred, I would like to have this fire lizard. How much do you want for it? George waved his hand nonchalantly, responding, "We merely acquired it by chance. Professor Bane from the Care of Magical Creatures class is quite friendly with us. You are our esteemed boss, so consider it a gift. Just be cautious. It has a tendency to ignite fires." "Thank you," Fair replied, taking a glass jar and releasing a burst of blue flames. This low-temperature fire was remarkably safe. He placed his hand at the opening of the jar, and the fire lizard obediently crawled inside. "Fair, keeping fire lizards is against school regulations," Hermione reminded him, fully aware of the futility of her words. Last year, they had violated at least 20 school rules. That's all right. The only rule at Hogwarts is not to get caught breaking the rules. At least try not to let the professors deduct points, Fred remarked with a mischievous glint. Fair gazed at the fire lizard, which nestled into the blue flames, contentedly absorbing the fire. As it inhaled the flames, its body swiftly transformed into a deep blue hue. How marvelous! Fair tucked the jar containing the fire lizard into his pocket, deciding to keep it close as a source of warmth. "By the way, the second version of the camera glasses is almost complete. We'll show it to you tomorrow," Fred suddenly recalled, addressing Fair. "That is splendid. I am looking forward to it." Fair nodded in agreement. At 7 o'clock, the great hall was adorned with lights, and the feast commenced. However, Fair, Hermione, Harry, and Ron made their way to the basement. Why should anyone celebrate the anniversary of their demise? Ron questioned, perplexed. He was reluctant to attend, but Harry had invited him, and knowing that Fair would be there too, he felt compelled to join. Currently, Ron harbored a certain blind trust in Fair, believing that his older brother would certainly not lead him astray. Harry felt a twinge of regret, having heard that Dumbledore had invited a skeleton dance troupe for the evening's entertainment. "If you don't want to participate, you are free to return," Fair said indifferently. He insisted on bringing them along. It was merely Nick's invitation. Neville had declined the invitation due to his timidity. "Harry, you promised Nick you would attend. You cannot go back on your word," Hermione reminded him. Yet, they were merely expressing their thoughts. Having come this far, they would undoubtedly attend the ghostly soiree. With each step they took, the temperature seemed to drop. Ethereal blue candles lined the corridor, casting an eerie glow. Hermione shivered, unsure if it was from the cold or fear, and pressed closely against Fair, wrapping her arms around his left arm. Fair felt the softness of her touch, causing him to stiffen slightly. As they turned a corner, they spotted Nick standing at the entrance. "Welcome, my dear friends. I am delighted that you could come." He bowed graciously, ushering the four into the room. Fair was left in awe. Upon entering the basement, he beheld hundreds of ethereal white apparitions drifting and swirling. The piercing music echoed as if 1,000 nails were scraping against a chalkboard. The air grew colder, prompting Hermione to clutch him tighter, her breath now visible in the form of white mist. Fortunately, Fair had a vial containing fire lizards. He wished he had prepared one as well. Ron and Harry shivered, their teeth chattering from the cold. The group edged along the wall, striving to avoid contact with the phantoms. Suddenly, Ron's eyes brightened at the sight of a dining table laden with food. Perhaps it could offer some warmth. However, as he drew nearer, the overpowering stench and grotesque sight filled him with dread. The table was covered with large pieces of putrid, decaying meat. Beside a cake charred to a crisp lay a sheep's stomach teeming with maggots. Thankfully, they had not dined yet, otherwise they would surely have retched. One ghost, Mouth Agape, glided through the rotting flesh. Hermione pinched her nose and speculated, perhaps they wished to intensify the aroma, so they might feel something. Fair found himself inexplicably saddened for the spirits. Many believed that being a ghost was a form of eternal life, a coveted dream. Yet, in truth, ghosts lack most sensations and are perpetually filled with emptiness and chill. Fair could hardly fathom such an existence. He felt Hermione's tight embrace, the tangible connection providing him with a sense of grounding. To be devoid of pleasant scents, delectable food, and even the sensation of one's own body. How could that be? Even Voldemort, that tormented soul seeking immortality, shunned the notion of becoming a ghost. Only those with intense obsessions are doomed to linger as phantoms, enduring eternal torment. The group stifled their discomfort, engaging in the ghost's jests and watching the spectral rider's performance until they could bear it no longer. Hermione whispered, "Shall we leave?" Ron nodded vigorously, his lips turning blue from the cold, his stomach growling with hunger. "Well, the feast must be nearing its end," Fair remarked, and the four of them managed stiff smiles as they slowly retreated from the basement. Warm air enveloped them once more, and Fair sighed. This kind of feast is enough for a lifetime. Regret not attending, yet regret attending even more. They nodded in shared trepidation. Ron rubbed his stomach, grimacing. "I hope the banquet in the hall isn't over. My belly aches from hunger." "What?" Harry suddenly looked up. I said my stomach hurts from hunger," Ron replied, puzzled. Kill," Harry muttered, coming to his senses as he turned to Fair. "Did you not hear? He said he wants to kill." Fair's expression grew serious as he swiftly drew his wand. Sound detection. A circle of white light radiated outward like ripples, spreading from the floor to the walls and ceiling. "What's the matter, Fair?" Hermione asked, hastily following suit with her wand drawn. The sound resided within the walls, but nothing was detected. Fel furrowed his brow and inquired, Harry, can you discern where the sound is coming from? Harry nodded, gently touching the wall as he listened intently. Above, he ascended. Suddenly, Harry dashed forward, followed closely by the others. Ignoring the hall on the first floor, they hastened to the second. Then, they halted. Before them lay a figure sprawled on the ground. Fear gripped Filch's heart. According to the original narrative, it should have been Mrs. Norris, his cat, who was petrified first, not a wizard. Filch hurried forward to investigate, exhaling in relief. It was Colin. He was not dead, but petrified, still clutching his camera. Filch noticed several spiders wriggling as they crawled through the crevices and escaped out of the window. On the wall nearby, blood was used to inscribe, "The chamber has been opened. Beware of the heir and their enemies. You all stay here. I will fetch the headmaster," Filch declared decisively. Wasting not a moment, he strode down the stairs and entered the hall. The feast was still in progress. Dumbledore was engaged in conversation with Professor McGonagall at the staff table. Filch hesitated, uncertain whether to disturb the students, and thus approached quietly. "Filch, it seems you have attended a rather extraordinary banquet," Dumbledore remarked with a smile, sensing the ghostly presence surrounding Filch. "Headmaster, something has happened," Filch whispered as he leaned closer to Dumbledore. Only McGonagall and Snape, standing nearby, could hear him. "First-year Colin has been attacked. He is petrified on the second floor. And it is no ordinary petrification curse. Harry and the others are guarding him." Filch succinctly conveyed the urgent situation in just a few sentences. McGonagall's expression changed dramatically. Snape, poised to mock Filch, furrowed his brow and fell silent upon hearing this. Dumbledore's smile vanished. After a brief moment of contemplation, he rose calmly. "Let us, Filch." Snape and McGonagall, receiving the command, also stood. Filch took the lead, striding ahead, while the other three followed with composed expressions. The students remained blissfully unaware, cheering joyously. "Headmaster, Professor." Hermione was the first to spot the approaching quartet on the second floor. They hurried over. "Oh dear," McGonagall exclaimed as she saw the blood writing on the wall. Clutching her chest in distress, memories of a school legend from decades past flooded back to her, a tale she had heard before becoming a teacher. Snape's complexion darkened further, his eyes darting uncertainly towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore subtly shook his head. He scanned the surroundings carefully and stamped his foot. Filch sensed a surge of magical energy expanding. Evidently some form of detection magic. Subsequently, Dumbledore turned to Filch and said, "Colin can still be saved. Now, Filch, please elaborate on how you encountered Colin." Harry felt a sense of resistance. Instinctively, he wanted to keep secrets, even though he knew nothing. This was a habit ingrained in him from his time at the Dursleys. Filch, however, had no time to coddle his emotions and promptly responded, "Well, we attended nearly Headless Nick's 500th Death Day celebration." As they emerged, Harry mentioned he heard an unusual sound. "We followed him and found Colin lying there." The headmaster, Harry was at a loss to explain how he could hear the strange noise. Dumbledore's gaze was profound, as if he had grasped something significant. He then spoke gently. "It's all right, Harry, at least for now. This isn't a bad thing, is it? What has happened? Why are you all here?" A greasy voice approached as Lockhart arrived in a bright green robe. Fel narrowed his sharp eyes at him. "I didn't call for you. How did you arrive? Could it be?" Dumbledore did not give Fel time to ponder. He turned to everyone and said, "Professors, please take Colin to the infirmary. Fel, Harry, Hermione, Ron. You should return to the Great Hall." "Yes," came the reply, for when the headmaster spoke, none dared to oppose. Upon reaching the first floor, the group split. As Fel entered the Great Hall, he glanced back. Snape was hastily carrying Colin forward. Lockhart was following Professor McGonagall, boasting, "It's truly unfortunate that this child wasn't here with me. I could not only protect him, but also locate the Chamber of Secrets." Fel squinted. The group returned to the dining table. What could have petrified Colin? Hermione wondered aloud. "Never mind, Dumbledore will handle it," Ron said, too hungry to care, fiercely grabbing a lamb chop and biting into it. Fel nibbled on a pumpkin pasty, frowning in thought. Could it be that Lockhart took the diary? Or perhaps Malfoy? He turned to glance at Malfoy, who, whether by coincidence or not, appeared even paler. Chapter 73. Daring to claim love without spending a penny? Upon returning to the common room, Harry was still troubled by why only he could hear the strange sound. He hoped others wouldn't learn that we were the ones who discovered Colin. Otherwise, Malfoy might accuse us of wrongdoing. "It's unfortunate," Ron remarked. "But maintaining Hogwarts secrets overnight is no small feat thus." The following day, many were aware of Colin's fate. Could it be that someone saw Colin in the infirmary? Hermione speculated. Yet soon, anxious glances shifted towards the group. Neville shrank back, wanting to ask Fel something, but hesitating. The Weasley twins, however, approached with eager curiosity. "We heard someone opened a Chamber of Secrets. Did you happen to witness Colin's demise?" They seemed unfazed, perhaps having encountered too many perilous situations to be frightened by this one. Fel retorted, "I could guess that with my little toe. It was Lockhart who informed you. Wasn't he it?" Fred chuckled. You guessed correctly. He was boasting about it in defense against the dark arts class this morning, claiming that had he been by Colin's side, he could have saved him on the spot. Lockhart, that utter fool, clearly failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. If even Dumbledore could not revive Colin, it was evident that this crisis was dire. Yet his colossal brain still found space to boast. This metaphor seems familiar. Just as Fire pondered his own Snape-like transformation, George produced a pair of spectacles. Tada! The second-generation camera glasses have made their grand entrance. This time, we have significantly optimized the weight and even added a levitation charm, ensuring both comfort and aesthetic appeal. Fire's eyes lit up as he took them and examined them closely. The second-generation camera glasses appeared remarkably refined. Aside from the overall structure of the black-framed glasses, 2 1-inch-long tubes adorned the lenses. The tubes boasted a beautiful bronze hue, embellished with decorative patterns, resembling a pair of miniature telescopic spectacles. Simply press here to capture a photograph, and the image will emerge below. George, eager to demonstrate, happened to notice a girl approaching and called out, "Hey, Penelope, give us a smile." Fire recognized her as Penelope Clearwater, the head girl of Ravenclaw. She had long, straight, light blonde hair and striking features that radiated the vitality of youth. Upon hearing George's request, Penelope not only blushed but also generously smiled and flashed a peace sign. Click! A flash of light erupted, and George handed her the photograph. "Oh, it turned out quite clear, though my collar is a bit askew," Penelope remarked, examining the photo while gently stroking her cheek as she engaged in conversation with George. Fred, sitting beside Fire and Hermione, murmured, "She might be our future sister-in-law." Ginny said she saw Percy holed up in his room all summer, writing letters to Penelope. The two nodded knowingly. Fire, not particularly interested in gossip, turned to Fred and said, "Fred, these camera glasses are ready to be marketed at school. The more people who use our camera glasses, the better. We can sell them at cost initially. We're not looking to profit right now, just to penetrate the market and gain recognition." Fire's primary concern was to ensure that everyone donned these glasses, thereby reducing the risk of tragic mishaps. Fred scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled. "We want to promote them quickly too. However, we've played too many pranks in the past. People might fear this is just another one of our tricks." Fire rolled his eyes and glanced at Penelope, suddenly struck with an idea. Let's leverage Senior Penelope and Percy. Aren't they romantically involved? Penelope seems quite fond of these camera glasses. You could have her and Percy promote them together. One is the head of Gryffindor, and the other is the head of Ravenclaw. We could create a few catchy slogans, such as "With Christmas approaching, gift a unique present," and a must-have for couples, capturing moments of love. With that, how could we possibly fail to attract attention? Fred's eyes brightened, and he expressed admiration. "Fire, you truly have a knack for business. That advertisement is brilliant." Fire smiled mysteriously, not willing to spend, yet still professing love for me. "Thanks to Muggle marketing principles, we're enlightening these wizarding bumpkins." At this moment, Penelope, who was engaged in an animated conversation, suddenly recalled something and hurriedly turned to Fair. "I almost forgot, Fair. Professor Dumbledore has asked to see you in the infirmary, just you alone." Fair glanced at Hermione, who also looked back at him. "Does the professor suspect you?" "I can accompany you to explain," Hermione expressed with concern. Fair shook his head. "Dumbledore's wisdom far surpasses ours. There is no need for worry. I shall go alone. Fred, do not forget our plan." As Fair stood up, he reminded Fred before departing. Little did he know, upon stepping into the corridor, he encountered Hagrid. "Hey, Hagrid. What is the matter?" Fair noticed Hagrid was carrying something. Hagrid sighed and raised the incomplete carcass of an animal. "Several chickens in the coop have died. I suspect a small creature from the Forbidden Forest has gotten out. I'm heading to Diagon Alley to purchase some repellent." Fair's expression grew serious. The actions of the unseen adversary were swifter than he had anticipated. He wondered if the speed of the camera glasses could keep pace. Overthinking was futile. Fair bid farewell to Hagrid and proceeded toward the infirmary. To maintain a cheerful atmosphere for the patients, the infirmary was always spacious and well lit. Unfortunately, the room now seemed shrouded in gloom. "Professor, you summoned me?" Upon entering, Fair saw Dumbledore seated beside Colin's bed, examining Colin's camera. Dumbledore briefly showed the camera to Fair. Regrettably, the camera has been damaged by a sophisticated and peculiar dark magic, preventing it from capturing the assailant's visage. Fair fell into silence, unsure of what to say. "Share your thoughts, Fair. To be frank, you are unlike Hermione, Ron, or even Harry. To the extent that I cannot perceive you as merely a child," Dumbledore stated calmly. Fair was somewhat taken aback. "My thoughts? About what?" He genuinely did not comprehend Dumbledore's intent. Did he believe Fair knew the truth? Or was he seeking to nurture him? Perhaps it was some form of test? Those eyes resembled a deep sea, concealing any emotions lurking beneath the surface. "Very well, let us begin with your thoughts on who attacked Colin," Dumbledore inquired. Fair pondered for a moment, deciding that honesty was the best approach. He did not wish to outsmart someone more astute than himself. Since Dumbledore had summoned him, there was no need for subterfuge. Fair resolved to disclose the matter of the basilisk, though the diary was still too sensitive to mention. Professor, in fact, there is a small detail I did not mention at the time. I thought it unimportant, but upon reflection, I believe it may be somewhat relevant, Fair stated. Oh, please elaborate, Dumbledore said, raising an eyebrow slightly. I wonder if you are familiar with Mr. Newt Scamander? He has a work titled Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Chapter 74. Does that strike you as somewhat prophetic? Upon hearing the name Newt, Dumbledore's gaze momentarily blanked. His calm demeanor rippled with intrigue as he smiled. Indeed, he is one of my most outstanding students. Fair nodded in acknowledgement. You have witnessed that the calamity befalling Colin Creevey is the result of a most sophisticated and peculiar form of dark magic. This suggests that within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, few possess the capability to execute such a feat. However, I was swift enough at that moment to catch sight of several spiders scurrying out of the window. According to the writings of Mr. Scamander, there exists a particularly perilous magical creature that stands as the natural adversary of spiders. The basilisk, Fair slowly articulated, a creature of fifth-level danger. It is the sworn enemy of spiders, and it is said that those who gaze into its eyes meet with a fatal end. At that moment, Colin, with his camera in hand, did not look directly at it, thus he was merely petrified. After all, Dumbledore is not an omniscient deity, and he appeared slightly taken aback. Yet, after a mere few seconds, he nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense, though the evidence remains somewhat scant. In fact, I have just encountered Hagrid, Fair added. The texts state that the crowing of a rooster poses a lethal threat to the basilisk. Coincidentally, Hagrid mentioned that several chickens in the coop have perished in recent days. Do you not find this rather coincidental? Dumbledore's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded. Fair, you possess remarkable insight to connect these seemingly inconsequential details. It now appears highly probable that the basilisk is indeed at play. However, we remain in the dark regarding who is orchestrating its actions. Just then, Professor McGonagall entered the room. Albus, are you truly intending to inform the students that Hogwarts is harboring a dangerous entity? Might this incite undue panic among the children? Minerva, I believe the students ought to be aware of the existing peril, Dumbledore replied, turning to Fair. Fair, what do you propose we do now? Fair was taken aback by Dumbledore's solicitation for his opinion. He pondered for a few moments before responding. Headmaster, I believe our foremost priority is to ensure that no further students fall victim, especially to the point of losing lives. Currently, only Colin has been petrified. And if we overreact, it would indeed appear as though we are making a mountain out of a molehill. The students may panic, and some might seize the opportunity to undermine the school. Therefore, we should select a group of capable students to form 4 safety patrols for the protection of their peers. Each team could be led by the prefects of the 4 houses, responsible for patrolling the campus day and night. This way, students will protect students, which would not only avoid the appearance of overreacting, but also be genuinely effective. Professor McGonagall was rendered speechless by Fair's proposal, finding the idea utterly commendable. Dumbledore finally broke into a smile, his eyes crinkling into crescents filled with admiration. An excellent idea, Fair. However, some of the prefects are nearing graduation and may find it challenging to commit the time required for this. I propose that you lead the Gryffindor team. Me? But I am merely a second-year student. Wouldn't this give others the impression of favoritism? Fair replied, somewhat astonished. He was not unwilling. In fact, being able to observe students and even venture out at night legally would greatly facilitate his endeavors. I have heard from Minerva and Phileas that your abilities have already surpassed those of ordinary adult wizards. Aside from a few exceptional 7th years, there is likely no one in Gryffindor stronger than you, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. There remains one statement unuttered. Strength is not the sole criterion for leadership. Intellect holds paramount importance. A wizard devoid of wit is destined to be a mere subordinate throughout life. Well, since the organization, nay, the headmaster, places his trust in me, I am willing to shoulder this responsibility, declared Fair with unwavering resolve. By the way, headmaster, considering Colin's camera has the potential to mitigate the basilisk's lethal strikes, I, along with the Weasley twins, have recently developed a pair of camera glasses. Might you assist us in promoting this? We vow to charge merely the cost price in the initial phase. This endeavor is solely for the safety of Hogwarts and the well-being of the students. Fair's eyes sparkled with fervor, as if this venture bore no personal advantage to him. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. It is precisely this audacity that is commendable. Upon returning to the common room, Fair found Hermione engrossed in a book on the sofa. Evidently, she was unable to concentrate, as her book was upside down. Noticing Fair's entrance, Hermione hastily inquired, Fair, what on earth has transpired? Harry and Ron leaned in, all ears. Do not rush. Fair succinctly recounted the events in the infirmary. You mean Dumbledore intends to appoint you as the Gryffindor captain? How splendid, Ron exclaimed, clearly oblivious to the gravity of Colin's petrification. This was also the rationale behind Fair's proposal to establish a student brigade. Presently, most students merely perceived it as one individual being petrified. What concern is it of theirs? Hogwarts is rife with peculiar occurrences. Ron, this is no jest. I sense that others may fall victim, Harry remarked solemnly, troubled by the ominous voice he had heard. Observing Fair's nod, Ron finally adopted a serious demeanor. The following day, in the Great Hall, as everyone entered, they noticed Dumbledore appeared somewhat different. He sported a pair of camera glasses promoted by the Weasley twins. Soon, this news spread throughout the entire school. If Dumbledore himself endorsed it, surely it must be a remarkable invention? Coupled with Fair's marketing strategy, the Weasley twins executed it with unwavering determination. Within 3 days, a multitude of students donned the camera glasses for amusement. Subsequently, the security teams of the 4 houses were established, termed the Student Safety Team, or simply, the Security Team. Fair became one of the proud captains of the Gryffindor Security Team. The designation of one of is due to the necessity for a rotating schedule requiring 2 captains. Although Percy was overwhelmed with exam preparations, he still insisted on claiming the position of the other captain. However, he lacked the time to lead and instead appointed a vice-captain to oversee the team while he engaged in daily inquiries with them. Ron commented, "He merely seeks a bit more authority. That fellow is utterly enamored with power." The news of Fair's ascendancy to captain of the Gryffindor security team rapidly spread across the school. Ron boasted outside about Fair's recognition by Dumbledore, further enhancing his reputation. Professor McGonagall selected 3 exceptional 6th-year students as team members for Fair. The 6th-grade students exhibited commendable prowess, coupled with ample time at their disposal. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the curfew hour had arrived, and Fair made his way to the front hall. Clad in a neatly arranged school robe, he adorned his chest with a copper badge shaped like a lion's head, a design conceived by Hermione for the Gryffindor head of security, with the principal's approval. Fair gazed at the 3 members before him. 2 boys named Galen and Nock, both robust in stature, and a girl named Sorica, slender in build. "Captain, what are the plans for today?" Galen inquired with a grin. It was not that he looked down upon Fair, a second-year student, for Fair had garnered quite a reputation by defeating a troll in his first year and besting Quirrell. Rather, he perceived little danger in the task at hand, viewing his involvement in the security team as an opportunity for glory. Fair, however, held no expectations of significant assistance from the 2 boys. Instead, he hoped for Sorica's reputed proficiency in supportive magic to prove advantageous. "All right, Galen and Nock, you 2 will form one team. Sorica, you will be paired with me. We will split into 2 teams, responsible for apprehending any wandering wizards and patrolling for potential hazards." Fair produced 4 pairs of camera glasses, distributing them among the group. "Let us proceed." He waved to Sorica and descended the stairs. Soon after, a second victim emerged. "Fair, how did you manage to defeat a troll in your first year?" Sorica asked curiously in the dimly lit corridor. Fair nonchalantly replied, "It was largely thanks to the help of friends, along with a bit of innate talent and perhaps a stroke of luck." He had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Sorica. No one understood the gravity of the situation better than he did. If he were to become distracted by conversation and fall prey to a basilisk's ambush, he would have nowhere to lament his fate. His decision to bring Sorica along stemmed solely from her reputed skills in supportive magic, which he hoped would be of assistance in a confrontation. Noticing Fair's dismissive demeanor, Sorica refrained from further conversation as the corridor fell into silence. Moonlight streamed through the windows, and the only sounds were their footsteps, soft and shuffling. It was in this serene night that Fair suddenly detected a faint sound resembling some creature crawling. He immediately halted, drawing his wand with precision. "What is the matter?" Sorica inquired, intrigued. "Shoo," Fair urged, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. "This way." He charged ahead, with Sorica hastily following behind. As Fair reached the corner on the 8th floor, the rustling sound abruptly ceased. His eyes widened as he beheld a figure on the ground. It was Fred. "Wait, Fair, I can hardly breathe," Sorica panted, struggling to keep up. However, upon rounding the corner, she forgot to catch her breath. Fair stood before her, his expression grave, as he stared at the motionless body that had been petrified. "Ah, damn it. I only told Fred to head back first while I stayed behind to tidy up the remnants of the experiment. Who would have thought he would encounter an attack? If only I had gone with him in the midnight infirmary." George slammed his fist against the bed. The once carefree and jovial demeanor of George had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented fury. Several professors, along with Fair, Hermione, and the children from the Weasley family who were still in school, gathered in the room. "George, if you and Fred had been together, perhaps there would be one more person lying in bed right now." Percy furrowed his brow and remarked, "It's not entirely your fault." Fair gazed solemnly at the petrified Fred on the bed, wearing those camera glasses that had miraculously saved his life. Fred maintained a stance as if to draw his wand, yet he merely managed to slip his hand to his chest. Even the formidable Fred, known for his combat skills and quick reflexes, had not the time to utter a spell. Although Fair had faced the basilisk, he realized he had underestimated this magical creature, misled by cinematic portrayals. In the films, Dumbledore's Phoenix intervened, blinding the basilisk. Coupled with Harry's protagonist aura and sheer luck, it ultimately led to the basilisk's demise. Even then, Harry had nearly succumbed to poison, only to be saved by the Phoenix's tears. In truth, the basilisk was exceedingly formidable. Dumbledore himself had stated that the petrification of Colin was caused by a very advanced dark magic. The full power of the basilisk was evident. Oh, Professor Sprout, can Fred truly be healed? The antidote you mentioned isn't fabrication, is it? Ginny asked tearfully, her once bright eyes now swollen with grief, while Hermione held her in a comforting embrace. Trust me, dear. I will heal Fred, Professor Sprout assured, gently wiping away Ginny's tears. Children, you should return to your dormitories and rest. We will keep watch here, Dumbledore spoke, his voice soft yet imbued with a compelling authority. Once the others had departed, Fair remained as Dumbledore beckoned him to stay. It is regrettable, Headmaster, that just days later, we face a second victim. I wonder about the efficacy of the student security team. To be honest, those few members would likely fare no better against the basilisk than Fred did, Fair remarked. Looking up, Dumbledore shook his head and replied calmly, Fair, you still do not grasp the entirety of the situation. Why do you think we established the security team? Fair scratched his head, answering, to protect students? To ensure the safety of Hogwarts? No, it is to instill a belief among the students that they are protected. It is to assure them that Hogwarts is a safe haven, Dumbledore elucidated. The power of panic is formidable. It can drive individuals to irrational actions. The purpose of the security team is primarily to provide reassurance. As long as people do not descend into chaos, solutions will always present themselves. Now I understand, Fair said, as a realization dawned upon him. Dumbledore continued, tomorrow, we shall patrol as usual. I believe that after this incident involving Fred, no student will underestimate the gravity of the situation again. Indeed, the following day, the entire student body was aware that Fred had been attacked and had become a companion to Colin in his affliction. At last, they recognized the seriousness of the matter. Fortunately, they learned that Fred was attacked while wandering at night, and the security team would patrol around the clock. Thus, panic was averted. Nonetheless, anxiety was unavoidable. During the transformation, one must pay careful attention to the fur and tail of the rat. In Transfiguration class, everyone appeared distracted. Does anyone have any questions? Professor McGonagall inquired. Hermione raised her hand, voicing the question that weighed on everyone's minds. Professor, could you tell us about the Chamber of Secrets? At this, all eyes turned to Professor McGonagall, filled with curiosity, fear, and confusion. Very well, Professor McGonagall sighed. Dumbledore had already instructed her not to conceal the truth. Since the students had asked, she would oblige. You all know that 1,000 years ago, four great wizards founded Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff. She briefly introduced the founders of the four houses before shifting her tone. However, one founder had a conflict with the others. Ron gritted his teeth, exclaiming, anyone could guess who that is. He glared fiercely at the Slytherin students, particularly Draco Malfoy. Fair noticed an unnatural pallor wash over Malfoy's face. Uncharacteristically, Malfoy turned his head, feigning disinterest as he avoided Ron's gaze. Professor McGonagall continued, Slytherin believed that Hogwarts should only accept pure-blood wizards. Therefore, it is said that he left behind a Chamber of Secrets, and its heir would unleash a terrifying monster that would eradicate anyone deemed unworthy of studying magic. Of course, the school had searched for this chamber several times over the years, but had found nothing. Professor McGonagall was being typically vague. Fair understood that she was fully aware that the chamber had been opened decades ago, resulting in Hagrid's expulsion. Yet, she deliberately stated that the school had not discovered any chamber, which could lead students to mistakenly believe that it did not exist. If it were found, would the basilisk still roam free? Regardless, Professor McGonagall managed to calm the students' fears, allowing the heavy weight on their hearts to ease temporarily. Upon returning to the common room, Fair immediately summoned Hermione, Harry, and Ron for a private discussion. Listen, I have an idea, he began. Chapter 76. Professor, would you like to be more famous? Hermione, Harry, Ron, you see, the situation is perilous, Fair reminded them. I understand, Fair. You must have a plan, right? Ron implored, clearly agitated since Fred's attack had left him in disarray, though he had never been particularly composed. I believe we should take the initiative. Someone in this school must be the heir of the chamber. They opened it. We should discreetly investigate our fellow students, or even the professors. Fair thought of Lockhart, quickly changing his statement. Good idea, Fair, Harry agreed. But do you have a specific plan? Hermione asked, her brow furrowed in concern. Fair nodded, of course. Harry, Ron, you must discreetly approach and observe these students. Look for any unusual behavior that deviates from their norm. Document any suspicious individuals. And Hermione, have you heard of the Polyjuice Potion? Hermione exclaimed, the Polyjuice Potion? I read about it a few days ago. It can disguise you as another person. However, its preparation is exceedingly complex. It would take me at least a month. Fair interjected, precisely. Aside from the Gryffindor common room, we cannot access the common rooms of other houses. Harry and Ron will be responsible for documenting the suspicious students. Hermione, during this time, you shall brew some Polyjuice Potion. Afterwards, we will search each common room. Investigate them. Fair could not adequately explain what the diary was and merely generalized by saying they would investigate. This might contravene dozens of school regulations, Hermione said, her expression conflicted yet tinged with excitement. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Ron immediately declared, "Fair, I'm with you. To hell with the rules. Indeed, we cannot allow that puppet master to harm anyone further." Harry nodded in agreement. "But Fair, what are you planning to do?" Hermione knew Fair would not remain idle. Fair smiled. "Have you forgotten? I am the head of security. I must patrol. Moreover, I intend to seek out a particular individual." In the defense against the dark arts professor's office, Fair knocked and entered, only to be met with a room filled with photos of Lockhart, all smiling at him. The sight of that expanse of pristine white teeth was somewhat unsettling. He was a man obsessed with vanity. "Ah, Fair, what brings you to me?" Lockhart exclaimed. "I've heard about Fred Weasley. Such a tragedy. Had I been there that day, nothing would have happened to him." Lockhart was busy penning replies to his fans when he noticed Fair, and instinctively, he began to rattle off a long string of words. Fair found himself at a loss for words. This man's self-aggrandizement had reached a reflexive level. "Professor, it concerns the recent disturbances regarding the Chamber of Secrets. The situation has caused quite a stir among the populace. I believe many witches and wizards lack combat experience, which hampers their ability to confront danger. I know you are an extraordinary expert, having faced numerous perils." Fair uttered these words while tightly closing his lips, fearing he might burst into laughter. "Oh, indeed. Fair. You know I am a third-class member of the Order of Merlin." As expected, Lockhart beamed at this remark. He eagerly recounted his illustrious exploits once more. Finally, with an expression of enlightenment, he declared, "I see. You wish for me to conduct training for everyone. No problem. Frankly, I too believe Hogwarts lacks a formidable, professor." "Not quite. While you are indeed impressive, time is of the essence, is it not?" Fair glanced at the thick stack of fan letters on Lockhart's desk and added, "I should mention that decades ago, Hogwarts did have a dueling club. Later, the newly appointed headmaster, citing excessive dangers, decided to shut it down. If you could take the lead and reopen the duel club, it would undoubtedly be a commendable endeavor celebrated by the students." Upon hearing this, Lockhart paused momentarily, and after regaining his composure, murmured, "Indeed, the duel club, what a prestigious wizarding tradition. If it were to be reopened because of me." Fair subtly surveyed the surroundings and added, "Moreover, I propose establishing a duel leaderboard to identify the strongest wizards. This would surely invigorate participation among the students. Additionally, you could invite Professor Snape to serve as the opening act for the duel club, setting an example for everyone." Lockhart's eyes lit up. He had recently come to realize that his ineptitude had caused many students at Hogwarts to lose faith in him. Indeed, numerous boys had begun to slander him, claiming he was utterly incompetent. Years of thievery and memory confusion had led Lockhart to genuinely believe in his own prowess. He could not tolerate such disparagement. If he could best the renowned potions master Snape, or even employ some cunning to engineer a draw, it would be splendid. With this thought, Lockhart was filled with excitement, though he hesitated and remarked, "But you know Professor Snape's temperament. He is not particularly affable. Even someone like me, a 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award, finds it challenging." "Quite simple," Fair replied with a subtle smile as he surveyed the area. "Just tell him you are looking to promote your exclusive shampoo, hoping to outshine the Potter sleek hair product. You could seek his assistance as an ambassador or in some capacity. Professor Snape would undoubtedly be inclined to help you. As for the reasons, best not to inquire." Lockhart exclaimed in delight, "Really? I shall go at once. If this works out, Fair, I appoint you as my dueling assistant." He hurriedly exited with Fair, making his way to Snape's office. Fair feigned a casual stroll, watching Lockhart move away until he was out of sight and unnoticed, before swiftly returning to Lockhart's office. He gently closed the door behind him. Fair was not merely assisting Lockhart for the sake of his fame. He had 3 objectives. First, to draw closer to Lockhart and observe if anything seemed amiss. Presently, he sought an opportunity to search Lockhart's office for a diary. Second, to enhance the combat prowess of the student body, preparing them for the basilisk and the impending battle of good versus evil. Thirdly, there was Fair's own selfish ambition. Only professors had the authority to establish clubs, and to secure the championship in future dueling tournaments. Fair intended to utilize Lockhart. He aimed to mold the entire student body into his sharpening stones. Fair meticulously searched Lockhart's desk and cabinet, returning everything to its original place. No, he did not find the diary. Just as he was about to inspect the shoe cabinet, the door lock clicked. Lockhart returned, brimming with excitement, and upon seeing Fair, he paused. "Fair, why are you still here?" "Oh, Professor, I just remembered that I haven't discussed the scoring system for the duel leaderboard with you yet. Seeing you like this, it seems everything is going smoothly, right?" Fair explained briefly, then shifted the topic. "Oh, certainly. The moment Snape heard of my desire to vanquish the Potter family shampoo, he readily acquiesced to my request. It appears he was utterly captivated by my grand vision. Regarding the points leaderboard, I believe Lockhart chattered excitedly. Feyre squinted his eyes. No luck finding it. That's all right. There will be more opportunities for a thorough search. However, what lies ahead for him is a second exploration of the Forbidden Forest. During lunch, Feyre shared the situation with a few others. Ron sighed. It seems there is still more to uncover. Harry and I observed 7 or 8 classmates today, and nothing seemed amiss. After confirming that Fred could be saved, Ron's spirits lifted a bit. One could only say this is the ancestral courage of the Weasley family. He spoke while pouring mustard sauce into his pumpkin pasty. My goodness. What kind of eating method is this? Hermione couldn't bear to look. TCH, this is a new invention of mine from this morning. Fred's situation had me distracted, and I accidentally poured mustard into the pumpkin pasty. Who would have thought it would taste unexpectedly delightful? Ron scoffed and took a hearty bite. Harry, also an avid fan of pumpkin pasties, couldn't resist trying it after hearing this. Ugh, Ron, your taste is rather unique. Tears streamed from Harry's eyes as he choked and set the pasty down. You simply don't understand. It's truly a perfect fusion. Perhaps it is meant for me? Ron closed his eyes, relishing the delicious concoction he had invented. While the group engaged in light banter, none noticed a certain someone remaining silent. Feyre's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Rocket, come forth. Within the room of requests, Feyre was diligently experimenting with a newly devised spell. Ron's remarks during lunch had sparked an inspiration within Feyre for creating his own spell. He conceived a rather clever method of fusion. What else could a fireball transform into? Even if it morphed into a snake or a tiger pouncing upon an adversary, it would still fundamentally be that same fireball. This lack of transformation was not what Feyre sought for his original spell. Thus, he contemplated the notion of a fusion spell. This was not entirely his own invention. During his previous research in the library, he had learned that many spells were born from the fusion of others. For instance, he had previously utilized the Ice Mist spell, which had frozen a Cornish pixie and a scorpion, a combination of the Mist spell and the Freezing spell. Feyre had not pondered this deeply before, but now inspiration struck. He recalled the highly effective Flying Arrow spell, one he had employed numerous times to great effect. The essence of the Flying Arrow spell was remarkably similar to that of the Firework Butterfly spell. Both spells could release an increasing number of simultaneous effects with heightened proficiency. However, this type of spell bore a drawback. It could not be cast in rapid succession. After its completion, a certain duration was required to quell the magical unrest. In contrast, the rapid-fire fireball was renowned for its capacity for continuous release, akin to the distinction between a shotgun and a submachine gun. Notably, the Flying Arrow spell dealt purely physical damage, while the rapid-fire fireball inflicted magical damage. Both are indeed serious combat spells, exceptionally suited for fire's use. Could there be a more fortuitous circumstance? Imagine if these two could be combined, the ceaseless barrage of rocket rain. This signifies that fire alone could unleash the output of an entire battalion. I am a singular army. Moreover, the rockets embody a blend of physical and magical damage. The mere thought is exhilarating. Truth be told, Fire's innate talent for fire magic is no jest. He possesses a remarkable affinity for rapid-fire fireballs and the Deft Arrow spell. In just one afternoon, Fire had already made significant strides in their fusion. Rocket, arise. He chanted once more. Whoosh. A rocket shot forth, striking the dummy ahead. Elated, Fire quickly summoned a strand of lingering magic and exclaimed, Arise. A flaming arrow wobbled out, only to plummet to the ground after a few meters, lifeless. Kidney deficiency often follows excessive fatigue, Fire mused, finding this phrase oddly fitting to describe the arrow's trajectory. Was it an issue of pronunciation or a matter of magical manipulation? Furrowing his brow, Fire pondered. After several attempts, the results remained unsatisfactory. He chose not to dwell on it. After all, achieving such progress in a single afternoon was indeed fortunate. At the very least, the initial step, the fusion of fire and arrow, was promising. He had successfully launched his first powerful rocket. At his age, that was enough to inspire pride. Thus, it was time for another nocturnal adventure. Fire squinted. A serpent creature had already attacked 2 students. Danger loomed near. Now, as the captain of Gryffindor's security, he held the legitimate right to roam the night. Coincidentally, he had also made preliminary progress on his self-created spell, eager to find a creature to hone his skills. Furthermore, whether due to the initial success of his self-crafted incantation or the accumulation of experience and knowledge during this time, Fire sensed a slight enhancement in his magical power. With the stars aligning, it felt almost obligatory for him to venture into the Forbidden Forest once more. It seemed as though fate itself was urging him onward. Upon returning to the common room, Fire discovered Hermione waiting for him on the couch. Hermione, this is quite rare. Why aren't you in the library? He inquired with a smile. Hermione appeared somewhat bashful as she retrieved a garment from behind her and handed it to Fire. Here, your fresh school robe. I've made some modifications. Her cheeks flushed as she added, It's my first time making this, so don't laugh at me. Upon examining the robe, Fire noticed that the chest area had been meticulously sewn to create numerous small pockets, albeit with a somewhat haphazard appearance. What does this mean? What is its purpose? He asked, puzzled. It's for storing potion vials. I hastily brewed several potions, Hermione explained. Fire, take it with you during your night patrol. She retrieved her small leather case for carrying potions from the corner of the couch, her expression shifting from embarrassment to concern. It is perilous. I understand that persuading you to change your mind is futile, yet I shall not retreat. Nevertheless, it is prudent to be thoroughly prepared. A warm sensation coursed through Fair's heart as he smiled and nodded. Thank you, Hermione. At 11 o'clock midnight, on the first floor of the castle, Fair addressed his companions. All right, everyone, the time has come. There are no anomalies detected. You may return to your dormitories for rest. He spoke to Garen, Nocturne, and Sorica. Fortunately, everything is well. It seems Fred's incident served as a warning. No one dares to wander at night anymore, Garen remarked, visibly shaken by Fred's tragic fate. He had initially thought joining the security team was merely for show, not realizing the genuine peril involved. However, it must be said that Gryffindor seldom harbors cowards. After some introspection, Garen convinced himself, his fervor rekindled, and he rejoined the ranks. George had initially wished to join the security team, even hoping to encounter the culprit to avenge Fred. Yet, after Fair subtly hinted at the capabilities of the enchanted glasses, benevolence compelled George to continue promoting the product. Perhaps this way, he could save more lives. Undoubtedly, the perpetrator must be wary of the Academy's security team and professors. Well then, everyone, let us return to our dormitories for some rest. Oh, I left my notes in the classroom this afternoon. I shall go retrieve them, Fair yawned. Sleepiness evident in his voice. All right, be safe. Fair, the others echoed, yawning in unison as they ascended the stairs. As soon as the others turned the corner, Fair's demeanor shifted dramatically. His eyes sparkled with vitality, devoid of any trace of drowsiness. Chapter 78, Peril Encountered. Fair unfastened the buttons of his robe to inspect its contents. White essence, hemostatic agents, soothing potions, and universal antidotes filled the small inner pocket of his chest. Even a vial of a mysterious green liquid, a byproduct of Hermione's failed potion making, was included. According to Hermione, this substance was exceedingly difficult to remove once it made contact and possessed potent corrosive properties. She had given this to Fair, for it could serve as a means of offense. Closing his robe, Fair reached into the pocket of his sleeve, where a glass vial containing a fire lizard awaited. Invisibility and stealth. Illuminate the night. Everything was in readiness. Fair cast the disillusionment charm and the night vision charm upon himself and set forth towards the forbidden forest. The weather was fair, with the moonlight illuminating the surroundings, enhancing visibility within the forest. Once again, he treaded the path of the forbidden forest, including last year's punishment expedition. This marked Fair's third venture into the woods. His understanding of the dangers therein had deepened, yet the initial trepidation had dissipated. Fair retrieved a piece of paper depicting a rudimentary map of the forbidden forest, which he had discovered in the tome titled Chronicles of Forbidden Forest Exploration. Originally merely the author's recollections years later, the map consisted of simplistic lines and shapes. Fair could barely discern the general areas indicated. Presently, he found himself at the beginning of the path, on the verge of the forbidden forest. To his right lay the spot where he had discovered the golden sphere last year, presumably in the southeastern section of the forest. To the left lies the direction guided by magic, and last time he had nearly traversed half of it. Fire gazed at the map, his focus settling on the northeastern region. This was an area he had yet to explore, and it held the greatest potential for concealing fragments. He folded the map and proceeded along the narrow path. In merely a matter of minutes, he arrived once more at the fork in the road. The fluorescent markings from his previous journey had long since faded. Steeling himself, Fire cautiously embarked along the path etched in his memory. Perhaps fortune favored him. The piercing shrieks had not become an impediment. This time, Fire encountered no dangers and safely reached the cave of the Red Cap. However, the true depths awaited him, and without hesitation, he continued on. The rustling of leaves beneath his feet signaled that the path had vanished, and he found himself once again treading upon a thick carpet of foliage. This serene journey uplifted Fire's spirits. Even the distant, eerie wails seemed more palatable, no longer jarring to his ears. Wait, not jarring? Fire suddenly realized that the shrieks had seemingly dissipated. The surrounding silence was remarkably uncanny. He quickly drew his wand, his mind ablaze with alarm. The first line of Chronicles of the Forbidden Forest echoed in his thoughts. In the Forbidden Forest, the utmost folly is to trust in silence. Experienced wizard hunters are well aware that silence does not equate to safety. If all is quiet around you, it signifies that you have encroached upon the territory of a formidable creature. Fire believed he was in such a situation. This powerful being had driven away other inhabitants, rendering the noise non-existent. Straining his ears, Fire maintained a vigilant watch and advanced slowly. He remained uncertain of the identity of this powerful creature, but he hoped it was a diurnal being that required rest at night. One step, then another. Fire moved with caution, under the influence of the disillusionment charm. The only sound perceptible was the faint rustle beneath his feet, imperceptible to the average person. He halted abruptly before a dense thicket. Instinctively, he hesitated to enter. The poor visibility made evasion in the face of danger exceedingly difficult. Flames flickered brightly as he murmured a barely audible incantation, casting a fire-making charm. This was encouraging news, indicating that he had nearly mastered the art of silent spellcasting. Yet, fire had no time to dwell on this, for the direction of the flames compelled him to enter. Reluctantly, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to plunge into the underbrush. Suddenly, a shadow emitted a sinister roar, lunging directly at fire. He had not anticipated that danger would seek him out before he even entered the thicket. His right hand had just begun to grasp his left sleeve and could not rise in time. All he could see were a pair of black claws, mere meters from his eyes. Petrified. In that critical moment, fire raised his left hand. A flash of golden sunlight danced briefly before a surge of gray light hurtled toward the creature. At such a short distance, even fire might not have been able to evade it. Yet, astonishingly, the creature rolled to the side in less than a second, its body bending gracefully to evade the attack. A grating sound escaped its mouth, and only then did Feyer catch a glimpse of the creature's visage. It was a being draped in black fur, reminiscent of a werewolf, yet its hair stood erect like steel needles. A cold sweat trickled down Feyer's brow. This was a wolf beast. Some say the wolf beast is a savage form that emerges when a werewolf completely loses its sanity, while others believe it to be the primordial ancestor of all werewolves. Regardless, it is evident that the wolf beast bears a striking resemblance to its werewolf counterpart. Like werewolves, they possess wolf venom, and a mere bite could transform a witch into a werewolf. The distinction lies in the fact that werewolves typically transform only on nights of the full moon, maintaining their reason at other times. In contrast, the wolf beast is a creature of pure savagery, devoid of higher intellect, and exists in scarce numbers. However, they are correspondingly more agile and bloodthirsty than ordinary werewolves. Feyer gazed gravely at the wolf beast, half crouched on the ground, with its sharp fangs and unnaturally swift movements. There was no doubt that the wolf beast would prove to be a formidable adversary, a typical which would find it nearly impossible to contend with the wolf beast's velocity, leading to a swift demise. Yet Feyer, being a combat expert, feared no one when it came to reflexes. Engaging in close quarters with the wolf beast would be perilous, given the grave threat of its venom. Feyer swiftly waved his wand, uttering, "Thorny vines." This was a transmutation spell. Instantly, a small thicket behind the wolf beast morphed into black thorns, curling towards it. The wolf beast, seemingly possessing eyes at the back of its head, promptly dodged to the side. Bind swiftly. Before the wolf beast could regain its footing, Feyer unleashed a second incantation. A rope shot forth towards it. With a howl, the wolf beast leaped powerfully, soaring 2 meters high, evading the rope. Its agility was indeed remarkable. Thus, Feyer resolved to employ a swifter spell. Fireball, fireball. Seizing the advantage, Feyer maintained an unrelenting barrage of attacks. The wolf beast, exhausted from evasion, still managed to elude Feyer's assaults. However, the fireballs ignited the underbrush, casting a brilliant light around them. The wolf beast appeared disoriented by the brightness, letting out a roar as it retreated a step. A plan formed in Feyer's mind. Earth and stone, move aside. Seizing the fleeting moment of the wolf beast's retreat, Feyer wielded his wand with fervor. Rifts began to appear in the ground. Feyer had conceived an unconventional use for the digging spell, focusing not on the depth of the holes, but rather on their length. In the blink of an eye, the terrain around Feyer became uneven. Gore. Saliva dripped from the wolf beast's maw as its crimson eyes fixated fiercely on Feyer. With a furious roar, it lunged forward once more. Stone petrification. Bind swiftly. Feyer's wand flicked, casting spell after spell in rapid succession. To the untrained eye, it seemed like a relentless assault. In reality, Feyer was conserving his magical energy, casting spells that were merely for show. Nevertheless, the uneven ground impeded the wolf beast's movements, making its evasions no less challenging. Panting heavily, Feyer suddenly stumbled as his foot caught in one of the pits he had created. As Feyer stumbled and fell to the ground, the wand slipped from his grasp. The wolf beast's eyes glinted with a crimson light, its formidable instincts propelling it forward with all its might. Just as its claws were about to pierce Feyer's neck, he turned and smiled. A flicker of luminescence. A blinding white light pierced through the foliage of the forbidden forest, illuminating an area of nearly 100 meters. Oh, the wolf beast, accustomed to nocturnal vision, was momentarily blinded by the sudden brightness. Feyer ingeniously transformed a basic spell into a flashbang. Rolling to the side, he effortlessly evaded the beast's instinctual lunge, his left hand shimmering with golden patterns. Rockets emerged. 3 rockets shot towards the wolf beast in a triangular formation. In its blinded state, the creature writhed on the ground, instinctively retreating upon hearing the whistling of arrows. However, Feyer had anticipated this. The disoriented wolf beast could not discern its surroundings. After merely 2 steps back, it stumbled over a hole in the ground. This misstep was precisely what Feyer had orchestrated, having unevened the terrain with a digging spell for this very moment. Although 2 rockets were deftly dodged by the agile beast, the last one struck forcefully into its thigh. A howl erupted as the rocket pierced its bone, igniting its fur in flames. The wolf beast, despite its agony, struggled to rise. A smirk curled at the corners of Feyr's mouth as he swiftly uttered 2 words, "Come forth." Leveraging the advantage of his self-created rapid-fire spell, the 3 rockets were summoned with but a single command. Whoosh. Unlike the feeble attempts during training, this volley of rockets performed admirably. All 3 rockets swiftly embedded themselves into the wolf beast's body. The creature gasped, finally succumbing to stillness. The flames extinguished. Feyr let out a sigh of relief, casting a dousing spell to snuff out the surrounding fire. Gazing at the lifeless wolf beast, he felt a sense of fortune. Though its defenses were low, its speed and deadly venom made it a formidable foe, classifying it alongside werewolves as a level 5 monster. Fortunately, with his ability to cast spells without a wand and his exceptional combat intelligence, he triumphed over it. Feyr had little inclination to deal with the wolf beast's carcass. The materials from the creature were strictly controlled items, useful only to certain dark wizards. After a moment's contemplation, he used a slicing spell to sever 2 of its canine teeth. These were the most valuable materials from the beast. Even if not sold, they could serve as mementos. Picking up his wand, Feyr cast the disillusionment charm upon himself once more and swiftly departed. The forbidden forest would consume all remains. Gulp. Feyr downed a vial of soothing draught, feeling his fatigue wane considerably. Not bad, a blueberry flavor, Feyr remarked with satisfaction. A standard soothing draught certainly did not possess a blueberry flavor. This was a delightful addition by Hermione. It pleasantly surprised him, though the inclusion of non-essential additives might not have been as challenging as he had imagined. Nonetheless, this still signifies that Hermione's proficiency in potion making has been steadily advancing. During this period, under Hermione's diligent inquiries, Snape has increased his guidance towards her, albeit accompanied by his characteristic barbs. Feyr recalls a few days prior in potions class when Hermione concocted a flawless burn salve. Snape could find no fault, resorting instead to mocking Hermione's intellect as being akin to a rigid clock, devoid of creativity. It must be acknowledged that Snape's remarks hold merit. The blueberry-flavored soothing potion stands as testament to this. Hermione is no longer the uninspired potions prodigy she once was. Feyr, in a buoyant mood, continues on his path, feeling his internal magic stir with heightened vigor, signaling his proximity to his objective. A sound reaches Feyr's ears, reminiscent of flowing waters. Curiosity piqued. He leans down and parts the foliage obscuring his view. Suddenly, his vision clears. A river meanders through the forest, cleaving the thicket like a knife, its banks unencumbered by trees. It is the full moon, round and luminous as a ripe orange. Moonlight dances upon the water's surface, casting a silvery sheen that is utterly enchanting. This is a sight Feyr had not previously encountered. It raises the question of whether the author of Adventures in the Forbidden Forest neglected to mention it, or if he simply failed to notice this river. Yet, considering the vast expanse of the Forbidden Forest, teeming with magical creatures, it is hardly surprising that a water source exists. A soft chirping sound captures Feyr's attention. Emerging from a small burrow by the riverbank are several small, pale gray creatures, with 2 round, bulging eyes atop their heads and 4 slender legs beneath. Feyr instantly recognizes them as moonstruck beasts, classified as a safe creature of level 2. These creatures emerge on nights of the full moon to mate and dance. It is said they enjoy frolicking in wheat fields, creating curious patterns that muggles have dubbed crop circles, phenomena they cannot explain. The presence of moonstruck beasts indicates that no danger lurks nearby. Feyr picks up his emptied potion bottle and approaches. Do not misconstrue his intentions. He is not after the moonstruck beasts, but rather their droppings. These creatures only produce waste on nights of the full moon. If collected before dawn, this droppings transform into the finest fertilizer for plants. Utilizing this could significantly hasten the maturation of mandrake, which still requires several months. The moonstruck beasts, possessing keen senses, detect Feyr's approach and scurry back into their burrows, leaving only their curious eyes peering out. Feyr gazes at the silver, sand-like substance scattered on the ground, devoid of any odor. This is the droppings of the moonstruck beasts. If not collected before sunrise, it will revert to ordinary soil. Wingardium Leviosa, he utters, casting a levitation charm to gather the droppings. Fortune smiles upon him, as he shakes the 2 filled potion bottles in satisfaction. The potion vial stood no taller than half a palm, and the plant fertilizer weighed a mere 100 grams at best. However, the moonstruck beasts were extraordinarily rare creatures, and their excrement was even more precious. Thus, a single gram of moonstruck beast fertilizer commanded a price of 10 sickles, with demand far exceeding supply. This meant that Fel had earned over 50 gold galleons in one fell swoop. Not to mention, it was a legitimate product sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic. Truly remarkable. These 2 vials of moonstruck beast fertilizer made the journey worthwhile. Fel beamed with delight. Suddenly, An idea struck him as he glanced around the small cave. Numerous curious eyes were fixed upon him. Could this be a potential site for regular harvesting? Chapter 80. The most formidable adversary in his life. If this was indeed the home of the moonstruck beasts, then surely every full moon would yield a new collection of fertilizer. It was worth noting that Mr. Weasley held a bureaucratic position at the Ministry of Magic. Given the lack of lucrative opportunities in his department, his monthly salary barely amounted to 40 or 50 gold galleons. Fel could hardly contain his laughter. Thus, it was true. This world rewards the bold while leaving the timid to starve. The Forbidden Forest, indeed, was a realm brimming with surprises. After taking a few moments to compose himself, Fel observed that nothing particularly special caught his eye. Guided by the magical energy, he proceeded downstream. As he departed, the moonstruck beasts gradually emerged from their burrows, exchanging glances before joyfully dancing. The sound of hoofbeats echoed. Upon hearing the noise, the moonstruck beasts did not flee. Instead, they approached with eagerness. A silver figure appeared by the riverbank. Fel had walked for a full half-hour. Was this a fisher? Fel was taken aback, realizing he had ventured deep into the forbidden forest. Before him lay a crack in the ground, several feet wide, from which a cold wind gusted, causing his robes to flutter. Casting a warming charm, Fel saw bright flames defiantly leaning into the cold wind and toward the fisher. This must be the place. Should he enter? It seemed there was no alternative. Taking a deep breath, Fel stepped into the gap. For a moment, the cold wind made it difficult to breathe. But fortunately, once he was through, the force diminished. After squeezing through for several meters, the passage gradually widened. Fel surveyed his surroundings. It appeared to be an underground cavern. Drip, drip. Water trickled from the stone crevices, creating echoes that accompanied his footsteps. The magical energy within him surged, causing the flames at the tip of his wand to flicker more intensely. At last, the space before him opened into a vast, circular cavern. The ceiling was adorned with luminescent blue crystals and flora. Fel scanned the area, and soon, illuminated by the blue glow, a patch of charred darkness on the left side of the cavern caught his eye. A glimmer of golden light was seeping through the ground. This was it. Fel was filled with excitement, yet he remained vigilant, carefully surveying his surroundings. It appears there are no creatures present. Sound detection. With a flick of his wand, Fer sent ripples emanating from beneath his feet. Nothing was discovered. Wasting no time, Fer sprinted forward. Little did he know, upon reaching the center of the cave, an unexpected event occurred. A cry, reminiscent of an eagle, yet not quite, echoed from above. In the next instant, a shadow descended. Prepared well in advance, Fer, though startled, remained composed, swiftly retreating. In his haste, he quickly retrieved a vial of stamina restoration potion. He tilted his head back, downed the contents, discarded the bottle, and finally had the opportunity to discern his assailant. Before him stood a colossal creature, towering 3 meters high and cloaked in a brown hue. Its head bore an eagle-like appearance, yet its neck extended an impressive meter in length, resembling a feathered serpent, with massive wings akin to those of an eagle. Its upper body resembled a giant eagle with an elongated neck. However, its back and lower half were reminiscent of a reptile, its skin adorned with fine scales akin to dragon hide. By Merlin's beard, what manner of beast is this? Why was it not detected earlier? Fer silently cursed. Although he could not identify the creature at the moment, its imposing stature and razor-sharp fangs spoke volumes of its formidable strength. This was undoubtedly a fearsome entity. Despite Fer's bewilderment regarding why he had not seen this creature before, the beast seemed quite intrigued by him. Its eyes darted about, and suddenly, its form began to shrink rapidly, ultimately matching Fer's height. So it can alter its size. Fer realized. No wonder he hadn't spotted it earlier. It must have transformed into a diminutive version, hiding in a crevice at the cave's summit. Could it possibly be a bird snake? Fer speculated about the creature's classification. The bird snake, a species commonly found in the Far East and India, is known for its ability to freely change size. They typically feed on snakes and rodents and pose no threat to humans, unless they are in a nesting period. Curiously, the bird snake regarded Fer, softly calling out as it approached him. Fer felt a measure of relief and attempted to extend his hand in a gesture of goodwill. However, as the creature drew nearer, doubt began to creep in. According to records, bird snakes should possess a serpentine form adorned with feathers. Yet this one had only its neck resembling a snake, while its lower half bore a striking resemblance to Norber's fire dragon. Fer then caught sight of its mouth, its fangs sharp as blades. Did such precision and dentition serve a purpose for consuming rodents and serpents? Something was amiss. Fer's eyes widened, his body freezing in place. The bird snake's demeanor shifted abruptly, transforming from amiable to fiercely menacing. With a powerful flap of its wings, it lunged at Fer with a blur. Obstacles galore. Fer quickly incanted a spell, and the bird snake seemed to collide with an invisible barrier. Yet, in mere moments, it broke through the obstruction, continuing its assault. Fire arrows, come forth. Fer chanted incessantly as 6 arrows, 3 in front, 3 behind, were launched in succession. The sharp projectiles and flames struck the bird snake, only to be deflected. In a thick fog of uncertainty, he lunged forward, narrowly evading the creature's beak attack. With a flick of his wand, a thick cloud of white mist instantly filled the cavern, rendering everyone unseen. Fel pressed himself against the stone wall, his mind oscillating between exasperation and incredulity. What on earth was this creature? Not only could it alter its size at will, but its defenses were astonishingly robust. Wait a moment. A sudden realization struck Fel. It resembled a bird snake, capable of changing its size freely, equipped with sharp fangs, and possessing formidable defenses. Could it be a bird-like man-eater? Fel nearly cursed aloud. The bird-like man-eater had once been classified as a type of dragon, only to later be recognized as a distant relative of the bird snake. However, its habits diverged sharply from those of the bird snake. The name alone reveals its nature. The bird-like man-eater was indeed carnivorous, born with an innate curiosity. Although it did not necessarily relish consuming humans, this curiosity compelled them to bite. For this reason, it was often mentioned alongside the Loch Ness Monster as one of the most conspicuous mythical creatures. The bad news was that it possessed fangs capable of shattering cow bones and skin so tough it was impervious to blades. The good news was that it could not breathe fire and lacked ranged or magical attacks. Caw. The bird-like man-eater, unable to locate Fel, furiously flapped its wings. A tempest arose, gradually dispersing the mist. Fel's thoughts raced as he pondered strategies to counter his foe. Gaining power was no simple feat. The fragment of the golden sphere lay tantalizingly before him. There was no time to hesitate. He would take the plunge. As the mist cleared, the bird-like man-eater swiftly pinpointed Fel's position. It flapped its wings, leaving behind an afterimage, and lunged at him with a ferocious peck. Chapter 81, Unexpected Support. Obstacles abound. Swiftly bind them. Fel concentrated, swiftly reciting 2 spells with barely a pause. His magical energy surged in the heat of battle, becoming exceptionally agile and easy to mobilize. Only a born warrior possessed such a gift. The bird-like man-eater crashed into an invisible wall, yet it was on the verge of breaking through. The binding ropes of the tightening curse followed closely, ensnaring its wings in an instant. The creature stumbled and fell to the ground. Now was the moment. The curse of blindness. Fel uttered the incantation, and 2 slender beams of black light shot towards it with alarming speed. The bird-like man-eater strained against its bonds, causing them to burst apart. Sensing the impending black light, it hastily tilted its head. Caw! The creature let out a mournful cry. 1 beam of black light successfully struck its right eye. Seizing this hard-won opportunity, Fel refrained from casting an offensive spell. The previous rocket spell had already been one of his most potent magics, yet it had failed to pierce the bird-like man-eater's skin. Truly, its hide could be likened to an impregnable fortress. Thus, he opted for a control spell to restrict its movements. Indeed, at that moment, the bird-like man-eater staggered to its feet, its right eye tightly shut, oozing crimson. The loss of vision in its right eye rendered it disoriented, drastically impairing its balance. It was forced to remain stationary, the remaining left eye glaring hatefully at Fel. Wasting no time, Fel aimed his wand at it and declared, "Chill to the bone." A frosty mist erupted from the tip of his wand, surging towards the bird-like man-eater. The bird-like man-eater swayed, attempting to evade. But the icy mist was an area attack. It had merely taken a step when the frigid air struck. The chill spread rapidly, coating the creature in frost. Just as Ferris exhaled in relief, it let out an enraged cry, its wings flashing with a dull light. With a powerful flap, the bird-like man-eater dispersed all the frost. What a troublesome foe. Ferris found himself at a loss, for this creature was like a stubborn stone in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. Its wings were remarkable, enabling this avian beast to maneuver on the ground with greater agility than a lion or tiger. Moreover, it seemed to possess immunity to control. With another powerful flap, it regained its 3-meter height, hurtling towards Ferris with afterimages trailing behind. Yet, the impact of its right eye's blindness lingered. Despite its massive size and broad attack range, Ferris managed to evade the onslaught with a desperate sidestep. The tips of its feathers, akin to iron, sliced through his robe, leaving a gash across his chest. The sound of tearing fabric echoed, and several vials of potions clattered to the ground, including a green one. Ferris, disregarding his wound, seized the vial, his eyes sparkling with hope. He wished for this potion to possess the remarkable effects Hermione had described. However, a question arose: how to use it? He gazed at the bird-like man-eater, swift as the wind. His control magic could only restrain it for a second or two, hardly enough time to close the distance. A sound akin to a neighing horse echoed from the cave entrance, causing Ferris' heart to sink. Did the bird-like man-eater have companions? Just as he prepared to flee, a silvery figure raced towards him, its forehead adorned with a gleaming white horn. Pair. Ferris felt a surge of both surprise and joy. It was none other than the unicorn he had rescued. Pair. The unicorn let out an excited cry, greeting Ferris before darting past him, heading straight for the bird-like man-eater. Ferris rejoiced. Having an ally made all the difference. If Pear dared to engage, surely it would not be easily defeated. True to form, Pear's horn illuminated as it charged at the man-eater. The monster appeared wary of Pear's horn, flapping its wings to ascend. In the confined space of the cave, it shrank its body, darting through the air like a fish. This left Pear at a disadvantage, in mere moments. It suffered a gash across its back from the creature's claws. Petrify them all. Ferris, observing from the sidelines, finally seized an opportunity. A jet of dark energy struck the creature with precision, causing it to momentarily stiffen and fall. Yet, in the next instant, its wings flared with a dull light, and it rose once more. As the monster prepared to take flight again, Pear let out a fierce cry, its horn erupting with a brilliant white light. A beam of energy enveloped the bird-like man-eater, rendering it motionless, as if sculpted from stone. A splendid opportunity. Ferris understood that this seemed to be a unique ability of the unicorn, capable of binding foes. He grasped the potion vial and swiftly advanced towards the immobilized creature. As the monstrous wings shimmered with a dull gray light, the brilliance of the white glow diminished. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. At last, he stood before the creature, and with a swift motion, Fair hurled the potion towards the head and neck of the avian man-eater. With a sizzling sound, green smoke erupted. And the monster's right eye was instantly corroded, oozing a viscous fluid. Its feathers on the head and neck, unlike the resilient dragon hide on its lower body, were swiftly reduced to ashes, beginning to eat away at its flesh. With a piercing cry, the avian beast flapped its wings wildly, causing the white light to vanish entirely. Pearl lay weakened on the ground, evidently having paid a hefty price for the spell's failure. Fair recoiled, as the creature's sight was extinguished, and the potion continued its relentless assault on its flesh. In agony, it thrashed about, attacking everything in its vicinity, creating an unbearable din. Fair recited an incantation, and the cave reverberated with a cacophony of shrill screams. Blinded, the creature was left with only its hearing. Fair cleverly cast a noise spell, successfully plunging the monster into chaos. It vented its pain and fury until it was left breathless and swaying. What to do now? Fair sensed that the potion would not be enough to slay the avian man-eater. The creature's hide was far too tough, reminiscent of an adult fire dragon, even surpassing it in physical defense. Even the most formidable wizards could only temporarily subdue such beasts with spells like the blinding curse or resort to fleeing. To kill a fire dragon, only powerful dark magic would suffice, a skill Fair had yet to acquire. Eureka! An idea sparked in Fair's mind, and he withdrew his wand. Intoning adhesive bubbles, a stream of milky bubbles floated into the air, slowly drifting towards the monster. This was a spell Hermione favored, which she had taught him, though Fair had always found the bubbles too slow to be of practical use in combat. Now, however, inspiration struck, and he unleashed the spell. The bubbles gently approached the avian man-eater's head. Upon contact, they exploded, engulfing its body in a myriad of white adhesive, especially around its head. It was ensnared like a large dumpling. Already weary, the creature could not muster the strength to escape the sticky trap and collapsed to the ground. The adhesive infiltrated its nostrils and throat, obstructing its airflow. As a sensation of suffocation enveloped it, the creature attempted to flap its wings, but found itself utterly powerless. Finally, after several minutes of futile struggle, the monster lay still. Chapter 82, Sacred Alchemy. With a heavy thud, Fair collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath like a bellows. His body was drenched in sweat, and the wound on his chest seeped blood, staining his white undergarment. He hastily consumed 2 vials of stamina restorative, treating it as both a means to regain energy and quench his thirst. Once his breath steadied, Fair turned to tend to his wound. He first drank a vial of hemostatic potion to staunch the bleeding. Clear water. A stream of fresh water gushed from the tip of his wand, which Fair used to cleanse the sweat and grime from his wound. Subsequently, he retrieved a vial of white essence and applied it to the wound. In no time, the injury began to close, leaving only a faint scar of rosy hue. Now, Fair had the opportunity to rise and check on Pear. Pear lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and Fair gently stroked Pear's fur, saying, good Pear, thank you for your assistance." Upon inspection, it appeared that Pear was merely exhausted. He pondered whether the human wizard's stamina elixir would be effective for a unicorn. Fair produced his last vial of the stamina restorative and poured it into Pear's mouth. It seemed to yield some effect, as Pear wobbled to her feet and joyfully nudged Fair with her head. "It has been a long time. I have missed you too." Fair chuckled. Next, he cast his gaze toward the location of the sun fragment. Having risked so much, it was time to witness the fruits of his labor. Fair hurried forward. A small, semicircular shard of a golden sphere lay embedded in the scorched earth. Fair's magical energy surged wildly, seemingly rejoicing in newfound power. He wondered how to collect it. Raising his left hand, he attempted to excavate the fragment, grasping it within his palm. The flames roared. A flicker of fire sprang forth from his left hand, enveloping the shard. Before Fair could comprehend what was happening, The fragment melted into golden droplets that trickled into his palm. Ah! Fer felt an excruciating pain in his left hand, and a solar pattern emerged on his palm, radiating brilliant golden light. Gritting his teeth, he bore the agony, recalling that from his previous experience, pain often heralded transformation. However, this time, the mysterious energy was peculiar. It flowed freely within him without causing much suffering. Fer sensed as though a space had been carved out within him, the power rushing toward his brain. Boom! Just as Fer was contemplating, an explosion of information erupted in his mind, causing darkness to cloud his vision. Thousands of bizarre pictographic symbols danced chaotically in his consciousness, gradually organizing themselves. Strangely, Fer began to comprehend these symbols. Holy body script runes, method of crafting magic rings, method of creating flying carpets. Half an hour later, the information was finally sorted. Fer cradled his throbbing head and sipped a calming potion, feeling significantly more at ease. He exhaled, inspecting his gains. First, his magical power and physical constitution had seen a slight enhancement, though not substantially. Fer estimated that his magical prowess was nearing that of an ordinary aura level. Yet, the most significant acquisition was evidently not this. The second boon was the emergence of a storage space within Fer's mind, contingent upon the magnitude of his magical energy. Given his current level, this space was ample enough to accommodate a small delivery truck. By merely channeling his magic through the solar golden pattern, he could access this space. To a muggle, this would be a formidable ability. However, within the Wizarding World, it was not particularly remarkable. The undetectable extension charm suitcase could serve a similar purpose, rendering this merely a more convenient option. Nonetheless, the assurance of not misplacing items within this space was undoubtedly beneficial. The true monumental gain lay in those pictographic runes. Fer excitedly reminisced about the information coursing through his mind. A fragment of gold allowed him to comprehend the script utilized by the high sorcerers of ancient Egypt. The sacred text of Egypt is a long-forgotten script, as documented in Professor Binsfriend's work, Studies in Egyptian Alchemy. This sacred writing was reserved exclusively for pharaohs and priests, who employed it to record the epic tales of ancient Egypt and the achievements of alchemy. Unlike European alchemy, which relies on ancient scripts like the cuneiform, Egyptian alchemy necessitated the sacred text. Through the infusion of knowledge, Fel had directly entered the realm of Egyptian alchemy, suggesting he might be the sole practitioner of this mystical art. Fortuitously, the fragment also contained methodologies for crafting exquisite royal alchemical artifacts. Fel continued to peruse the information. Egyptian alchemy was categorized into two types: ordinary alchemy, which possessed limited power, and divine alchemy, a royal privilege that required a flame known as solar golden fire for assistance. Artifacts crafted with this golden flame could even retain the characteristics of their materials. Using appropriate materials to create suitable alchemical items would yield immense power. However, only sorcerers blessed by the solar golden sphere had the opportunity to master this flame. Fel finally understood why studies in Egyptian alchemy referenced the solar golden sphere. It appeared that among the sorcerers wielding solar golden fire, there were indeed many masters of alchemy. As for the means to obtain the solar golden flame, Fel had already discerned the method. Sacrificing a plethora of monstrous blood and flesh would unlock the grand blessing of solar golden fire. This was the final piece of information imparted by the fragment. Fel pondered over the monstrous blood and flesh. He glanced at the bird-like man-eater lying on the ground. Due to its demise, the creature's body had shrunk back to its original size, now measuring only about 1 meter in length. He wondered if this could be considered a monster suitable for sacrifice. A trial could be conducted, but he was reluctant to part with the materials on hand. Vel's eyes gleamed with excitement. Before mastering alchemy, he might have disregarded these materials, but now, he was akin to a lion eyeing fresh meat, ravenous for them. His double standards were evident, but so what? By Merlin's grandfather, the hide of this creature was indeed the finest material for crafting flying carpets. Fel caressed the lower body of the bird-like man-eater. While it could not breathe fire, and its strength paled in comparison to that of a fire dragon, its hide exhibited astonishing physical and magical resistance, rivaling that of high-quality dragon skin. It was imperative to remember that flying carpets crafted with the golden flame could retain the characteristics of their materials. The hide of the bird-like man-eater, possessing both physical and magical resistances, along with the ability to adjust in size, was perfectly suited as a primary material. Then there were its wings. Fel ran his fingers over the sturdy feathers that had nearly claimed his life. The pharaohs of ancient Egypt yearned to ascend to divinity, soaring through the skies. Thus, an alchemical artifact known as the divine wings was conceived by the priests and presented to the pharaoh. Draped in the divine wings, the pharaoh accepted the faith and worship of his mundane subjects. While such descriptions may sound grandiose, the essence of the artifact was simply the possession of wings. However, it is a royal provision. The divine wings are far more practical than a flying broom and undoubtedly more elegant. Indeed, elegance is paramount. The robust wings of the avian man-eater can expand and contract effortlessly. Most importantly, they seem to possess an innate ability to break free from control, rendering them excellent materials for crafting divine wings. There are additional components as well. Regardless, this adventure has been abundantly rewarding. Chapter 83. Without me, can you succeed? Shattered and renewed. The outer skin, wings, claws, and bones. It took Fel half an hour, employing cutting spells, to dismantle the entirety of the avian man-eater's material. Subsequently, he summoned his magical energy, and with a flick of his left hand, the materials were swiftly stored in his spatial pouch. Monsters lack a definitive classification. Thus, does it imply that anything that harms and consumes others can be deemed a monster? Fel gazed at the remnants of flesh and blood upon the ground, attempting to press his left hand against it. He silently chanted a sacrificial incantation, and in an instant, a flicker of flames surged forth, enveloping the blood and flesh. Soon after, the flames retreated, and the remnants vanished without a trace. As Fel looked down, he noticed the familiar sun markings appearing. After devouring the avian man-eater's flesh, 2 markings had now been illuminated. There remained several more to illuminate, and this matter could not be rushed. With affairs here concluded, Fel mounted Purr, exclaiming with joy, "Let us return." Purr emitted a cheerful whinny and galloped away with Fel. Upon returning to the river's upper reaches, Fel spotted a group of moonstruck beasts. Purr seemed to be quite popular among them. Initially eager to approach, the beasts hesitated upon noticing Fel. Purr called out several times, seemingly conveying something to the moonstruck beasts. In any case, their wariness of Fel had significantly diminished. Fel scratched his head and retrieved a bottle of restorative potion. This magical elixir had little significant effect. It merely supplemented nutrition for the ailing. Hermione had flavored it to taste like orange juice, which was quite delightful. Fel uncorked the potion and set it on the ground. Addressing the moonstruck beasts, "Give it a try. It's quite delicious." It was uncertain whether they understood human speech or if Purr had instilled a sense of trust in them. Regardless, one brave moonstruck beast hopped forward and sniffed the potion's opening. This particular beast appeared somewhat unique, its fur parting from the center in a charming gray middle part. With a squeak, it tentatively extended its slender tongue, tasting the potion, and immediately let out a joyful call. Subsequently, it seized the bottle and returned to the group, where many moonstruck beasts soon indulged in the potion with great delight. Fel observed their lingering hesitance towards his approach, understanding that trust must be cultivated gradually. Given the monthly value of over 50 gold galleons for the plant fertilizer, he was more than willing to exercise patience. He resolved to bring more restorative potions next time. As Fel rode upon Purr's back during their return, he pondered how to explain this to Hermione. His head throbbed more than before. One adventure had consumed a bottle of blood-staunching potion, a bottle of white fragrant essence, and a bottle of restorative potion. The restorative elixir and the soothing potion had been entirely consumed. Yet, he had merely informed Hermione that he would be patrolling that night. With the presence of Purr, the malevolence in the Forbidden Forest diminished significantly. Without incident, Fel arrived at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. "Thank you, Purr. I shall surely visit you every full moon henceforth," he said, stroking Purr's head. Unicorns do not have nests. Rather, they dwell near the rivers. Which explains how Purr sensed and caught up with Fel as he passed by the stream. Every full moon, Fel would gather the plants from the lunar-stricken beasts, conveniently visiting Purr along the way. Reluctantly, Purr nudged Fel before turning to depart. Sighing, Fel exhaled a breath of frustration, gazing at the bright moon outside the Forbidden Forest. It was already late at night. He hurried back to the Gryffindor Tower to rest. Dragon's Tooth, Fel uttered the password, quietly pushing open the common room door and slipping inside. To his surprise, upon turning around, the fireplace ignited, revealing a pink figure seated on the sofa. Hermione, clad in pink cartoon beaver pajamas, scoffed, "Back already? It's a splendid sunny day, perfect for the Quidditch season to commence." However, the atmosphere at the dining table is as frigid as the current season. "The weather is delightful today. Harry will be on the field soon. We must go cheer him on. By the way, how is the polyjuice potion coming along?" Fel chatted jovially with Hermione, but she remained cold, her gaze fixed on a potions book. Ron leaned towards Harry and whispered, "What is up with Hermione? I've never seen her this angry." It seemed Fel had ventured out at night and used the potion Hermione had given him, which appeared to be rather perilous. "Of course, Hermione is furious," Harry replied quietly. "He doesn't sleep as soundly as you do, Ron. Yesterday, Fel returned to the dorm, sighing heavily, and woke me up to ask about the situation. Indeed, last night, Hermione had been concerned about Fel's patrol and waited for him in the common room. Eventually, the security team returned to inform her that Fel had forgotten his books in the classroom and would be late. Hermione immediately suspected Fel had gone out at night, so she decided to wait for his return. Little did she know, Fel came back in a tattered robe, having consumed most of the potion. Reluctantly, Fel shared with Hermione his quest in the Forbidden Forest for fragments, albeit downplaying the danger involved. Hermione, in a fit of rage, had cried and remained upset with Fel ever since. After finishing their meal, Hermione intended to return a book to the library, with Fair trailing behind her. The Quidditch match was about to start, and everyone was eager to secure their seats in the stands, leaving the corridor empty except for the two of them. Fair glanced at Hermione, who walked silently ahead, and sighed. Ah, Hermione, I am truly grateful for the potion you brewed. Without you, I truly do not know what I would have done. Hermione abruptly halted, turning back, her eyes brimming with tears. Fair was taken aback. Do you remember what you promised me? You said you would inform me when embarking on an adventure, Hermione questioned hoarsely. I fear you may worry. But the fragments are of utmost importance, and there are dangers within the chamber. I must, Fair stammered in explanation. Do you think I would allow you to venture into peril? Absolutely not. I would rather endure the torment of uncertainty than remain blissfully unaware of your risks. Hermione retorted, her frustration palpable. I anticipated this, which is precisely why I prepared so many potions for you. At last, Fair comprehended the depth of her resolve. He had underestimated Hermione. She did not wish to be a fragile damsel in need of protection, like a delicate flower confined within a greenhouse. I apologize, Hermione. I swear. This will be the last time I deceive you. Please forgive me, he said earnestly, gazing into her eyes. Hermione wiped away her tears and looked up at Fair, realizing how much he had grown. She now had to tilt her head to meet his gaze. Yet, despite this change, she was determined to continue pursuing their quest. From now on, when searching for the fragments, you must take me along. Your clumsiness is only suited for brawling, and you are ill-prepared for anything else. Yay, mission accomplished. Fair exclaimed with delight at Hermione's softened demeanor. Of course, honestly, without your potions, I might not have returned at all. Hermione rolled her eyes, retorting, could you have managed without me? She playfully punched his chest with her small, delicate fist. Fair feigned great pain, prompting Hermione to rub the spot gently. In truth, the potion he had concocted had already healed his wounds long ago. With their misunderstandings resolved, the two walked cheerfully toward the library, eager to catch the upcoming Quidditch match. I still need more potions. I must prepare several more bottles next time. What do you mean? That was already a month's supply. Even if I brew potions at lightning speed, it won't suffice for your consumption. He chuckled. Chapter 84. The Incantation for Boneless Chicken Feet. Fair. Fair, hello. I am the captain of Ravenclaw. Ah, you've arrived. Please come in. Hey, Hermione, join us. After returning their books to the library, Fair and Hermione hurried to the Quidditch pitch. On the stands, students greeted Fair enthusiastically. During this time, Fair had gained notoriety as the captain of the Gryffindor security team, and his fan base had grown significantly, surpassing even Harry's. You're gaining quite the following, Hermione remarked, noticing a Hufflepuff senior sending Fair flirtatious glances, rolling her eyes. You seem to have many female friends. I suppose you've been quite helpful in class. Fair replied with a grin. Hermione's potion-making skills had soared, earning even Snape's reluctant acknowledgement. Despite Snape's mockery, he often used Hermione as a benchmark to chide others in the upper years. After all, how else would Hermione have discovered the recipe for the Polyjuice potion in the restricted section? It was Snape who had granted her permission. In any case, it seemed that he took pleasure in teasing the Gryffindors. Snape's comments had, however, propelled Hermione into the limelight, allowing her to forge friendships with several academically gifted peers. Two individuals, sharing laughter, made their way to a stand predominantly occupied by Gryffindor students. Ascending to the highest tier, Ron had already unfurled his banner from the previous year. Eagerly prepared to cheer, Neville and Seamus lent their assistance. Yet, Fair's attention was captivated by a petite figure beside him. With her pale golden hair, ethereal aura, and eccentric makeup, she was undeniably striking. Hello, I remember you are Lovegood, from Ravenclaw? Fair inquired casually. Luna, adorned with a lion-shaped hat, tilted her head to regard Fair. Yes, I know you, Fair. Though her gaze was fixed upon Fair, her otherworldly eyes conveyed an impression that she was observing something beyond him. Hermione, upon hearing Luna call Fair's name, rolled her eyes. Are you two quite familiar? However, Fair was well aware of Luna's peculiar nature and paid it no mind. In fact, he thought it preferable to hasten their camaraderie, as they would inevitably become allies. Hermione, rather bluntly, remarked, Miss Lovegood, as a Ravenclaw. What brings you here to cheer for Gryffindor? Luna blinked. Because today's opponent is Slytherin. Well, that was a valid reason, leaving Hermione momentarily speechless. With a sigh, she leaned closer to Fair and murmured, she has only been at school for a few months, and already the Ravenclaw students have nicknamed her the Crazy Girl. Unbeknownst to them, Luna overheard this whisper. She raised her magical camera towards Hermione. People often fail to believe the harassment from the Nargles. In truth, they are all around us. For instance, Hermione, your head is currently enveloped in Nargles. Nonsense. That is entirely fabricated. There is no record of such in any book. Hermione retorted in exasperation. Luna tilted her head, contemplating, then declared, I shall write a book on Nargles, and then it will be documented. Next month, I will feature it in my family's magazine, Singing Contradictions. Fair found himself at a loss for words, struck dumb by Hermione's logical reasoning encountering Luna's whimsicality. Haha, Luna. Are you suggesting that Hermione's thoughts are somewhat disordered? Fair interjected, attempting to mediate. Luna turned her gaze to Fair, her expression inscrutable. In that moment, Fair felt as though she was truly seeing him. The Quidditch match commenced. Ignoring the banter between Hermione and Luna, Fair focused on the field. If memory served him correctly, the house elf Dobby would soon create a ruckus. Indeed, shortly after Harry took to the field, the bludger spiraled out of control. The force was even greater than what he had experienced during practice on Fridays. It relentlessly pursued Harry, compelling him to dodge on his broomstick. Fair scanned the spectators in the stands. Malfoy appeared somewhat gleeful, which was hardly surprising. Lockhart seemed indifferent, boasting to a staff member of African descent. Lucius Malfoy, seated among the faculty, alongside Snape and Madame Pomfrey, observed Harry's perilous situation with a faint smirk. Fair fixated on him, narrowing his eyes. Lucius, to whom did you ultimately give the diary? Ron brandished his newly acquired wand with a sense of urgency, exclaiming, the bludger is out of control. I must intervene. Neville pointed at Ron's wand, offering a note of caution. However, Farrell dismissed it, deeming Ron's intentions rather naive. At such a distance, even with a scope on his wand, accuracy was an unattainable feat only those wizards capable of casting spells without wands could accomplish such precision. Ultimately, Harry managed to seize the golden snitch, though he suffered a broken arm from the bludger's assault. As the match concluded, a crowd hurried to his side. Make way, make way. I shall tend to your arm. Lockhart, sensing an opportunity for glory, eagerly pushed through the throng. No need for that, Harry replied apprehensively, firmly believing in Farrell's disparaging view of Lockhart's abilities. True to form, Lockhart never failed to disappoint. Without hesitation, he drew his wand and recited, arm, mend. A flash of white light enveloped Harry's arm, and the pain vanished. However, he soon realized he could no longer feel his arm at all. His bones had seemingly disappeared. One could not help but marvel at Lockhart's peculiar prowess. Even in the face of failure, he continued to rationalize his actions. His core philosophy was simple. If there were no bones, how could there be a fracture? Amidst the chaos, Farrell gazed intently at Harry's arm, intrigued. He had never encountered the incantation Lockhart had just attempted, suspecting it to be a poorly remembered spell he had appropriated from somewhere. In truth, Farrell believed Lockhart's ineptitude stemmed from an overabundance of disorganized memories. After years of pilfering knowledge, it was a wonder he had not succumbed to madness. He noted the obscure incantation and its pronunciation, pondering its potential utility in battle. Perhaps it would serve a greater purpose in culinary endeavors. As he whimsically contemplated dishes like boneless chicken feet and lamb spine. In the infirmary, Hermione fumed. That Lockhart is nothing but a charlatan. Harry has been gravely harmed because of him. As her primary focus was to aid Farrell's explorations, she had diligently studied healing potions. Hermione understood the vast difference between setting bones and regenerating them. Just then, Madame Pomfrey approached with a vial of bone regrowth potion, offering it to Harry. Unlike Hermione's carefully crafted concoction, Madame Pomfrey's potion was rather unpalatable, nearly causing Harry to retch. On their way out, Hermione continued her complaints. It wouldn't take Madame Pomfrey more than a few minutes to mend those bones. Even I could brew a new bone-mending potion from scratch within a day. I suggest you steer clear of Lockhart from now on. It's all right. Even a piece of toilet paper has its uses, Farrell chuckled. Even a fool can be turned into a treasure if utilized properly. Lockhart's true potential has yet to be revealed. After all, the dueling club is set to commence this weekend. Chapter 85, The Duel Begins. Greenhouse 3. Professor Sprout was watering the mandrake roots. Professor, I believe you could use some assistance. Sprout wiped the sweat from her brow as she heard a voice and turned to see Fair. Oh, Fair, thank you. However, the mandrake is of utmost importance. Dumbledore has instructed that no one is to approach it, Professor Sprout remarked with a smile. Fair, with a mysterious smile, produced 2 potion vials. No, I refer to this, the plant fertilizer for the mooncalf. How did you acquire it, Fair? I scoured Diagon Alley and could not find it. Professor Sprout exclaimed with delight. Haha, it was merely serendipity. But, as you know, it is quite precious, Fair replied, rolling his throat. Observing Professor Sprout covered in dirt and sweat, he hesitated to mention money. He had initially planned to sell the fertilizer to the school, which would benefit the students and yield a handsome profit. Now, he felt as though he was profiting from the school's misfortunes. Oh, Fair, I understand. Rest assured, you shall receive what you deserve. We may even purchase it at a premium, Professor Sprout said, sensing Fair's thoughts and waving her hand with a smile. But, wouldn't that seem a bit? Fair stammered. Haha, you misunderstand, Fair. The funds shall not come from me, nor from any individual. They will be drawn from Hogwarts Treasury. The Board of Governors has ample funds, Professor Sprout explained. Fair then comprehended the situation. He recalled that Lucius was indeed one of the governors. In that case, there was no need for hesitation. Fair promptly handed the fertilizer to Professor Sprout, who would seek approval from Dumbledore for the purchase funds. On Saturday morning, in the Great Hall, hundreds of students gathered, whispering amongst themselves. The long tables of the four houses had been moved aside against the walls. In the center, a duel table had been set up, adorned with a blue silk carpet. Quite resplendent. Everyone, come closer. Can you see me? Lockhart, clad in a light, gray dueling outfit with tight sleeves and a dark green cloak draped over his left shoulder, proclaimed, "In light of the recent attacks, I believe it is necessary to enhance the students' combat skills. Thus, after much persuasion, I convinced Dumbledore to re-establish the dueling club." Lockhart rambled on at the dueling platform, seemingly forgetting that it was Fair who had suggested the establishment of the dueling club. How could he think of hosting the dueling club in the Great Hall? Hermione curiously inquired of Fair. Fair replied helplessly, "The dueling club is in the abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor. However, Lockhart believes that for its inaugural session, it should be in the Great Hall to garner attention." And indeed, that has proven true. At least a third of the entire staff and student body are aware of this event and have come to witness it. Fair was pleased by this. After all, Lockhart would not be the one stealing the spotlight in the end. Now, it will be a demonstration by Professor Snape and myself. Lockhart concluded with a flourish. Fair noticed that Snape had also taken to the stage, today donning a fitted black dueling robe instead of his usual grand cloak. Fair thought that Snape was showing a considerable amount of respect for Lockhart. He could effortlessly send Lockhart flying, yet he still took the time to change into dueling robes. It truly moved me to tears. Don't you think Professor Snape seems a bit different today? Hermione pondered uncertainly. It was evident he had changed his attire. Harry remarked nonchalantly, "No, my goodness. Snape actually washed his hair." Ron gasped as if witnessing the sun rise from the west. Indeed, upon closer inspection, Snape's greasy hair had transformed into a sleek, lustrous black, devoid of any oiliness. Oh, by the way, I must express my gratitude to Professor Snape for agreeing to be the exclusive spokesperson for my shampoo. Just imagine, even the potion's master uses my shampoo. What are you all hesitating for? Lockhart shampoo, a worthy choice for you. Lockhart appeared indifferent, yet subtly promoted his own shampoo. Well, it seems Snape is genuinely intent on eliminating Potter shampoo. The two exchanged bows, then turned back to back, only to pivot again. Lockhart said casually, "Don't worry. I shall return your potions, Professor, in pristine condition. Now, on the count of 3, disarm." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lockhart barely had time to raise his wand before being sent flying by a tremendous surge of magical force. Thud! He landed heavily on the ground, his face momentarily flushed. Fair and Hermione stifled a laugh. A standard disarming spell would merely cause a wand to fly away. They understood that Snape had intentionally amplified his magical output, resulting in this spectacle. Huzzah! Ron and several Gryffindors cheered. Although Fair found this display somewhat uninteresting, Ron remained excessively thrilled. Ahem. Lockhart hastily got to his feet, feigning nonchalance. Not bad, but I must say, Professor Snape, your intent with such an attack is rather transparent and easily discernible." He scrambled to recover his dignity, while Fair turned to Ron, Harry, and Neville, stating, "The dueling club will be a permanent fixture. Lockhart is the head, and Hermione and I will serve as deputies. However, we need a few scorekeepers. It has been decided that you shall take on the role of scorekeepers. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Ron exclaimed excitedly, "That is fantastic. I'll be in the club all the time. I'm worried I won't do it well." Neville expressed his concern, and Harry nodded in agreement. "It's not difficult. All you need to do is record the names of the duelists. 1 point for a win, -1 for a loss. You can take turns. So if one of you has something to attend to, it won't be a problem," Hermione explained. The two agreed, as this was also Fair's subtle intention. After witnessing others engage in combat, even if one lacked the ability to fight, it would at least build some courage. On the field, after Lockhart and Snape had restored their dignity, Lockhart cleverly announced, "Now, we shall invite a pair of volunteers to demonstrate a duel. Please welcome my assistant, Fel Hephis." He had a point, as Fair's prowess in combat was well known to him. If Fair, acting as his own assistant, were to triumph, it would indeed reflect favorably upon him. This would enable him to conveniently reinterpret his earlier defeat in the duel as a deliberate demonstration. In light of this, how about I propose a student from my academy? Snape, as he spoke, did not seek Lockhart's opinion at all. With a swift motion, he turned and gestured towards Malfoy, his gaze seemingly urging, "Come now, young Malfoy. Give him a show." Malfoy swallowed hard, his pale face twitching with apprehension. Yet, daunted by Snape's command, he steeled himself and ascended the stage. "While I may not rival you in physical combat, the realm of magic is altogether different. I refuse to believe you could obliterate me in a magical duel. Fair, up. Fair, teach him a lesson, don't lose face." Students from other houses rallied in support of Fair. With a light laugh, Fair stepped onto the stage. Chapter 86. Who else is there? Just as Fair sought to embolden Neville, Snape was undoubtedly aware of the disparity between Malfoy and himself. He merely wished to cultivate Malfoy's courage. Fair quipped, "You've taken quite a beating from me in brawls. Do you truly believe you are my superior in magic now?" To bolster his own confidence, Malfoy proclaimed loudly, "It's hard to say." Fair shook his head. Using spells beyond your level? Don't accuse me of bullying you. I shall engage you with the spells of an ordinary wizard. With that, he performed a salute for the duel. Malfoy, in a fit of anger, returned the gesture. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate a wizard in his plight. You think you can suppress me with your status? Watch as I achieve victory against the odds. Of course, this was merely Fair's embellishment. Lockhart commenced the countdown. 3, 2. As the spell floated in the air, Malfoy, disregarding the rules of combat, struck first. A stream of gray light surged toward Fair. Feathers danced. Fair had anticipated this. With a flick of his wand, several pristine swan feathers appeared. The floating spell struck the feathers, sending them swirling chaotically. Yet, what could the feathers do while suspended? They were already in the air. Excellent. A remarkably creative response. Lockhart exclaimed, admiring Fair's ingenious resolution of the crisis. Fair cast a levitation charm, sending the feathers soaring towards Malfoy. Damn it. Malfoy swatted the feathers aside, perceiving Fair's actions as a humiliation, and shouted, flames ablaze. A ball of fire hurtled towards Fair. Uffed. Fair couldn't suppress his laughter. With a casual wave of his wand, the fireball vanished without a trace. Wow, that is impressive. Was that a silent incantation, or something else? How did he achieve that? The students excitedly exchanged thoughts. Fair's display momentarily stunned Snape, who regarded him with a profound gaze. Well done, lad. No wonder McGonagall and Flitwick sing your praises. That esteemed individual also holds you in high regard. As the saying goes, the untrained observe the spectacle, while the seasoned discern the intricacies. Fair's fire-making charm, while not yet masterful, was certainly executed with remarkable finesse. In the realm of fire, Malfoy was utterly outmatched. In a fit of desperation, Malfoy resorted to an obscure dark magic taught by his father. A 2-meter-long cobra suddenly sprang forth. However, due to his overwhelming excitement, his wand was slightly misaligned. The cobra struck right before Harry. Momentarily taken aback, Harry emitted a peculiar hiss, Sahasachaha. Astonishingly, upon hearing his words, the cobra turned and lunged at another student. Humph, rockets. Come forth. To prevent any misunderstandings regarding Harry, Fair chose not to continue playing games with Malfoy. In the blink of an eye, 2 rockets pierced through the cobra's neck and tail, pinning it to the ground. The serpent writhed, soon reduced to ashes. Oh, what kind of magic is this? I've never seen anything like it. How magnificent. While the crowd was intrigued by Harry's strange pronunciation, their attention was drawn back to Fair's dazzling spell. Vines abound. With another wave of his wand, green vines sprouted from the feathers on the ground, binding Malfoy tightly. Snape, with a stern expression, waved his wand to sever the vines and lifted Malfoy. He regarded Fair with a cold voice. Quite impressive, Hephis. Was that your own creation? It seems your intellect surpasses that of a troll. Fair replied modestly, I suppose so, Professor. It's a spell I just devised, though it is still quite imperfect. Wow. Truly an original spell. How remarkable. Fair's declaration sent ripples of excitement through the students. Hermione lifted her head, unable to suppress a smile. Malfoy, flushed with anger, glared at Fair but said nothing. Soon, he lowered his head in defeat and walked off the stage. Had he truly conceded? Fair raised an eyebrow and addressed Lockhart. So, Professor, I wish to continue. Who else dares? With a reputation that preceded him, Fair's nonchalant display of power, coupled with the fame of his original spell, rendered the previously eager students hesitant to step forward. I will. A burly student from Slytherin, having received a glance from Snape, stepped onto the stage with menace. Fair recognized him as Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, notorious for his frequent fouls and having knocked Gryffindor's captain, Wood, unconscious on multiple occasions. Perhaps you are indeed talented, but you are still too young. My mastery of magic far exceeds your imagination. Flint's grotesque face contorted in a menacing grin as he bowed. Fair sneered. I see you are merely a pretender. 3. Petrify them all. Flint, less disciplined than Malfoy, acted before Lockhart had even finished counting to 3. Fair assumed a serious demeanor. After all, Flint was a senior Quidditch captain, and his combat prowess among students was considerable. Armored protection. Flint struck first, leaving Fair to defend momentarily. However, Fair amplified his magical output, and as the dark light struck the transparent shield of the iron armor charm, it was immediately rebounded. Flint, caught off guard, exclaimed in panic, impact, down. A white light met the rebounding binding spell, neutralizing it. At that moment, Flint regretted stepping onto the stage. To understand the ironclad curse, one must recognize that it is a spell mastered by only a select few. Many wizards may spend their entire lives without ever grasping its intricacies. It is rumored that even some of the esteemed seniors who have joined the Ministry of Magic are incapable of wielding this enchantment. Nevertheless, Fair was undeterred by such thoughts, as he brandished his wand with precision, unleashing a series of fireballs. 3 fireballs in quick succession caused Flint's complexion to pale significantly. He exerted all his strength to counter one, while deftly evading 2 others with an agile roll. It must be said that, Despite his lack of magical practice, Flint, as the Quidditch captain, possessed remarkable physical prowess. Stone all. Feyre cast with conviction, striking Flint and rendering him rigid, collapsing to the ground in a state of immobility. It was an extraordinary display of skill. Hand of Flame, heed my command. A fiery hand materialized, delivering a resounding slap to Flint's rear, sending him tumbling off the stage. This particular incantation was lengthy, its effectiveness and control commendable, yet its initial combat potential left much to be desired. Feyre employed this spell primarily to demonstrate his ability. Turning to Ron, he remarked, "Ron, you ought to take note. I have gained another point." Indeed, Ron, momentarily entranced, regained his composure and expressed admiration. He picked up the notebook and quill that Hermione had handed him and began diligently recording the events. "Now, who else among you wishes to challenge me?" Feyre surveyed the audience with a calm demeanor, his voice gentle yet imbued with an unspoken pressure. "I shall, Feyre, do show mercy." A Gryffindor senior eagerly stood up. "Of course, we shall keep it within reasonable bounds," Feyre replied with a smile, raising his wand once more. The journey of the Lion King officially begins now. Chapter 87, The Half-Blood Prince. Throughout the morning, Feyre engaged in 10 duels, each culminating in victory, before finally taking a break. His prowess was beginning to shine before the student body. Previously, Feyre had been recognized as a skilled wizard, yet few anticipated the extent of his strength. This display was intentional, timed perfectly. While Feyre had been formidable in the past, the upperclassmen were not necessarily inferior to him. However, he had now approached the level of a typical Auror. Lacking only a few powerful finishing moves, he was nearly on par with an ordinary Auror. Yet, in student duels, such overwhelming spells were not required, allowing Feyre to genuinely surpass his peers by 1 or 2 levels. With the establishment of the dueling club imminent, Feyre was filled with confidence. During lunch, Ron excitedly proposed, "Feyre, I have an idea. Let us create some larger display boards listing the top 10 from each house. Then, we can compile an overall ranking of the top 10 duelists in the entire school. What do you think?" His suggestion stemmed from witnessing Feyre's impressive prowess today, believing he had a genuine shot at claiming the top position. After all, if Slytherin were to dominate the overall rankings, it would be rather distasteful to dine amidst such humiliation. Feyre nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. "You're quite astute, my friend. However, we shall wait until Fred is healed, for he and George excel in crafting such amusing props. We must ensure that the leaderboard is both legitimate and aesthetically pleasing." Ron was reminded once more that Fred still lay in the infirmary, and he couldn't help but purse his lips. Feyre patted Ron on the shoulder and said, "Do not fret. I have procured a rare fertilizer that can expedite plant growth. Just a couple of days ago, I presented it to Professor Sprout, and the mandrake will soon be fully matured." Ron, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Really? Feyre, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. No need for thanks. Fred and George are my investments. Moreover, as the captain of Gryffindor's security, it is my duty to ensure the safety of the students," Feyre replied with a smile. "Why not share your good deeds? Acts of kindness deserve recognition." Feyre had no intention of being an unsung hero. He aspired to be a Lion King. Meanwhile, Hermione furrowed her brow and finally spoke to Harry. "By the way, Harry, did you just speak Parseltongue?" "What? Parseltongue?" Harry asked, bewildered. "Yes, Parseltongue. The ability to converse with snakes. Harry, I saw you speaking with the snake that Malfoy summoned." Ron chimed in. Harry shook his head in astonishment. "I had no idea. I have been able to talk to snakes since childhood, but I thought I was just speaking normally. But is that such a big deal? There are many wizards with special talents." He began counting on his fingers. For instance, Feyre has remarkable gifts. Hermione excels in her studies, and her potion-making talent even impresses Snape. The Weasley brothers have an abundance of little inventions, and Hagrid, with his giant bloodline, is incredibly strong. If I were like him, I wouldn't be bullied. As he counted, Harry suddenly felt that his ability to speak Parseltongue was rather underwhelming. Merlin's underpants. Why do others have such useful talents while I can only converse with snakes? Feyre struggled to suppress a laugh. In truth, he also found Harry's Parseltongue ability somewhat amusing. Were it not for the association with Slytherin, a fellow Parseltongue, this talent would indeed seem rather inconsequential. Hermione remarked, "This is quite unusual. Slytherin was a Parseltongue. Harry, some might assume you are the heir of the Chamber of Secrets." "Me? Am I supposed to know if I am the heir of the chamber?" Harry replied, looking at himself and responding with a wry smile. "Well, as long as the mandrake matures and everyone is rescued, no one will care. However, since Slytherin was also a Parseltongue, Harry, you might need to rely on your ability to find the chamber." Harry hesitantly nodded. Feyre waved his hand dismissively, changing the subject lightly. "By the way, Hermione, how is the polyjuice potion coming along?" Hermione sighed. "Alas, the polyjuice potion is exceedingly complex. I have yet to complete half of it. I consulted Professor Snape, and he advised me to innovate on my own, which has left me rather perplexed." Unbeknownst to her, Feyre suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Indeed, He recalled that Snape seemed to possess a potion notebook, which contained his insights and self-created spells from his student days. Snape had even grandiosely referred to himself as the Half-Blood Prince. To be frank, even the second-year student, Fel, felt quite embarrassed about this task. It can only be said that the little bat's sense of aesthetics is rather unique. However, Fel simply could not recall where he had placed it. Perhaps in the potions classroom? He remembered that Harry had stumbled upon the Half-Blood Prince's notes after realizing his own potions book was missing. Naturally, that could not be a particularly private location. Yet, Fel was uncertain whether the notes had been intentionally left there or merely misplaced. If they were meant as a deliberate gift to Harry, then the book should no longer reside there. Regardless, Fel promptly resolved to search for it, both to enhance Hermione's potion knowledge and for the powerful spells contained within. During the lunch break, the usually deserted potions classroom welcomed an unexpected guest. Fel quietly slipped inside and closed the door behind him. Where could that old book be? He first approached the podium, opening the small cabinet beneath it. Inside were merely a few empty vials. Standing up, he surveyed the storage cabinet against the wall. Though labeled a cabinet, it was filled with numerous books. Many alumni had left their old tomes at Hogwarts. As a fellow student, Fel understood this. After all, who would sell such waste paper? Many battered and scribbled over books were hardly worth acquiring, even by flourish and blots. Creak. The ancient cabinet door emitted a sound that grated on the nerves. As Fel opened it, a pungent odor of decay wafted out. Goodness, this cabinet hadn't been opened in at least a decade. Furrowing his brow, Fel waved his hand to disperse the foul scent. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a pink spray bottle, a fragrance Hermione had concocted for warming up. Many young potion makers used it as perfume. Fel spritzed the cabinet wall a couple of times, the elegant strawberry scent driving away the rancid odor. Well, he wondered why Hermione had chosen a strawberry fragrance. Taking a comfortable breath, he finally had the opportunity to examine the contents of the cabinet. It was a chaotic jumble, filled with various potion books and odds and ends, resembling a small mountain, certainly not just a sparse collection. Frustrated, Fel randomly picked up a book and flipped to the title page. The Book of Tom and Jerry. Shaking his head, he tossed it into the corner of the cabinet. No, not this one. An hour had passed, and lunchtime was drawing near. Fel was beginning to seriously doubt that the book was merely misplaced. It seemed likely that Snape had deliberately sent it to Harry, and it was not here now. He casually picked up a tattered copy of Advanced Potion Making. The book was indeed in a dreadful state, its cover severely damaged, and many of the binding threads had broken. However, as he opened the title page, his eyes widened in astonishment. This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince. Chapter 88, Sectum Sempra. Fel was overjoyed. It truly was here. It appeared that Snape had indeed originally placed the book here, only to have slightly altered its position later on. After a moment's thought, he refrained from directly taking the book, for Harry's ease in obtaining it might very well indicate that someone had facilitated this behind the scenes. Regardless of whether it is Severus Snape or Albus Dumbledore, there is no necessity for Fel to insist on their presence. He brandished his wand and directed it towards the textbook, uttering the incantation, duplicate. In a flash of white light, two identical volumes of notes materialized. While the duplication charm is a mere shell when applied to magical artifacts, it proves effective for reproducing books. Fel briefly flipped through the original and its replica, confirming their exact likeness, including Snape's scribbles. As the time drew near, Fel hesitated no longer. He swiftly returned the books to their rightful places, tucked the two copies into his robe, and hurried back to the common room. Inside the room of requirement, Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. You mean you stumbled upon this in the old bookcase? She perused the notes. Indeed, it seems the potion modifications here hold some merit. Why don't you give it a try? Fel nodded while engraving a wooden plank with a copper knife. Using a silver dagger to compress the sleeping beans, rather than slicing them, can expedite the release of their juices. Hermione furrowed her brow, contemplating the notes, her expression growing increasingly astonished. Had it been me last year, I would have scoffed at this book. But now, I realize that potions can indeed be improved, and books are not always infallible. It makes sense. I shall concoct a potion as instructed. Remarkable. I wonder who this Half-Blood Prince is, Hermione sighed. Moreover, there are 4 original spells he invented here. He truly is a genius. But ultimately, what matters is their utility. I hope it inspires your creation of the Polyjuice potion. Fel casually remarked as he blew away some wood shavings. Let us hope so. By the way, what are you working on? Hermione inquired, curiosity piqued. Since entering the room, Fel had been engraving perplexing symbols on the plank, leaving Hermione bewildered. This knowledge was imparted to me by the fragments of the sun. It pertains to the sacred texts of ancient Egypt. Their alchemical script resembles our ancient runes, Fel elucidated. Having knowledge does not necessarily equate to skill and practice. He was currently practicing the engravings of the sacred text runes, conduits, levitation, and reduction. Each rune possesses a unique significance and must be intricately interconnected, presenting a notable challenge. I assumed you would be more intrigued by those spells, Hermione laughed. Fel clapped his hands and rose. You are correct. I am indeed more fascinated by spells. However, this alchemy is of paramount importance, and I must practice it. Moreover, Fair discarded the plank and retrieved his copy, delving into Snape's original spells. Snape's notebook contained 4 of his invented incantations. The first, Muffliato, akin to a silencing charm, enables one to speak without being overheard by those nearby. Fair surmised this was likely Snape's first created spell, modified from its prototype, much like Fair's own adaptation of the fire-making spell into a rapid-fire rocket charm. 2 others were the Suspendo and Depulso spells. One suspends a person in midair, while the other serves as its countercharm. In terms of control, they are not superior to the binding charm. Rather, they possess a greater element of insult, which rendered Fair less interested. The true value lies in the final spell, the killing curse, known as Avada Kedavra. During this period, Fire sought the counsel of Professor Flitwick, acquiring a wealth of knowledge on dueling. He dares to assert that the killing curse undoubtedly ranks among the most formidable of dueling magic. This spell unleashes an invisible blade-like attack with remarkable penetrating power, inflicting wounds akin to those inflicted by swords, accompanied by profuse bleeding. Its advantages include rapid incantation and swift attack speed, rendering it almost imperceptible. Most critically, the injuries inflicted by the killing curse are nearly impossible to remedy, save for the counter curse devised by Snape. In the original narrative, Malfoy suffered grave injuries from this spell, and only Snape's counter curse could heal him. Similarly, when George lost an ear due to an accidental misfire from Snape, Molly Weasley exhausted every means, but to no avail. This clearly demonstrates that it is indeed a potent form of advanced dark magic. However, it possesses 2 notable drawbacks. Firstly, its range is rather limited and narrow. While the killing curse is exceptionally effective against a single small target, it struggles against multiple foes. Furthermore, in the original text, Snape's personal execution of the curse merely grazed George's head, resulting only in the loss of an ear, illustrating how thin this invisible blade truly is. Secondly, the wounds it inflicts are lacerations rather than punctures, lacking sufficient depth. In certain instances, this may render its potency somewhat inferior compared to other advanced dark spells. For example, when confronting large creatures such as dragons or giants, its effectiveness is rather mediocre. A grievous cut that exposes bone may not be fatal to a dragon. Nevertheless, this spell serves as a considerable asset for Fire. Is the range too narrow? He possesses other spells to compensate. Is the lethality against larger creatures somewhat diminished? The inability to heal from its wounds is an advantage not to be overlooked. Perhaps even a dragon could succumb to excessive blood loss from its injuries. At the very least, it can breach defenses, whereas Fire's rocket spell failed to even scratch the skin of a bird-like troll. Fire shook his head, stating moreover, "This killing curse is exceedingly perilous. I cannot risk practicing it alongside you. My notes do not contain the counter curse for it, and should I inadvertently harm someone, the consequences would be dire. I shall practice alone at night." He refrained from allowing Hermione to remain outside the dormitory during the day, fearing encounters with the basilisk. Thus, he could only practice in the room of requirement after patrolling at night. Oh, and there is another location, Fire recalled, thinking of the potion classroom on the lower level. "Very well, you can begin with potion brewing. I wish to experiment with my alchemy," he said to Hermione. She nodded and ignited the fire beneath the cauldron. Fire moved to the opposite side, seated himself at a table, and produced a piece of oak about the size of his palm. Splinter. He cast a cutting spell, dividing it into 3 wooden strips. Then, he took out a copper carving knife and began to shape the wood. After several minutes, 3 wooden spoons lay upon the ground. He was preparing to create an automatic stirring spoon for potion brewing. Certain potions react adversely with metal, thus necessitating the use of wooden stirring implements. The study of alchemy encompasses vast knowledge, and even the choice of wood material is not arbitrary. For instance, oak possesses remarkable durability and stability, making it an excellent material for crafting stirring spoons. Within his inherited knowledge, this is considered a rudimentary alchemical tool suitable for novices to practice. Conducing magical energy. Fair employed a fundamental alchemical incantation with his wand on a copper engraving knife. This spell facilitates the transmission of his magical energy into the knife, thereby enabling the engraving of enchanted runes. It was about to commence his inaugural foray into alchemy. Fair inhaled deeply, grasped the engraving knife, and cautiously infused it with magical energy as he began etching upon the wooden spoon. Chapter 89, A Memorable First Attempt. With a soft crack, Fair beheld the spoon in his hand, now fractured into 2 pieces, and shook his head. He had anticipated its complexity. When engraving runes, one must maintain the stability of magical energy and control the force applied. Fluctuations are to be avoided. Such precision demands exceptional control. In truth, Fair's mastery over both magical energy and physical strength was already commendable. His superb motor skills and well-honed magical control far surpassed that of an average individual. Yet, this was his first practice session. Moreover, this ancient Egyptian sacred alchemy was originally reserved for the royal elite, accessible only to high-ranking sorcerers, thereby elevating its difficulty. Nevertheless, Fer did not succumb to discouragement. After a brief respite, he grasped a second spoon and resumed his engraving. The Weasley twins had informed him of a saying in alchemy: advanced tools need not possess numerous runes, yet those with many runes are invariably advanced tools. Thus, as a basic practice implement, the stirring spoon requires a minimum of 2 runes. One is a wave-like symbol resembling flowing water, known as the rune of magical conduction. This fundamental rune is essential. Without it, an alchemical tool cannot transmit a sorcerer's magical energy. At best, it becomes difficult to control. At worst, it devolves into a mere mundane object. The other rune is a circular stirring rune, aptly named for its ability to mechanically facilitate stirring. Should the engraving falter, the stirring speed may become erratic. Moreover, the utmost challenge lies in ensuring that the runes remain interconnected. Any disconnection would result in significant instability. Yet Fer opted for a third rune, the anti-corrosion rune. This enhances the spoon's resistance to particularly corrosive potions. While it may be superfluous for mere practice, Fer deemed his inaugural attempt worthy of commemoration. He aspired to create a functional spoon. With focused determination, Fer steadied his hand, the engraving knife trembling not in the slightest. The seemingly simple rune elicited beads of sweat from his brow. After a full 10 minutes, he successfully inscribed the rune of magical conduction. The rune shimmered faintly, signifying the completion of the engraving. Fer exhaled in relief and wiped his brow. Hermione's potion had reached the brewing phase, leaving her temporarily unoccupied. Bored, she cast a glance at Fer, suddenly intrigued by alchemy and eager to observe his work. Wishing not to disturb him, Hermione removed her cotton boots. With her slender fingers, she deftly pulled, and the boots slipped away from her feet. Today, she wore knee-high black cotton socks, and her soft feet, enveloped in the fabric, touched the ground silently. As she walked, a glimpse of Snow White appeared at the junction of her knee-length skirt and socks. She approached Fer quietly, hands clasped behind her back, unaware of her presence. Fer was deeply engrossed in his carving. The basic 2 runes had been successfully connected. Now, only the third rune remained. He traced a faint line with his carving knife along the previous rune. Snap! The wooden spoon broke again. Fer, frustrated, tapped his forehead. Why did it suddenly fail? You seem to be carving splendidly. Hermione's voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Fer sighed, accustomed to her presence. The required carving pressure varies slightly between different runes. This necessitates prolonged practice. Blast it, I finally understand why ancient Egyptian alchemy became extinct. Such subtle distinctions in force are simply unknown without direct mentorship. It was only through the transmission of the Solar Golden Orb that I learned the specific details. Hermione produced a handkerchief and offered it to Fer, providing some comfort. After all, this is royal alchemy. To prevent its dissemination, the inheritance must be quite secretive. Indeed, and alchemy also divides into smelting and rune carving, the latter of which has always been challenging. Fer nodded, accepting the handkerchief to wipe away his sweat. The refreshing scent of mint invigorated him. Casually, he glanced at Hermione's calves and remarked softly, "Why have you removed your shoes? It's winter, and your feet will surely get cold. You should put them back on." Hee, I was afraid the sound of my footsteps would disturb you. Hermione giggled, tilting her head playfully as she lifted her foot, her toes slipping back into her boots. The arch of her foot was perfectly poised. Fer inadvertently stole another glance. "Perhaps you should check on the potion. We wouldn't want it to spoil," he coughed lightly, offering a gentle reminder. A glimmer of mischief flashed in Hermione's eyes as she bounced back to the table, hands behind her back. "Continue." Fer steadied his thoughts, rubbing his eyes, and picked up the third wooden spoon. A slight curve was required here. He needed to ease the pressure by 2 degrees. Finally, he silently chanted within, his focus razor-sharp. The carving knife danced in his hands. At last, phew. Fer collapsed back into his chair, wiping the sweat from his brow with Hermione's handkerchief. Though his mind was fatigued, his expression radiated excitement. "Hermione, look." He joyfully approached her, extending the tool in his hand. "Wow, you did it. That's amazing." Hermione exclaimed as she took it from him. In her hands lay a 4-inch wooden spoon, the carving not overly perfect. Yet the 3 black runes on the handle hinted at something extraordinary. "Let us commemorate my first successful alchemy, Hermione. This wooden spoon is for you. Shall we try it now?" Fer declared with delight. "Of course. Thank you, Fer. I was just in need of an automatic stirring spoon." Hermione responded with glee. You may wonder why Hermione needed a wooden spoon. It was because she had secretly discarded her own just moments ago. Hermione extinguished the flame of the stove. Watching as the boiling black potion gradually settled, Hermione grasped the wooden spoon, dipping it into the cauldron and gently stirring it twice before releasing her hold. The spoon, following the trajectory of her movements, began to stir autonomously with a steady rhythm. Gradually, the black potion transformed into a pristine white. Success! Another batch of acne ointment was ready, which she would have George sell at the apothecary in due time. With Fred still resting in bed, George likely lacked the enthusiasm to assist. Hermione exclaimed with delight, realizing her aptitude for alchemy was quite commendable. Fair nodded in satisfaction, assisting her in pouring the potion into empty vials, casually remarking, "No worries, the plant fertilizer from the lunar beast is remarkably potent. The mandrake will mature swiftly." At present, he was more focused on enhancing his own alchemical skills. The success of the stirring spoon had unveiled a new realm for Fair. He began to understand why Snape and Hermione were so passionate about potion making. The satisfaction derived from creating something predominantly by hand was unparalleled, especially when most could not achieve it, while he could do so with ease. This sense of superiority inevitably brought about a hint of pride. Contemplating the materials for the bird-like man-eater in his storage space, Fair felt an eager spark within him. He wondered how long it would take to craft those advanced alchemical tools. However, before that, obtaining the blessing of the solar golden flame was a prerequisite. Yet, a single bird-like man-eater only filled 2 measurement marks, indicating that the quantity of sacrificial beast flesh required would be immense. Fair could not devise a viable plan for the moment. Nevertheless, he thought, practicing was always a prudent choice. Chapter 90. The proud creature claims I am proud. As Christmas approached, the weather grew increasingly frigid, and the Black Lake was blanketed with a thick layer of ice and snow. On the 3rd floor of the castle, within a spacious classroom, a long, thick rope emerged, binding the Slytherin student before them. "Excellent work, Fair. You're amazing." Cheers erupted from the audience as Fair smiled modestly. Nodding his head, clad in a black robe and tie, he strolled with an air of confidence, exuding the demeanor of a skilled practitioner. After receiving the applause, Fair retracted his wand and descended from the stage. Today, he had garnered another 5 points. "You're incredible, Fair. Your total score is now 32, placing you first in the entire school," Ron exclaimed, exhaling a puff of white vapor as he eagerly jotted down the score. "Just lucky. You all could give it a try too," Fair replied courteously. The free time he had enjoyed recently was not as leisurely as it seemed. In the mornings, when there were no classes, he would engage in duels at the club, and in the afternoons, he would delve into alchemy. After patrolling in the evenings, he would practice the disarming charm in the room of requirement. However, his efforts were yielding fruitful results, and Fair was making rapid advancements in all aspects. Ron, feeling a surge of enthusiasm, lamented, "I've tried a few times, but it's been a mix of wins and losses. I currently only have 1 point." In truth, many lower-year students had faced continuous defeats and were reluctant to return to the club. This posed a dilemma. Who would enjoy a constant losing streak? Fair pondered for a moment and devised a solution. "I've got it. We could further divide the matches based on year groups. In the 1st and 2nd grades, a novice leaderboard will be established, while a potential leaderboard will be created for the 3rd and 4th grades. Students in the 5th grade and above will participate in the elite leaderboard of the 4 houses, as well as the overall school leaderboard. Naturally, those who possess confidence may challenge themselves across grades. This is an excellent idea, as it prevents mismatching with opponents who are significantly more skilled, allowing everyone to have a sense of experience." A male voice resonated, and upon seeing Cedric, Fair smiled and remarked, "So you have come as well, Cedric." Ron and the others had classes to attend and could not remain in the dueling club indefinitely. Moreover, the class schedules varied among the 4 houses, leading to a severe shortage of scorekeepers. After expressing their intentions through Lockhart, they successfully selected several students from other houses based on the timetable. Of course, Lockhart was more concerned with seeking the limelight than with the number of scorekeepers. Thus, the primary criterion for selection was Fair's preferences. For instance, the handsome young man before them was Cedric Diggory, a 4th-year student from Hufflepuff. With his short brown hair, striking features, and tall stature, coupled with excellent academic performance and commendable character, Cedric was more popular in Hufflepuff than even the head of the house. Even Hermione remarked that Cedric was considerably superior to Fair and far better than others. As for the rest, Hermione could hardly be bothered to compare. "Good morning, Fair, Ron. I just ran into Luna. She mentioned something about looking for a disturbance and one TB joining us." Cedric politely greeted them before adding with a hint of resignation, "Haha, well, Luna seldom shows up anyway. She is always like that. You'll have to take responsibility. I'm off for a shower. By the way, Merry Christmas in advance." "Haha, you as well. Please send my regards to Hermione," Cedric chuckled. Fair engaged in casual conversation for a while before making his exit. Upon leaving, he descended directly to the potions classroom adjacent to the dungeons, Professor Snape's office. It seemed that Hermione had genuinely gained recognition from Snape in recent times, as his taunts had significantly diminished. Occasionally, while brewing potions, he would even allow Hermione to assist him. Fair usually accompanied Hermione to the office before attending to his own matters. Snape was far more formidable, so there was no need to worry about Hermione encountering any basilisks. Knock, knock, knock. Fair rapped on the door and, without waiting for a response, entered. "Mr. Hephis, perhaps your mind is as small as a toadstool." for no one has taught you the meaning of politeness. Snape was busy organizing a stack of parchment and began to spew venom without lifting his gaze. Hermione was grinding mugwort root at another table. Upon witnessing Fair being reprimanded, she stifled a laugh and approached, shrugging her shoulders in a gesture of helplessness. Indeed, because of that old bat, I was made to knock for 5 minutes last time without any response. I inquired. Professor, when did Hogwarts start hiring the deaf and mute? Fair retorted. Humph, a man who comes daily to pick up this young lady must be quite idle and rather awkward. Miss Granger, ensure you take proper notes on these ingredients. There are many precautions regarding the polyjuice potion. Snape let out a cold snort and handed the stack of parchment to Hermione, who expressed her gratitude. Am I being coy? The proud oddball remarked. Surely, there are others who fit that description, Professor, Fair teased. Moreover, one must cherish the significant individuals in their life, for once lost. Regret comes too late. Snape paused at this remark, momentarily taken aback. Hermione, surprised by Fair's words, blushed and gently pinched his arm. She subtly gestured for Fair to show some consideration towards Snape and then said, Well then, we shall take our leave. Goodbye, Professor. With that, the two turned and departed closely together. Hey, what did you mean by significant individuals? Oh, I meant family, of course. Wait, why are you rushing off so quickly? Hold on for me, Hermione. Snape watched as Fair and Hermione walked away, sighing after a while, his expression tinged with solitude. That brazen young man. A blanket of snow enveloped Hogwarts castle. Fair and Hermione walked across the grass leading to Hagrid's hut. So, are we really not going home for this Christmas break? Hermione inquired. Today, she was bundled up snugly, a scarf wrapped around half of her face. Snowflakes settled on her hair, and the white butterfly hairpin flitted its wings, shaking off the falling snow. She held in her arms the glass bottle containing Fair's fire lizard, yet her nose still bore a hint of redness from the chill. Of course, didn't you say the polyjuice potion was ready? Fair asserted. Harry and Ron have identified quite a few suspicious individuals that require our investigation. A lightning bolt perched on his shoulder, with a letter tied to its claws. All right then, let us hope our efforts do not go in vain. Hermione stroked the feathers of the lightning bolt. Go on. With a shake of his shoulder, the lightning bolt sprang into the air, transforming into a dark golden blur that soared into the distance, quickly becoming a mere speck. As they continued walking, they soon arrived at Hagrid's hut. Hagrid, it's us. Fair knocked on the door. Oh, Fair. Hermione, come in. Hagrid opened the door and quickly ushered them inside. The warmth of the blazing fireplace instantly dispelled their chill. Hermione removed her scarf and comfortably settled onto the sofa. Fair began. Hagrid, we are here to I hope you're not here to ask me about the Chamber of Secrets. I know nothing. Hagrid interjected before Fair could clarify their purpose. He pressed his lips together, his eyes darting about nervously. Only you, Hagrid. Chapter 91, Hagrid's Big Gift. Not quite. In fact, we're here to borrow some materials, Fair said with a slight smile. Oh, of course. What else would bring you here? Hagrid laughed, relieved. Hagrid, do you know anything about the Chamber of Secrets? Hermione scrutinized him suspiciously. Detective Granger. You seem to sense something amiss with Hagrid. Not at all. I'm just a bit anxious. There have been too many strange occurrences at Hogwarts lately. Look, all my chickens have perished, leaving only this one. Hagrid deftly shifted the conversation, gesturing toward a splendidly colorful rooster confined within a cage against the wall. The cause of its demise eluded me, especially since the other animals appeared to be thriving. I contemplated whether to seize the opportunity and consume it while it was still fresh, lest its flavor deteriorate posthumously. Hagrid scratched his head and mused. Fleur furrowed her brow, gazing at the chicken, and after a moment's reflection, suggested, Hagrid, I propose you keep it in a secure spot within the Forbidden Forest and publicly declare that all the chickens have perished. Why? Hagrid asked, baffled. This matter is rather peculiar. My instincts tell me that this chicken may prove useful, Fleur elucidated. She could not disclose to Hagrid that she intended to use the chicken against the basilisk. Very well, Hagrid acquiesced, finding no inconvenience in the matter, as the Forbidden Forest felt like home to him. So, what materials do you require? He inquired further. Fleur shrugged. I shall see what you have. In fact, I have recently been practicing alchemy, so any animal hides or unique items will suffice. I am willing to purchase them. She brandished her dragonhide wallet. Has the funding Professor Sprout requested from Dumbledore finally arrived? Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, a substantial sum of 70 galleons, certainly a premium purchase, Fleur said with pride. Then suddenly remembered that tonight was also a full moon. She planned to venture into the Forbidden Forest to gather plant fertilizer and perhaps seek out any monstrous blood or flesh. Spending someone else's money is a liberating experience. Hermione remarked upon hearing Fleur's words. Your perspective is rather limited, Fleur replied, shaking her head. If neither you nor I take from it, how will the professors? If they abstain, how shall the headmaster benefit? The Nimbus 2001, which Lucius supports for the Slytherin team, is worth over 100 galleons. The others are not far behind. I feel no remorse in delving into the wallets of capitalists. I have heard that you delivered the mooncalf fertilizer to Professor Sprout. That is a rare commodity, one I find difficult to procure myself. The mooncalves flee at the sight of giants, hiding as soon as I approach, Hagrid acknowledged, nodding in agreement. However, Fleur, it is truly remarkable that you, being only in your second year, have managed to self-study alchemy. There is no need for you to pay. Feel free to take whatever you wish from the items on my wall. Consider it a Christmas gift, Hagrid declared with genuine surprise, offering generously without further inquiry. Really? Thank you so much, Hagrid. I shall craft a personal alchemical gift for you, Fleur exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she surveyed the array of materials adorning the wall. Unicorn hair, fairy wings, the legs of a giant spider, and the hide of a thestral. Fleur retrieved her empty suitcase and began to fill it with the materials. Hagrid had indeed rendered a tremendous service. The price was secondary. The rarity of some materials rendered them invaluable and hard to come by. As she collected, Fleur marveled at the hidden wealth Hagrid possessed, wondering how many years he had amassed such treasures, which transformed his humble abode into a veritable museum of magical creature materials. The gift is truly overwhelming, and Feyre feels unworthy of it. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, his thoughts drifted on the way back. He had resolved to present Hagrid with the plant fertilizer once he acquired it. Furthermore, he needed to ponder what kind of gift he should craft for Hagrid. In the quiet of the Forbidden Forest that night, the snow had ceased to fall. The silvery moonlight poured down, illuminating the snowy ground with an unprecedented brightness. Two figures huddled together as they walked along the path. It's absolutely freezing, and I feel as though the snow is about to seep into my boots, Hermione complained, tightening her coat. Who told you to come along? I warned you that tonight would be quite a trial, Feyre replied with a hint of exasperation. Having promised Hermione an adventure, he could not go back on his word, resulting in her accompanying him. Humph, this is the Forbidden Forest. It's dangerous, so of course I must follow you, Hermione retorted, scrunching her nose as she cradled the fire lizard vial in her arms. The heavy snowfall had rendered the paths of the Forbidden Forest treacherous, making their progress arduous. Were it not for the plant fertilizer, Feyre would have preferred to avoid entering at this moment. Naturally, he was not the only one affected by the heavy snow. The forest was eerily silent, not due to any lurking danger, but because many creatures had succumbed to winter slumber. Whether this was fortunate or unfortunate, the pursuit of magical beast flesh was likely to prove challenging. Despite the absence of peril, it took the duo over an hour of strenuous trekking to reach the river. The moonlit beasts, seemingly unfazed by the cold, sprang to life whenever moonlight graced them. They were already engaged in a lively dance, their bodies bouncing about. However, Feyre's keen eyes caught sight of several moonlit beasts in what appeared to be mating rituals. Shaking his head, he mused, I don't comprehend. This world is truly chaotic. Wow, is this what a moonlit beast looks like? How marvelous! Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder, startled by their voices. The moonlit beasts quickly retreated into their burrows. Yet, several recognized Feyre as the person who had been brought by the unicorn last time. One particularly bold moonlit beast hopped over, gazing at him with curiosity. Recognizing the familiar parted hairstyle, Feyre identified it as the audacious moonlit beast from their previous encounter. Here you go, a nutrient potion. There are various flavors, Hermione exclaimed, lifting her robe and retrieving 7 or 8 vials from her inner pocket. She crouched down, cradling the potions in her hands and extending them toward the moonlit beast. The creature hesitated, eyeing Hermione with caution. Observing this, Feyre also knelt, placing his hands around hers to signify that this was indeed his gift as well. Only then did the moonlit beast lower its guard, gingerly taking 1 vial, removing the cork, and licking the contents eagerly. Seeing this, more moonlit beasts gradually emerged from their burrows, surrounding the two. In her excitement, Hermione opened all the potion vials and inserted them into the snow, enticing the moonlit beasts to savor the offerings. A sudden cry echoed through the forest. It was Pyre. Pyre, how have you been? Hermione joyfully rose, stroking Pyre's soft head. Pyre called out again, as if in greeting. Come, try the nutrient potion I made. Hermione presented a herbal-flavored nutrient supplement to Pyre's lips. Pyre glanced at Fire, who nodded, before finally opening his mouth to drink. The nutrient appeared to be quite palatable, eliciting a joyful whinny from Pyre, who nuzzled Hermione affectionately before repositioning himself beside Fire. Honestly, I painstakingly concocted this nutrient, yet Pyre still favors you, Hermione pouted. Such matters are dictated by fate. Even the moonlit beasts are more fond of you. Ha ha, Fire chuckled, gesturing toward the moonlit creature that had encircled Hermione, chirping excitedly. Clearly, the bribery of the nutrient proved effective. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed as the ice layer fractured, causing the moonlit beasts to scurry behind the unicorn in fright. An enemy, Fire exclaimed, narrowing his eyes as he turned to survey the river's surface. Chapter 92. Exquisite materials. As the ice shattered, a turtle-like monster emerged, measuring nearly a meter in length. Its entire body was enveloped in black, and its large shell bore twisted spiral patterns. Its head was equally grotesque, with crimson eyes fixated on the moonlit beast and fire. Blood dripped from its mouth, indicating it had recently been hunting. Hermione observed the creature with uncertainty. Is that a snow turtle? But snow turtles are white and lack such a deformed head and shell. Fire concurred, speculating. Perhaps it is a congenital deformity or a mutation. Ordinary snow turtles are classified as level 2 magical creatures, known for their docile nature and harmlessness towards humans. Notably, snow turtles typically sleep, only awakening during snowy winters. They feed on fish and shrimp, and due to their unusual biological clock, they have few natural predators. However, this particular snow turtle was clearly not inclined to be friendly. Did it seek to consume the moonlit beast or us? Hermione tightened her grip on Fire's sleeve as she gazed at the mutated snow turtle, which dripped crimson drool. Regardless, either scenario marked it as an adversary. Release the arrows. Fire commanded, disregarding all else and launching an attack. If it intended to feast on him, it was an enemy. If it sought to devour the moonlit beast, it would jeopardize his own resources, making it equally an enemy. 3 arrows shot forth in a triangular formation towards the snow turtle. The turtle, however, retracted its head and used its black shell for defense. A series of sharp sounds echoed as the arrows snapped upon impact. Fire's eyes brightened at the sight of the formidable shell. Hermione, let's strike together, he urged. Upon hearing this, Hermione aimed her wand and intoned, stone-throwing spell. A boulder the size of a head materialized and hurtled toward the snow turtle. Crash! Chunks of stone flew as the boulder shattered against the turtle's shell. How is this possible? Hermione gasped. Without wasting a moment, Fire swiftly recited, all shall be petrified. A gray beam surged toward the snow turtle. In an instant, the turtle dove its head down, causing its entire body to vanish into the snow, leaving no trace behind. Be cautious. That is the snow turtle's innate ability. They can seamlessly conceal themselves within the snow, Hermione warned. Fire's mind raced, and he promptly waved his wand, declaring, Firework butterflies. 3 brilliant red butterflies took flight. This time, Feyre made subtle adjustments to the magic, and a layer of searing fire blazed fiercely upon the butterfly. The moon-obsessed beast had already burrowed into its cave, alleviating any concerns for its protection. The butterfly circled around Feyre, Hermione, and Payre, and wherever it passed. The snow and ice melted away. Soon, a vast area was cleared. Is this how magic can be utilized? Why didn't you employ it earlier during our journey? Hermione inquired in astonishment. I just remembered, and maintaining it like this consumes a significant amount of magical energy, Feyre casually replied. It was no wonder he possessed an innate talent for combat. The myriad of ingenious ideas and breakthroughs in strength were only achieved by Feyre during battle. Suddenly, a thin stream of water surged from behind, and the snow turtle's neck and head emerged from the snow. Feyre keenly heard the faint sound of air being sliced, and with a swift motion of his wand, he declared, armor protection. The stream of water collided with the transparent shield, sending splashes in every direction. Seizing the opportunity, Hermione quickly uttered, vine bind. Instantly, the leaves on the ground transformed into vines that ensnared the snow turtle. Despite being bound, the turtle struggled, its twisted mouth gnawing at the vines. This snow turtle surprisingly possessed jagged, sharp teeth. Feyre denied it any opportunity. He held his breath, focused intently, and carefully aimed his wand at the turtle's head. The killing curse. As soon as the words left his lips, the monster's head, a few meters away, was instantaneously severed in two, dark red blood gushing forth. Hermione, initially intent on continuing her assault, was momentarily taken aback by the sight. Is that the spell of the Half-Blood Prince? Indeed, but I didn't anticipate its formidable power, Feyre exhaled. After more than half a month of arduous practice, he had finally mastered this advanced dark magic. It is worth noting that when Feyre spoke of mastery, he did not merely mean usage. Often, some advanced dark magic, despite its apparent accessibility, could be wielded by even average wizards. However, Professor Flitwick had cautioned against attempting to tamper with powers one could not control. Those seemingly easy-to-use advanced dark spells were invariably of a type that was extremely difficult to manage. Misfiring or missing could be deemed fortunate. The gravest consequence was the potential to harm allies or invoke self-damage. Feyre recalled a certain unfortunate soul who had perished from a reckless release of fierce flames. Even having mastered it, Feyre remained cautious during his first practical application of the killing curse. He had first steadied himself, aimed carefully, and only then unleashed the spell. Its efficacy surprised him, swift, powerful, and discreet. Approaching the snow turtle's carcass, he observed that its head had been vertically cleaved in two, precisely extending to the shell. Feyre pondered, how could this be mere coincidence? It seems the killing curse did not merely strike the shell fortuitously. Rather, the spell was halted by the shell itself. Astonished, Feyre exclaimed, is the snow turtle's shell truly this hard? It could withstand even the killing curse? Hermione approached, gently tracing the distorted spiral patterns on the shell. Shaking her head, Ordinary snow turtles cannot even withstand the stone-throwing charm. How could they possibly endure the killing curse? This mutated snow turtle is exceedingly rare. Alas, its aggressive nature is a pity. Otherwise, it might have been a splendid gift for Hagrid to nurture and cultivate. Fer tugged at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps it was best to abandon the idea. Hagrid had a penchant for more aggressive creatures and would hardly regard a docile one with esteem. Fer's attention shifted back to the turtle shell. Such a remarkable item. It could withstand even the most formidable of attacks, its hardness surpassing that of dragon hide. Was this not a prime material? If fashioned into a shield, would it not render its wielder invincible? Initially, he contemplated gifting it to Hagrid, but reconsidered. With Hagrid's half-giant lineage, his magical resistance was astonishingly high. While the shield would offer some assistance, it would not be of great significance to him. Fer's fragile wizarding physique would benefit far more from the shield. It was wiser to keep it for himself. Splintered, Fer cast a severing charm at the corpse of the snow turtle, aiming to detach the shell. However, the structure of the snow turtle was far more intricate than that of a bird-like man-eater, making the flesh within the shell quite difficult to extract. "I shall teach you a spell," Hermione proposed, somewhat reluctant to engage in such a bloody task. "This was taught to me by Professor Snape. Originally intended for the precise separation of frog skin." Fer chuckled. "It seems you have learned quite a bit under his tutelage, and your heart has hardened considerably. I expected you to dissuade me." Hermione rolled her eyes, replying, "Anyone who dissects dozens of frogs daily would have their heart steeled. Listen closely. This spell is a derivative of the severing charm. The incantation is precise severing." Hermione recited the spell and its precautions, demonstrating it in an open space. Within mere minutes, Fer mastered the incantation. Precise severing. The tip of his wand seemed to manifest an invisible blade of wind, and wherever he swept it, the flesh was instantaneously divided. "Not bad at all. This could serve as a weapon in battle," Fer remarked, swiftly separating the turtle shell as he spoke. "The flesh should not go to waste." Fer extended his left hand, flames erupting forth. When he withdrew it, the flesh had vanished without a trace. Upon inspection, Fer noticed that the scale had filled with 4 markings.